Chapter 361 Assassin with a Long Sword. On the first day of the new year, many major events happened in Pinder. Queen Amy Sonard announced her abdication in Chungha town because she failed to protect the capital city of Lion City, which caused the city to be occupied by demons. And she was unworthy of the subjects of Lion City. A king who was still alive and well suddenly announced his abdication and did not pass the throne to anyone else. This was naturally a rare event that had never happened in Pinder. On the same day, Brennus, a rebel from the Lion Kingdom who had been entrenched in Qiaoyan Bay and associated with the Fallen, suddenly announced in a high-profile manner that he would die for the real Lion King Ulrich. After that, Qiaoyan Bay almost all troops set off towards Lion City. Speaking of which, Ulrich, in the Lion City did issue a king's order more than a month ago, requiring all the lords of the Lion Kingdom to gather in the Lion City. At that time, various countries in the mainland heard some rumors. But the armies of various countries had witnessed a large number of degenerates pouring out of Lishur City. At that time, troops from various countries fought a big melee near Lishur City, and the Dexia army rushed into Lishur City. Almost the entire army was wiped out in the Lion City. Therefore, all countries know that it is difficult to say whether the Ulrich in the city is a human or a ghost. Even humans are probably inseparable from heresy. Now that Brennus has declared his allegiance to the Lion King, it is clear that the man in Lion City must be a heretic. Moreover, countless fallen people outside the Lion City also confirmed this. At this time, the long-missing Grand Duke Leon of Changha Town reappeared, and together with the Holy Knight Roland, sent envoys to all the kingdoms in Pendor, hoping that everyone would temporarily unite and form a coalition to slay the heretical demons together. Due to Amy's previous high-profile search, the entire continent knew that Leon had risked his own life to attract thunder and drag the Abyss demon away with him. Some people may doubt what the cunning Lord Leon said, but there is definitely no need to doubt Roland's call. So now, the call initiated by a young duke who had been on the front line to slay demons, and the paladin Roland who had been cleaning up the Fallen, was enough to convince everyone that places such as Lion City and Cliff Bay have been completely occupied by demons. There is a more suitable explanation for the fact that Amy moved a large number of civilians to Changha Town. The Lion Kingdom did not have enough troops to fight against the demons in Lion City at that time. In addition, the mob was causing chaos, so they had to bring everything they could take with them. Leave to keep people safe. Of course, for most people, they are reluctant to respond to Leon and Roland's invitation. Anyway, the devil has not appeared in their territory. However, in this case, the king and the great lord still wanted to face the situation, and no one wanted to be thought to be the accomplice of the devil. If you follow the Fallen to deal with the Lion Realm, you may be able to gain some advantage at the beginning. But as long as you do this kind of thing, you will 100% incur the hostility of all countries in the future. And once you fail on the battlefield, someone will definitely die. No one will regard the devil's allies as nobles, and there will no longer be a chance to surrender. Brennus did this kind of thing more than a year ago, so no one will regard him as a duke now. He can only go to the dark side. Otherwise, as long as he loses, the whole family will be tied to the cross, burned to ashes. Faced with such a situation, several countries have responded in completely different ways. The first to respond to Leon's call was Creon of the Bacchus Empire. In other words, the Knights of the Shining Cross. The glorious Knight Loris came to Longha Town again. This time, he brought most of the Knights combatants, including General Creon. Lord Leon, I am here to repay a debt of gratitude. Loris is still wearing his white cloak, but this time, there should be no map on the cloak. The Red Death in the Bacchus Empire has been completely resolved. Does His Majesty Marius know that you are here? Leon was very pleased that sowing good causes reaped good results, and his original efforts were not in vain. Of course His Majesty Marius knew that we were here, and he even provided us with a large amount of military rations. Loris nodded, but then showed a smile. However, His Majesty Marius asked me to tell you that you must pay him a military fee. The Knights of the Shining Cross are now a regular legion of the Empire, and it is proper to help allies fight. Moral, but money must be collected. Master Leon, you know, this is also the practice of our knights. Leon smiled. Okay, I was finally blackmailed by him, but I have no money now. Can you keep the account first? I can give him an IOU. Creon also smiled and waved to Alina. Miss Alina, His Majesty asked you to sign on his behalf to sign a loan to Lord Leon. His Majesty Marius also built a bank in Siyuan City, the Imperial Bank. Then, Creon took out a piece of parchment from his body and the amount on it looked familiar. 500,000 dinars was exactly the loan amount that Anson originally approved for Creon. Liang and Anson covered their faces together. Sure enough, if you go out to hang out, you will have to pay it back sooner or later. However, just as the original loan was actually the goodwill of Anson and Leon, this was also the goodwill of Marius. At the same time, General Creon stated that the Bacchus Empire would fully shift its battlefront to the territory of Dexia during this period, and Leon could safely deal with the demons and fallen ones in the Lion Realm. In the hearts of some people, there are many things that are more important than fighting for power and territory. But this is also the only regular army in each country that actively responds to Liang's call. In addition, there was also a small force of archers from the Silver Mist Rangers who were forced to join the battle due to personal connections. This was a pure accident. The people of the Silver Mist Rangers did not do it for Liang's sake. They were forcibly brought by Wendy. Those archers were Wendy's apprentices. Wendy has been looking for clues about Liang for more than a year, and met some northern archers near Fletcher who were dealing with the Jata people. After demonstrating her skills as a Jata rider, she became an idol to those archers who were members of the Silver Mist Rangers, most of whom were obsessed with their bow skills. Wendy's helping hand and the kind attitude she showed gave the people of the Silver Mist Rangers a completely different view of the Noldor elves than most people. They believed that the Noldor were not as cold and heartless as others said. Especially Wendy. Say it again. Wendy is so beautiful. No one in the Crow realm has ever seen such stunning beauty. Therefore, although they became Wendy's apprentices, it was somewhat in name only. After all, Wendy's shooting skills mainly relied on talent and time. Although they are not familiar with Leon and Roland, they will definitely help their teacher as long as Wendy calls. But apart from these two forces, the reactions of other countries were completely different. Crow King Gregory IV politely replied to the letter, saying that he had discovered a large-scale invasion of the Misty Mountain people in the north. He could only wish Duke Leon good luck on behalf of the Crow Kingdom. King Vides of Field's Way was not so polite. He directly asked the messenger to come back and tell Leon, saying that he hoped that Leon would die with the devil again. But fortunately, at least, he did not plan to fight with the devil. Partner. There was no response at all from Dexia. They must have encountered the army of the Bacchus Empire, and probably the two Bahad Khans wanted Leon to die quickly. This is also expected. Leon did not expect to receive any support. He just hoped that other countries would not come to cause trouble. It was an unexpected surprise that the Knights of the Radiant Cross and the Silver Mist Rangers were able to come. However, this is not the only surprise. When Leon was reorganizing his troops and preparing to send troops, Ramon sent someone, and they sent a lot of people. Almost all members of Ramon's Brotherhood. Even Ramon himself came. Good brother. I thought you were dead. You came back without notifying me. Now you have to do something big. But you didn't even send anyone to notify me. Humph. Ramon crossed his arms and looked at Leon sideways, seemingly dissatisfied. Ramon? I really didn't expect you to come this far. This is no longer business. Seeing Ramon, Leon was really surprised that he didn't send an envoy to Sinjar at all. And he didn't think Ramon would respond to such a call. If everything was business, then there would be no good brothers in the world. Besides, if half a continent or even more places were destroyed by those walking zombies, how could I do business? Ramon said with a smile, looking very selfless. Good brother. Did you get some news that I don't know about? After hearing about the Walking Dead, Leon immediately realized that Ramon was the most well-informed in the entire continent. He must have known what was going on in Lion City. But he still came. This means that Ramon may have received some clear information. And it is related to Ramon's own safety. Otherwise, he would not be able to bring out all his family assets. Ramon's face became serious. I really want to tell you some news. The city of Lion is full of undead. Caliph Tahir died at the gate of Lion City, and almost all his troops became undead. And these undead, they attacked Sinjar 2 months ago. I finally managed to kill them. All the Dexia troops who died in Lion City became undead? All of them? Leon was shocked. Although he knew that Kavala could control corpses, he really didn't expect that it would be a natural disaster. If he died in battle, he would become undead. Then who would dare to attack the Lion City? Anyway, what I saw in Sinjar was most of Tahir's troops. All turned into walking zombies. The fatal wounds and rotten flesh on their bodies were clearly visible. But they still acted like an army. Ramon nodded and said, Besides, Tahir is among them. Are Tyre's troops the only undead that appeared in Sinjar? Did you see a conspicuous corpse wearing gold armor? Leon continued to ask. Golden armor? I didn't see it. Only Ulrich wears that thing. Those who appeared in Sinjar are all Tyre's troops. I am familiar with them, and I can't be mistaken. Ramon shook his head. I'm not sure whether the undead army will continue to attack Single. So no matter what the devil is in the Lion City, I must kill it with you. Didn't you see Ulrich? Leon felt a little strange. In mid-October, more than half of Tyre's troops died in Lion City. General Creon saw this with his own eyes. And he also talked about it. 2 months ago, undead troops attacked Sinjar. In early November. In other words, after Tyre's troops turned into undead, they immediately attacked Sinjar? There was no reason for Kavala to provoke Single at that time. Right? Those undead were probably not led by Kavala. Single is the hometown of these troops. Are they still conscious after death and planning to go home? Kavala probably can't make all the undead completely obey his command? Leon was not sure. But in any case, the addition of Ramon is a good thing after all. What Ramon brought was not just a bunch of soldiers. Although these men in black usually work as waiters in Ramon's hotel, Leon knows that these people are members of the Scorpio Assassin and true believers of the Dark Goddess. Although they never mention the name of the goddess Arida. Moreover, Ramon also equipped the Scorpio Assassins with expensive ebony sabers. Those Scorpio Awe, who were low-level members undergoing training, were even equipped with long-handled broad-bladed knives, heavy weapons that were incompatible with the assassins. Obviously, throwing knives and daggers are really not suitable for dealing with the walking dead. When Single fought against the undead, Ramon's assassins must have suffered heavy losses due to weapon problems. If it weren't for the fact that the assassins were not big and had average strength, Ramon might have equipped them with sledgehammers. After all, the swords and hammers used by the Silver Hands are the most suitable for dealing with the undead. A few days later, Leon completed his pre-war preparations and began to march towards Lion City. Just like what he said to Amy, when the other side of Cliff Bay declares allegiance to Ulrich, it's time to send troops. The troops from Qiaoyan Bay were also moving towards Lion City at this time. But the troops under Brennus did not go to take refuge with Ulrich. According to the instructions given to them by Circe, they were to attack the Lion City and kill that Ulrich. Leon did not release Medea and Circe. They were still in White Deer Castle and were guarded by the Noldor elves. But Circe does have complete control over Craggy Bay and can issue orders using her handwriting. Her current identity is Ulrich's youngest daughter Denise, the successor of Ulrich, promoted by Brennus himself. As for Brennus, he went to Bacchus after Malbot was accused of treason. After learning that his son had been castrated, he took the initiative to defect to the Three Prophets. Now he has completely lost his sense of self. Circe used psychedelic drugs, completely controlling his mind. Since they cannot control the fallen, the Three Prophets are very careful in seducing their followers. Most of the human troops in Qiaoyan Bay have now become the confused followers of the prophets like Morgan. At this time, Kia Yanwen's troops had already arrived at Leisure City, and Li Ang's troops arrived at the ruins of Chicha Fortress, where there was still a large piece of burnt stone wall. Leon brought out all the elite troops, including some members of the Griffin Knights, the Silver Hand, the Call of the Horn Rangers, the Knights of the Radiant Cross, the Scorpion Assassin Brotherhood, the Silver Mist Rangers, and Roland's Knights of the New Dawn. Also included is the Knights of Dusk. It can be said that half of the top elite troops in Pendor are here. Only the Noldor guards were temporarily absent, and Leon stayed temporarily in Chicha Fortress to wait for their return. Of course, the Noldor guards also regrouped. But Leon asked Risa Dillon to take the guards to Baranley town first. Risadlin's mission is to find a way to retrieve the Gate of the Abyss. The Gate of the Abyss should have an impact on people's souls. People with weaker souls may be sucked in. Only the Noldor don't have to worry about this problem. But one day later, Risadlin did not return to Chicha Fortress. Instead, he sent someone to ask for help. He encountered an accident in Baranley town. No one expected that the Lion Knights led by Lehman would appear in Baranley. Chapter 362 Who Seduces Whom? The Noldor elves sent by Risadlin to ask for help quickly described the situation they encountered. Leon did not rush to help rashly, but took a look at the ring on his hand and put it to his mouth. Your Majesty Kavala, I really didn't expect that you would use the Lion Knight to deal with me. But do you think Raymond can deal with me? Liang's voice was very small, still like a whisper. This time, Kavala didn't respond. But Liang is certain that Lehman's appearance is definitely not a coincidence. Lehman has been staying at Ebion since Ulrich's death. At that time, Some lion knights followed him and guarded Ibian closely. After that, no matter what happened in Lion City or Cliff Bay, Lehman and these lion knights never left Ibian. Lehman was neither loyal to Amy nor to Brennus. He is Ulrich's loyalist and only takes orders from King Ulrich. At that time, many lords in the Lion Kingdom remained neutral. Raymond stayed in the family territory and did not go out. Of course, Amy would not attack him. At that time, no one would find trouble to make enemies for themselves, as Lehman is the deputy leader of the Lion Knights. The troops in Kiayanwan will naturally not cause trouble for him. As a result, Lehman, who had been staying in Ibian, actually avoided several battles, and even completely saved Ibian, and also protected many Lion Knights. But now, Lehman suddenly left Ibian with all the Lion Knights who followed him, went to Baranley town, and fished out the Gate of the Abyss? This guy came sooner or later, but he just happened to appear when he sent people to salvage the Gate of the Abyss. Leon could tell that it was a trap just by feeling. It's normal for Kavala to design such a trap. Leon has been wearing the ring, and Kavala will definitely know his general movements. However, Leon didn't care if Kavala knew his location. How could Kavala leave the city without using himself as bait? Leon felt that Kavala must have been paying attention to the Gate of the Abyss. Leon had seen with his own eyes how media used the Gate of the Abyss. If the code was nearby, they could directly leave their bodies and parasitize on the Gate of the Abyss. And they could also rely on the code to expel other people's souls to the Abyss. For the three prophets, the code is not only their shelter, but also the amplifier of their soul power. After all, these codes were originally the qualification certificates and passes given by the god of creation to other gods. If it were Kavala, the logic should be similar. If nothing else, Kavala should have used the code as an assistant when he took over Ulrich's body. Anna was probably forcibly expelled to the Gate of the Abyss by him with the help of the code. He was using the remains of Egram's body that was as burnt as bacon. Without the existence of the code, it would have been difficult to deal with Anna. Kavala will definitely not always use Ulrich's body. But as far as the body he can get currently, the one that suits him best is Ulrich. This is not because Ulrich is a king, but because Ulrich drank medicine made from dragon tears. Just like Kavala tried to trick Leon into giving him control of his body. Leon's body also has the magic power brought by dragon tears, which may be more suitable for Kavala than other people's bodies, because Kavala himself is a mixture of elf and human. However, there are some rules that Kavala must follow. Like the three prophets, the body must die first before the spirit body can leave the body and occupy another body again. At the same time, judging from what happened to Irano, if this person's soul power is very strong or his will is very determined, Kavala may not be able to control it. For example, Maltese, the real Sindarin elf. Leon has never met Maltese, but judging from the situation in Siyuan City in the Bacchus Empire 2 years ago, Maltese should still retain a certain degree of self-awareness. This should be a characteristic of the undead. After becoming undead, part of the soul may be retained. Maybe this is also a basic rule. If the soul is completely dead, you will be completely dead. If you completely lose the spirit body, you will lose all consciousness and become a fallen person. Neither of these two can create an undead. Leon felt that the undead were probably in a state where the soul was about to leave the body. The body functions were indeed dead, but neither the spirit nor the soul left the body. Instead, they were possessed by some kind of magic that could bring people back to life, forcibly locked in the corpse. Just like what Leon himself experienced when he was possessed by Kavala in the temple of the god of creation. He was in a state where his soul was half out of his body. At that time, his consciousness could no longer control his body. It was his instinct that drove his body. He struggled to move. In other words, it was his subconscious that played a role at that time. The undead are probably the same. The fighting methods of the Python Knights in the Dread Legion that they encountered at the seaside could also prove this. They maintain the appearance of an army, but they never dodge during confrontation. This is probably because their bodies are broken and their souls are incomplete. But the subconsciousness brought about by rigorous training as an elite force during their lifetimes is still retained. Therefore, even if no one is commanding them, they can still form formations and fight on their own. The Desha warriors that Ramon saw who were transformed into undead actually spontaneously returned to Sinjar. This is probably the reason why Ramon expelled all Tyre's men from Sinjar last year. These people still need to die. He came back to attack the city, probably because he had deep resentment. And even after he died, he still retained a desire to return home. The undead should have a certain degree of consciousness. unlike the fallen, who are specifically designed to occupy and are pure empty LS. What Kabbalah wants is Baltus's body. So Kabbalah still needs to keep the Gate of the Abyss for the time being. Without the help of the code, he may not be able to completely control Maltese. At the same time, keeping the Gate of the Abyss can also lead Leon out, since Kabbalah believes that Leon is an evil spirit from another world. In his eyes, there is probably no difference between Leon and Egram. Since it is an evil spirit, Leon will definitely come to get this code. But Kabbalah is definitely worried. He is definitely worried that Leon, the evil spirit from another world, will use the Gate of the Abyss to summon more evil spirits from other worlds. Therefore, he did not take the Gate of the Abyss to Lion City, but left it at the bottom of Lucian Lake to avoid any accidents. Anyway, Lucian Lake is not far away, so he can react immediately to any movement. Just like now, Leon sent the Nolder elves to get the Gate of the Abyss, and someone immediately took the Gate of the Abyss away. It's just this guy Lehman. He is a die-hard confidant of Ulrich, and is loyal to Ulrich only. He is indeed loyal to Ulrich. But this kind of loyalty, pity, is it to pursue the knight concept of consistency to the end, knowing that there is something wrong with Ulrich in the Lion City. He still wants to be loyal to his oath? Maybe. But this kind of foolish loyalty is a disease that is difficult to cure. Leon thought for a while, took off the ring on his hand, and pulled Dalian to give instructions for a while. As a result, the Griffin Knights, all cavalry, received a fateful mission. The current Griffin Knights have been expanded to more than 1,000 people. As Amy announced her abdication, all her Griffin Claws joined the Griffin Knights, and more than 60 of them successfully passed the assessment, became a female Griffin Knight. These female knights originally recruited personnel in a similar way to the Griffin Knights, and it seemed fitting to integrate them at this time. Amy herself also became the deputy leader of the Griffin Knights. She really passed the knight assessment with her true skills, but the weapon she used to assess her martial arts was a musket. Dalian, who was in charge of the battle assessment at the time, wisely chose to admit defeat. Being able to defeat Dalian, coupled with her reputation as a former queen, and the unanimous support of the female knights, Amy is certainly qualified to serve as the deputy leader. This is considered a loophole in the rules. But after all, it was never said before that new weapons were not allowed. In order not to let others take advantage of this loophole, Sir Azrael resigned from the position of Knight Commander and became the Chief Bachelor of the Knights. He is also the person in charge of recording history, inheriting and optimizing the culture of the Knights. However, Amy did not participate in this battle. She knew how much she weighed and did not intend to cause trouble to Leon. Amy is helping Bodies form another army of female soldiers. When Dalian led all the members of the Griffin Knights to the bridge west of Lion City, Lisa Dillon was leading the guards to confront Lehman across the river. The members of the guard were all on standby with bows and arrows, and several rangers were injured. In the middle of the bridge were several corpses of lion servants, with gleaming Nolder arrows stuck in their bodies. Apparently, Lehman tried to charge with force, but failed. But this situation is not quite in line with the current situation. If Lehman was really eager to send the Gate of the Abyss to Lion City, there would not be a confrontation until now. It's more like waiting for something. Dalian and Rasadalin nodded, whispered something, then rode their horses directly onto the bridge and walked towards the other side of the river, towards Lehman. Sir Raymond? I am Griffin Knight Dalian. Dalian did not raise the white flag or take off his sword, but walked directly to the other side of the bridge. Knight of the Wild Lion, who are you loyal to now? Leon has not yet declared himself king, and Dalian did not call him his majesty at this time. Griffin Knight. How interesting. Of course, I am loyal to King Ulrich. I was before and I am now. A bitter smile appeared on Lehman's face. Ulrich is dead. It's not like you don't know. Dalian shook his head. He is still alive. He is in the Lion City. Dalian, I still regard Liang as the Grand Duke of Changha Town of the Lion Kingdom. Since you are Liang's subordinate, you shouldn't block me here. Where is Liang? Where is he? Lehman's attitude is very firm, and it is certain that he is conscious and is neither controlled by anyone nor an undead. Well, in that case, Master Liang asked me to ask you a question. Dalian nodded and looked at the codex in Raymond's hand. What Lord Godric once taught you. The first article of the Lion Knight's Oath. Do you still remember it? After saying that, he turned around and prepared to return to the other side of the bridge. Dalian, I am a knight. I am just doing what a knight should do. Loyalty is also the highest oath of your Griffin Knights. Lehman shouted after him. Loyalty. Yes, Lord Liang's judgment is right. As a knight, maybe you have done nothing wrong. You have always protected your colleagues. Never fought for power. Never favored anyone. Never lied or cheated. And now just follow the orders of the king you swore allegiance to. Loyalty, justice, honesty, and loyalty. You have them all. Dalian turned around and said calmly, but there is only one thing, the most important one, and the first point of the Lion Knight's oath. But you forgot. The Lion Knight swore to maintain the peace of the country. But now, do you think that guy in the Lion City, who is neither human nor ghost, can still keep the country peaceful? Lehman, look at the heretic code in your hand. You should know what it is. You must be loyal to your oath of allegiance. Why don't you abide by the oath of the Lion Knight? In order to be loyal to the king, you would rather associate with the heretic. Is this so? Is this the knightly honor you're after? And do you know why Master Liang didn't come here? Because he knows what you are going to do. Heretics, your ambush is in the river. Right? Come out. I've seen you. Dalian returned to the other end of the bridge, pulled out his sword, and habitually turned the ring on his hand, turning the griffin ring to the inside of his finger. It was the High King's ring, but now once again on Dalian's hand. There was indeed an ambush in the river. In the Sava River, a large group of undead appeared and silently walked to the shore step by step. Why is my ring in your hand? Where is Liang? Ulrich himself emerged from the water and looked at Dalian in surprise. Lord Liang said that he is too timid to fight against the undead. Dalian smiled. Besides, I am also timid. Brothers, retreat. Where is Liang? Of course in Lion City. When Lisa Dillon was sent to retrieve the Gate of the Abyss, he originally wanted to use the Gate of the Abyss to lure Kavala out. In fact, Liang didn't need the Gate of the Abyss, and he couldn't use it. As for whether to save Anna or not, it was purely to get the three prophets to cooperate. Liang didn't have much sympathy for Anna. Of course, it would be better if Ulrich's wish could be fulfilled. But if it couldn't be fulfilled, it wouldn't matter. The three prophets couldn't die anyway, so they could go to Ulrich's place anytime. But since Kavala used the Gate of the Abyss to design a trap, Liang naturally changed his approach temporarily. Anyway, no matter what trap Kavala wants to set, Liang will not take it directly. Isn't it just for times like this that I purposely keep wearing the ring without taking it off? Who seduces whom? Who ambushed whom? Even if Kavala knew the location of the ring, who could tell the difference between the real and the real? Since Kavala wants to set up an ambush, let Dalian wear the ring and swing it around. There is a high probability that Kavala can be lured out of the Lion City. The Griffin Knights and the Noldor Guards are both pure cavalry units with top-notch riding skills. Although they may not be able to defeat Kavala because of their small strength, they can definitely run away and even lead the enemy into Liang's ambush circle. But Liang did not plan to ambush Kavala by the river, because that was the battlefield chosen by the enemy, and there was no time. He wanted to make a time difference and choose the battlefield outside the Lion City. Chapter 363 Loyalty and Fate. By the Sava River, the Griffin Knights and the Noldor Guards ran away in two directions. The Knights of the Griffin head east, and the Guards of the Noldor head north. Ulrich stood by the river and hesitated for a while, with no expression on his pale green face. Your Majesty, we should give chase. Lehman came forward with no expression on his face, but his eyes were a little lonely, and Dalian's words really hurt him. Chasing? If you chase me, I'm afraid it will be our turn to be ambushed. Right? Humph. I underestimated that cunning boy. Let's bypass this place and go to Qiaoyan Bay. Ulrich shook his head. Clear Rock Bay? Your Majesty, aren't you going back to Lion City? Do you want to give up Lion City? But once Liang attacks Lion City, the Kingdom of Lion will really cease to exist. The Lion Knights, they will always be regarded as heretical rebels, and will never have a chance to restore their reputation. Lehman looked at Ulrich in disbelief and took 2 steps back. Indeed, the Lion City is now more than just a majestic royal city. It now represents the final legal system of the Lion Kingdom. The East and North currently only obey the rule of Liang and are no longer loyal to the Lion Kingdom. Most of the land in the West has been occupied by Fields Way and Dexia. Currently, it is still considered the territory of the Lion Kingdom. Only Lion City and Qiaoyan Bay are left. However, the Lion City is the capital after all, and it is of great significance. No matter whether the Ulrich in the city is a human or a ghost, as long as the Golden Lion flag is still flying in the Lion City, the Kingdom of the Lion will still exist. However, If Ulrich gave up Lion City at this time and went to Xiaoyan Bay, does the Lion Kingdom still exist? In addition, Xiaoyan Bay is full of heretics and degenerates, and it is obvious that they are completely controlled by heretics. Besides, the troops around Ulrich are all undead. Anyone can see it. Under this situation, if the Lion Knights still follow Ulrich, they will definitely be regarded as followers of heretics by everyone, and there will no longer be a chance to clear their reputation. This is also the main reason why Liang must publicly declare his allegiance to Ulrich in Xiaoyan Bay before launching an attack. Liang was once a lord who swore allegiance to Ulrich. He must first let the entire continent know that Ulrich is now a heretic who is in league with the devil, so as not to bear the infamy of betraying his oath. At the same time, Liang did not proclaim himself king in Chenghe town. Instead, he raised the banner of crushing heretics and called on the entire continent to clear out demons, together with Paladin Roland, all in order to characterize this matter as a battle between good and evil. So what if we give up the Lion City? As long as we can achieve the final victory. Any concessions and sacrifices are temporary. Victory is the most important, Ulrich said nonchalantly. Really? For the sake of victory, the reputation of the Lion Knights can be sacrificed. Right. Lehman shook his head and took 2 steps back. Your Majesty, maybe you don't care about anything else but victory. But I care about the reputation of the Lion Knights. I care about whether the Lion Knights have a chance to become the Royal Knights again. Regiment, I care whether the Lion Knight can still stand in the sun. My brothers care about this too. What do you want to do? It is impossible for the Lion Knights to surrender to Liang. Are you planning to fight Liang's troops head-on? He must have made sufficient preparations. The troops sent by Xiaoyan Bei are not loyal to me. Those were all brought by Liang to attack Lion City. If you return to Lion City now, you will all die. Ulrich looked at Lehman, his dull eyes without any sparkle, but his tone was a little restless. Maybe not, but at least we will die like true knights. Lehman mounted his horse, bypassed Ulrich, and then threw the code in his hand directly into the Sava River under the bridge. Raymond! History is written by the victors. Glory belongs only to the victors. The reputation of the Lion Knights will only be cleared after the final victory. There is no point in you dying like this. Ulrich shouted at Lehman. Lehman stopped and turned his back to Ulrich. Thought that just means nothing to you. Right. Do you really know what fame and glory are? I have confirmed now that you are indeed not Ulrich. His Majesty. He turned back and took one last look at Ulrich's green face. His Majesty the King to whom I am loyal may have done many wrong things, but he has always been a true knight. And you have no knighthood at all. Heart. People like you are definitely no match for Liang. The winner who writes history in the end may not be you either. After saying that, he turned back and raised his lance. Knights of the Lion! Glory is my life! The golden lion flag passed by Ulrich, and these last Lion Knights followed Lehman's footsteps and galloped towards the Lion City. Ulrica, also known as Kavala, stood by the river for a long time without moving. His eyes that no longer had the luster may have been unable to see, but he still turned his head in the direction of Lehman and let out a low sigh. Then, he walked into the river again and picked up the wet code. Of course, Lehman was not acting on impulse. He had been helping Ulrich solve some shady troubles for many years. Such a person was naturally not an impulsive and reckless man. But everyone has their own credo. They all have things they really care about. Maybe the behavior of the Lion Knights over the years cannot be said to be an honor, but everything Lehman has comes from the Lion Knights. In his eyes, the Lion Knights are everything. Previously, Kavala used the identity of Ulrich to issue the king's order, which was to use the loyalty relationship between the Lord of the Lion Kingdom and Ulrich to turn the war into a civil war in the Kingdom of the Lion, and take the legal principles into account. Come to your own side. Everyone could see it. Even Lehman could see it, although he didn't know it was Kavala. But no matter who Ulrich is, as long as Ulrich is resurrected, it means that the Lion Knights have a new opportunity. Amy and Leon once characterized the Lion Knights as an illegal knighthood, and Brennus launched a counterattack with the power of the heretical fallen last year. Now the Lion Knights are completely regarded as associates of the heretics. And basically everyone shout out. Lehman did not leave the family territory for more than a year, because when Amy was still the queen, the people of the Lion Knights could not publicly reveal that the Lion Knights massacred Godric and Amy's hometown Crow Village. And unexpectedly Amy's brother Andrew was accidentally killed. This was an irreconcilable hatred, and there was no possibility of surrender. But after Amy left the Lion City, Ulrich was resurrected and issued the king's order. which meant that this series of events could be defined as a civil war in the kingdom. And the Lion Knights once again had an object of allegiance. Since it is a civil war, from the king's standpoint, no matter what method is used, it is understandable. Civil war has always been more cruel than foreign wars. Even if it helps the power of heresy, even if a massacre occurs, it is understandable. In this way, the Lion Knights have a good reason to return to the Lion City. In the name of being loyal to the Lion King, they can use loyalty to cover up all the past stains of the Lion Knights. Anyway, the Lion Knights can not know. The king conspired with the heretics. Everything the Lion Knights do is just under orders. As a royal knight, you can't disobey the king's orders. Right. It is true that other aspects cannot be washed away, but loyalty can indeed be washed away. Besides, the Knights of the Lion can be so loyal to a king who is suspected of being a heretic. Isn't that a model of knighthood? At most, he would be called foolish and loyal, as long as they establish a reputation of absolute loyalty. The Lion Knights can wash away the bad influence brought by Brennus and stand in the sun again. Moreover, maybe people will secretly praise especially the kings of various countries. After re-establishing such a reputation, no matter what fate the Lion Knights encounter, they will never truly perish. Just like the chivalrous and righteous Lion Knights led by Leonardo decades ago, even if they are completely destroyed, can also be re-established as a royal knights by King Ulrich based on their past reputation. What king wouldn't like such a knighthood? Therefore, of course Raymond will be loyal to Ulrich. Lehman knew that Ulrich's troops were all undead. But it didn't matter, as long as the king was indeed Ulrich, and as long as there were not a large number of undead or fallen people blatantly appearing outside the Lion City. The city was always locked up. Door! No one else knows what is in the city. But if Ulrich gives up Lion City now, that would basically mean that the Lion Kingdom was destroyed. But if the Lion Knights want to restore their reputation, or rebuild their reputation of loyalty, it must be based on their allegiance to the Kingdom of the Lion. You can't just change your family to explain your loyalty. Right. In other words, continue to follow a false king who is destined to be regarded as a heretic by the entire continent. But this false king is going to lead the undead army to Qiaoyan Bay. This is no longer the case in the Lion City. Everyone can see it, as the undead army marches all the way north. I'm afraid the entire continent will understand that this Ulrich is a demon. Under such circumstances, if the Lion Knights still followed Ulrich, it would not be called loyalty. That's called self-degradation. For Kavala, for the sake of final victory, he could indeed choose to give in temporarily. He was even willing to let Leon occupy the Lion City, because he could use the ubiquitous statues in the Lion City to monitor Liang's every move. Anyway, he has no intention of conquering the mainland in the name of the Kingdom of Lions. He is just replenishing the undead soldiers while waiting for Martis and his Fear army. He can wait anywhere. Moreover, for him, the Lion Kingdom is the descendant of a country thief and is not something to be regretted about. But the Lion Knights had no retreat. Lehman must restore the reputation of the Lion Knights when the Lion City still belongs to Ulrich. Otherwise, no matter who wins the final victory in the future, the reputation of the Lion Knights will be completely impossible to clear. If the last chance is given up, the Knights of the Lion will always be nothing more than a group of rogue knights who follow heretics. Therefore, Lehman must add the footnote of loyalty to the Lion Knights in the Lion City. He is going to die in Lion City, as long as we finish this battle without retreating. No matter success or failure, life or death, it will be the victory of the Lion Knights. It would be better for King Ulrich to escape to Cliff Bay. This will further highlight the tragedy and loyalty of the Lion Knights. And this, Ulrich, may not be able to write history as a winner. Even if he wins, he probably won't write the Knights of the Lion too well. He has no knight's honor in his heart. He may not care about any knights at all. Reputation? Lehman felt that he could only rely on himself to write a history that would not be tampered with. Just like the Griffin Knights, when the Kingdom of Lion was first established. Fight to the last man so that the enemy cannot tamper with the Lion Knights. Loyalty. That's what Lehman thought. And that's what he did. Those who are willing to leave, throw down their weapons and go. This is the last battle of the Lion Knights. I must die here. When he saw Liang's Griffin flag from a distance, Raymond stopped the troops. Those who are willing to die with me, come with me. Charge. Lion Knight. Forward. Under the Lion City, there is already a large group of chaotic troops on the northern city wall who have begun to quickly attack Lion City. Many followers of the prophet, who are not afraid of death, have been sent from Xiaoyan Bay. But Liang did not attack Lion City directly. The city wall of Lion City was so high that before the cannon fodder made a gap, Liang would not let his elite fill it in. He took various knights and set up a big bag outside the Lion City. This was still a conspiracy. Liang had never taken off the ring before. Kavala must have known that Liang asked Circe to mobilize troops from Xiaoyan Bay. He could also know from the statues in the city that a large force was attacking the city. If you want to keep Lion City, you must dig into this pocket. It doesn't matter if Kavala doesn't return to Lion City. Then Liang will really capture Lion City. It's not a loss anyway. When he saw Lehman leading the Lion Knights, Liang realized that Kavala probably wouldn't come. Especially when seeing the number of Lion Knights who launched the charge. There were not many Lion Knights who followed Lehman in the charge. Only about 200 people in total. Most of them are Lion Knights, with only a few mounted retainers. Liang felt a little disappointed. It seemed that it was not that easy to kill Kavala. At the same time, it's a little sad that Raymond is a real knight. Unfortunately, he is a Lion Knight. Lion Knight! Forward! The Lion Knights have already set up their lances. On the lances, golden lion flags are being carried by the horses moving forward at high speed, making a fierce sound of wind. No matter what kind of person leads what kind of soldiers, the Lion Knights under Lehman are not cowards. They dispersed the followers. But most of the Lion Knights did not leave. They know their end. But they also know their mission. Risa Dillon, go and send the order for other troops to attack the Lion City with all their strength. There was no point in encircling the Lion Knights without Liang's order. There were only 200 Lion Knights who rushed over. Dalian took the initiative and led the Griffin Knights forward. For Dalian, this is a fateful battle. 160 years ago, before Alfred stole the country and became king, the Griffin Knights, who protected the Pender royal family, were destroyed due to the betrayal of the Lion Knights. 30 years ago, the Knights of the Lion briefly joined hands with the remnants of the Knights of the Griffin to serve a respectable queen, but eventually disappeared together on the mainland. And now, before another new king is about to become king, the Lion Knights reorganized by the descendants of the stolen country will also be destroyed at the hands of the Griffin Knights reorganized by the new king of Pender. Hatred and love, division and union, are entangled. This Lion City is the best witness to the centuries-old feud between these two knights. The two knights rushed together like needles facing each other. Chapter 364 Special Weapons. Raymond, who was determined to die, was indeed extremely brave. He used a steel shield to forcefully smash Dalian's lance in a high-speed charge. And at the cost of an injured left shoulder, he forced his way out of the Griffin Knights lineup. The reputation of the Crazy Lion Knight is not in vain. Raymond is indeed like a crazy lion on the battlefield. There were so many Griffin Knights, but no one could stop him. Leon! Lehman shouted, then raised his lance, lowered his head slightly, and rushed towards Liang single-handedly. This is the etiquette between knights inviting battle. In the arena of Fog Cage City, Liang defeated Raymond. At that time, after Liang noticed that Lehman's horse was exhausted, he also challenged Lehman to a fight. But Liang knows that now. Lehman invites the battle with knighthood, not to win back the game that Fog Cage City lost on this battlefield of life and death. He came to seek death. Bring it on! Liang did not avoid the battle. He picked up his lance and rushed out, just like he did in the arena. He held the gun in his left hand and faced Raymond. He still didn't carry a shield, and still held the Griffin sword in his right hand. Raymond also raised his shield to protect his face, as if he were in an arena. Close. Liang used his left pistol as before, and instead of holding the gun flat for hedging, he stretched out his hand and poked it out. After all, the attack distance was a little longer. But this time, when two horses passed by each other, Lehman suddenly stood up from the horse and rushed out to meet the tip of Liang's spear. The lance in his hand stabbed out stubbornly at the same time. Boom boom! Pong! The two lances broke apart almost at the same time, and Lehman was knocked off his horse again. The location where he was shot was in the center of his chest. He forcefully flew out and took out the gun without any protection at all. However, when Lehman fell from his horse, he also hit Liang's left shoulder with his lance. Liang reached sideways and drew his gun, but Lehman could only hit his left shoulder. But this time it was not an arena. This was a battlefield, and both of them used heavy lances with steel heads. The broken spear head pierced Lehman's chest, and the crazy lion's plate armor was deeply dented. Liang's mithril gauntlet was also dented. But the mithril gauntlet was extremely hard and had a larger curvature. The spear tip scratched out from his shoulder after being stabbed, without causing much damage. However, although there was no direct damage, the huge impact still caused Leon to fall off his horse. Leon now understood that when he was in the arena, Raymond really just didn't want to risk his life. At that time, Leon didn't have a mithril gauntlet. If he was hit by such a shot, it would probably penetrate along the left shoulder to the neck. Lehman, who was lying on the ground, sat up and pulled out the broken gun head from his chest. From the hollow of the breastplate, a bloody arrow shot out. The bright breastplate was instantly stained, and the bright red lion emblem on the chest was covered tightly with blood. But Raymond still stood up unsteadily, took off the big sword from his back, and rushed towards Leon with a big smile. Ha ha ha! Glory is my life! The flying footsteps and the constant gush of blood left a long trail of bright red footprints behind Lehman. Goodbye, last Lion Knight. Leon closed his eyes and lowered his head. A sword thrust out. He didn't look at Lehman, but the sword struck first and pierced Lehman's throat accurately. It was dusk when the last Lion Knight fell under Dalian's sword. The setting sun reflected the battlefield in a golden and red light. It was the same sight as those golden lion flags soaked in blood on the ground. Similarly, outside the north gate of Lion City, blood donations and corpses were everywhere, and the huge golden lion emblems on the walls on both sides were carved into bright red flags. The siege of Lion City is still continuing, but the city gate has been broken. But there are still many undead soldiers in the city who are stubbornly resisting. Kavala did not return to the Lion City and took away most of the undead troops. The main city gate in the north of this majestic city that was once said to be never captured was attacked head-on for the first time. But it was not any knights who broke through the north gate of Lion City, but the followers of the prophet from Cliff Bay. The followers who can be summoned by Circe with a handwritten letter are naturally thoroughly brainwashed. These ignorant guys have no idea what death is. They use the stupidest but most effective way to break through the city gate and rely on human lives to fill it. Thousands of corpses filled up a section of the moat. And then thousands more corpses were left outside the North City Gate. And the North City Gate was forced open with a chariot. The heavy city gates were also chopped into pieces with axes. Of course, the main reason why the city gate can be broken down is because the city is full of zombies, and there is no one to command them. Otherwise, after the moat is filled in, the city gate hole will definitely be blocked. However, it was considered blocked at the moment. After breaking through the city gate, the walking corpses in the city pushed into the city gate hole in a mess. The two sides have been at odds with each other. Outside the city gate are the followers of the heresy, who have been completely brainwashed. And inside the city gate are a group of walking zombies, who have died once. Let them spend their money here, which can be regarded as making the best use of it. Most of the zombies in the city were attracted to the North City Gate, and the followers of the three prophets were almost exhausted. At this moment, there is already a sea of blood outside the North City Gate, and the water in the moat has turned red and black. Broken limbs, and all kinds of messy corpses have filled the city gate hole more than 2 meters high. But the two sides are still blocked by mountains of corpses and seas of blood. Of course, the various knights will no longer use the North City Gate. Rissadalin had already led some scorpion assassins to climb the west wall. While the undead were at the north gate, there were fewer enemies on the west wall. They climbed up with bare hands under the cover of other knights. It's not without reason that these professional killers can make the lords of various countries in the continent fear and uneasy. Even the walls of Lion City cannot stop them. When the last ray of sunset fell below the horizon, the West City Gate was opened by Lisa Dillon. Leon personally held his griffin flag and entered the Lion City. Lion City, the former house of lords of the Kingdom of Pender. Leon walked into this place again. The place had been completely destroyed. The demonic Forbidden Tower had collapsed. The walls were smashed to pieces. The garden under the tower had become a mountain of rubbish. And the whole place was buried under stones and random debris. In only a few places that were not buried, the irises were still blooming lushly. Leon originally thought that after the Forbidden Demon Tower fell, the gloomy eye that caused the two goddesses to leave the mainland should still be in the Lion City. So he had always asked Wendy and Roland to prepare for battle. But after entering the Lion City, I discovered that there was not a single fallen person in the city, let alone any abyssal demons. It seems that the fallen ones that General Creon saw 3 months ago were probably the ones Anna brought down to destroy the Forbidden Demon Tower. There is indeed a blood pool in the ruins of the Forbidden Demon Tower, and it is quite large. After the tower fell, you can see a corner of the blood pool in the ruins. The pool was made of metal, and the walls were covered with thick blood stains. The cost of an all-metal pool is quite high, probably to prevent leakage. But the blood in the blood pool has long dried up, and it is filled with stones and sand. It is not sure if there is a body used by the ghastly eye in it. Leon ordered all the ruins to be sorted out and searched. But he was not at ease. A few days later, the House of Nobles was cleaned up, and a special body was indeed found among the ruins. The corpse was buried very deep. The entire tower, stones, wood, and various debris piled up into a mountain after its collapse. The corpse was buried at the bottom, probably in the center of the underground pool of blood. If the place is not completely cleaned up, there is really no way to find this body. But this wasn't the fallen, and it wasn't any egrium. It was a strange corpse covered with green scales, with its chest and abdomen cut open, and without any internal organs in its abdominal cavity. Leon has seen this body. This is the corpse that came out of the closed temple in Brethwing. In the temple in Brethwing, there were 999 corpses creating a pool of blood, and a mysterious man's voice said that he is the chosen one. Although this thing's face was covered in snakeskin like scales, it was hard to tell whether it was the same one. But at that time, the mutilated corpse tore out its own intestines and internal organs, and then left Brethwing. And the one we see now does not have any internal organs. So it is most likely the one from Brethwing. Governor Kairos had been chasing it, trying to follow it to find his son Antonius. But Antonius was actually taken away by Anson. And Anson took Antonius back to Bashi City the next day. But Kairos never came back and became a missing person. The last news about Kairos was that he went to the territory of Dexia. At that time, Emperor Marius used this incident to trick many Green Forest bandits into stealing horses in the territory of Dexia in the name of purifying heretics. Leon also entrusted Alina to investigate the meaning of this ritual, but no results were found at that time. He only learned from General Creon that the snake-worshipping church uses the Red Death to select strong bodies and use them to create terrible monsters. Warrior. But now, seeing this corpse under the Forbidden Demon Tower again, Leon was a little confused. How did this thing get here? Neither Ulrich nor the three prophets would let him come here. They didn't even know there was a blood pool under the Forbidden Tower. Only the Noldor elves of the same age as Kavala knew. That is to say, this snakeskin man was created by Kavala, and it was Kavala who drove him here. But it stands to reason that it shouldn't be the case. The blood pool in Brethwing was made from the blood of the Red Death, and it was the Red Death that destroyed the kingdom of Pindar. Should Kavala not create the Red Death to kill his descendants? The Red Death is more like Aziz Dahaka's revenge on Kavala. Kavala destroyed most of the gods' codes and led Aziz Dahaka out of Windagrian Island, forcing him to the goddess of order dragged it into the void. All the gods had a grudge against Kavala, and Dahaka also had a grudge against him, etc., etc. Thinking of the Red Death, Leon recalled what Anson had asked at that time. My lord, do you think the king wanted to transfuse the blood of Nuodua girls into his own body? That was when Antonius was given coconut water to die. Anson would think so at that time because Leon said that blood cannot be transfused casually between people, and inappropriate blood is equal to poison. In addition, the Noldor elves do not get sick. So Anson guessed the reason why Ulrich looked for the Noldor maidens when he was seriously ill. Leon also speculated whether Antonius was injected with the blood of the Noldor elves. But now, Leon has another feeling. Maybe he didn't guess wrong at first, but he just didn't think so at all. Is it possible that the blood of the Red Death and the blood of the Noldor elves do have the same effect? Forbidden Demon. There is no doubt that the Red Death was caused by a virus. After all, Leon made the vaccine using horse box and used scientific methods. And the Noldor elves are born unable to use magic. Could it be because of the presence of this virus in their bodies? The descendants of the Noldor must also be the Noldor. This is normal, even if it is not inherited. At least it is due to long-term exposure. It is very normal for children to contract the virus from their parents. And if both parents are Sindari, it is possible to give birth to a Noldor. This may not be caused by genes, but because elf children have poor resistance and are more likely to be infected with this virus. This virus can turn the Sindarin elves into Noldor, who cannot use magic. However, after humans are infected with this virus, due to the genetic and physical differences between humans and elves, the symptoms will be different. The elves just can no longer use embodied magic, and it will not endanger their lives. But humans will continue to weaken. Their skin will break, fall off, bleed and pus until they die. The more Leon thought about it, the more he felt that this seemed to be it. Only in this way could everything have the most reasonable explanation. The Knights of the Ebony Gauntlet are probably not talking nonsense. The Red Death might really have been brought by the elves. However, the Noldor must not have known that they were carrying the virus. Moreover, during the hundreds of years they first arrived in Pendor, the Noldor elves hid in the depths of the forest and never came into contact with humans. They looked down upon humans at all at that time. The person who really caused the Red Death to spread on a large scale was humans themselves. The Forbidden Demon Tower built by Kavala used a large amount of Noldor elves' blood to build a blood pool. Is it really to suppress the so-called demons? The snake cult that has been actively spreading the Red Death is also a sect created by Kavala. Then it all makes sense. No wonder the goddess of order gave such a generous reward after the Red Death vaccine was invented. It's no wonder that even Julia benefited. But Lisa Dillon didn't get anything. The snake cult was created by Kavala after he went to the Wingardarian continent of the Sindari elves. He discovered Az-Dahaka at that time. The snake god Az-Dahaka is a weapon created by the Sindari elves using magic. What kind of weapon? Moreover, the Sindari elves were in a civil war at that time. In other words, some Sindari elves created Az-Dahaka originally to deal with another group of Sindari elves. Forbidden magic is the most powerful targeted weapon for the Sindari elves, who use magic as their main means of attack. In addition, the Noldor elves are just slaves of the Sindarin elves. So could Az-Dahaka be created from the corpses of the Noldor elves? Or perhaps the blood of the Noldor elves? Just like the snakeskin man created in the blood pool. Moreover, it is said that Az-Dahaka has no entity, and its image is a poisonous snake with wings. This is definitely not the appearance of Az-Dahaka. It should be a symbolic pattern, like a special logo. What kind of thing would use such a seemingly evil logo? Highly toxic. Or biochemical weapon. Is it because this humanoid weapon has scales, like snake skin, that it is marked with a big snake symbol? Perhaps. Every such humanoid biochemical weapon is an Az-Dahaka. In other words, Az-Dahaka refers to the kind of snakeskin poisonous person who is created, who is the source of the spread of the Red Death with infinite strength, immortality, and ability to move around. It is not only an undead, but also a forbidden demon puppet with poison all over its body. At the same time, it has also been packaged into a false god by Kavala. This is indeed the most feared weapon of the Sindari elves. It has the ability to suppress magic, and magic is ineffective against it. It is also extremely powerful, and has extremely strong combat effectiveness. In addition, it has a strong vitality that will not die even if its internal organs are eviscerated. And it has the characteristics of being poisonous throughout the body. This is probably why the weapons gods are most afraid of our humans. If they had a physical body, they would be no different from the Sindari elves. Chapter 365 The Sorrow of the Supreme King. Leon still stayed in the garden of the noble house. The place has been renovated and looks empty, with only a few statues still standing. Leon stood in front of a 3-meter-tall stone statue and looked up. This is both a statue of Kavala and a street lamp in the garden of the noble house. The street lamps in the noble house all show Kavala holding the lamp and shining forward. The stone statue of Kavala stands on a stone platform more than 1 meter high. The statue is almost as tall as a human being. It is exquisitely crafted and lifelike. Your Majesty, can I talk to you? You've been looking at me. Right. Leon brought the ring to his mouth and asked softly, "What are you going to talk about? Do you think you have one? You just got the Lion City temporarily, but I will still kill you in the end." Kavala replied immediately, in a calm and distant tone. It seems that he has indeed been paying attention to Leon. "No, I just want to ask, why did you create a snake-worshipping cult? And why did you deliberately spread the Red Death? You founded the kingdom of Pendor with your own hands, and the people on the entire continent were your subjects. Most of the heirs to the Pendor royal family died of the Red Death. So they are your own descendants, and you don't care about them at all?" Leon really wanted to know the reason. After a moment of silence, Kavala's voice rang out. "Of course I care. This is my Pendor. This is the land I laid down with all my hard work. This is the country I built at the expense of countless comrades. But it's precisely because I care that I do this, and I didn't spread the Red Death. Boy, I can tell you everything I've been through. In order to seal the gloomy eye, I conquered the continent. So my comrades died on the battlefield one by one. In order to destroy those damn codes, my wife died in the expedition. And my last brothers also died in the expedition. I have been fighting for the will of the goddess my whole life. And I have never stopped. At that time, I was at the mercy of others and sacrificed everything for the will of the goddess. But it wasn't until I got older that I discovered that I had never obeyed my own will in my life. I was just in the hands of Eunomia. Chess piece. I conquered the continent. destroyed most of the laws, and made Eunomia the only main god in the entire continent who can come to the world. But I lost everything. My wife, my friends, my soldiers, my people, and myself. But what did Eunomia pay? She only gave a few indifferent compliments, and then said that God should not exist in the first place. She didn't even want me to live too long. At that time, I didn't know why. After completing the expedition to Bacchus continent, the only thing I wanted at that time was to enjoy a few more days of peace in my later years. I continued to fight for decades. I've had enough. However, even when I am old, Eunomia still asks me to launch an expedition to Buckley continent. I was already 76 years old at that time. I had been fighting continuously for 55 years. Leon, can you understand my mood at that time? Ha ha ha. Kavala laughed miserably as he spoke. I can indeed understand your mood. Really. But I don't understand your approach. Leon sighed. Eunomia wants to end the chaos caused by the gods. So she has been driving Kavala to conquer. In order to destroy all God's laws, all countries and nations in the entire world must be completely defeated. But for more than 50 years of continuous fighting, no one is allowed to take a holiday. Even a mule can't be used like this. No matter how evil-hearted a capitalist is, he would probably shed tears after seeing this. However, Kavala was really stupid back then. Boy, if it were you, what would you do in that situation? A god you devoutly believe in requires you to do these things. And this is for the safety of all mankind. Perhaps because he didn't expect that Leon would say he understood him. Kavala paused and asked about Leon. Me? I think if it were me, I would definitely not be able to fight for 50 years. To destroy all the codes. It is not necessary to directly conquer them. Wouldn't it be okay to induce people to get them back by offering high rewards? Leon smiled. As the supreme king of Pender continent, I can afford any reward. Why do we have to fight? Besides, Eunomia summons you. Can't you summon others? There are so many in the entire continent. Man, who told you to do this yourself? Kavala was silent. After a long silence, when Leon thought Kavala would not reply again, he heard Kavala let out a faint sigh. Huh? You are right. But at that time, I was just a warrior who devoutly believed in the goddess of order. If the goddess asked me to conquer, I would lead my troops to conquer. And God's code will corrode people's souls. At that time, I was the only one. The Noldor elves were not affected. But the Noldor elves were unwilling to leave the continent of Pender to fight overseas. So I never thought of other ways. From the looks of it, Kavala's mind wasn't very flexible at that time. It's true that people with smart brains are usually not very religious. You didn't want to be at the mercy of the goddess anymore. So you brought Aziz to Haka back from Winjadarian Island? Did you want to kill the goddess at that time? Leon did not laugh at Kavala. Kavala conquered the continent by force and became the supreme king. So he would naturally have inertial thinking. At that time, Kavala probably only had the glory of the goddess and the glory of the battlefield in her mind. It was normal for her to only consider direct conquest when encountering problems. Even after being dissatisfied with the goddess, he probably wanted to confront her head-on. This is not surprising. No matter what era, sects will indeed try to destroy other faiths by directly using force to conquer. Even in modern society, there are many people who think in this way. Whenever the topic between countries is discussed, they will only think of wars and conquests, military strength and equipment, or who is good and who is bad, who is good and who is evil. However, Kavala is definitely not such a person now. Leon didn't believe that a person who had been the high priest of the snake worship cult for decades could still be so simple. I didn't plan to deal with the goddess at that time. Huh? How could a person fight against a god? And I didn't even know that a person could become a god at that time. I just wanted to live according to my own will. That's all. Kavala smiled self-deprecatingly. Actually, at that time, I really just wanted to live a few more years. I just wanted to see more of the country I built and spend more time with my grandchildren. Really, after asking a lot after becoming a human being, I began to build my own temples and statues, which is said to bring immortality. At that time, your reputation should be higher than that of all gods, and there should be many people who believed in you. What you got through the temple should be more than just immortality. Leon looked up at the statue of Kavala again. Every statue of Kavala, no matter whether it was riding a horse or not, no matter what action it was doing, was the image of a knight carrying a sword and shield and wearing armor. Yes, I didn't expect at the time that I would gain a lot of faith in just a few years and become a god. But it was precisely because I became a god that I discovered that I had made a big mistake. Kavala continued in a low voice. My body was still alive at that time. I became a god while I was still alive. But I couldn't use any magic at all. Because my body can ban demons. Eunomia also discovered that I had become a new god. She told me the story of the god. And asked me to immediately go to sea to expedition to Buckley to destroy the last 2 codes. Since I could not use divine magic. She did not how about me. But she doesn't allow me to stay in Pender continent anymore. And warns me that as long as I return to the continent, she will personally come and kill me. I was already 81 years old at that time. But I could still only leave Pender with the expeditionary force. A god of knights, who cannot use magic, is no different from an ordinary old man. But I didn't go to Barclay. I went to the Wingerdarian continent. Originally, I just wanted to go to the ice field destroyed by the magic storm. Avoid Eunomia's surveillance there. And try to find people who use divine magic or magic. The solution. There! I discovered an underground ruin left by the Sindari elves. It was a large building buried deep underground. It was not destroyed, but it was completely frozen. There were the corpses of an elven army inside. Thousands of corpses, mostly Noldor, all drained of blood. Only one Sindarin elf was unharmed, but it was also frozen. In addition, there was a huge complete sealed metal cellar with a winged snake-shaped mark on the cellar door. Out of curiosity, I opened the door of the cellar. It was full of frozen blood, and there was a humanoid monster with snake scales all over its body. And, after thawing, the monster came to life. It has a powerful and fighting power, but it has no intelligence and will only obey the orders of the first person it sees, just like a newly hatched chicken or duck. After that monster came back to life, I realized that I had lost the ability to gain faith. This was not because of my own magic forbidden physique, but because that monster could prevent everything related to magic or divine arts. And not long after, all my expeditionary force died. From the Red Death. Their whole bodies were festered. Their skin fell off. And they died like fallen people. I myself died at that time. But I didn't die from the Red Death. But because I lost the blessing of my faith. My body was weak. And I froze to death in the ice ruins. After all, I was 83 at that time. Years old. But my soul did not die. But at that time, I didn't know how long I could live in the spirit state. And I had to have a body to sail out of the Wingerdarian continent. You are a very smart person. You should already know everything. The monster in the box is Aziz Dahaka. It was the only body I could use at that time. The others were dead and frozen. Ice. Only Aziz Dahaka can move. At this point, Kavala stopped. After a pause, he asked Leon. Now, let me ask you again, what would you do if it were you? Leon was silent for a while. To be honest, Kavala was indeed quite miserable. I have been used by the devout goddess of order all my life, and I have never been able to enjoy it after fighting for a lifetime. After using it, he became a god because he was unwilling to die of old age. However, he was expelled from the mainland and could not return to the country he founded. He could not even see his descendants. In the end, the old body froze to death alone in the deserted ice field. There were only a large frozen corpse around him, and a monster created by the Sindari elves. Only that monster could move. That was the only thing Kabbalah's spirit body could do. The body used. So, you used Az Dahaka's body to go to the continent of Bacchus. Leon sighed. What else could he do? Kabbalah just wanted to live at that time. It was instinctive. No one is nobler than anyone else. Yes, I occupied the body of Az Dahaka. It has no spirit body at all, because it does not belong to this world. It is actually made by the Sindari elves. It's just a humanoid weapon. I took the corpses of those elves, jammed the ship's cables and masts with the corpses, and drove the warship to the continent of Bacchus alone. I was alone and could not sail the ship back to Pender. And all my expeditionary force died of the Red Death. I don't dare to go back to Pender directly. I don't want my kingdom to be infected with the Red Death. I really don't want to. But I didn't expect that Az Dahaka would gradually weaken after leaving the blood in that box. It is a man-made puppet, and it must continuously supply magic power with the blood of the Noldor elves. Otherwise it will die soon. But there was no blood in the corpses of the Noldor elves I brought back. There is no elven blood to be found in the continent of Bacchus. And the only Sindarin elf, Maltiz, actually did not die. She lifted the ice after the seal. She woke up, but her soul was incomplete and was not controlled at all. She could only obey simple orders to a limited extent. And as soon as she woke up, she turned those elven soldiers into undead. But I still can't use magic, because Aziz Dahaka's body has a stronger ability to restrain magic. I had no choice but to try to establish the snake worship cult in the Bacchus continent and worship Aziz Dahaka as a god. Because my old body lived for 2 more years after gaining faith, I wanted to use faith to keep this body alive. With my previous experience, I successfully created a god again. The spirit body of Aziz Dahaka is myself. I can indeed get all the faith, but it's of no use. Aziz Dahaka. My body continues to weaken. I didn't know at that time that the spirit body would be free after the body died. I just wanted to live, even in the ugly body of Aziz Dahaka. So I had no other choice. I know that there is a place where there is a large amount of Nolder Elf's blood. It was a blood pool created to suppress the ghastly eye. You must have discovered it. Right. So I must return to Pinder. I sneaked into the blood pool of the noble house and solved the problem of survival. I even used that body to enter the Temple of Order and found Eunomia's code. Her own code was not destroyed, but I destroyed it. Moreover, I merged that code into another something. Kavala probably said he was tired, and his voice became smaller and smaller. You made it into a ring? Is this the one on my hand? No wonder this ring got Eunomia's response. Then, where did the griffin in the ring come from? Leon has realized what the code has been fused into. Haha, haven't you dealt with another Egram before? In addition to occupying a human body, this evil spirit of the abyss can only live in the code. You haven't even thought of the origin of the griffin? Kavala laughed. Chapter 366, The Will of the Supreme King. Liang's hands were shaking a little. He really didn't expect that the griffin in the ring was actually an abyss demon. That's right. It was indeed very powerful at first, because its soul was a griffin. The name of the Griffin Knights that I established when I was young was actually because we defeated this griffin's soul. The Gloomy Eye of Chung is to commemorate that battle, which was also the founding battle of the Kingdom of Pinder. Kavala replied. So that's it. No wonder the flag of the Griffin Knights is a black griffin on a gold background. If the griffin is a totem, then the totem itself will usually be made gold. Just like Liang's own flag. Using a gold griffin on a black background is in line with ordinary people's thinking. Way. It turns out that the griffin is not a totem, but a commemoration of defeating a powerful enemy and establishing the Kingdom of Pinder. Is that griffin a survivor who escaped before the destruction of Winjidarian? But weren't the evil spirits of the Abyss the first believers of the Goddess of Justice? The Abyss was originally a heaven, built by the Goddess of Justice for believers. Right. Could it be that the Lion the Eagle also believes in the Goddess of Justice? Leon said he didn't understand. Before the destruction of the continent of Winjidarian, many legendary creatures lived there, such as griffins, dragons, and titans. For creatures like griffins that are good at flying, it is normal for 1 or 2 to escape the magic storm and go to other continents. But this thing actually turns into an evil spirit. Perhaps it is indeed a survivor. It escaped to Barclay continent and met a woman who kindly took it in. Later, the woman established a powerful force relying on this griffin and became a god. Boy, you should know who that woman is. Right. There was a hint of sarcasm in Kavala's tone. Leon understood. The Goddess of Justice Astalia. That's her. Boy, those people who became gods back then had their own adventures. But most of them were because they got the inheritance of the Winjidarian continent. Astalia is indeed a kind person. So she has better luck than others. She not only saved the griffin, but also the titan, Kavala said with some regret. But unfortunately, after the death of these legendary creatures, Astalia allowed their souls to enter the heaven she created. She indeed regarded these legendary creatures as close partners. But as a result, these legendary creatures have become powerful evil spirits in the abyss. You should have seen that titan. Leon had indeed seen it. Before he left the abyss, he had encountered an extremely terrifying huge black shadow. At that time, the huge black hand planned to pinch his soul, which should be the titan. I see. No wonder the evil spirit that appeared in Buckley continent was so powerful. And no wonder it became the first ghastly eye to leave the abyss. The abyss is about to fly out. And griffins are of course better at flying. No wonder the griffin in this ring can find and eat the 3 prophets. No wonder the 3 prophets are so afraid that this griffin can devour the souls of the abyss evil spirits. Moreover, all the abyss evil spirits hate these 3 gatekeepers. The griffins are just following their instincts. Just action. This ring was originally the code of the Goddess of Order, so it still has some of the characteristics of the Gate of the Abyss. You made the code of the Goddess of Order into a national heritage ring. Are you relying on AZ Dahaka's ability to ban demons to deliberately attract Eunomia to come and deal with you? Leon continued to ask. Of course. This is a weapon that can make any god helpless. There was a trace of hatred in Kavala's voice. I returned to the continent of Pender and destroyed Eunomia's code. So she did come in person to destroy me completely. But I still made a mistake. Although AZ Dahaka can target gods, it cannot resist humans. I eventually died at the hands of the knights I created. The Griffin Knights killed that body. They thought it was an evil spirit. Of course, anyone who sees that ugly body would think so. Eunomia violated God's rules. She was exiled to the void, and my soul was sealed by her to the temple of the God of creation. She could not bring me into the void because I did not violate any rules of the God of creation at that time. I have never used any magic, nor have I possessed anyone's body. What I possess is just a weapon that does not belong to this world. Boy, I engraved some words on the ring. Did you see it? Kavala suddenly mentioned the inscription on the ring. Countless gods can exist in the void, but there can only be one will on the earth. The will of the Supreme King. To be honest, I like this sentence, and I also agree with it. Leon expressed his appreciation for Kavala. Yes, the earth can only obey the will of the Supreme King, but the Supreme King does not have to be myself. It can also be my descendants, Kavala said slowly. Boy, I actually admire you, so I am willing to tell you everything. But I must kill you, because you were summoned by Eunomia. She deliberately let you have taken over the body of my descendant. And that child of Leon is my only bloodline. Wait a minute, are you saying that the Goddess of Order deliberately used your descendants to deal with you? Leon was shocked. There was a grudge between Eunomia and Kavala, and it was understandable that they wanted revenge. But this kind of thinking was a bit perverted. She wanted to destroy my sect. She always believed that my snake-worshipping sect would eventually destroy the entire world. In her view, since I created the snake-worshipping sect, it should be left to my descendants to solve the problem. Boy, can you understand? I don't hate you, but I know that your mission is to deal with me. I see. He and Kavala actually became enemies because of this grudge. Leon suddenly wanted to curse. You gave this ring to your descendants as a legacy of the country. You originally wanted to use that griffin to protect your descendants? So only your descendants can use this ring. But that's wrong. You? At that time, it was Aziz Dahaka, not Kavala. And you can't cast spells at all. How can you create such a magic item that can directly distinguish bloodlines? Leon asked with some confusion. As Dahaka definitely has nothing to do with Kavala's bloodline. But it's strange that this ring can actually identify genes. I actually never thought about using this ring to distinguish any bloodline. And I didn't expect it to have such an ability. I even thought it was Eunomia's curse. The woman didn't want my descendants to pass it on, Kavala said somewhat bitterly. But he sounded unsure. But Leon felt that this situation may have nothing to do with Eunomia. It was probably caused by a virus, and was not a magic or curse at all. The virus on Aziz Dahaka should be the original version of the Red Death virus, which can be regarded as the original source of the virus. Kavala used Aziz Dahaka's body to make this ring. And there must be a lot of viruses remaining on the ring, as Dahaka was created from the blood of the Noldor elves. Of course, the Noldor's forbidden demon constitution also comes from the same virus. But the Noldor elves have reached a symbiotic state with the virus in their bodies. The virus they carry should have mutated multiple times. It is no longer so deadly, will not affect the lives of the elves, and will not be reinfected. Just like hepatitis B, it generally does not occur and has little impact on the human body. However, it is not certain whether it will affect fertility. The Noldor elves have difficulty in giving birth, perhaps because of the virus. But in any case, the virus carried by the Noldor elves should have lost its infectivity after long-term symbiosis. Otherwise, they would not be able to combine with humans. Kavala himself is a hybrid of Noldor and human. He and his descendants, like the Noldor elves, are born symbionts of the Red Death virus. Therefore, the descendants of the Pender royal family were able to activate the ring. This was actually just because they resonated with the virus on the ring and stimulated the magic in their own elf blood, not the magic of identifying genes. It is estimated that every Noldor elf can trigger this ring. It's just that this ring has always been regarded as a national treasure, and no one will let it fall into the hands of the elves. So there is no way to test it. But the problem is that what Aziz Dahaka left on this ring is the most primitive Red Death virus. The original virus must be extremely violent, and must have the ability to spread quickly. Of course, Kavala's direct descendants would not be affected by the virus. So all previous Pender kings had no problems. But if you don't have elf blood, you will definitely not be able to withstand wearing this ring. So after the death of the last king of Pendor, his heirs would get sick as soon as they wore the ring of inheritance. And they would die within a few days. There were several successors in a month. It is estimated that those heirs were not descendants of the Pender royal family at all. Only one baby girl was of true royal blood. But by then, the entire kingdom had collapsed. There are cuckolds in every country, such as Ulrich. They are all the last kings. And they all suffered tragedies caused by cuckoldry. This is really the reincarnation of heaven. Speaking of which, Dalian had worn this ring. But he was not infected with the disease. It seemed that he did have the blood of Kavala. But it might be a branch line. So the ring had no reaction. Moreover, in order to keep Azdahaka alive, Kavala must have tried to use the blood of the Red Death in the Bacchus continent. So the snake worshippers have passed down the blood pool ritual of offering God's envoy to this day. Alas, Your Majesty Kavala, I now understand that you brought the Red Death back, although you did not spread it intentionally. But this ring is poisonous. You made a poisonous ring with your own hands to destroy it. Lost your kingdom. Leon sighed. Maybe. But that is already in the past. Now. I just want the whole world to become my followers. I will create my kingdom again. And it will be stronger. After a long pause, Kavala said firmly. Why? What good will it do you to turn the entire continent into thugs like the snake cult? Leon was shocked. He thought Kavala was a little perverted. In your opinion, the snake cult is all thugs. Because you have only seen the snake cult in the past few years. But this is the snake cult that gradually got out of control when I was sealed. The sect I established in Bacchus, that's not the case. What I created is a beautiful country where most people are loyal, kind, thrifty, honest, and selfless. Otherwise, do you think why so many people in the Bacchus Empire joined my sect? He's not an evil devil. Boy. But the Bacchus Empire back then was H.L. Kavala said calmly. Did you personally assassinate the emperor of the Bacchus Empire at that time? Leon actually believed what Kavala said. The original snake-worshipping cult was probably not so evil. Otherwise, the snake cult would not have been able to defeat Bacchus, who was at the height of his power, in a short period of time. Even if they assassinated Emperor Bacchus, they would not be able to do so. But the problem is, just like the kingdom of heaven, created by the goddess of justice, many kingdoms originally created with good intentions may end up going in the opposite direction. Yes, he was a truly cruel tyrant. Countless girls died every day in his palace, and all his nobles were villains. I actually rescued the first priestess from them. Girl. Huh? Kavala smiled. At that time, Azdahaka was a benevolent goddess. As long as the temporary troubles are solved, it won't be long before I become a benevolent god again and bring peace and tranquility to the earth. Well, Your Majesty Kavala, maybe you were originally a wise king, but now, you used the body of the dead Ulrich to create so many walking corpses. Is this a sign of mercy? Have you been a god for so long that you no longer have any respect for ordinary people? Leon said with some emotion. He could probably understand Kavala's mentality. This is an extremely proud and arrogant king, and he has not been a human being for too long. Just like the powerful Sindariels, he has always regarded himself as a god, and there is already something wrong with his mentality, especially after Eunomia left. He regarded himself as the only god. He believed that everything he did was right, and that no one could do it better than him. Isn't the coming of God to Ulrich an honor? Respect? I have shown you the highest respect. That's why I say so many things to you. Boy, if you are not Eunomia summoned, I will even make you the king of Pender. But it's a pity. There was indeed a hint of regret in Kavala's tone. What's a pity? It's not certain who will kill whom. Your Majesty Kavala. Now I think there is nothing wrong with Eunomia's actions. Gods really shouldn't exist in this world. And neither should you. Leon pinched his fingers and turned the ring back into his palm. Ha ha ha. Wait until you survive the Terror Legion before you say such things. You'd better go outside the Lion City and take a look. Kavala burst out laughing. Chapter 367 The True Purpose of Pander's Bloodline. The Dread Legion? It came quite quickly. Since the Terror Legion can come so soon, it means that Kavala has been summoning her a few months ago. It is not easy to come all the way from the Bacchus continent. In other words, probably when the Forbidden Demon Tower first collapsed, the Terror Legion set out from the Bacchus continent. However, hasn't the Dread Legion been destroyed? It was Leon who killed it himself. Although Leon only killed those Python Knights, from Alina. Leon also knew that Emperor Marius encountered the Horned Viper Pioneer, and Titus and the Phoenix Knights killed another fleet of the Terror Legion at sea. After all calculations, the Dread Legion should be basically wiped out. At most, only Maltese and the Horned Viper Vanguard are left. According to the situation encountered by Emperor Marius, there were only 200 Horned Viper Pioneers, even if all of them had top-notch combat power like the Twilight Knights. How could such a small number conquer the Lion City? Leon didn't understand. Kavala can turn corpses into undead warriors. And in the Battle of Lion City, those followers of the Prophet did create thousands of corpses. But I knew his ability, and had been on guard against this for a long time. All the corpses had been cleared out and burned. Moreover, Leon is not worried about Kavala driving the undead to attack the city. The undead army must have weapons and equipment to attack the city. It is impossible for Kavala to produce so much equipment in such a short period of time. There have been frequent wars in the past, and there must have been a lot of corpses buried in the ground. But even if Kavala could summon thousands of undead from the surrounding area, they would only be fragile carrion and bones. That kind of skeletal frame that can be broken into pieces without weapons. No matter how many there are, Leon is completely worthy. Besides, the army in Lion City is now very strong. They are all powerful knights, and all of them are elite. Why would Kavala let the Dread Legion come to Lion City at this time? Your Majesty, Kavala. Basically all of Maltus's Fear army is dead. Don't you know? Leon asked doubtfully as he walked out. Haha, Leon. You know nothing about the magic weapons of the Sindari elves. Why do you think Az Dahaka can be worshipped as a god? How could I tell you so much without absolute certainty? Kavala said leisurely. Thank you for bringing me so many powerful knights. They will become the new Fear army. Liang's heart skipped a beat. Kavala dared to tell him anything, which of course meant that he wanted to make sure he died. Although villains always die from talking too much, Kavala is probably not that kind of fool. But why did Kavala think that he would die here? Is he so sure that he won't have any chance? Why? How does this relate to Aziz Dahaka's cult status? Oops. Kavala's certainty comes from that Aziz Dahaka. Leon rushed out of the noble house and shouted loudly. Come here. Burn that snake skin corpse. Now. Boy. It's too late. Ha ha ha. Kavala's laughter appeared directly in Liang's ears. Your Majesty is really good at it. Do you want to destroy the continent of Pindar? Leon said through gritted teeth. But Kavala no longer responded. Leon has realized that he may have been fooled. Originally, I thought that Kavala should be waiting for Martis to arrive in the Lion City, but I did not expect that Anna would suddenly destroy the Forbidden Demon Tower. As a result, Az Dahaka lost the nourishment of his blood and died a few months later. In addition, at this time, Leon asked the three prophets to mobilize troops from Qiaoyan Bay and send troops towards Lion City. So Kavala took out the Gate of the Abyss from Deer Heart Lake, left voluntarily to avoid losses, and allowed Leon to successfully invade the Lion City. But in fact, Kavala's undead troops may not be unable to defend the Lion City. And it's not that he didn't come back because he was worried about being ambushed. He deliberately allowed himself to attack the Lion City. In other words, he couldn't stay in the Lion City, in the blood pool of the Forbidden Demon Tower. The Snake Skin Man is the new Az Dahaka created by the Snake Worship cult. It is the Sindari Elves' demon forbidden weapon. But its function is definitely not just for restraining demons. That's all. Kavala had actually told himself everything quite frankly. But he didn't realize that weapons like Az Dahaka were probably the direct cause of the destruction of the Winjidarian continent. Why does Aziz Dahaka need to be nourished with the blood of the forbidden demon all the time? Is it really nourishing? Could it be something else? Does blood that can restrain demons mean a stable preservation environment for those magical creations that are more likely to get out of control? What kind of weapons should be kept in stable liquids at all times? What the HL? I'm afraid this isn't for the purpose of banning demons. It might be for explosion protection. Aziz Dahaka was buried under the tower of the House of Lords in Lion City. Kavala must have known about it, but he did not dig it out. This was definitely not because he did not want Aziz Dahaka, but because this thing is unstable. He doesn't dare to dig it. Right? The magical storm that destroyed the continent of Winjidarian. I'm afraid that's the real use of Aziz Dahaka. In other words, this thing is a large-scale magic weapon similar to a nuclear bomb. But its codename is Az Dahaka. Az Dahaka is a humanoid weapon. And Kavala also said that when he was using Az Dahaka's body, he was killed by the Griffin Knights he created. So he subconsciously thought that it was just a forbidden magic weapon used against Sundari elves or gods. But he ignored an important situation. At that time, Kavala was using Aziz Dahaka's body. So he could not really use this weapon. Because it is the body of a forbidden demon. It cannot be driven. And he cannot drive himself to explode. But once he got Malta's body, it was completely different. Az Dahaka and Martis were both discovered in the ruins of the Winjadarian continent. What does this mean? Martis, the Sundari elf, is probably the general guarding this special weapon. Or the army commander responsible for firing this weapon. This means that Maltis must have the ability to truly use the terrifying weapon Aziz Dahaka. Why is Maltis's legion called the Legion of Terror? Maybe it's not because they are undead, but because they can use the most terrifying weapons. Weapons that can destroy the continent. Although the current Az Dahaka was not made by the Sundari elves, but by the snake worshippers. It is probably not as powerful as the original version. And it certainly will not destroy the entire continent. But even if it is weakened 1,000 times, it is not his own. This little body can handle it. It is estimated that the entire Lion City cannot bear it. While thinking about it, Liang ran as fast as possible to the morgue where the snake-skinned man, Az Dahaka, was stored. This is also where Ulrich's body once lay. Sir! I was just going to find you! This corpse just suddenly glowed. As soon as he reached the door of the morgue, Close ran out and bumped into Liang. It does seem to be too late. Everyone get out of here! Send the order! Get everyone out of Lion City! Go quickly! Liang gave orders hurriedly, pushed Close away, and ran into the morgue. This Aziz Dahaka is glowing, and his whole body is like a big light bulb. Most of the snakeskin scales on his face also disappeared, revealing an originally quite handsome face. Now I can see that it was once an elf. The golden light emitted from it was very dazzling, just like the light emitted by the High King's ring. This kind of golden light usually makes people think of nobility, holiness, elegance and warmth. But Liang had no such thoughts at all now, and all he felt was a bone-chilling chill. What would it be like to be in the same room with a nuclear bomb that could go off at any moment? Liang has experienced it now. My hands and feet were numb. I had goosebumps all over my body. I was so nervous that I was trembling. My brain was still a little numb, and I didn't know what to do for a while. Only the heartbeat was still slow, and Wendy's blood gave her the heartbeat of an older elf. Correct. Blood. This Az Dahaka was originally preserved with the blood of the Red Death. The Red Death virus can stabilize this thing. All my troops have been vaccinated against horsepox. Maybe the blood of your own troops will have an effect? Give it a try. Liang gritted his teeth, drew his sword, cut his wrist, and poured blood on the corpse. The cut was very deep, and a lot of blood flowed out. It did have a slight effect, and the golden light dimmed a bit, and that blood caused some of the snakeskin scales that had gradually dissipated on Az Dahaka's face to grow again. It seems that the snake scale-like skin on its body actually acts as a seal. If the snake skin disappears completely, it will explode. But now that it has been activated, using blood can only delay the time at most. And looking at it like this, Liang won't be able to withstand it for long even if the blood is drained. You have to use more blood to stabilize it for a while. And then others can escape from Lion City before it is detonated. And use the walls of Lion City to limit its power. Wendy! Lisa Dillon! Call the guards! Liang didn't waste any time and lifted Az Dahaka onto his shoulders. He shouted and ran towards the Nolder guards' barracks. At the same time, outside the Lion City, one after another, black shadows were silently approaching Lion City in the night. They walked staggeringly, very slowly, and many of them even moved crookedly. Under the moonlight, they can be vaguely seen. Terrible look. Most of them are covered in mud, and there are even maggots squirming on the rotting trunks. Occasionally, you can see things like earthworms crawling in and out of the rotting eye sockets. These are corpses that have long since died, and most of them should have crawled out of the ground. These corpses are gathering towards Lion City. Many corpses were mutilated, but even with only their upper bodies left and no legs, they were still crawling slowly towards the Lion City. There are such walking corpses in all 4 directions of Lion City, including the Sava River in the south. At a glance, it is endless, like locusts. Blow the trumpet! Prepare for war! Go and give your orders to your lord! Close received an order to evacuate Lion City, but he was unable to execute it. Lion City was surrounded by an endless sea of undead. Liang! Lion City is besieged. The enemy has not attacked the city, but we can't get out! Wendy rushed over anxiously. At this time, Liang had just brought Aziz Dahaka to the barracks and explained the situation clearly to everyone. He was about to bleed his brothers one by one when he heard the bad news. He closed his eyes and gritted his teeth and was silent for 2 seconds. Then he raised his head and said, "Since we can't get out, I have to throw it out. I hope the walls of Lion City can block it. Throw the fastest one out. Comet Horse, get ready. Lisa Dillon, use your blood to see if you can delay it for a while." Rasadalin led the Nolder guards and began to slit their wrists collectively. Jocelyn, Sigismund and others also cut themselves, collecting a large basin of blood. Then, all the blood poured on Aziz Dahaka, turning him red all over. But this time, it had no effect at all. The scales on Aziz Dahaka's face did not fade at all. The only effect is to turn the golden light on it into red light, which is the color of blood. Only Kabbalah's bloodline can stop it. I see. Leon sighed, cut himself with the sword again, and wiped it on Az Dahaka's face. The effect was immediate. So this is what the bloodline of the Pender royal family does? Eunomia deliberately used Kabbalah's descendants to deal with Kabbalah. Is this the reason? Leon sighed, put Aziz Dahaka on his shoulders, and rushed out. Sir, let me go. You shouldn't do such dangerous things yourself. Lisa Dillon tried to stop Leon. To rush out of the city single-handedly with a corpse into a wilderness full of undead is basically tantamount to committing suicide. Leon ran outside without stopping, shaking his head with a smile as he ran. I can only go by myself. Only my blood can control it. Is the horse ready? Hurry up. It seems that this is why Kabbalah is sure that he will die. This is a nuclear bomb made by the snake cult, and it is also a weapon made by Kabbalah for his own descendants. When this weapon is not activated, it only needs to be stored with the blood of the Red Death to remain stable. It was originally stored in the temple in Brettwing, not because the temple was special, but because there were enough Red Deaths there. Kabbalah's direct descendants will not be infected with the Red Death, and even if the virus spreads, it will not pose a threat to his descendants. But after this weapon is activated, no one can prevent it from erupting except Kabbalah's bloodline. This was originally supposed to be a deterrent specially created by Kabbalah for his descendants, probably to threaten Eunomia and ensure the continuation of his descendants. In other words, only you can constantly use your blood pressure to control Az Dahaka. What a fool. Anyway, either you die alone or everyone dies together. Just die. Open the city gate. I'm going to blow them up. Leon mounted Wendy's Comet Horse, placed Az Dahaka in front of the saddle, picked up 2 long swords with both hands again, and rushed out against the endless sea of undead outside the city. Chapter 368: The Holy Light that Destroys the World. Outside the city gate is a dark sea of undead. Behind him are the brothers with complicated expressions. Don't leave the city. Liang did not pose and shout a few high-sounding slogans before rushing out to die like those heroes in the legend. Don't have that time. He only gave the last order, and then rode the Comet Horse directly into the sea of the undead. Just like Wendadier did when he charged into the battle in Kerwin village. He unleashed all his abilities, and cut a bloody path through the seemingly endless walking dead. But Liang doesn't have the strength of Wendadier. He can't walk in a straight line. He can only rely on his strong perception to find a way to the distance through the gaps between the undead. When they just rushed out of the city gate, the Silver Hand and the Nolder guards pressed out of the city gate together, protecting Liang's flanks. The Silver Mist Rangers on the city wall were also firing arrows with all their strength. The brothers are trying their best to provide cover for Liang, clearing away the undead near the city gate, and creating a temporary space for Liang to allow the horse to pick up speed. No one talks nonsense, and no one is pretentious. Even though there were tears in Wendy's eyes, she just followed Liang in silence, trying to keep up with Liang's footsteps. But the cover the brothers can provide is limited to the shooting range of Lion City. There were too many undead, although a small gap could be temporarily cleared to allow Liang to increase his speed. The walking dead quickly surrounded the Lion City again, and it was difficult for the brothers to rush out. The undead outside the city are all rotten corpses, and they are not warriors. They cannot capture the Lion City, but they can trap most of the warriors in the Lion City inside the city. There is just one Comet Horse. Riding ordinary horses can't rush out. The Comet Horse is a very rare heterogeneous horse that is basically bred entirely by luck. It is an extremely fast racehorse that does not have good endurance, but it is so explosive that no one can keep up with it after running. Only by relying on the explosive power and flexibility of the Comet Horse, coupled with Liang's strong perception ability, can he pick up speed before the undead gather again. and find a gap in the sea of undead that he can rush out of. Wendy, riding on Liang's Alice, lost speed after only 100 meters or so behind Liang, and the undead surrounded her again. She could only lead the guards back to Lion City with clothes as support, and ran up the city wall, watching Liang's back with tears. Liang had already pulled the comet horse to its maximum speed, ran out of the shooting range of the city wall, and headed straight west with the broken limbs along the way. The further to the periphery, the more space there is for movement, and the speed becomes faster and faster. Not long after, Liang's figure gradually disappeared into the night. Only the red light emitted by Aziz Dahaka was still conspicuous, guiding everyone's sight. It was originally a golden light, but it was dyed red by the blood on his body. The red light kept going west until it was several miles away. Soon afterwards, in the wilderness to the west, the red light became brighter and brighter, gradually glowing with orange and gold. Finally, the golden light became blazing white and expanded instantly, filling the entire world at once. "Hide under the wall!" Wendy shouted, turned around and jumped from the city wall into the city. To be honest, Liang really didn't want to do such a thing as charging into the battle with a pack of explosives. But the problem is that there is no other way now. This thing is always counting down, and has to rely on its own blood to survive. Throwing Aziz Dahaka out with the fastest horse might still have a chance of survival. Liang did not intend to carry Aziz Dahaka until the explosion. He wanted to find an opportunity to jump off the horse in a place where there were not many undead after rushing out of the sea of the undead, and let the comet horse carry Aziz Dahaka and continue running. Holding the explosive bag does not necessarily mean that it will explode with the explosive bag, just in case there is a chance to survive. He knew that the person controlling those undead must be nearby. Maybe Kavala himself. Definitely behind the sea of undead, and most likely to appear in the west of Lion City. Kavala had gone to the bridge in the west before. It would be best if the comet horse ran into Kavala's army and returned the explosive pack to him. If not, at least let the comet horse carry Aziz Dahaka away, as far away from him and Lion City as possible. At present, Liang has left the Lion City for several miles. Comet horse is already panting heavily, and sweat is beginning to form on the horse's neck. Liang cut himself with a sword again and smeared the blood on Azdahaka's body indiscriminately. He himself began to gasp for breath and was bleeding all the way. He lost too much blood and was a little short of oxygen. At this time, he noticed that there seemed to be an army about 2 miles ahead. Is that Kavala? No matter who he is. Anyway, the ones appearing here now are definitely not friendly forces. Moreover, he couldn't run anymore. Otherwise he would bleed to death. His eyes were starting to turn black, and he couldn't bear it anymore. That's it. Feel sorry. Seeing that there were not many undead around, Liang adjusted his direction, patted the horse's neck and apologized to the comet horse. Then stabbed the horses, but with a sword, and flew off the horse at the same time. The horse was in pain, neighed, picked up speed again, and ran away quickly. After Liang landed, he held his head and rolled for 20 or 30 meters, and finally stopped after hitting a tree. The comet horse was too fast. Liang jumped off the horse while it was galloping, and he jumped off when he lost too much blood and lacked oxygen. Of course, it was impossible to escape unscathed, although he was well prepared and rolled over while protecting his vitals after landing. Trying to reduce the damage, he was still thrown half to death. It's probably a fracture, since I can't lift my left hand anyway. My head also hurts, and I feel dizzy. It should be due to excessive blood loss and concussion. Liang pushed himself up hard and leaned his back against the big tree. He looked back and watched the comet horse gradually run away, and also watched the light on Aziz Dahaka's body getting brighter and brighter. In fact, he could detect the direction of comet horse without looking. Generally speaking, it was indeed running towards the army 2 miles away. At this moment, Liang felt a strange and powerful chill piercing his forehead. He quickly retracted his head. It was probably because Aziz Dahaka was detonated. The horse is now only 800 meters away from him at most, and this distance is probably not safe enough. It seems that he may be in bad luck. Liang's feeling was very accurate. The distance was indeed not enough. He only had time to do the final mental construction for himself and huddled up behind the big tree as much as possible. The comet horse was still galloping, and Aziz Dahaka on the horse had completely turned into a blazing white mass. The actual color of the white light should still be golden, but it is too intense and looks white. Then, the golden light bloomed and spread to several miles away in an instant, turning the whole world into a vast expanse of white. At the same time as the blazing light lit up, Liang's vision went dark, and he lost consciousness. People who are targeted by gods are generally very unlucky. For example, Liang. From being chased by humans, to being chased by ghosts, to being struck by lightning. Now I have to try for myself what it feels like to be blasted by the magic weapon that once destroyed the continent. The peaceful days did not last for a few days, but the days of life and death continued. Leon's comrade in arms, and good friend Sir Roland, is also a miserable person. As a paladin who carries the oracle, he has never enjoyed any benefits in his life. Instead, he has been hunted down and fought against all kinds of evil things throughout his life. From bandits, to heretics, to demons of the abyss. And now they have to fight to the death with a large number of undead. But usually, such people are also the most determined. If my faith and will were just a little bit worse, I might not be able to withstand the hardships of this life. But now, as one of the witnesses who witnessed the detonation of Az Dahaka in Lion City, Sir Roland had a different perspective on gods and magic for the first time in his life. When Az Dahaka detonated, there was no earth-shaking movement or violent sound. Only the blazing light swept across the earth, illuminating the night as if it were day. Sir Roland has seen such golden light several times, whether in reality or in dreams. That is the color commonly used in the Temple of Justice. And it is also what it looks like after the sunlight hits the Temple of Justice. At the same time, Roland clearly remembered that when the goddess spoke to him in dreams, there was always such a light on her body. Roland could even see the actual function of this light from the undead outside the city. Most of the undead outside the city were rotten. But after being swept by this golden light, their originally rotten bodies became alive. Those rotten meat covered with maggots turned into fresh meat under this light. Those withered bones have become white and moist again. These undead souls, who have been dead for a long time, look like they have come back to life. In other words, it looks like they just died. They have not really come back to life. Nor have they become conscious. They are still undead, but they are much fresher. And some of the open wounds on their bodies have even been closed. This kind of magic, or divine magic, was supposed to be used to save lives and heal the wounded. Roland is the only person here who knows that Kabbalah has become a god. He knows that Kabbalah is the controller of the snake cult. And he also knows that the snake cult is creating Az Dahaka. But Roland didn't expect that such an ugly thing as Az Dahaka could make even rotten flesh fresh, and even rotten bones remoisturize. If it were not made into a world-destroying weapon, this magical technique would definitely be able to restore any injured person. It can even bring the dead back to life. If it were in the past, Roland would probably have thought that this was the kind of life-saving magic that the Holy Light had mastered by the legendary goddess of justice. But this kind of magic was triggered by Az Dahaka, and it appeared in a world-destroying manner. The places swept by the golden light were all different. In other words, everything is the opposite of before. The originally slow-moving undead all became alive and kicking, and their combat effectiveness increased several times. There was no longer any sound of birds or animals outside the city. And in the Lion City, everyone who directly came into contact with the golden light fell down without exception. Their bodies were intact, without any scars, and even the original injuries had healed. But they died silently. Fortunately, Wendy gave a reminder, and most people were sheltered by the city wall from the light that swept across everything. In Lion City, most people survived. But outside the city, nothing, not even the biggest tree, can block that sweeping light. Moreover, although the trees outside the city looked greener than before, Roland could feel that those trees were probably dead too. It can heal everything, even revive rotten flesh and dead wood. But it will also take away the souls of all living things. Is this the magic that destroys the world? Resurrection of the dead and death of the living? The ultimate in life is death? Roland didn't know. But now he at least knows that there is no distinction between good and evil in magical arts. It is humans who have good and evil. This extremely decent, healing technique will destroy the world if used to the extreme. Moreover, the person who used it, Kabbalah, probably never thought of using it to heal injuries and save people. If Kabbalah were allowed to continue like this, how many killings would he cause? How many people can be left on the earth? Why are they all thinking about destruction? Even Astalia always allows herself to eliminate evil and create killings. On the contrary, it was only after meeting Liang that I realized that I should bring hope of life to people and let them have hope in their hearts. Only then will justice remain in people's hearts. But can Liang survive? Roland looked up into the distance and murmured, "Leon, are you still alive?" Wendy is not as sentimental as Roland. She just wants to get Leon back quickly, whether dead or alive. Leon was struck by lightning, but he came back again. Wendy felt that Leon might be saved. But the problem is that now the undead outside the city have become very energetic, and their fighting power has increased at least several times. No one in the entire Lion City can leave the city. Is he still alive? At the place where Leon fell, a big man wearing heavy armor asked. He looked at Leon, who was completely unscathed but still unresponsive like a dead man, and helped him up from under the tree. He looks very abnormal. Of course it's not normal. He was hit by the holy light. He has lost his soul. A woman riding on a horse said calmly. That horse seemed to be an older horse. But this woman was not an older elf. Then why are our souls still there? The big man asked again. He came with a group of big guys, all of whom looked like they were from Mendenham. Have you not realized yet? Under the holy light, the living will die and the dead will live. This is the ultimate weapon used to reverse the situation of the war, she said to the big guys behind her. We were already dead. I kept forgetting that. The big man muttered. Let's go! Let's get out of here! The woman said something and drove her horse to leave. Martis, are you going to find Aziz Dahaka? Asked the heavily armored Mendenheimer. We have found it. That was Az Dahaka just now. Commander Heinrich, you are free from now on. You can go wherever you want. Malthus glanced at Leon on the ground, turned around to leave, but suddenly turned back and took another look. That's not right. Give him to me. He does look abnormal. Chapter 369. Malthus is a friendly force? Dawn. When the first light of dawn came on, fierce fighting was still going on in Lion City. Countless undead are still surrounding the Lion City, even climbing on the city wall like ants. These originally slow-moving walking corpses all became energetic after the golden light lit up. Not only were they powerful, but they also seemed to be more flexible than living people. But fortunately, they have no siege equipment, no superb skills, and no decent weapons. These undead were just ordinary civilians buried in the ground during their lifetime. They were not warriors. The attack launched by these chaotic walking corpses is not very organized, and Lion City can definitely defend it. So far, no undead has successfully climbed the city wall. After all, the soldiers in the city are among the best in the entire continent. The city wall was basically covered with broken limbs and broken arms. But there were too many undead, and the soldiers in the city couldn't rush out. At this time, an unusual troop arrived outside the west gate of Lion City. This troop was small in number, probably only about 200 people, all wearing uniform half-covered helmets, with only their snow-white chins exposed. They all looked like women. They all wore cyan armor. The armors all looked old, but the obvious textures and delicate embossed marks of the snake cult could still be seen. The mark is a poisonous snake stretching its body among the cloud patterns. The Dread Legion. Those are Malthus and the Horned Viper Vanguard, the well-informed Ramon whispered. This guy has very good eyesight and can see clearly from 300 meters away. Everyone was stunned, and then they all frowned. None of them have seen Malthus, but they have all heard that the Dread Legion encountered the Dread Legion at this time, which is definitely not a good sign. Leon! Leon is on her horse! Wendy suddenly shouted excitedly. Her focus is always just Leon. Malthus was also looking at Wendy carefully at this moment. Under the half-covered helmet, her eyes were the same rich purple as Wendy. After watching for a while, Malthus suddenly laughed silently. She raised the sword in her hand and pointed at Lion City. There was a panic on the city wall, and the leaders of each Night Order began to nervously mobilize their troops. The Dread Legion is famous. It is said that each Horned Viper Vanguard has the combat power of the Twilight Knight. And the most important thing is that they are probably immortal and must have terrifying power. Everyone can realize that they must be undead, because the messy undead outside the city did not attack them. Those undead without weapons are not scary, no matter how many they are. They will not pose much of a threat. But if there are 200 Twilight Knight level super masters mixed in, it will be completely different. The terrifying extent of the Venditals displayed in Kerwin Village is still vivid in my mind. Imagine 200 Venditals appearing on the battlefield at the same time. Everyone was upset. How could they are killing those undead? Wendy suddenly screamed in surprise. With Lisa Dillon around, Wendy didn't need to arrange troops. She kept staring at Malthus. Or to be precise, always staring at Leon. But she saw that Malthus himself was walking slowly towards the Lion City, while all the Horned Viper Vanguards rushed into the undead group and began to kill them. I'm afraid it's just to kill the walking zombies blocking her way. Lisa Dillon turned around and glanced. Sure enough, those undead souls did not attack Maltese. They were unconscious and kept surrounding the Lion City, crowding them to the limit. And those Horned Viper vanguards were only arranged in 2 lines, seemingly just to cut a passage for Maltese close to the Lion City. Maltese was slowly approaching the Lion City, less than 200 meters away from the city wall. She kept staring at Wendy, as if there was no one else in her eyes. Wendy also stood on the city wall and looked down. This distance was already within Wendy's shooting range. Wendy picked up the bow, but hesitated a little. She didn't know whether to release the arrow. She realized that Maltese had been staring at her, but he didn't seem to be hostile. She was the vanguard of all the archers on the wall. She did not move, nor did the Nolder guards or the Silvermist Rangers. I am Garrison General Marthas. Child. What is your name? At this time, Maltese suddenly spoke, and he was obviously speaking to Wendy. The voice was hoarse, but it sounded kind and seemed to have a hint of joy. My name is Wendirv. Can you put Leon back? How is he doing now? Wendy was a little panicked, but she could feel that Maltese did not mean any harm, so she quickly tried to see if she could save Leon. Wendy. Is this the Leon you are talking about? Maltese pointed at Leon, who was lying on the horse's back. He should be considered dead. What? Everyone on the city wall was stunned at the same time. Although everyone was mentally prepared for this, it was still difficult to accept the result. A line of tears fell from Wendy's eyes. She stopped talking, raised the bow in her hand, and aimed at Maltese. My child, you shouldn't point your bow and arrow at me. As a Sindari, you shouldn't feel sad for insignificant humans. You should follow me. Maltese completely ignored Wendy's bow and arrow, and still spoke to Wendy gently. Wendy didn't respond, and shot the arrow directly. The Nolder arrow went straight to Maltese's head, but Maltese just raised his hand casually. And this condescending arrow was actually caught by Maltese with his hand. This is a guy more powerful than Aldarian. Wendy dropped her bow, and took out a grenade from her waist. But as soon as she lit the grenade fuse, she suddenly heard a faint voice. What the H? I feel so dizzy. Liang's voice? Wendy looked up. Leon was covering his head, and rolling off Maltese's horse. He rolled to the ground, sat up reluctantly, shook his head, and looked around, as if he had just woken up. Leon! Wendy shouted with joy. Wendy! Throw it away! Risa Dillon beside him also screamed in horror. Wendy still held the lit grenade in her hand, and the fuse had basically burned out. Wendy hurriedly threw the thing in her hand down the wall. It only took a second after the shot was taken, and the grenade exploded in the air before it could hit the ground. It just happened to blow up a few undead that were climbing the wall. Awakened magician? Ha! Sindari is not dead after all. Maltese's voice was even more surprising. Wendolf, child, follow me. Obviously Wendy can't get out. There are so many undead beings blocking her. So how can she follow you? Leon, who was sitting on the ground, seemed to understand the current situation under the explosion of the grenade, and complained in time. You actually woke up so quickly? Who are you? Maltese looked at Leon with some surprise. Let's kill these walking zombies quickly. Leon covered his head and stood up. He was not too panicked, because the moment he woke up, when he rolled off Maltese's horse, he saw water drops on the lower edge of Maltese's helmet from under his half-covered helmet. Those are water droplets condensed in the helmet from the breath exhaled from the mouth and nose. Leon himself often uses a face-covering helmet or a half-face helmet, and he is very familiar with this situation. And this situation means an obvious fact that Maltese is neither an undead nor a non-human being such as the Fallen. She is still alive, and needs to breathe, as long as she is a living person. Even if she is a Sindari elf, there is nothing to be afraid of. At the same time, he also felt that Maltese might be completely out of Kavala's control. What she just showed didn't look like she was being driven at all. Maltese looked at Leon, then at Wendy on the city wall, raised his sword again, and rushed towards the undead below the city. But this time, the Horned Viper vanguards, who originally formed 2 columns, also dispersed to both sides and began the real killing. Of course, maybe this doesn't count as killing the undead outside the city, which are already dead bodies. This can only count as cleaning up these unclean things. Like mowing grass, rows of undead were decapitated and fell to the ground. Outside Leisure City, an open space was quickly opened up. These undead did not attack Maltese and the Horned Viper vanguard, and did not fight back at all. They even showed no reaction when their heads were chopped off by Maltese, as if Maltese's troops did not exist at all to them. Similarly, They did not attack Liang, as if Liang was also their kind. Liang has little fighting power now, and there is no need to join the battle if he doesn't go up to fight. Martis is directly in front of him, and the two teams of Horned Viper vanguards are on his left and right sides. Both of them are slashing wildly. Liang, who is protected in the middle, looks like a member of the Terror Legion. Boss, Maltis is killing the undead outside the city. This seems a bit incredible. What he originally thought was a strong enemy has now become a friendly force. The soldiers in the city were stunned for a while. It wasn't until Maltis cut an open space near the city gate and Sir Roland shouted "Breakout!" that everyone responded. The city gate was opened, and the large troops came out of the city. And in cooperation with Maltis Horned Viper Vanguard, they began to clean up the walking dead. At this time, to the north of Lion City, more than 10 miles away, Ulrich, wearing a suit of golden armor, was moving towards Lion City unhurriedly, with the help of the fearful legions who would not be attacked by the undead. The undead outside the west gate of the Lion City were quickly cleared away, and all those clinging to the city wall were stabbed down. "Leon, are you okay?" Wendy led the older guards outside the city, but still carefully kept a distance from Maltis. But Maltis did not show any hostility. She just did not want to have contact with humans. She probably truly regarded humans as inferior creatures from the bottom of her heart. However, she maintained a somewhat friendly attitude toward Liang. "I don't know either, but I'm sure. At least I'm alive." Liang was not sure if he was okay. He originally thought he would die, but after being in a coma for a night, he miraculously came back to life. But he could feel that his condition was a little abnormal, and it could be said that he was back to normal. It's a paradox, but it's true. He lost the slow heartbeat of the Noldo and returned to his original state, the state of being a pure human before being saved by Wendy. Moreover, he lost the powerful perception he gained from the void. He could no longer feel any movement 2 miles away. It was as if everything was back to the way it was when he just left Miss Cage City. "You died once, and then you were resurrected and controlled by others. Just like me." Maltis looked at Liang and said, "Az-Dahaka's holy light can make the living die and the dead resurrect. And you and I, we have died once. So you are the same as me. Return to the original state. Do you know that you were once controlled by Kabbalah?" Liang looked at Maltis, who had already taken off his helmet, revealing his fair face. The face is delicate and beautiful, but it looks sharp. She should be a soldier, and she looks a lot like Wendy Teal. And her fighting skills and personality are probably similar. "I know. He was the one who found me in the first place and forced me to sign a soul agreement. He wanted to completely control me. And he needed my magic. In other words, he needed someone who could cast spells." Maltis nodded and replied, "I have been controlled by him for 300 years. And now I am finally free. So I have to thank you, human. I know it was you who brought Az-Dahaka to me, although you don't know it." "What is that?" "But you actually saved me. Perhaps out of a sense of gratitude to Leon, or perhaps wanting Wendy to understand some history." Maltis told her own story. Maltis is a high-ranking lord of the Sindari Empire, an archmage, and the last garrison general. At that time, the civil war among the Sindarin elves was already very extreme. After the rebels clearly gained the upper hand, the Sindari Empire launched a Holy Light Illumination project. The plan was to launch a desperate counterattack. They created some ultimate weapons codenamed Az-Dahaka. If this weapon were released, it would kill countless living beings, but at the same time, it would also resurrect those who had just died. Life is also a kind of energy, and any energy is subject to a certain law of conservation. And the same is true for magic or magic. As long as there is life, there will be death. This kind of weapon uses the death of the living in exchange for the resurrection of the dead. This is an exchange, essentially a reciprocal exchange of energy, which is completely different from ordinary magic. Otherwise, even the Sindari elves would not be able to create such a weapon. Since this is a forbidden technique that requires a huge price, no one dared to use it before. Only powerful mage can use it. But the mage himself is a living person. If he uses it, he will die. Who dares to try it? Originally, the Imperial Army was prepared to let the general, who was already in a certain death situation, come to the battlefield when a large number of his own troops were killed by the rebels when they finally faced defeat. So, if the enemy will die and one of our own will survive, won't the situation of the war be completely reversed? Maltis is one of the generals responsible for implementing the ultimate weapon. Her duty is to always be prepared to sacrifice for the Empire. But what is unexpected is that something went wrong with this ultimate plan before it was actually implemented. Before the final battle began, many AZ Dahaka were detonated in advance. This thing was unstable and required the blood of Nolder to maintain stability. Once the storage environment was not suitable, it could easily misfire. This unexpected explosion of flammable and explosive items caused a series of explosions covering the entire continent. As a result, a large number of magicians died instantly, were resurrected instantly, and then died again. Who can bear this? So the magic power in the Sindari Elves was stimulated, producing various terrifying magic power fluctuations. As a result, the two sides were completely wiped out before the decisive battle even started. Various violent surges of magic triggered endless storms that lasted for hundreds of years on the Winjidarian continent. The entire continent was completely destroyed. Chapter 370, Sindari Wage Boy. The Aziz Dahaka she was responsible for was also well preserved and was not affected by the bombing. She and her troops were originally survivors. After all, Maltese was the general of the garrison and managed it extremely strictly. In order to maintain the stability of AZ Dahaka, thousands of Nolder auxiliaries in the army donated their blood, creating a large blood bank. This was truly a voluntary contribution. Originally thought that they would be resurrected after detonating AZ Dahaka. But on the contrary, only those who were alive when detonated would die. After the magic storm was generated, Malthus knew that the Winjidarian continent was probably doomed. She had no other thoughts at that time, and she just wanted to save herself. But the magic storm in the Winjidarian continent lasted too long, and Malthus was unable to leave the underground base and return to the surface. Even if he went to the surface, he would not be able to survive. So Malthus decided to put himself to death and live. Aziz Dahaka's characteristic is to make the living die and to resurrect the dead. Malthus decided to take advantage of this characteristic and formulate a plan to die first and then live again. That is, let herself die and then trigger AZ Dahaka's holy light, since he doesn't know when the magic storm sweeping the continent will dissipate. Malthus cannot directly activate Azdahaka and then commit suicide immediately. Otherwise, even if he is resurrected, he will still not be able to survive. Therefore, she left behind the activation method of AZ Dahaka, and then used powerful magic to freeze herself and her troops in the underground base, and also froze the warehouse where AZ Dahaka was sealed. She wanted to delay her resurrection until the magic storm dissipated. Of course you will die after being frozen, but at least you will die decently, and your body will be protected from damage as much as possible. The magic storm may last for many years, but it will dissipate one day, as long as everything is frozen. After the magic storm dissipates, if AZ Dahaka is detonated, she may come back to life. Even if no one finds this place, and no one can trigger AZ Dahaka, the blood storing it will thaw sooner or later. When the blood evaporates, this unstable bomb will still detonate automatically. In order to ensure that he could be resurrected, Malthus used all his magic power to use the spirit gathering technique on himself before he died. This is a necromancy spell banned by the Sindari Elves. This spell can make a person's soul linger after death, but it cannot save life. It can also cause a terrible transformation. That is, turning into an undead and becoming a walking corpse. However, it is just right to use it at this time. Otherwise the soul will disperse over time, and even Azdahaka will not be able to resurrect her. In fact, the spirit gathering technique was originally a spell prepared to cooperate with the Holy Light Illumination plan. It was only after this plan was confirmed that the Sindari Empire opened up this forbidden technique to several generals responsible for implementing the plan. Freeze the body, then use the spirit gathering technique to maintain the soul, waiting for Azdahaka to resurrect himself. This was originally a reliable plan, but usually, no matter how reliable the plan is, there will always be some surprises. The surprise that Malthus encountered was that the magical storm on the Winjidarian continent lasted for nearly 100 years. And after the storm dissipated, the entire continent turned into an extremely cold ice field. The ice has never thawed, and Azdahaka has been staying stable in the underground warehouse. She froze herself with Aziz Dahaka for 1,000 years. At that time, Maltese was indeed dead. It wasn't until 300 years ago that Kabbalah found this underground base. His old body was frozen to death here, and then he occupied Aziz Dahaka's body. What Kabbalah said was basically the truth. The only one who could move at that time was Aziz Dahaka. It was originally a puppet that used magic power to maintain its ability to move, or a special undead that could move as soon as it was unfrozen. Kabbalah also said that Maltese wasn't dead, and came back to life after thawing. But her soul was mutilated, and she turned all her subordinates into the undead as soon as she woke up. In fact, Malthus did not come back to life on his own, nor was his soul incomplete. After all, Martis is a great mage, a Sindari elf who is infinitely close to God, and he is the best among the Sindari elves, with extremely strong magic power. Her soul never dissipated under the influence of the spirit-gathering technique. However, she is not a god after all. Just like Ulrich when he was in the temple, her soul does not have the ability to reoccupy the body, and she can no longer cast magic. The magic power of Sindari elves is in their bodies. It is the blood full of magic that gives them the ability to release spells, not faith or divine gift. With just a soul, she can't do anything. She can't touch any entity. It was then that Kavala reached an agreement with Malthus. Malthus, who had been in the underground base for thousands of years, sold his soul in order to be resurrected, and was rescued by Kavala at the cost of being controlled by Kavala. To put it simply, Kavala took advantage of the situation, forced Malthus to sign a soul contract with him, forcibly controlled Malthus, and then taught her how to return to her own body. In fact, Malthus just occupied his body with his soul. This was not resurrection. And Kavala's control over Malthus is actually the way the gods control their chosen ones. The so-called soul contract, if it is under normal circumstances, that is to say, without coercion. In fact, it is faith. The oath sworn by the soul is the most pious belief, because the spirit body cannot lie and deceive. But using coercion to make Malthus sign a soul contract is actually what the Abyss Demon does. And it is also the most controlling method. Being able to completely control the soul means that it can forcibly control its body and behavior. The way the gods operate is usually through deception or inducement. But no matter what, Kavala exchanged a deal for control of Malthus, and did not adopt any coercive method. Malthus voluntarily, which can be regarded as in line with the rules of the creator god. Kavala has since had his own chosen one, and he must be the most powerful one in the entire world. After all, Malthus can cast magic without any restrictions. Kavala did not occupy Malthus's body. He used the body of Az-Dahaka. This body was forbidden to possess demons, and he could not occupy it before he died. But Malthus is indeed the body he prepared. He can completely control Malthus's soul, as long as he is not restricted by the forbidden demon. He can replace it with Malthus at any time, just like Egram in his fall, like a ghost. So, all the chosen ones are not actually alive? Leon asked. No, most of them are indeed living people. But the two of us are exceptions. We both signed a soul contract with God, and then possessed our own bodies. God's contract can make people immortal, but this does not. It is considered truly alive, because the soul does not belong to oneself. Malthus explained. Life is worthy of awe, and people with complete lives cannot be controlled. Of course, when they cannot be directly controlled, God will deceive them. For the past 300 years, although I have been controlled, but I've also seen a lot of things. I see. After the explosion of Az-Dahaka, the lost life was fully restored, and Kavala could no longer control Malthus. But Malthus said that he was the same as her? I don't feel like I have signed any soul contract. Leon didn't know why. You must have signed it. Otherwise you will die. You can look back and think about it. When did your life change differently? Malthus looked at Leon and said firmly, when did life change? Ever since I came to Pender Continent. Could it be? The options at the beginning of the game suddenly appeared in Liang's mind, as well as the button face life. Unable to save or exit, he closed his eyes and tried to check his insignificant system. The system disappeared. Gone! That half-baked subsystem is gone. This is actually the case. It is indeed a lie. The original Leon Griffin was indeed dead. He inadvertently signed a soul contract with the goddess, and then took possession of Leon's body. This is indeed not considered a living person. However, the soul contract may indeed exist. But has the goddess of order really controlled herself? Thinking about it carefully, it seems that I don't have it, or I don't feel it very much. However, his troubled life was indeed caused by Eunomia. Eunomia? Should you explain? Leon looked up at the sky, feeling very unhappy. Thinking about it again, Eunomia has been sentenced to life imprisonment, and Leon feels even more unhappy. There is no chance for revenge, let alone revenge. Eunomia may never be able to respond to him again. Leon felt. Leon sighed, feeling very complicated. He couldn't tell whether it was regret, relief, or both. He knew that he probably no longer carried God's mission. But many of the things I had gained seemed to have been lost. From now on, I had to rely entirely on myself. Leon clenched his fists, feeling his still weak body. But then he realized that it was not that his body was weak, but that all the skill points he had gained that did not belong to him had been lost. When the system disappears, the iron bones and strong attack levels improved through the system will also disappear. Probably several levels missing. That system is a benefit given by the goddess to the chosen ones. And now it no longer belongs to me. The only things that belong to me are the projects and practical experience that I have really trained in Fogong City. But they are no longer reflected in proficiency, but in muscle memory and brain experience. But it doesn't matter. Leon has long adapted to fighting with his brain instead of relying on strength and skills. Anyway, even if he has a system, many opponents he faces will still be unbeatable. Moreover, there are more and more powerful things that he has retained. The trust of our partners, the loyalty of our soldiers, the reputation we have built over the past few years, and our great reputation gained from our battles in the north and south. These are the most valuable things. Moreover, most of them are not obtained by one's own personal force. With his current status, coupled with the presence of bodyguards of the level of Wendy, Risa Dillon, and even Wendavier, it doesn't matter. The only regret is that the perception gained from the void is gone. That is a life-saving skill. But now it seems that that should also be a special benefit given to herself by the goddess of order. But is Wendy's blood still there? Now that the heartbeat and pulse have returned to the level of ordinary people, is Wendy's blood gone? This is really a pity. Leon, what's wrong with you? Are you feeling uncomfortable? Seeing that Leon was in a daze, Wendy walked up and took Liang's arm. No, I just lost too much blood. Wendy, don't leave my side again. I need your protection. Leon smiled and patted Wendy's hand. Blood or not, the concern in Wendy's eyes was the most important thing. Martis, what are you going to do now? I guess Kavala is unlikely to give up on a chosen one like you. Turning his head, Leon looked at Maldus. It's impossible for me to let go of this false god like him. I can't bear to be controlled by him for 300 years. Maldus seemed to want revenge. Then, let's work together and let that lunatic who wants to be a god go where he belongs. Leon stretched out his hand towards Maldus. Maldus did not respond, but looked at Wendy. What? Aren't you the one who should make the decision here? You are Sindari. Leon is our leader, and everyone here listens to him. And, Maltiz, I am not Sindari. Wendy smiled. Besides, this is not Winjadarian anymore. Maldus sighed. You have strong magic power fluctuations in your body, which is stronger than my magic power. How could it not be Sindari? You just released magic. I was. Wendy tried to defend, but Leon squeezed her hand and stopped her. Wendy mainly lacks a good teacher. Maltiz, besides the spirit gathering technique of summoning the dead. What other magic do you know? Can you teach Wendy? Leon showed a humble smile to Maldus. This smile was seen by many people, mostly before Leon took out all the dinars in his pocket. Of course, she should be a powerful magician. But, Leon, I will not cooperate with humans. It seems that Maldus really looks down on humans. Well, if you don't cooperate, you won't cooperate. But, Maltiz, you are resurrected, so you have to eat. Right. But you have dinars? Could it be said that a Sindari lord is going to be reduced to this? Going to rob? And still hungry to grab steamed buns to eat? TSK. 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 Leon began to shake his head and snap his fingers. Besides, you have no place to live, and no one to serve as your subordinates. It seems that your Horned Viper Vanguard has not recovered its sanity. You don't need to look at my guards. Although they are Nolder elves, they are only follow my orders. Maldus remained silent. She really didn't think much about it. The most important thing is that Kabbalah will definitely come to you. You should know that he will not die, and there should be other Aziz Dahaka in his snake-worshipping cult. Leon stretched out his hand again. General Martis, you need a job now and an ally. Just so, I can provide a job and also be an ally. So what about Sindari? No matter how powerful the magician is, she may become a wage earner. Who told her to be so poor? Chapter 371 The Real God. Leon has an extra wage earner, but this is a temporary worker. Maltis said that she would leave after Kavala was solved, and during this period, she would help Wendy learn about magic as much as possible. According to Malthus, the learning of magic is a long-term process, mainly relying on comprehension. In addition, she is a leading general and is quite good at fighting, but she has never taught students. And she herself is an ice mage. But Wendy seems to be better at using fire like Wendy Deer. She insists that Wendy has used fire magic, unless she has seen it with her own eyes. Older people are indeed stubborn, and there is no reason why the powerful group of elves turned out to be so miserable. As a result, Liang immediately lowered her salary level by several levels, and only took care of food without giving her money. Her horned viper pioneers don't need to eat anyway. They are indeed undead, but their bodies are better preserved. Malthus probably didn't expect that Liang originally positioned her as a high-level thug, but she turned her treatment into a temporary worker just because of one word. General Sundari's negotiation level is really not worth mentioning. No wonder he sold his soul to Kabbalah in the first place. After all, Liang knew that Wendy was also a human-shaped demon Forbidden Tower. Since the demonic Forbidden Tower contained demons, she would definitely not be able to use magic. He asked Malthus to teach Wendy magic just to ensure that Malthus could cooperate with him. But since Malthus doesn't plan to stay for long, it means that he is an unstable employee who can leave at any time. And it is certainly impossible to give him a high salary. Liang even felt that he was at a loss because Malthus really cared about Wendy, the Sundari, and maybe a few more tricks could get Malthus to make a profit. Should we try to get her a loan to work? Doesn't she just have no place to live? Maybe after taking out a loan, she can work with peace of mind? It's just that the risk is a bit high. You might end up being a deadbeat. However, now is certainly not a good time to apply for a loan. Because at noon that day, Kabbalah came. Kabbalah's troops are slow, and his undead troops dragged many corpses with them. They did not drive horses, but relied on the undead to pull many carriages, bringing countless corpses. It seemed that Kabbalah had found many soldiers along the way. In other words, he was not preparing for war, but more likely to directly take over the Lion City. Martis, where was Kabbalah before Az Dahaka's holy light was released? Liang believed that the reason why Kabbalah came to Lion City so slowly, and even picked up some corpses along the way was probably because he didn't know that Martis was hit by Az Dahaka's explosion. I'm not sure where he was at the time, but he must have been far away. I never told him the whole truth. He had seen me use Az Dahaka to destroy the third army of the old Bacchus Empire. He must have thought that Az Dahaka is only used to destroy the world. He dare not enter the coverage of the holy light, Malthus replied. In other words, he doesn't know that you have been resurrected. This is a good opportunity. He may think that this place is full of undead, and it is the Fear Army you rebuilt. Let you activate Azdahaka and destroy the Lion City, all the troops in the army, and then use my troops to rebuild the Dread Legion. This was originally his plan. Right. Liang confirmed again. This is indeed his plan. What are you going to do? Malthus nodded. She had the same judgment as Liang. Kabbalah can drive the undead, but can't he summon the undead? Why would he prepare those corpses? Liang turned his head and looked at the horned viper pioneers that Malthus had left outside the city. He can't use the soul-gathering technique. This is magic, not divine magic. He can't learn it. He can only use his powerful soul power to control the undead. In the past, he used to control me to summon the undead, Malthus replied. Then can you control those undead? Liang's eyes lit up. No doubt I can use soul-gathering technique to summon the undead, but I don't have his soul power. I can't control it. This is why soul-gathering technique has become a forbidden technique. Summoning the undead actually means that people's souls will remain immortal after death, but their consciousness will soon dissipate, and then they will become out-of-control walking zombies. If there is no strong suppression of soul power, all the undead will lose control, and will only act according to the subconscious mind during life. My troops can always gather around me only because they were extremely loyal to me when they were alive. They still remember that they are elite soldiers of the garrison, so they can obey military orders. Malthus also glanced at the horned viper pioneers who stayed outside the city, shook his head and said, in other words, after losing you, Kabbalah will no longer be able to create undead. Then I think the first thing he will do when he gets here is to try to take over your body. Leon pointed at Malthus's brain. Malthus nodded. Maybe, if he takes over my body, he can both summon the undead and drive them. That's it then. Leon turned his head and glanced at Kabbalah in the distance. Leon whispered the plan to Malthus. Then, he and Malthus went out of the city and met Kabbalah. Kabbalah was still using Ulrich's body. His eyes were cloudy, his body was pale green, and his limbs were stiff. After all, This was a corpse that had been filled with mercury and antiseptic chemicals, and had been buried for more than a year. It certainly couldn't be too flexible. I don't know how Kavala can tolerate this body. This body probably doesn't feel anything. Right? It is impossible to see with calcified eyes. And it is impossible to hear or touch in a rigid body filled with antiseptics. However, Kavala can definitely see the world directly with his soul. After all, his soul can communicate directly with living people. But a body without touch is definitely not very beautiful. And Kavala probably won't be able to endure such a body for a long time. He will change it sooner or later. Leon felt that Kavala came this time just to switch to Malthus. Kavala must indeed have planned to seize Malthus' body directly. As soon as he arrived at the gate of Lion City, he rode straight towards Malthus without saying anything. And he also took out the gate of the abyss while walking. It seems that he is planning to occupy it in the same way that Medea once used. With the help of the code, Leon quickly asked Malthus to come forward. Moreover, he also imitated the behavior of the horned viper pioneers under Malthus, and followed Malthus expressionlessly. A bit dull, a bit sluggish, silent, and holding his breath. This is what the undead look like. Leon still remembered the situation when he first saw the undead army after being rescued from the lake by Bayodaisy. At that time, I could detect a troop 2 or 3 miles away. But it wasn't until the troop got closer that I could tell that it was the undead based on hearing and vision. The same should be true for Kavala. As long as he doesn't get too close, and doesn't let him notice his breathing and heartbeat, he probably won't be able to tell the difference between the undead and the living. Plus Ulrich's body? Leon was at least certain that it was impossible for Kavala to hear the heartbeat. And he was not an older elf. Malthus came to Kavala, held the High King's ring in both hands, and raised it above his head. Of course, this was what Leon asked her to do. It looked like she had completed the task, and was ready to hand over the task. Ha ha ha! Malthus, your mission is accomplished. Leon, you really didn't survive from the Terror Legion. You even became a member of the Terror Legion. I will make you the commander of the Legion. After all, this body is my descendant. Kavala smiled happily. But the smile on that pale green face was terrifying. He was talking, but Ulrich's body didn't speak at all. This may be Kavala using his soul to talk directly to people. And only he has this ability. Malthus did not speak, but lowered his head slightly. Leon stood behind Malthus, turning a deaf ear and not moving at all. Like a real undead? Take it. Kavala took out the gate of the abyss and handed it to Malthus. Then he took the ring from Malthus' hand and played with it. He was probably feeling a little emotional. Maybe because he felt that many of his wishes had been fulfilled. Then he raised the sword again and tried to pierce Ulrich's head. That is, his own head. From the chin upwards. This is the same as the way the 3 prophets switched bodies, by killing themselves in Kerwin village. Presumably some part of his brain had to be severed in order to remove his own soul from the body. Just as the undead and the fallen had to have their heads chopped off. Judging from this self-killing posture, the center of the skull, deep between the eyebrows, should be where the soul is. However, just when Kavala stabbed his sword into his chin, Malthus threw the gate of the abyss to Leon behind him. Then he raised his sword and cut off Kavala's sword-holding hand. His sword skills are very fast. As fast as Windatir's. This is a raid. This was of course what Leon told him. He wanted to trap Kavala in a body that had lost its fighting power just like he trapped the 3 prophets. Martis! Kavala's angry voice sounded. Then, all the undead moved in response and rushed towards Malthus. Leon took over the gate of the abyss and ran away. And the troops in Lion City also began to charge out to respond. Leon stood so close just to get the gate of the abyss. This was to make Kavala think that he had been turned into an undead by Malthus, so he would relax his vigilance. At the same time, it is also to prevent Kavala from using the gate of the abyss to cause other things. But he didn't expect Kavala to let Malthus hold the gate of the abyss. This was more perfect than he imagined. He originally thought that it would take a hard fight to grab the gate of the abyss. Leon, can you hear me? Open the door of the abyss. Quick! A voice appeared in Liang's ear. Leon could probably realize whose voice it was. But he had no intention of replying now. He ran quickly holding the gate of the abyss. I'm Anna. Leon. Listen to me. Ulrich's soul is controlled by Kavala. Ulrich's body is his own soul. Not Kavala. Kavala is driving Rick. Anna spoke urgently, her voice sounding nervous and anxious. Leon stopped and looked back at Ulrich. Anna, what's going on? Kavala is in the gate of the abyss. He wants to control your soul. He wants his own blood to become the king of Pender again. But it must be under his control. Liang was shocked, staggered, and the gate of the abyss flew out. Ha ha ha. Liang, it's too late. The soul of the Chosen One is indeed not so easily destroyed. But from now on, you will no longer exist. Kavala's voice sounded directly. This time, the voice did not appear in my ears, but like Eunomia's voice before, it appeared directly in my mind, or, in other words, directly in the depths of my soul. Liang stopped and looked left and right for the gate of the abyss. Kavala has never used Ulrich's body? That was Ulrich himself? It seems that Ulrich was also signed into a soul contract by Kavala. No wonder Kavala can talk to Leon through the ring. He should have always maintained a spiritual state, and has never used any body since leaving the temple. Should have thought of it earlier. This is the rule of the Creator God. Kavala didn't dare to take over Ulrich's body. Ulrich was a native of this world. He has been controlling everything in God's way. In other words, Kavala has never violated the rules of the Creator God so far. He has never occupied anyone's body. Nor has he personally used any magic. The only time it possessed Aziz Dahaka's body was only by possessing a puppet weapon. Just like being attached to a sword. He has been controlling others. From Malthus to Ulrika. To himself. Kavala really didn't expect that Malthus would no longer be controlled by him. But he never wanted to occupy anyone's body. He just wanted to control everyone. Like a true god. Suddenly, there was a sharp pain in his head. Leon covered his head, and glanced at the gate of the abyss on the ground. He gritted his teeth, and endured the headache and rushed towards it. Fortunately, the other undead were far away, and Leon was not disturbed. Although he had an unbearable headache, he still got the gate of the abyss. Antidote: how to use the gate of the abyss? Leon anxiously opened the pages of the codex and asked, looking at the same patterns of the two galaxies. You can't use it. You are a living person now. But Ulrich can. If you give Ulrich the gate of the abyss, you can release his soul. I can help you stop Kavala for a while. Go quickly. A black mist flew out from the gate of the abyss, and flew into Liang's forehead. This is treating my brain as a battlefield. Right? You won't blow your brains out. Liang glanced at Ulrich and stumbled over. Ulrich's right hand has been chopped off by Malthus, and the undead around him are grabbing Malthus. But he himself made no movement. Still riding on the horse. As if he didn't feel anything at all. It's okay not to feel it. Leon has realized that if Kavala really uses Ulrich's body, he will also lose all his feelings. When the soul merges with the body, he may have to use the body's 5 senses. Ulrich was just a puppet driven by Kavala, and was meant to be exposed in front of others to attract fire. Chapter 372: Soul Seizing. But he couldn't run through it. The pain in his head was getting worse and worse, and Leon felt that his eyes were darkening and his whole body was stiff. The feeling he had experienced in the temple of the god of creation reappeared. He only stumbled a few steps with the gate of the abyss before he realized that his body was going numb. It's almost out of control. Roland! Before his body completely lost consciousness, Leon roared loudly. Perhaps only Roland's soul-crushing technique can prevent him from being completely controlled now. But Roland was a little far away. He had just come out of the Lion City, and was dealing with the undead army brought by Kavala. Originally, if Leon had not looked back for Ulrich, but had kept running towards the city gate, he would probably be by Roland's side now. But now, although Roland heard Liang's cry, he was blocked by Kavala's undead army. Leon was somewhat desperate. He was basically unable to move at all, and had a splitting headache. What to do? Malthus said that Kavala has powerful soul power. How can he fight Kavala? Leon really has no experience in the battle between souls. Moreover, before he could think of any solution, Liang's vision went dark, and he fell to the ground. This is not a coma, but a switch in the conscious environment. It was like a blink of an eye. And then Leon found himself in a chaotic space. Leon is very familiar with this kind of space. It is basically consistent with the void he has been to before. But this time, this chaotic space is not white. This is a gray space. Occasionally, a few rays of purple light can be seen penetrating into it, making the space look less closed. The purple light can at least give people a sense of distance and direction. But overall, this is still a void that is gray from top to bottom, left, and right. It seems that this is my soul space? So, the void that I had experienced before. Where is it? Leon is not the only one in this space. But there are 2 other figures. One is a tall golden shadow, whose face cannot be seen clearly, but has a strong sense of oppression. The other one is a pure black female figure. This should be Kavala and Anna. But unexpectedly, Leon originally thought Anna was fighting Kavala. But instead of fighting each other, they were negotiating a deal. Kavala, you promised me that you would let Ulrich go when I handed Leon over to you. You have to keep your promise. Otherwise no one will be able to live well. This is Anna's voice. Of course, there are no lies between spirits. I guarantee that you and Ulrich can stay together forever. I will also rescue your two sisters, Kavala said. Now, should you help me banish this alien soul to the abyss? Exiling souls from another world? Is this talking about me? Leon thought. That's right. I'm talking about you, kid. Kavala's voice sounded. Oh, this is communication between spirits, and you can directly hear each other's thoughts. Leon has realized that he has been fooled. Kavala simply cannot forcibly devour or exile his own soul. This is an ability that only the three prophets have. The abyss was created by the goddess of justice, and the goddess of darkness is her ally. The three prophets are the gatekeepers left by the goddess of darkness in the abyss. Only they can banish souls to the abyss. Kavala wants to completely eliminate himself, the evil spirit from another world, that has taken over the bodies of his descendants. If he had not picked up the gate of the abyss again, but returned directly to Roland and Wendy, then this situation probably would not have happened. Roland should be allowed to take away the gate of the abyss. He is the chosen one of the goddess of justice, and he has soul-suppressing skills. Even Egram cannot affect Roland, and his soul Anna will definitely not be able to enter. Kavala is not a demon. He can't do anything with his own soul. The most he could do was negotiate terms with himself. Only Anna, or only the three prophets, can directly deal with one's own soul. But Anna misled herself with a series of completely true lies, causing herself to react wrongly, opening the door to the abyss and letting Anna in. Yes, all true lies. Ulrich's soul was indeed controlled by Kavala, and Kavala originally wanted to control him. But Malthus still escaped from Kavala's control after signing the soul contract, which made Kavala no longer believe in the soul contract. He now plans to banish himself to the abyss. So he let Anna exile herself on the condition of releasing Ulrich. Anna, don't you want your sisters? Kavala can't save them. They are locked in the territory of the Nolder Elves. Now knowing that Anna is the executioner, Leon tries to save himself. As long as your body is here, the Nolder Elves will naturally be obedient. Anna, you can even use his body to save your sisters yourself, Kavala said leisurely. I'm afraid you can't do it. Anna, Circe and Medea are imprisoned in White Deer Castle, but that place has been completely sealed. Even I don't know how to open it. Now White Deer Castle is Windy territory. Do you think you can use my body to hide it from Windy? Huh. You couldn't even hide it from Ulrich back then. Right. As soon as she finds out something is wrong with me, what do you think Windy will do? Leon sneered. This is not deception. The spirit body cannot deceive because it can hear the other person's thoughts. The main building where Circe and Medea were imprisoned was indeed sealed by Windy, because she was the only one who could restrain demons at that time. As for how Windy sealed the main building of White Deer Castle, Leon really didn't know, and he didn't have the time to care about the specific layout of the cells. Humph. They will not be killed. The souls of our three sisters are immortal. Sooner or later I will rescue them. Anna is not threatened by Leon. Of course, maybe you are indeed immortal, but they will always be suppressed in White Deer Castle or Alackal. Anyway, these are the places where the Nolder Elves live, and the ban on demons is certain. And Windy knows all your abilities unless you can completely wipe out the Nolder Elves. But do you think you can do it? Will Kavala make you powerful enough to destroy the Nolder Elves? There is no way he will let you three sisters be together. Do you believe it or not? He said he will save your sisters, but he actually wants to sign souls with you three contract. Leon started as good at sowing discord. This is obvious. Kavala cannot let anyone pose a threat to him. And naturally it is impossible for the three prophets to have too much strength. Wendy! Is that Nolder Elf? That little girl? Do you think she can stop my will? When all communication is the truth and there are no lies, the effect of sowing discord is of course very strong. Kavala probably realized this, and he changed the topic to prevent Anna from being induced by Leon. That little girl is now a student of Malthus. Malthus said she is a Sundari. I also think she may be a Sundari. Your Majesty Kavala, do you think two Sundari elves combined can stop your will? Leon said with a bit of sarcasm in his tone. I even think that as long as Windy is given enough time, she might become the queen of the entire world. It just so happens that the thing that elves lack most is time. This is indeed Liang's true thought. and he has had this idea from the moment he became Wendy's teacher. Okay, stop talking so much. Anna, do it, if you still want to see Ulrich. Kavala obviously didn't want to communicate with Leon anymore, and urged Anna to take action quickly. You are still here. How can I do anything? Should I lead you two into the abyss together? Anna said to Kavala. Kavala snorted and then disappeared. But Anna didn't take action. She was obviously still hesitating. On one side is love. On the other side is friendship. Anna, you are very confused. Right. I have a way to get the best of both worlds. Are you interested? Leon saw the opportunity and began to instigate rebellion. Any solution? After a moment of silence, Anna asked. While the gate of the abyss is still here, banish Kavala to the abyss. If you can't do that, try to hold him back. I once swore a soul oath to Medea. As long as she helps me deal with Igraim, I will reunite you sisters. Now I swear with my soul again. I promise to let you and Ulrich be together, and I will make your sisters serve as your angels. Liang's tone was very serious. You should understand that I am definitely more reliable than Kavala. Kavala has the ability to kill you completely. But I don't have the ability. If you kill me, then you will lose to Kavala. If it works, do you think he will keep you to threaten him? Sometimes, being less capable than others is also an advantage. But although Kavala has the ability to kill the three prophets, he does not dare to take action. If he wants to completely kill the three prophets, Kavala will have to use magic, and he may have to do his best. He wasn't sure whether he would violate the prohibition of the god of creation after using magic on the earth. He didn't dare. Otherwise, he wouldn't have had to ask Anna to deal with Liang. Anna was obviously more hesitant, and her mind was probably filled with, what should I do? And the like. Leon, I believe you, but Ulrich's soul is controlled by him. I'm sorry. After a while, Anna seemed to have made a choice. But unfortunately, this choice seemed to be detrimental to Leon. Martis was also controlled by him. But isn't it lifted now? I know how to get Ulrich out of his control. And you can definitely let Ulrich enter the gate of the abyss first. Right. As long as his soul is under your care. Even if he signed a soul contract, Kavala can't take him away from you. Right. Liang is still making his last effort. You can't take it away. But how do you cancel the soul contract? This is a contract from God. Anna asked. There are many ways to do it. Such as activating Aziz Dahaka again. Or making Kavala no longer qualified as a god. Don't imagine God to be so powerful. He is just a more powerful abyss, just evil spirits. Leon spoke firmly this time. Indeed, in Liang's view, God is not invincible. By the way, Ulrich once asked me to do him a favor. He wanted me to bring you to him. You might as well go and meet Ulrich first. I think he might have something to say to you. Leon added that this was indeed what Ulrich said in the temple. The effect of this sentence is obviously greater than anything else. Anna agreed after being silent for a while. Then you bring the gate of the abyss in front of Ulrich. Be careful not to be discovered by Kavala. He is now at the gate of the abyss. Inside the door, Anna was still in Liang's soul space. But Leon opened his eyes. He still fell to the ground, still holding the gate of the abyss in his hands. But now, he could feel himself regaining control of his body. However, this time, he just stood up stiffly, without any expression on his face, and slowly stood up. If Liang's soul was expelled to the abyss, then this body should be occupied by Anna. Recalling the time when he saw Anna and Ulrich going downstairs together in the House of Nobles, Leon had a slight smile on his face, imitating Anna's posture, taking coquettish cat steps, and walked towards Ulrich step by step. Go to Rick's position. Anna does walk like this. She is a woman after all. Roland, Wendy and others who were approaching Leon opened their eyes wide as they watched Leon lift his chest and twist his hips. Lisa Dillon even planned to shoot Leon to death. Not because he realized that Leon might be possessed by evil spirits, but because it was too eye-catching for such a rough old man like Leon to step out of this posture. But after all, no one really took action against Leon. Kavala didn't interfere anymore. And even the undead avoided Leon. Kavala probably thought it was Anna. Leon successfully relied on his acting skills to cover the distance of 100 meters and handed the gate of the abyss into Ulrich's hands. If Anna banished Leon's soul, then according to the agreement between Anna and Kavala, the gate of the abyss should indeed be handed over to Ulrich. Kavala must release Ulrich's soul and let Ulrich and Anna meet at the gates of the abyss. Leon didn't know what exactly happened in the gate of the abyss. But not long after, Ulrich fell down. Leon immediately took the gate of the abyss back into his hand and took off the High King's ring. Quickly find a place where demons can be banned. As soon as he got the gate of the abyss, he heard Anna's urgent voice. Wendy! Roland! Leon shouted and started running towards Wendy again. Kavala is now a spirit body, and most likely can't do anything to him. Without the ability to use magic, God is no threat at all, and he is worse than the 3 prophets. However, there is really nothing he can do about Kavala. But since Anna asked herself to find a place where the demon is forbidden, it means that she can temporarily hold off Kavala. Maldus finally chopped down the undead around her, with the support of the Horn Viper pioneers. Seeing that Ulrich had fallen, she ran back directly to protect Leon. Roland, Wendy, and others let out a sigh of relief. It seemed that nothing happened to Leon. He had really scared them just now. Wendy! Lead the guards around me! Don't leave my side! Roland! You will command the troops to kill all the undead here. Close! The Silver Hand is temporarily under the command of Sir Roland. After the battle is over, smash all the Kavala statues in the city, leaving no one behind. Ramon, take your men and follow me. After arranging a few words, Leon took Wendy and rode quickly to White Deer Castle. Chapter 373. One wave comes after another. Circe and Medea were still imprisoned in the main building of White Deer Castle. Leon took Wendy and brought the gate of the abyss in front of him. Anna! Circe only glanced at it and shouted. It was obvious that she could tell that Anna was in the gate of the abyss, and she didn't know how she could tell. Anna and Kavala are inside. Leon explained everything related to Kavala in a concise manner, including the origin of Kavala's ring and the griffin. It turns out that the griffin is the ghastly eye. No wonder, Medea murmured. This is the situation. If you want to save Anna now, you have to kill Kavala. Leon looked at the 2 prophets, and he knew that perhaps only the 3 prophets could deal with Kavala, who was a spirit body. But if that's the case, then we can't kill Kavala. Kavala has fully qualified as a god. The gate of the abyss cannot trap him. It is a space prepared for gods. As long as he does not lose with God's qualifications, you can come and go freely within it. Circe frowned and shook her head. God's qualifications. Are you referring to a code like the gate of the abyss? Leon took out the High King's ring. Maybe this is his code. Circe nodded. It should be this. Only by destroying it can we let Kavala stay in the abyss forever. But? Ha ha ha. You 3 can indeed drag me to the abyss and close the door to the abyss forever. But do you really dare to do this? Kavala's voice suddenly came, and he was laughing. He seemed to be sure that everyone had nothing to do with him. Leon looked at the 2 prophets with questioning eyes. Leon, the prophet's halo can indeed drag Kavala into the abyss. But if that is the case, we will also lose our status as divine envoys, and will never be able to leave the abyss. And we will definitely be swallowed by other evil spirits. We are not Paladin. Roland does not intend to be a hero who sacrifices himself for others. Circe gave the answer very bluntly. As long as we are still divine envoys, no one can kill us. You may be able to trap us for a while, but as long as this body dies, we can still be free. These are just 2 experiences. The severely injured human body cannot trap us for long. Leon sighed. This cannot be blamed on the selfishness of the 3 prophets. The evil spirits of the abyss hate the 3 gatekeepers. If they lose their status as divine envoys and fall into the abyss, they will basically be dead. There are still titans in the abyss. Not only that, Leon, this ring seals the gloomy eye. If this ring is destroyed, the griffin will be released. Who can solve it then? Medea also said to Leon. Not even the 2 goddesses can destroy the griffin. It is countless times more powerful than the previous Egrim in Lion Lake City. If it is released, the world will be over. Damn it. It's either Kavala or the most powerful ghastly eye back then. Even the 2 most powerful goddesses at the time couldn't defeat the ghastly eye. If it were to be released, the consequences might be even more serious than Kavala's. It seems that this is the reason why Kavala has always maintained a spiritual state. As long as he does not violate the rules of the Creator God, no one can do anything to him. Leon felt a strong sense of powerlessness in his heart. I know there is something that can trap Kavala. Dragon tears, Wendy said suddenly. Dragon tears? Leon looked at Wendy in confusion. Why? Before, in order to find you, I took away the dragon tears from Alaric. Then, I saw an elf who was exactly like me. She said that you were still alive, and that dragon tears could bring Avatar to life. The souls of the Grace bloodline are brought to the Forbidden Land of God. Wendy took out a sapphire blue crystal from her arms. Leon, Kavala, and you both have the blood of Avadane. Even if he is a god, he is still a soul. That's right. Qualis has the strongest magic power. And dragon tears are the things left behind when the god of creation possessed him. They contain the power of the god of creation. Leon suddenly realized. Just let Kavala go back wherever he came from. But how to do it? It's not difficult. We once sealed another soul with dragon tears. Sealing the soul in dragon tears is the same as banishing it to the gate of the abyss. Circe looked at dragon tears and said to Leon, Ulrich's father, the Mad King, asked us to seal his soul before he died. He wanted to live forever. He was the reason why Ulrich fell ill a few years ago. Circe, Media, come help me. Quick. At this moment, Anna's voice came from the gate of the abyss. He sounded nervous, as if he was in danger. Circe and Media looked at each other again, and then nodded together. Little Noldo girl, please stand far away and hand the dragon tears to Leon, Circe said to Wendy. With the gate of the abyss nearby, the three prophets could have left any body directly. But it was probably because Wendy was too close to her that she couldn't cast the spell. Don't bother. You are free. Anna may not be able to hold on any longer. It's up to you to decide what to do. Leon drew his sword directly and killed the remains of the two prophets one by one. Two black mists flew out from the corpse and flew into the mark of the gate of the abyss. A few hours later, Leon still held the gate of the abyss in one hand and dragon tears in the other. He didn't know what happened inside, but he saw a golden light point fly out from the gate of the abyss and fly into the dragon tears, turning the sapphire blue dragon tears into green with golden light. Then, dragon tears suddenly turned into fragments, and the golden light suddenly disappeared. It seems that the three prophets succeeded? Leon finally felt relieved and handed the dragon tears fragment into Wendy's hands. Leon, destroy the gate of the abyss. Anna has decided to go to the temple with me. The three sisters will not return to Pender. Ulrich's voice came from the gate of the abyss. Your Majesty, what happened inside? Leon felt that Ulrich's voice sounded tired. Young man, don't ask so many questions. You just need to know that I convinced Anna. Kavala has been thrown to the temple by her, and she is probably fighting with Qualis. Ulrich's voice seemed to sound a little proud. Then where are Circe and Media? Leon could vaguely detect Ulrich's persuasive method. It's probably impossible to describe in detail. Hey, didn't you know this all along? The three of them are actually one. Circe and Medea are Anna's other two characters. They are the incarnations of the will of the Dark Goddess, the disguise of protection, the lie of survival, a warrior walking in the darkness. She was once lost in lies and darkness, but I became her light, Ulrich said proudly. If I can find a way to the temple in the future, I will come to see you. Your Majesty, please take care of yourself, Leon said sincerely. Ha ha ha. Only the gate of the abyss is the way to the temple, but you should destroy it. Apologize to Felina for me and tell her that I was wrong. Ulrich said the last words, and there was no more movement at the gate of the abyss, since Kavala was sent to the temple. Of course the gate of the abyss must be destroyed. It is not difficult to destroy the gate of the abyss and melt it into a piece of ebony in a furnace. There are many blacksmith shops in White Deer Castle, but Leon was not sure whether Kavala would find a way back from his ring after destroying the gate of the abyss. The ring of the High King was once the code of the Goddess of Order, and it was the same thing as the gate of the abyss. Kavala said that after coming out of the temple, you will appear where the gate of the abyss is. This is indeed true. Kavala did not say panic at all. That means that after the gate of the abyss is destroyed, if Kavala runs out of the temple, he is likely to appear where the ring is. But this ring cannot be destroyed. Otherwise, if the griffin escapes, it will be a catastrophe. So, Leon took the ring and went to the depths of the forest. He temporarily sealed the thing in Lake Arakel. This is a large lake next to the castle of the Nolder Elves. Arakel. Almost no humans have ever reached here. Leon threw the ring to the center of the lake with his own hands. It basically guarantees that no one, including the Nolder Elves, will be able to touch the ring again. At least, this ensures that even if something comes out, it can't occupy anyone's soul, and it can't create anything like a fallen person. After throwing the Supreme King's ring into the lake, Leon became very relaxed. There should be no gods and devils in the entire continent. He felt that he could finally take a breath and engage in real estate. A few days later, White Deer Castle, originally the most dangerous border county, has become the most stable rear area in the past 2 years. Most people went to Changha Town to participate in real estate construction. Nowadays, basically only the Nolder elves can be seen in White Deer Castle. The Nolder don't like excitement, and their lives seem quiet and calm. Alina didn't like the excitement either. She preferred to lie alone in the woods behind White Deer Castle with a book in her hands. After living in White Deer Castle, or in Wendy's house, Alina probably got the life she wanted most. Wendy keeps many books at home. This underage girl likes to collect books. Most of them are night novels. But there are also other miscellaneous books, including some that are not suitable for children. After all, most night novels of this era would add some more technical details. Alina even found a certain manuscript memoir that Close had been thinking about. The fighting career of a certain Bacchus centurion was also found. The culture of the Bacchus Empire is relatively open, and Alina doesn't mind reading these classics with a learning attitude. She is indeed a studious person. It's a pity that she paid Liang a tuition fee of 8,000 dinars. But Liang never gave her any lessons. It's not that Liang just collected money and didn't do things. The main reason is that he really didn't have time. In the past 2 years, Liang hasn't lived a stable life for a day, and it is estimated that there will be no chance to attend classes in the future. Liang has already conquered Lion City. After capturing the Lion City, Liang should be able to proclaim himself king. A king must have little free time, just like Marius, who is very busy every day. I don't know what's going on with His Majesty Marius' health. According to what Knight Commander Lore has said, he still seems to be inseparable from wine. Even the repeated warnings from the Shining Knights can't stop His Majesty's only hobby. It seems that his father no longer urges him to get married. Every time he writes a letter, he tells him not to return to Bacchus. It seems that there are really many nobles in Bacchus who hate his family. Brutus sent several reports that Emperor Marius and his father had been assassinated several times, but none of them were successful. It's really interesting that when Bacchus was in a bad situation, these nobles never contributed to the country. But as the Bacchus Empire grew stronger, they began to jump around again. It was not known which corner they had been hiding in before. It's a pity that the Shadow Wolves are no longer under my command. Otherwise, I will definitely kill him again and bleed him like a river. If there is no evidence, can't we create some evidence? If it had been replaced by Liang, or even if it had been replaced by Amy, those nobles would have been charged with various serious crimes of treason. His Majesty Marius was too soft-hearted. Alina thought. Miss Alina, Lord Leon and His Highness Wendy have returned from Alacal, and they are looking for you. A Nolder Ranger appears in the forest. This is the bodyguard provided by Wendy for Alina. But most of the time the bodyguard just reminds Alina to eat. Alina has always been good at avoiding danger. Wendy has been called His Royal Highness by the Nolder elves since last year, ever since Amy handed over White Deer Castle to Wendy. The Elf King Fergusoner designated Wendy as his heir. Find me? Alina was a little surprised, but she knew that none of the people Leon dealt with during this period were human beings. What do you do to yourself when faced with something like a demon? Alina came to the Lord's Hall of White Deer Castle full of doubts. There are 3 people in the hall. In addition to Leon and Wendy, there is also former snake cult priest Alyssa. Alina, has there been any news from the Bacchus Empire recently? For example, letters from your father or Emperor Marius? Leon was talking to Alyssa, and when he saw Alina coming back, he turned his head. The latest news is that 2 months ago, my father encountered an assassination, but nothing happened to him. What happened? Alina suddenly felt a little uneasy. I saw Governor Justice at Shieldwind Fortress. His troops. Captured Shieldwind Fortress. Alyssa said to Alina with a serious face. What? This is impossible. I'm still at White Deer Castle, and he won't do this. Even if he has to, he will definitely let me know first. Alina was shocked. That's why I asked you if you have received any news. We met Alyssa and a few fleeing civilians on the way back. The Bacchus Empire is marching towards White Deer Castle. It is estimated that they will be able to arrive at White Deer tomorrow night outside the castle. Liang smiled bitterly at Alina. Judging from the time, it happened to be when I sent troops from Changha Town to Lion City. Now most of my elites are in Lion City, and the troops from White Deer Castle and Changha Town are all here. Not much, and there is no defense against the Bacchus Empire. So the timing is perfect. How could it be? This is too sudden. His Majesty Marius is still presiding over the strategy against Dexia. It is impossible for him to march on White Deer Castle at this time. It is even more impossible for my father to abandon me. Alina shook her head. This is not their decision. This is a conspiracy. Chapter 374 The Missing Person Returns. The Radiant Knights and General Creon are still dealing with the undead in Lion City. And Alina is still at White Deer Castle. But the Bacchus Empire actually attacks Leon's territory at this time? And the leader is Justice. Cleon is a good friend of Justice and a supporter of the Reformists. Alina is the daughter of Justice. This situation is certainly not normal. Moreover, as soon as Leon transferred his elite troops to Lion City, the Bacchus Empire sent troops. If this was a coincidence, it would be too much of a coincidence. Alyssa has been living in Shieldwind Fortress some time ago. It was a castle rebuilt by the villagers brought back by Leon from Fidin. Alyssa is familiar with them. And the villagers of Fidin will be more tolerant and helpful. If their Alyssa little snake girl lived elsewhere, she would be easily criticized. A few days ago, when Leon was still in Lion City, Shieldwind Fortress suddenly encountered a surprise attack led by Governor Justice. Normally, the Horncall Rangers and the Nolder Patrol would patrol near Shieldwind Fortress. But in order to deal with Kabbalah, Leon took these troops to Lion City. And Shieldwind Fortress was not well prepared. The residents of Shieldwind Fortress were once Bacchus. They knew that even if the Bacchus Empire's troops broke through the castle, they would not easily kill civilians. Especially since Justice had always had a good reputation. There were not many civilians who planned to flee. But Alyssa must run away. Because Bacchus's army will not let the snake worshippers go. Alyssa has been soaked in potions since she was a child. Her skin is too white. Her appearance is too obvious. And her forked tongue cannot be concealed. If she stays in Shieldwind Fortress, she will definitely die. So Alyssa ran away immediately when Bacchus' large army launched its attack. But as soon as she ran out of the city, Alyssa discovered that many civilians were fleeing. After asking, I found out that before Bacchus' army attacked Shieldwind Fortress, they actually plundered the surrounding settlements. So Alyssa organized the civilians to escape to White Deer Castle, and then met Leon, who was returning to White Deer Fort from Lake Alacal on the way. What happened to Bacchus? Who is starting the war? Leon didn't know. But what is certain is that the enemy is well aware of Liang's troop movements. Otherwise, how could the timing of the attack be so accurate? Moreover, Bacchus's army uncharacteristically looted the area around Shieldwind Fortress. That was the army led by Justice. Justice had never done anything like this. You know, Alina is still in White Deer Castle. And even if Justice is insane, it is impossible to plunder Leon's territory at this time. Don't you want your daughter? Leon, daughter, are you doubting? It's me. Seeing Liang's eyes flashing in thought, Alina asked hesitantly. It stands to reason that Alina is indeed worthy of suspicion that her biological father led the troops to launch an invasion when the eastern region was at its most empty. And she is someone who knows the reality of the eastern region. She can even rely on her good relationship with Amy and Wendy relations, leading the defense of many garrisons. But Leon shook his head. You are mine. What do I suspect you of? I can trust you. Alina, I only suspect that someone has kidnapped your father. You must be mentally prepared. Leon did not doubt Alina. He knew that this matter must have nothing to do with Alina. After all, Alina had been helping Amy when the Lion Realm was most dangerous. And Alina had been at White Deer Castle before. And no one restrained her. If this matter had anything to do with her, she would have run away long ago. It is impossible to stay in White Deer Castle and wait to be suspected. The greater possibility is that something happened to Justice. Alina was stunned. Aren't the three prophets gone? Who else can pretend to be my father? Alyssa, are you sure you saw my father? His. I did see Governor Justice. I shouldn't be mistaken. His. He was riding at the front at the time. Alyssa nodded and said to Alina. On horseback? At the front? My father? Alina shook her head, but relaxed a little. He is not such a person. It seems that someone deliberately used your father's name to cause a war. Alina, I asked Ramon to cooperate with you. We must first find out who the enemy is. Leon knew Justice's skills. To say he was not good at martial arts was to flatter him. Justice was a man of culture who relied on his brains to make a living. His ability to wield swords, and swords was roughly the same as Anson's. If he charged forward, then he would. It's a gift. It must have been done out of necessity. But what kind of coercion could make Justice ignore his daughter's safety? Ramon is currently stationed in Makexiangling with his Scorpion assassins. He once auctioned off the Nolder elves, but he was afraid of being retaliated and did not dare to come to White Deer Castle. Alina was good at handling intelligence. Emperor Marius still used her as an intelligence officer during the most difficult times, which speaks volumes. When Leon was away, Alina was also helping Amy manage intelligence work. But she had always lacked a team that could rival the Shadow Wolves. Now that there is a Scorpio assassin who is good at lurking and camouflaging, Leon naturally wants her to display her due abilities. 2 days later, the legions of the Bacchus Empire arrived outside White Hart Castle. Leon watched from the wall of White Deer Castle. And in a daze, he thought it was yesterday reappearing. The Bacchus Empire dispatched about 5,000 troops and camped a mile outside the city, right where Leon kidnapped the 2 governors for the first time. Even the largest and most splendid camp, Justice Camp, was pitched in the same place as it had been a few years ago. White Deer Castle is the same as last time, with only a few hundred troops, most of which are archers, and they will also receive no reinforcements in a short period of time. Only my Xiangling has a force of 300 people that can serve as reinforcements. This is the same as last time, but this time, it was Leon who was guarding White Deer Castle. Moreover, the archers in White Deer Castle are all Noldor elves. My Xiangling's troops are no longer Lion Knights, but Scorpion assassins, which are more suitable for kidnapping. Moreover, Alina has already asked the Scorpio assassins to kidnap her. But this time, the plan was not to use decapitation tactics to solve the problem, but to capture people alive to learn intelligence. Leon, the assassins have found new information. Kairos is currently near Serennes. He is leading the cavalry of the Shadow Army. About 2,000 people. Alina appeared behind Leon with a small notebook. This incident was probably caused by Kairos. Kairos? Didn't he disappear? When did he come back? Leon turned around. He used this tactic of dividing his troops into 2 groups again? What is he trying to do? Yes, Bacchus actually divided his troops into 2 groups this time, like last time. Even the route and operation methods were exactly the same. Kairos led the Shadow Army straight to Serennes, while the infantry force attacked White Deer Castle. It is said that he just came back 2 months ago, so we didn't receive any news. Alina frowned and said, but according to the account of the person we captured, His Majesty Marius became seriously ill just after Kairos came back. Moreover, in just a few days, all the conservative nobles of Bacchus appeared again and gathered when we get to Kairos. Like the army of shadows. Cars and horses are very slow these days, and news transmission is not smooth. And Kairos's return to China is not a special news. During this period, Leon and others have been focusing on dealing with Kavala, so it is normal that they have not received any news. But Kairos gathered all the old-school nobles in a few days and organized such a large army. How can this be? There was not enough time to send a message. And this was obviously premeditated. The conservative faction of the Bacchus Empire were actually those traditional nobles who did not agree with the reform. Most of the traditional nobles disappeared when the Bacchus Empire was in crisis, and many of them were dead. Such as Livius. The situation in Bacchus was good last year, and many, missing. Nobles jumped out again, mostly trying to restore their status and property. But Emperor Marius paid a lot of money to make the country more political and harmonious. Of course, he would not let them do bad things again. It's just that Marius's policy was relatively mild. He did not deal with these missing people, but just ignored them. After all, these nobles have not done any evil in the country, and most of them can make up some excuses such as captured by the enemy and escaped back. It is not easy to be punished with the crime of desertion. If they were suppressed on unfounded charges, it would be possible cause more trouble. However, over the past year, Marius and Justice encountered several unsuccessful assassinations. In fact, everyone knows who carried out the assassination, but no evidence has been found. It stands to reason that these nobles who are ignorant of current affairs cannot make any big waves. They didn't have many soldiers and horses, and it was difficult to unite. They were just a group of greedy worms, and Marius wasn't too worried. But who knew that this group of borers could actually assemble such a large army in just a few days, and that Marius was seriously ill and unable to control them? This must have been planned long in advance. Leon sighed. He could understand why these conservatives wanted to cause a war, and he also understood why Kairos wanted to attack him. The Bacchus Empire has gradually become stronger recently. If Emperor Marius had destroyed Desha, half of the continent would have been integrated by Marius, and it would have been even more difficult for the conservatives to try to overthrow the empire. They must make Bacchus chaotic. The more enemies the Bacchus Empire has, the better chance they have. If they can break into White Deer Castle, they can not only plunder, but also force Marius to let the Shadow Army become Bacchus' main army again. Bacchus already has only himself as an ally. If they are enemies with Leon again, Bacchus he will become the enemy of the whole continent. And he can only use the method of conquest to get to the end. Attacking White Deer Castle is not only in line with the current situation, but also in line with morality and rules. White Deer Castle is composed of Nolder elves, and attacking the Nolder elves must be guiltless. In addition, Changha Town and White Deer Castle were relatively empty, so there was no pressure to do this job, and Emperor Marius could not blame them. Besides, after defeating White Deer Castle and capturing the Nolder elves, it doesn't matter what Leon does. Anyway, Bacchus and the Nolder elves can only be enemies. Marius can only let the Shadow Legion stay in the east. The region thwarts the revenge of the Nolder elves, and their goal can be achieved. Whose tongue did the assassin seize? Leon asked with a frown. It's Decimus. Decimus? I think I've heard of this name. Leon turned around. He used to be the lord of Bailan village. Then the Red Death occurred in Bailan village. He abandoned the villagers and ran away, and then never showed up again. When my father rebuilt Imperial Port last year, Decimus showed up and asked my father to return it. His territory and property. My father refused. Subsequently, my father was assassinated several times, and the killers were all dressed as snake worshippers. Alina answered quickly. In other words, it is possible that Decimus is a member of the snake cult? Is the Red Death in Julin village also related to him? Leon guessed. This is all normal. Many lords in the Bacchus Empire did defect to the snake cult, and the doctors, who were originally affiliated with Decimus from the Knights of the Shining Cross of the Shadow Legion, also said that most of the people in the Shadow Legion were corrupted by the snake cult. There is no clear information on this dot, but he is a subordinate of Kairos and a member of the Shadow Army. Alina said unhappily. The people of the Shadow Legion have lost their status in the past 2 years. They may be trying to regain power. It's really interesting. If these cowards want to control power, they might as well take advantage of Emperor Marius' serious illness to do something big in Siyuan City, such as a mutiny to seize power. Leon shook his head. But they sent troops to White Deer Castle. Not to mention that there are so many Nolder elves in White Deer Castle that they cannot attack. Even if they can attack them, they will still be dealt with after Emperor Marius recovers. Yeah, they are a bunch of greedy cowards. But they are disgusting. Alina nodded and agreed with Leon. Your father must have been under some kind of coercion. It may have something to do with Emperor Marius' illness. Leon looked at the tents outside the city and felt the urge to break into the enemy camp alone again. After all, everything was very similar to last time, and he inexplicably felt that this might be fate. Don't go, Leon. You are no longer that unknown person. Everyone knows you. Besides, 3 Scorpio assassins have died trying to enter my father's camp. They are very well guarded. Alina reached out and grabbed the corner of Liang's clothes. Let's think about how to defeat the enemy. And I don't think those cowards have the ability to stage such a big battle in such a short period of time. Are you saying that several other countries are also causing trouble? Are they coming after me? Leon shook his head. I probably didn't fly back from Lion City with Wendy. They had already sent troops when I was still in Lion City. In other words, they didn't know I was here. They weren't it's for me. But there are already 5,000 people in White Deer Castle alone, plus Kairos and the Shadow Army in Serenes. The total number is 7,000 to 8,000. It's really impossible to have such a scale. It was the nobles who lost power who did it. And several other countries probably also conspired. They all want to make Bacchus the enemy of the entire continent. Alina sighed. Should we break out of White Deer Castle first? Go to Changha Town to organize an army? And stop Kairos first? No. If we abandon White Deer Fort, all the enemies will gather in Changha Town, and the construction of Changha City will be finished. Moreover, White Deer Fort cannot be lost. Leon also sighed. Not to mention that Penn Bank is still here, just because of the importance of White Deer Keep to the Nolder elves. I cannot abandon White Deer Keep if I cannot show my determination to protect this place. No. Why do the elves keep following me? Chapter 375. The war is coming again. White Deer Fort must be defended. But the news returned in the past 2 days is not very good. Most of the troops of the Nolder elves were not near White Deer Castle. Islando went to the Amala Castle area in the south. It is said that there was a forest fire there. This was obviously deliberately caused by the Bacchus. In order to destroy Nolder, the main force of many elves was transferred away, and Aldarion went to the grassland to cause trouble for the Jata people, since he was defeated by the Jata people last time. As long as the Jata people make any movement, Aldarion will definitely kill people. As for the other elf king, Kaelbon El, The artist was a pacifist and never fought. And Leon and Wendy never counted on him. There is not much of a problem in Rivertown. Lord Godric, Father, and Eric. They are all in Changha Town. Amy took Jocelyn and Bao Daisy to recruit new soldiers, and should be returning to Changha Town soon. Leon didn't think Kairos and his 2,000 cavalry could do much to Changha Town. But the Shadow Army was definitely capable of forcing the construction of Changha City to temporarily halt, and preventing Changha Town from sending reinforcements to White Deer Castle. In other words, in a short period of time, White Deer Castle will not receive support. There are a total of 500 combatants staying in White Deer Castle. This is because Leon and Wendy brought back the Nolder guards. Otherwise White Deer Castle would be quite empty. Of course, 500 Nolder elves are a very powerful fighting force, and can face 10 times the number of enemies in a city defense battle. However, the trouble now is not whether the White Deer Castle can be defended. Leon, they are forcing you to become the enemy of the Empire. No matter who wins or loses in this battle, the Bacchus Empire can only be your enemy. And there is no room for relaxation. That's why they are forcing you. My father leads the army. Alina kept frowning. Indeed, it is impossible for Leon to let anyone occupy White Deer Castle. He will definitely defend it resolutely. There is no retreat in this battle. If the Bacchus Empire is too damaged at White Deer Castle, then the good relationship between Leon and Bacchus will be completely destroyed. And the Bacchus Empire and Leon will lose their last allies at the same time, with enemies everywhere and suffering heavy losses. The Bacchus Empire could only rely on the Shadow Army once again to survive. Marius reforms could no longer be carried out. They could only develop military armaments and try to conquer the mainland by force. This was exactly what the conservatives wanted. And if White Deer Castle is captured, the Nolder elves with the same effect will fight back with all their strength. And Leon will also have to regain his base. The Bacchus Empire will still have to make the same choice in the end. At the same time, the conservative faction used unknown means to hijack Justice, the leader of the reformist faction, and sent troops in the name of justice. The main force was also the Second Army of the Empire under Justice. If the Bacchus Empire was defeated, it would also be Justice's responsibility. Has nothing to do with the Shadow Army, since they could make Marius' condition worse. They could also deceive most of the uninformed Bacchus. If the Bacchus Empire were defeated, they could make Justice lose his status. And there was a high possibility that they could even kill Justice on the battlefield. And if the Bacchus Empire wins and really captures White Deer Castle, they will probably kill Justice on the battlefield, and then put the blame on Leon and the Nolder elves. Emperor Marius was seriously ill. Justice was defeated and died. And something happened to the two big guys who initiated the reform. The reform will inevitably lead to the demise of the people and the government. And the Shadow Army will once again become the pillar of the country. In other words, no matter what the outcome is, no matter who loses or wins this battle, the old guard can get the result they want. War is never a goal, but a political necessity. In political struggles, sometimes all it takes is a big war to happen. No matter what the outcome is, no matter how many soldiers will die meaninglessly on the battlefield, it doesn't matter. This is the bad battle that Leon least wants to face. In this kind of bad battle, no matter whether you win or lose, you will suffer huge losses. This is also the situation Alina least wants to see. Whatever the outcome of the war, her father Justice would most likely die. The biggest problem in this battle was the safety of Justice. Marius had been in poor health in the past 2 years. Justice was basically the prime minister and had a high reputation in Bacchus. If he died in White Deer Castle, the people of the Bacchus Empire might spontaneously organize an army to continuously attack Leon. At that time, the war would turn into revenge and would continue endlessly. Emperor Marius is still too soft-hearted. He should be charged with some crimes and have those old-school bastards killed, Leon said through gritted teeth. I think so too, but His Majesty Marius sigh. Alina whispered. Actually, I have been thinking about which one is better, dictatorship or Senate system. There is no best system. The essence of rule is that a small number of people use various means, including force, to make the majority of people obey. As for whether the small number of people are called members, or noble lords, or elected representatives, but they are all the same, as long as it allows people to live and work in peace and contentment. Any system is a good system, Leon answered casually. Alina was stunned for a while, then nodded heavily. Leon, you will definitely become the emperor who rules the continent. You are indeed the son of prophecy. Even if you are the enemy of the entire continent, I support you. I'm not too worried about whether there are many enemies. There are never permanent enemies in this world. But the problem now is that this game is related to your father's life, regardless of victory or defeat. Liang looked at Alina and found that Alina was looking at him seriously. Her eyes looked very much like Amy's. Before the battle is over, or before the outcome of the battle at White Deer Castle is clear, my father will definitely not die. So, just don't let this battle start too fast. Alina bit her lip, with a hint of ruthlessness in her eyes. Leon, if Ramon's Scorpio assassins are not here and only rely on the Nolder elves led by Wendy, can White Deer Castle be defended? Can it defend the first half? Months? Half a month should be fine. You know the fighting prowess of the Nolder elves. Leon nodded, and then realized something. Alina, do you want me to lead the Scorpio assassin directly into Bacchus territory? Yes. But it's not you. It's me. I don't know what method those bastards used to coerce my father. But those shameless nobles also have wives and children. And they also have families. The Scorpio assassin may not be able to do much on the battlefield. It works. But if they appear behind the enemy's rear, let the assassins throw knives at those bastards' houses. Alina gritted her teeth and said her plan. I will take the Scorpio assassin out of the forest. It will only take half a month for me to find the families of those bastards. They can coerce my father. And of course, I can coerce them. But this method is disgraceful. So you can't go there in person. Risa Dillon. Let's get to work. Leon nodded and turned back to summon his senior killer. Then, he looked at Alina and shook his head seriously. Fame can't be eaten. If I were not here, Ramon would not listen to anyone. Besides, being an assassin, such an exciting job. Of course you have to try it. That night, in the forest on the side of Changha town, a group of masked men in black were watching the camp of Bax's army in the city. The ladders are all ready. It seems they will launch an attack tomorrow morning. Wendy did not intend to leave Liang's side. She was also wearing black clothes. She had handed over the defense of White Deer Castle to Wendadir. I hope Wendadir can control her temper, kill as few people as possible, and fight the war as slowly as possible. Leon was actually a little worried that Wendadir would perform another heroic deed such as riding alone into battle. Don't worry. Teacher Wendadir promised me that she will not be impulsive. She knows that this battle can neither be won nor lost before we come back. Wendy is very confident in Wendadir's character. In fact, this kind of request is more troublesome than killing the enemy quickly. And Wendadir is only so reasonable to Wendy. Alina, among the leading generals outside, which ones are you more familiar with? Leon began to study the target. Lord Rymusk of Valwyn. Lord Gaul of Amera. Alina quickly introduced the situation. She knew that Leon wanted to understand the character of the enemy general. Rymusk was greedy for money and lust, and His Majesty Marius punished him. Gaul was fond of gambling, but he did not have many bad deeds. In addition, there is also General Titus. He often robs villages, sometimes even the villages under his own rule. Is Titus here too? I didn't see his flag. Leon glanced towards the camp, and did not see Titus' flag. He is now a member of the Phoenix Knights, and has switched to the Phoenix flag. But the Phoenix Knights did not come with him. Alina pointed to a Phoenix flag under the city. Titus actually got mixed up with the old guard of the Shadow Army. Let's attack him first. Let's go to Imel first. Leon nodded, turned and entered the forest. Eagle Claw Fort. Here Boudice is arming her new troops. Because Boudice rescued Leon, Amy was very grateful to her. So she personally used her face to help Boudice recruit many recruits. Boudice also organized a force of 500 people in the shortest time. The composition of this force is almost evenly divided between men and women. Boudice did not follow Ficadia's practice of forming purely female soldiers, but treated men and women equally like the Vanskari pirates. Of course, the skills of these recruits recruited from the Lion Realm are not very good, and their training is seriously insufficient. They are definitely not as good as those Vanskari pirates, who have experienced fighting and killing since childhood. So Boudice has been training in the past few months. Of course, the main thing is that she also takes on the task assigned to her by Liang as a bandit. Anyone who leaves Liang's territory, as long as they don't plant Liang's flag, will inevitably encounter bandits the moment they cross the border. And if a business traveler enters the country, then Liang's territory will become extremely safe, ensuring that not a single gangster can be seen. Of course, as long as you don't leave the border, nothing happens and taxes are much lower than elsewhere. This is what Leon told him before the construction of Yanghe City is completely completed. Liang's territory will implement such a policy. Bao Dai's way of training is to suppress bandits, while playing the role of bandit herself. After all, the real bandits have to be killed too. But there is no need to hand over the income from suppressing bandits. This is regarded as doing justice to God. And all the gains belong to oneself. Only 75% of the income from playing the role of bandits has to be handed over. This method of training is very effective. It not only allows the troops to gain practical combat experience, but also cultivates many high-level scouts. If the scouting skills are not good enough, it is easy for fish to slip through the net. It would be a pity if this kind of legal business with simple operation and low cost is missed. But that day, Bao Dai ran into trouble while she was training soldiers and doing a small business just on the coast north of Eagle Claw Fort. After Bao Dai had just robbed a group of guys who were trying to ship out of the country with a large amount of dinars. Her scouts reported that they had discovered a large fleet at sea, and they should all be warships. According to the size of the fleet, this probably means a military strength of about 4,000 people. The inland sea of Lion Lake is formed by the backflow of seawater into Pindar continent. Although the area of the inland sea is very large, there are only two countries' territories around it: Raven and Fierce Lion. This is the natural dividing line between the Lion realm and the Crow realm. This means that the warship that can come from the inner sea of Lion Lake must be the ship of Crow realm. Moreover, with a size of about 4,000 people, this should be the entire fleet of the Crow Kingdom. This is an all-out cross-sea attack. But usually, this kind of cross-sea attack is usually directed towards Qiaoyan Bay. Qiaoyan Bay is a peninsula protruding into the inner sea of Lion Lake. It is closer to Crowland and more suitable for landing. Besides, after the three prophets left, Qiaoyan Bay should be relatively empty now. But the Crow Kingdom's fleet came towards the Biba Gulf, and it did not go directly towards Lion Lake City, but docked north of Eagle Claw Fort. Bao Dai is from Phildia, an island country. Bao Dai is very familiar with naval battles and fleet landing battles. It was precisely because of the familiarity that she was confused. If the destination of the Raven fleet was Shirhu City, but it was still more than 100 miles away from Shirhu City, there was no need to go so far in advance to land in advance. Right? Shirhu City has a military seaport, and warships can directly attack Shirhu City. As long as they break through the water camp, they can land directly at the military port. Moreover, Father is in Changha town at this time, not in Shirhu City. With an army of 4,000 people, Shirhu City will definitely not be able to stop him. Could it be that the Crow people are coming to Eagle Claw Castle? But why? Lion Lake City is obviously much more valuable than Eagle Claw Fort. There is nothing worth remembering about Eagle Claw Fort. Could it be that it was to wash away the shame of being persuaded to retreat by Liang at Eagle Claw Castle last time? You can't be so petty. Bao Dai didn't understand. But she must fend off her enemies, whether out of a pledge of allegiance or a desire to restore her country. In fact, Bao Dai didn't know that there were enemies in Qiaoyan Bay. There are many Fieldsway people in Craggy Bay. Moreover, the mysterious Bog Castle was already occupied by the Fieldesway people at this time. After the three prophets left, many nobles in Cliff Bay united and sent Brennus, the titular lord, to Miss Cage City not to enjoy his life, but to be a prisoner. Then, they gave Cliff Bay to King Vides. Speaking of which, this may be regarded as a feat of justice, because the people of Cliff Bay can finally get rid of the fear of being turned into corrupt people. But what will the Fieldesway do to them? Will it be better than before? Chapter 376 Valkyrie. The war in Pindar is rising again. A few months ago, when Liang and Roland jointly called for the entire continent to unite to deal with heretics and demons, no country provided any effective support. Not long ago, when Liang led various knights into the Lion City, all the countries turned a blind eye. But now, just as Roland is leading the knights to clean up the undead troops left by Kavala, all countries have launched an attack on the Lion realm in unison. The Bacchus Empire dispatched a large army to quickly capture Shieldwind Fortress, and launched a non-stop siege on White Deer Fort. The Fieldesway people occupied Cliff Bay and Mystery Bog Castle, and their territory expanded rapidly. The entire northwest of the Lion territory fell into the hands of the Fieldesway people. The Crow Kingdom army dispatched and landed in the north of Eagle Claw Castle. They originally planned to go to Cliff Bay, but the nobles of Cliff Bay defected to Fieldesway. The Crow people did not want to fight with the pirate lords of Fieldesway. There was a water battle, so he turned and ran to Biba Gulf. As for why they didn't attack Lion Lake City and insisted on attacking Eagle Claw Fort, it was actually because in the eyes of the Raven Crows, Eagle Claw Fort was defenseless at this time. They planned to take Eagle Claw Fort as a stronghold first, and then force him to surrender to Sherhu City. If Bodazy hadn't come to recruit new soldiers, then Eagle Claw Castle would indeed have few troops. The Crow Kingdom believes that they do not have much equipment for a cross-sea attack, and there is no confidence in attacking Sherhu City. Eagle Claw Fort should be very empty. If Eagle Claw Fort can be easily conquered and siege equipment is manufactured during this period, we can try to force Sherhu City to surrender. In this way, time can be properly utilized while avoiding the loss of strength by storming a fortified city. In fact, this is a reasonable strategic deployment. However, Gregory IV probably didn't expect that Eagle Claw Castle seemed to be really destined to conquer him. Eagle Claw Fort, which was originally thought to be easy to conquer without any defenses, suddenly appeared with many troops defending the city. And they defended the city extremely tenaciously. Gregory IV had no choice but to transfer most of his troops to the vicinity of Eagle Claw Castle and build siege equipment on the spot while besieging the city. But at this moment, several groups of bandits of unknown origin appeared in the north of Eagle Claw Fort. They all headed straight to the seaside, seemingly planning to escape the battlefield from the sea. Those bandits moved quickly, cooperated tacitly, and were well equipped. They looked no worse than regular troops. Gregory IV felt that the people of the Lion Realm were indeed living in dire straits, and there were so many bandits that they really needed an army of crows to save them. But no one would believe that a few groups of small-scale bandits could cause any trouble to the Raven Kingdom's fleet. They were probably trying to escape from the Gulf of Tonkin. So Gregory IV didn't pay much attention to them, and just asked the fleet docked at the seaside to be careful. But what no one expected was that before the Crow army could even attack Eagle Claw Castle, those small-scale bandits actually successfully robbed the Crow Kingdom's fleet. Yes, the entire fleet, including dozens of large and medium-sized warships. Most of them were taken away by these bandits, along with the provisions on board. The remaining ships that were not taken away were all set on fire. When Gregory IV heard the news, he was dumbfounded. He hadn't seen him in the past 2 years. Is the Green Man from Biba Gulf already so fierce? Don't you even hide when you encounter a large army? And he actually dared to attack the fleet? There are more than 600 Raven troops left behind in the fleet. What kind of bandit can defeat more than 600 fleet soldiers in a few days? And can also drive away most of the warships? Are today's bandits so comprehensively capable? Can you actually sail a boat? Of course these people can sail a boat. This is the force that Bodazy plans to use to fight back to Philvia Island and regain the throne of the Queen. From the beginning, Bodazy has been preparing for future amphibious operations. So when recruiting new soldiers, if there are relevant requirements, I will also train in boating and swimming. Moreover, this is a regular army, recruited by Amy and trained by Jocelyn. Everything is in accordance with regular standards. The treatment is very high, and the morale is also very high. Amy and Bodazy vouch for it, and provide all the team captains were all awarded the status of Knights of Facadia. In addition, this regular army has rich experience in playing banditry. They have robbed every day in the past few months, and have formed a habit. They behave more like bandits than real bandits, especially when men and women are mixed together. Anyone would think that these people must be in the forest. Your Majesty, Amy, is this really possible? We only have 400 people. There are only a dozen people in each boat, which is only enough to drive the boat away, and there is no way to fight. Moreover, they are not very skilled in sailing. Bodazy was at the helm of a 3-masted battleship, and beside her stood Amy, who was carrying a musket. Don't call me Your Majesty. I have abdicated, and we are pirates now. Amy looked around and tied a scarf on her head, indicating that she had successfully changed jobs. Ahem. You will have to be called His Majesty sooner or later. But, are we really going to Changa Port like this? There is no way we can capture Changa Port. Bodazy was a little nervous. She knew the situation of her own army. A group of recruits, who had only trained for a few months, took advantage of the terrain to suddenly attack the Crow fleet at night. This was considered a fluke. The Crow people had never thought about it. The bandits actually seized the ship, and most of the Crow soldiers left behind were on the coast. They were indeed very careful and patrolled day and night in 2 shifts. But Amy asked Bodazy to lead the troops to sneak directly to the Raven people's warships, and then drove away all the ships that could be driven away. They also used gunpowder to start fires, and burned other ships that could not be driven away. There was not much fighting between the 2 sides at all. The Raven people's fleet was actually stolen by Bodazy's troops. This is entirely because I have become accustomed to being a bandit in this area in the past few months. I am familiar with the environment and have a tacit understanding when robbing. But robbing a familiar place is completely different from attacking Chunga Port across the sea. It is impossible for these new recruits to attack Chunga Port. They have no ability to attack any city. Don't worry, Bayo Daisy. We know that we only have 400 people. But the Crow people don't know. If you see 2 3-masted warships and 30 brigantine warships, do you think this should be how many troops? Amy seemed very calm. After being the king for more than a year, Amy's temperament has become quite calm. After all, she is someone who has seen strong winds and waves. According to common sense, there should be more than 3,000 people, Bayo Daisy replied. A 3-masted ship is manned by only about a dozen people. But during combat the standard crew is generally more than 150 people. A 2-masted warship usually carries about 100 people. When I say 3,000 people, I actually mean less. If it is a short-distance landing operation, sometimes extreme loading is carried out, which means that the load of materials such as food and drinking water is reduced, and most of the space is used to load people. So more than 30 warship can hold 4 to 5,000 people. So, we can definitely claim to be an army of 4,000. Humph! We can walk sideways in the inner sea of Lion Lake. Amy tied her kerchief tightly, wiped a handful of ashes on her face, then touched an axe and held it in her hand. Bayo Daisy, do I look like a fierce pirate now? It doesn't look like you look too good looking. Bayo Daisy shook her head honestly, took off Amy's headscarf and tied it on her head. Indeed, with a headscarf on, Bayo Daisy is really no different from those female pirates from Vanscary. This thing mainly depends on the temperament. Bayo Daisy looks stronger, and after being deprived of the throne by her own sister, she is angry and looks more fierce. And she can fight with water. And throwing axes and throwing spears are also weapons she is good at. Bayo Daisy, actually you are not suitable. The pirate leader needs me to come. Jocelyn got out of the cabin and wiped his beard. Amy's eyes lit up. Uh-huh. Indeed. Jocelyn is the best candidate. Bayo Daisy, you should dress up as a Valkyrie. I heard that some women in Fields Way established the Valkyrie sisters. They used a unicorn head as their coat of arms. And it just so happens that your coat of arms is also a unicorn. Speaking of which, when Jocelyn was in Liang's team, he had been playing a vicious role. At that time, he was the flag officer, wearing 2 layers of black heavy armor, wearing a Twilight Knight helmet with double horns on his head. Riding on his Dejata beast looked exactly like the kind of demon that would eat children. But this time, Jocelyn put on his black hood, carried a big axe, and braided his beard into 2 strands. This was a look commonly used by the pirate lords of Fields Way. As a result, a large-scale pirate gang emerged. At the same time, the entire fleet also began to collectively change their flags, replacing all the Ravenland flags on the mast with the Unicorn War flag. This is the heraldry of Bayo Daisy, with a blue background and a pattern of a horse raising its front hooves. White unicorn. As for the Valkyrie sisters, which was newly established in Fog Cage City last year, their emblem is a unicorn's head with a blue background and a white pattern. This is actually not a coincidence. The color scheme of blue and white represents the birth of the sea, and the unicorn is the symbol of Ficavia, the goddess of female power. Most all-female teams will use unicorn-related patterns as their coats of arms. However, although King Vides did build a new Hall of Valor in Mistcage City, the Valkyrie sisters were not actually created by King Vides. Fields Way is a patriarchal society after all, and Vides has been busy with wars. I don't have time to start a women's knights group either. Since Fields Way was dragged into the quagmire of war in the western part of the Lion Realm 2 years ago, the continuous war has forced King Vides to send many pirates to fight in the hinterland of the continent. The military discipline of the Vanscary pirates is really poor. Their usual fighting method is to plunder again and again. They are not good at this kind of long-term and continuous war. At the same time, the pirates were actually at a disadvantage when they fought in formation on land. In order to reduce casualties, many Vanscary pirate lords follow tradition and let some women serve as shield maidens to provide them with protection. These shield maidens are part of the Vanscary mythology. Women who are allowed to go into battle. They are not professional warriors. They are just women who have gained the trust of pirates. In fact, most of the women were robbed by pirates. These women fought during the day and stayed with them in bed at night. They were occupied by these pirates on the battlefield and in bed at the same time. They were actually poor people and were essentially slaves. From the year before last to last year, the long-term battle has resulted in an increasing number of shield maidens. Later, some shield maidens met the heroic female warriors at Howling Castle. These heroic female warriors have been following Inna. Under Inna, they are professional warriors with dignity, and are treated the same as male soldiers. After Inna knew what happened to the shield girls, he asked the heroic female warriors to help them. Of course, Inna's main purpose was to gain more support. He hoped that the shield girls could become his helpers. After Liang disappeared, Inna was in a two-faced state. To the Lion Kingdom, he was a regicide, and no one except Liang dared to trust him. As for Field Wei, Inar was born in the realm of the lion, and his adoptive father, Gundor the Dew Seeker, openly supported Leon and attacked the Knights of the Dawn. However, Inar held the heroic female warrior in her hands, and Gundor the Dew Seeker was so famous that no one provoked Inar while the war continued. Although Inna still occupies Howling Castle is a white land with almost no residents, so there is nothing to worry about. At that time, most of Fieldway's troops were deployed around Howling Castle, but there was no people troubled Inner. However, with so many troops surrounding the Howling Castle, Inna cannot develop. Inna still has a sense of crisis. He knows that there are too many restrictions on his future development as a regicide, so he has been actively looking for opportunities, and the encounter of the Shield Girls is a good opportunity for him. Most of the time, the reason why enslaved people have a desire to resist is not because the oppression is too severe, but because there is comparison and the emergence of reliable leaders. After receiving the help of Inna and the female warriors of the heroic spirit, the Shield Maidens began to join forces and finally launched a resistance. On a very ordinary night, they served the tired leader and pirates as usual, and late at night, they killed the pirate leaders in their beds. Later, they united with the help of the heroic female warriors and formed a powerful force. After that, they came to Miss Cage City, intending to teach King Vides a lesson. This was Inna's idea. He believed that the Shield Girls were once enslaved, and Vides should bear the greatest responsibility. In fact, Inna mainly wanted King Vides to withdraw his troops. To be honest, Inna is indeed worthy of the nickname, provoking. After all, Inna was young. He naively thought that as long as Fieldway retreated, he could resettle the refugees in the Howling Fort. He at least knew that having a population in the territory would be considered valuable. But the situation at that time was not something that King Vides could just retreat if he said so. At that time, the two armies of the Bacchus Empire had been stirring up trouble everywhere. If Vides dared to withdraw, Agathon would probably be able to lead the Empire's first army to pursue them all the way to Fog Cage City. By then, the Lion Kingdom might be freed, but the war mire will turn into the heart of Field's Way. At that time, Vides was already in a state of distress. The war had lasted too long, and Field's Way had previously been plundered by many coastal cities by the Bacchus fleet. Vides was facing a series of debts in Fog Cage City. The arrival of these Shield Girls made Vides' already hairless head even more bald. Miss Cage City did not have any troops to suppress these women who came for revenge, and there were not enough dinars to use to conquer them. Recruit troops. However, the baldness of Vides is indeed due to his extreme intelligence. Faced with these women who were called by the provocateurs to cause trouble, King Vides used another method to gain their understanding. He represented Phil. All the nobles of Z signed the Valet's Charter, granting these former Shield Maidens the title of Valkyrie. That is, the one who decides life and death. Moreover, he also gave these women the newly built Hall of Valor in Miss Cage City, and publicly announced that Inner was still the legal lord of Field's Way. In other words, Vides formed these Shield Maidens into a recognized and legal order of knights, gave them a lofty status, and hired them to fight for Field's Way with houses, food, and equipment. Vides is still very good at adapting to circumstances. Since then, many female heroic warriors under Inna have also become members of the Valkyrie. They have established themselves in the Hall of Valkyries in Miss Cage City, and have officially become professional warriors, using unicorns representing women's rights as their base. The coat of arms of the order. At this time, the defenders of Changda Port discovered that a huge fleet with a unicorn flag appeared in the distance outside their port. The fleet was far away, and few details could be seen, but the flag and scale were obvious. Panic immediately broke out in Changsong Port. Could it be that Field's Way was launching a large-scale attack? Chapter 377: The Snake Cult and the Fishman. May 8th. Eimer Village. Perhaps it was a wonderful coincidence. Perhaps it was fate. But when Liang came to Eimer Village, It happened to coincide with the harvest blessing day of the goddess Demaya, which was also a festival for dancing and courtship. However, this time, there was no large-scale rally in Imel village. There was no one in the small square where crowds of people were singing and dancing. The whole village was in a mess, and as quiet as a desolate ruin. You know, this is a place where tens of thousands of people live together. So it's just called a village. On the statue of the goddess Demaya hangs a wreath that is long since withered. And the fallen leaves and debris beside the statue have not been taken care of. This most important festival in the southern continent. This day full of hope for a better life. In Imel, a famous and prosperous village, has an unusual interpretation of desolation and decline. What did Titus do in Imel? Leon walked on the stone road at the entrance of the village that he had walked before, looking at the scattered blood on the ground. He sighed deeply. When General Creon and his son Lord Dean were managing Imel, it was a bustling town with great excitement. After His Majesty Marius introduced Titus to join the Phoenix Knights, this guy was living in Imel honestly without any movement. After you disappeared the year before last, my father took back the Carandir Castle and the Imel area on behalf of the Empire. Then, my father went to see you in city to preside over the economic reconstruction of the entire Empire, and the village of Imel was no longer under control. Titus continued to collect money and food from the place in the name of the fiefdom of the Phoenix Knights. Alina whispered about the cause and effect. The Imel area was indeed a fief given to the Phoenix Knights by Emperor Marius. But it was not a fiefdom. Instead, this land was given to Leon in a transaction. And Leon used the output of this place to feed the Phoenix Knights. The regiment is a force of the Ashborn Empire. It does not belong to Bacchus or Leon. It comes from afar to deal with the snake cult. It is a common ally of Marius and Leon. Titus used the name of the Phoenix Knights to collect Imel's money and food, which was actually legal. However, Titus's levy was too harsh. The Phoenix Knights are based at Carandir Castle. Their goals and responsibilities are very clear. They only deal with the snake cult. So they have been attacking the snake cult's dens everywhere. And they have no idea how Titus obtained the money and food. Don't care. Titus, on the other hand, gradually let himself go during these unconstrained days, once again pulling out a private army by scraping the land, and fighting fiercely with some conservative nobles. Titus seems to have no family. This guy can't be coerced. Leon, why do you want to deal with him first? Alina asked after talking about Titus' situation. She didn't understand why Leon wanted to attack Titus first. Titus was a loner with no wife and no children. She felt that it was difficult to find weaknesses. Intimidating others does not necessarily mean attacking your wife and children. People like Titus, who only want to gain power, actually have the most weaknesses. Leon turned around and explained. Compared with other conservative nobles, Titus is the one who least dares to suffer huge losses. He has no family to rely on, and he doesn't have much capital to make a comeback. He simply cannot afford to lose. If it weren't for having lost the trust of Emperor Marius, he would not be stupid enough to mix with the conservatives. As long as he can find the property he has looted in the past 2 years and kill the cronies he left here, he must withdraw his troops, because he only has the private soldiers in his hands to rely on, and he dare not bury everything in Baidu, under the Deer Castle. Otherwise, no matter what the final outcome is, what use is a lonely man who has lost all his capital to the old guard? Alina nodded, then looked at Alyssa next to Leon. So, you are going to use the name of the snake cult to take away everything Titus has gained in the past 2 years? Titus is a Phoenix Knight after all. So of course we have to find a reasonable reason for him to retreat. Moreover, many conservative nobles are colluding with the snake cult. This is obvious. Yes, if the snake cult robs if Titus' family property is stolen, will Titus fight with those conservative nobles under White Deer Castle? Leon also glanced at Alyssa beside him. The little snake girl was a little troubled. Sir, I am no longer a member of the divine religion. I promised Alistair to join the Twilight Knights a few days ago. Can you not let me perform such tasks again in the future? Since Alyssa joined Liang's team, all the missions she performed were in her true colors. Leon always asked her to work as a priestess of the snake cult. Come on! This one belongs to a religious sect. The gods of the snake cult are all gone. Speaking of which, joining the Twilight Knights is a more suitable choice. At least the teachings of being in darkness, having light in your heart, are indeed true. It's actually more suitable for you. Leon looked at Alyssa helplessly. The little snake girl is actually a very reasonable person, and she has always behaved herself. But she still has a habitual attachment to the snake-worshipping cult. Leon can understand her. It's like a child's nostalgia for home. Alyssa was taken to the Temple of Unlock Continent since she was a child. She grew up there. The snake worship cult is her home. Not to mention giving up. If you give up, you can give it up completely. After completing this mission, I will go to Sinjar with Alistair. Otherwise you will definitely let me do this kind of work in the future. Alyssa muttered. Isn't Alistair doing that? How could he still deceive such a beautiful girl? Ramon came over and whispered in Liang's ear. Ahem. It's because of that. That's why he has a better relationship with Alyssa. Alyssa grew up soaked in poison. Her whole body is full of poison. She can't do those indescribable things. Only Alistair suits her. Liang glanced at Ramon and echoed. You don't want to take advantage of Alyssa. Right. No. She is a vegetarian. So she is not suitable for someone like me who eats and drinks every day. Ramon swallowed and stopped talking. Soon after, there was some noise in the originally peaceful and desolate village. A group of snake cultists entered the village and, led by a beautiful snake cult priestess, raided Titus' lair. Coincidentally, the manor Titus occupied in Imel village was right next door to Lord Dean. Dean's old housekeeper watched helplessly as these snake worshippers killed people, set fires, and robbed property in the manor next door. He held the alarm bell in his hand, but never sounded it. Moreover, the old man still had a gloating smile on his face. Even when these snake worshippers dragged away the Dean family's carriage to carry Titus' belongings, the old housekeeper didn't stop them, and even took the initiative to unload the hay from the carriage. Looking at it this way, Titus was at least hated by everyone in this village. Even if he wasn't hated by everyone. Of course, when the snake worshippers left with several large carts of belongings, the old housekeeper still sounded the alarm. No matter what. A carriage was also robbed from Dean's house. Titus's family has a lot of belongings, and it seems that they have scraped a lot of land in the past 2 years. Moreover, Ramon's men also found a lot of armors and weapons from Titus' house, most of which were equipment of the Imperial Knights. These equipment were originally the standard equipment of the Imperial Guards of Emperor Marius. But the current Imperial Knights are not noble knights in the true sense. They should actually be called Knights of the Imperial Guards of Bacchus, which is a brand new guards corps formed by Emperor Marius after acquiring a large number of war horses. Many of the Legion members are not nobles, but basically all of them are intellectuals who graduated from Siyuan City Royal Academy. Siyuan City Royal Academy was built 17 years ago. Its principal was justice, and Emperor Marius himself was also the honorary principal. It was both a military school and a place to train a new generation of political talents. Dean was also an Imperial Knight under Marius. The Imperial Knights were actually official reserves, but they did not have noble privileges. These are the new generation of reform executors, and most of them are people who have benefited from the reform. As Bacchus' reform process continued to advance, Marius stationed many Imperial Knights in various places as grassroots implementers and supervisors to ensure that the reform policies could be implemented. Emperor Marius should have sent many Imperial Knights to keep an eye on the eastern region. But the knights sent near Imel were probably secretly killed by Titus. I guess it is similar in many places. After all, no conservative noble was willing to let Marius, reform envoy, come to their own territory to supervise them. Anyway, the sky is high and the emperor is far away. It is really difficult to ensure the safety of these special commissioners when they are on business trips. After killing them, it is okay to throw the blame on the snake worshippers. Now, Liang used the same method to throw the blame on the snake cult. But he was not dealing with the Imperial Knights, but Titus. The Scorpion assassins killed everyone in Titus's family who dared to resist, dispersed the other servants, and set fire to the manor, but deliberately failed to catch up with a few followers who ran away from the beginning. Most of those who ran away from the beginning were Titus' cronies, rushing to report the news. Those who dared to resist are usually the hardcore guards guarding the home. Ramon's men were very efficient at doing this kind of work. After all, murder and arson were their main business. Where to go next? Ramon asked quite enthusiastically. This kind of work is his strength. Go to Walwyn, not far to the south. What's the name of that lord? Liang turned to ask Alina. Rymisk. A greedy and lustful guy. Alina replied. Luxury. Will there be many beauties in his family? Ramon raised his eyebrows at Liang. Are we pretending to be a snake worshipper this time, or something else? It looks like this guy is addicted to role-playing. Didn't a lot of Imperial Knight equipment be found at Titus's house? wear Titus equipment, and go to Volvan. A group of Imperial Knights ransacked Rymisk's house and captured all his family members. It just happened. Suitable. Leon pulled out a set of Imperial Knight armor from the carriage. Lord Theist, haven't you sworn allegiance to Lord Rymisk? Why didn't you go to White Deer Castle? On the observation deck of Fort Wolfen, several soldiers were chatting with their spears. What's so good about fighting? You can enjoy life only when you're alive. An Imperial Knight was lying lazily on the lookout, basking in the sun. He turned over and advised the soldiers beside him. White Deer Castle is a dangerous place. How can it be conquered so easily? Even if I win, I can get what? I am a person sent by His Majesty the Emperor, and Rymisk doesn't trust me in the first place. Then, shouldn't it be more important to fight bravely and gain Lord Rymisk's trust with practical actions? A young soldier asked ignorantly. Oh, innocent boy. Everyone wants victory in battle, but some battles are destined to be unsuccessful. Besides, isn't it good to live? Just like now. Let's bask in the sun and touch fish for a while. Sit down, I get off work when it gets dark. Nothing happens. I'm safe and I still get paid. The Imperial Knight known as Thister said lazily. But when we dealt with the snake cult last time, didn't you also make a contribution? I also want to accumulate some merit. Maybe I can be recommended to the Royal Academy. And then I can become an Imperial Knight. The young soldiers probably envied Cistercian status as a knight. It was difficult for children from conservative aristocratic families to become Imperial Knights. Entering the Royal Academy required the approval of Marius or Justice. But if they had merit, then that's another matter. The snake cult? The last time we dealt with the snake cult, it was not a war. Innocent child. You are still Rymisk's nephew. The Stoic turned over again, seemingly not planning to say anything more to the young soldier. Lord Theist, the Imperial Knight. The young soldier was silent for only a short moment, then spoke again. Oh, can you stop talking so much? I finally had a peaceful nap. Thister sat up impatiently. Well, I mean, there seem to be a lot of Imperial Knights outside. The soldier pointed to the road outside the castle, his eyes flashing with yearning. There are so many knights. They look so majestic. What the AHL? The Aster was so excited that he quickly stood up and took a look outside the city. Then he put the sword on his shoulder and prepared to run away. After running for 2 steps, he turned back and patted the young soldier on the shoulder. From now on you are the patrol leader. I am going to White Deer Castle to join the battle. Hey, Lord Thister? The soldier stared blankly at Thister's back as he ran away quickly, and murmured, Didn't you say that White Deer Castle is dangerous? The Aster didn't know whether White Deer Castle was in danger or not, but he knew that if he didn't run, Walwyn would be in great danger. He was an Imperial Knight sent by Emperor Marius to supervise the implementation of reforms. But he swore allegiance to the conservative Lord Rymisk a few months ago. This was a serious political mistake. If it were revealed by other Imperial Knights or Emperor Marius knowing that, then I guess he would have to be beaten to the end at least. And he might even be sent to the arena. And now, a large group of Imperial Knights have come to Walwyn. What does this mean? A few months ago, the main reason that prompted Theist to pledge allegiance to Rymisk was the attack launched by the Snake Cult. West is a smart commissioner. He knows who sent the so-called snake worshippers and why. Of course, he has to compromise for the sake of his own life. Rymisk is also a very good guy. He cooperated with Theist to fight bravely and drove away those snake worshippers. Then he appointed the brave Theist as the patrol leader and said several the soldiers gave him as a retinue. Of course, those soldiers were all 17 or 18 years old, and they were all descendants of the West family. So Thister is very sensible and fishes every day. Anyway, the Imperial Guards Corps will pay him a salary, and Rymisk will also pay him a patrol salary. As long as he fishes with peace of mind, he can receive 2 salaries. It is really unnecessary. Fight hard. Chapter 378 Ramon's Big Plan. Good brother. The brothers outside reported that a disheveled Imperial Knight ran away from the back door of the castle. At the gate of Fort Walwyn, Leon and Ramon were waiting for the city gate to open. They only brought a few dozen people with them, and it was impossible to break through a tightly guarded castle. But now they are the Imperial Knights and the Emperor's personal soldiers. Of course, they can walk directly into the city through the main entrance with swagger. In fact, Thister's escape was seen by Ramon's men, although he slipped away through the back door of Walwyn Castle. Ramon's men were all assassins, and they were all accustomed to entering and exiting through various back doors or secret passages. For them, The back door was much more conspicuous than the front door. However, the Usta ran so fast that Ramon's men didn't know whether to chase him or not. But he disappeared in a blink of an eye. A group of Imperial Knights are coming. But there are Imperial Knights running away in the city. What does this mean? Under normal circumstances, shouldn't the Imperial Knight in the city welcome his brothers with tears in his eyes, then complain, and then express his loyalty to Emperor Marius? Ramon knew very well that this abnormal reaction could only mean that the running away Imperial Knight had done something shameful. And most likely, he did it in partnership with Rimusk. But since someone was running away so quickly, Ramon was going to pull off the whole trick. Good brother. You used the snake cult to rob Titus, and then disguised yourself as an Imperial Knight to capture Rimusk's family. This was not only to force those guys outside White Deer Castle to retreat, but also to cause them to fight among themselves. Right. Ramon has always been a perceptive person, and both he and Alina can see Leon's intentions. Of course, we have to rescue Justice after all. Ramon, do you have any good ideas? Leon nodded. Good brother. You should know that some people may not care about their families so much for power. Just like the two Bahadur Khans and Desha. They are brothers. Simply coercing those bastards may not solve the problem, but it may cause the enemy to jump over the wall in a hurry. Ramon spread his hands. I have been using all kinds of dishonorable methods in single. I probably have more experience than you in doing bad things. Good brother. I have a better plan. Ramon's big plan is full of intimidation, coercion, frame up, and frame up. None of it was an above-board behavior. Fortunately, Roland was still in Lion City. If Roland were here, he might beat Ramon. But it would be natural if these disgraceful methods were used on enemy lords, especially those who coerce Justice to cause trouble for Leon. Leon has never hated anyone in a hostile country, but he hates this kind of behavior that triggers war for the sake of political struggle. Those nobles just don't regard the lower-level soldiers and people who died in the war as human beings. The same goes for Ramon. In order to ensure that these nobles who only think about fighting for power will not cause trouble in the future, Ramon suggested that Leon get rid of them completely in one go. Force one part, intimidate another part, and then frame another part. Of course, it was Titus who was persecuted, and the matter had been taken care of. Titus, an outsider, mixed with the old-school nobles. To the old-school nobles, he was actually just a supplier of combat power. The conservatives regard him as a thug. But if this thug loses all his family's savings, he will definitely not dare to attack White Deer Castle with all his strength. Otherwise, the troops will suffer too much damage, and the only fate of his supplier will be to be abandoned. There is no room for any troops to cower on the battlefield. If a thug does not try his best, other nobles will naturally worry that the thug has other intentions in case they are bitten back. Definitely have to be on guard. This results in most people not trying their best. The intimidation was aimed at the small lords, especially the Shadow Legion officers, who had outstanding combat capabilities, but average status. They themselves are not very powerful, and do not have the ability or financial resources to protect their families closely for a long time. Many Scorpio assassins had already split up and acted alone. The security at the Little Lord's house is not that strict. It doesn't require too many people. It is enough to put the assassins flying knives on the beds of some of the Little Lord Bacchus's wives and children. When they received news one after another that assassin flying knives were found on the children's beds from home, they were not panicked because it was impossible for them to be targeted by the Scorpio assassin. It would mean that they would live in the shadow of the assassination for the rest of their lives, and the whole family would have nothing to eat from now on. You have to worry about whether the water you drink is poisonous. There may be a killer hiding in every dark corner of your home. Under such circumstances, it is impossible to expect them to fight with peace of mind. And they will also doubt each other who sent the killer, especially when they learn from each other that the Scorpio assassins flying knives appeared in the homes of many small and powerful lords, but not in the big families. And framing means to directly frame the relatively powerful wealthy lords as snake worshippers or traitors. It is true that there are many lords in the old school who have an affair with the snake cult, but it is actually difficult to tell, but what the heck. It is okay to create evidence without evidence. Anyway, it is just to make those nobles suspicious of each other. Several different operations correspond to several different people. When the news spreads to the army, suspicion and panic will most likely lead to internal strife among this group of conservative nobles. There are also small groups in the same faction, and pure trust will not exist. Among politicians, the more power-hungry people are, the more likely they are to be suspicious of each other. At that time, it is not certain whether they will directly fight among themselves. But justice will definitely be safer. Some of the smart people who react quickly will definitely regard justice, the most important minister of the empire, as a life-saving straw. Especially those small lords who were intimidated. They could not let justice die. Without justice, they would become the scapegoats for all problems. And the big nobles would most likely abandon them to protect themselves. After ensuring the safety of justice, Alina can come forward to win over those small lords, and then try to kill the other group in the name of Emperor Marius and justice. The charges and evidence are all there anyway. Sometimes, to deal with the enemy, you don't necessarily have to use a large army. Ramon understands this very well. He always did this in Sinjar. Soon after, the main gate of Wolfenburg opened wide. The patrol captain who was promoted by the line of fire, that is, the young recruit, respectfully put the dozens of Imperial Knights into the castle. Leon and Ramon walked straight into the inner castle courtyard, where Rimus lived. Expressionlessly, there are actually many defenders in Fort Walwing. There are at least 800 troops stationed in the city. Even the Rimus family still has more than 300 private soldiers. This is a big family, and it is not as prodigal as Liviu's. With so many troops, it would be difficult for Leon, Ramon and others to come out alive if their secrets were exposed. But as soon as Leon walked into Rimus' house, he pulled out his sword without mercy, and then stared at the vines in the courtyard like a lunatic. I suspect there are snake worshippers here. Leon squinted his eyes arrogantly in the castle courtyard. Look at this green decoration. Could anyone in the Rimus family have defected to the snake cult? The recruit Danzy, who was leading the way, was shocked. He glanced at the vines on the wall and replied tremblingly. Sir, that is the snake vine. For decoration. Of course the plant is green. Snake vine. Sure enough. Even the decorations at home are with the word snake. It seems that there is probably a senior snake worshipper hiding here. Leon became more energetic now, with a ferocious sneer on his face. Come here. Search. See if there is anything going on. Recruit Danzy swallowed and was speechless at this unfounded accusation. He looked around at the Imperial Knights all over the yard, and found that all of these knights seemed to have fierce eyes, and they looked more like gangsters or murderers. This is not a deliberate pretense. These people are all Scorpio assassins. They are killers to begin with, and they are acting in their true colors. Everyone could see that these Imperial Knights were here to cause trouble on purpose. But the question is, what does it mean that the Emperor's guards deliberately come to cause trouble? Are all Imperial Knights really like this? Either a fisherman like Aster, or a lunatic like this? The new recruit Danzy murmured, probably because his worldview had collapsed. The guards at Rimus' house were all dumbfounded, hesitating whether they should stop him or not. The Imperial Guards are searching for snake worshippers. If you don't want to be rebellious, just squat down and don't move. Anyone holding a weapon will be shot to death. Ramon was holding up the Imperial broadsword and shouting deeply into the scene. No one in the courtyard moved. No one wanted to be thought of as a snake worshipper. My lord, we found this in Rimus' bedroom. An Imperial Knight captain, Ramon, ran up to Leon with a set of iconic equipment of the snake-worshipping priestess. Viper helmet, off-shoulder snake pattern soft armor, and a black iron spear. In fact, this is equipment borrowed from Alyssa. He. He is indeed a snake cultist. And he is actually a priestess. Take everyone in the Rimus family away. Especially the women. Don't let anyone go. Leon gave the order with a serious face, and then turned to ask the recruit, does Rimus have any other relatives and friends? Including his mistress or concubines? Can you actually find something from the snake worship cult? Everyone in the courtyard was panicked, and some guards had already begun to sneak back into unnoticed corners. Do you want to arrest your relatives and friends too? The new recruit Danzy panicked and stammered speechlessly. Yes, there is but that's not. Of course he panicked. Speaking of which, this recruit was also a relative of Rimusk. The castle patrol was different from the garrison. The patrol had to enter the main castle to patrol, and the risks were low and the treatment was high. So many people in the patrol were from the castle, the child of Musk's relatives. Rimusk made Theist the patrol leader. This was to show his trust in Theist, and also to show his loyalty to Emperor Marius. It was indeed very strange to let the Imperial Knights sent by the Emperor take charge of the security of his main castle. The best way to do it. But in this situation, the young people on the patrol were all panicked. The behavior of this group of Imperial Knights is obviously more arrogant. If anyone in the Rimus family is really a priestess of the snake cult, then they will all be in big trouble. Of course we have to arrest him. Unless we can find a clear snake cultist, everyone will be suspected. Do you know who wears this outfit of a snake cult priestess? Leon glared at the new recruit Danzy, and his tone suddenly softened. If you know, tell me quickly. If you confess, you will be lenient. If you resist, you will be strict. In order to prevent themselves from getting into trouble, people usually have two reactions. Either they will kill them and refuse to admit it, or they will immediately change their identity and turn themselves into a tainted witness. As for who is the leader of the snake worshippers, or whether there are any snake worshippers at all, it does not matter. As long as he doesn't get into trouble, even if he has grievances, he will naturally be able to resolve them when his lord comes back. This is how the big family has such confidence. But he can't suffer the immediate loss, nor can he have a direct conflict with the guard sent by the emperor. Otherwise the trouble will be bigger than the appearance of snake worshippers at home. Ahem. Sir, show mercy. I know who the snake worshippers are. I will report them. Although the recruit Danzy is a little naive because of his youth, he is not stupid. He is also a child of a big family, and he understands many things. Afterwards, most of the people in Rimusk's family came to their senses and all agreed. Sir, let us report and expose. At the same time, a box of dinars was moved to Leon. Sir, we all understand the rules. We failed to take care of our family, and a demon appeared. It's hard for you adults to travel so far. This is to pay for your meals and accommodation. But don't worry, adults. We are the demon girls who worship the snake cult. I will be brought to see you, so you adults don't need to worry about it again. Rimusk's wife stepped forward and acted extremely understanding. Big families are like this. When they encounter trouble, they usually don't argue. Instead, they make quick decisions to sacrifice unimportant minor characters to protect the core characters and at the same time preserve the family's reputation. This is a choice they will inevitably make. This time, the small character who was sacrificed was Rimusk's mistress, a beautiful woman in her 20s. This was revealed by Rimusk's relatives and his wife. And the recruit also planned to identify this woman. This woman was Rimusk's concubine, and she gave birth to an illegitimate son to Rimusk. The mother and son had a luxurious courtyard in the city of Walwyn. If nothing else, this woman is Rimusk's weakness. If they hadn't exposed themselves, we wouldn't have known that such a woman existed. When leaving Fort Wolfen, Ramon said to Leon, when my brothers do assassination and other tasks, they usually first find the person or thing that the target values the most. Whether it is to coerce the target to appear or to wait and see, it's much stronger than direct confrontation. In fact, apart from the mother and son, Leon and Ramon still captured everyone in Musk's family, leaving only the patrol recruit Danzy. Since they wanted to report and expose, these people had to be taken away as witnesses. The relatives of the Rimusk family were all taken out of Walwyn as witnesses. But as soon as they left Walwyn, they became meat. At the same time, he also took away a large box of dinars, which the enemy gave him on his own initiative. Not for nothing. These hostages were used in exchange for justice. And Leon directly distributed the box of dinars to Ramon's brothers, which was quite generous. After all, the Scorpio assassins are already very valuable, and Leon can't treat them badly. Besides, of course you have to make a fortune by fighting with Lord Leon. You have to make a fortune by fighting any kind of war. Leon decided to make this a tradition. Chapter 379 Belly Snake. In the first few days, Bacchus' army attacked fiercely. But after losing hundreds of people, but not even touching the city wall, Bacchus' army slowed down its attack. They didn't expect that there were so many Nolder elves in the city. The bows and arrows fired from White Deer Castle were so accurate and fierce that they couldn't even hold up their shields. It was getting late, and on a hilltop outside the city, two Bacchus lords were waving flags to command the retreating troops. It seems that it may be difficult for us to capture White Deer Castle. Unexpectedly, White Deer Castle was actually given to the Nolder elves by the people of the Lion Realm. A slightly bald middle-aged man said, it is very dangerous to fight the Nolder elves. Antonius, how about we kill Justice now, and then withdraw directly? It's not yet time. Lord Rimusk, there hasn't been any news from my father, and Emperor Marius hasn't issued a decree to recall the army. Withdrawing the army now will be in vain. The other lord, whose whole body was tightly wrapped, took off his visor, picked at the green scars on his face, and shook his head slowly. This is Antonius, the son of Kairos who Leon and Anson once rescued. He now has no human appearance at all, and his whole person looks like a poisonous snake. There are still scaly green scars on his face, and his eyes are also dark yellow. And the pupils are very different from ordinary people. They are vertical ovals, which are reptile-like vertical pupils. Pupils of this shape probably mean that he now has the ability to see at night, but it will probably be difficult to see during the day. Antonius, you are controlling Justice troops. You won't feel bad if they all die, but I am using my own troops. Your father and I have been friends for a long time, so don't hurt me. Rimus frowned, a little dissatisfied. I don't want to involve all my family's wealth. How can there be no one left alive in a war? Besides, you didn't bring many troops to begin with. All your elite family members are left in Wallen. Right. Antonius was still pressing the scars slowly. The more brutal this battle is, the better it will be for us. It's not like you don't know. Of course I know. But you have also seen that the Nolder woman in White Deer Castle can kill anyone from a distance of 200 meters. Every time. She kills with one arrow. And even the giant shield cannot stop her arrows. And she specializes in shooting the leaders. Now no one dares to lead troops to attack the city. So how can we fight? There was obvious fear in Rimus' eyes. Probably because he was frightened by Windadir. She is very powerful. But the stronger the enemy, the more important the Shadow Army becomes. Besides, as long as a fire is set in the forest, no matter how powerful the Nolder elves are, they can only retreat to their mountains and forests to put out the fire. Don't worry so much. We just need to surround the city and wait for the news. As long as we wait for the news from Siyuan City or my father's side to come back, we will withdraw our troops, Antonius said calmly. Then who will attack tomorrow? I won't attack the city anyway, Rimus asked. Titus, after giving him so many benefits, isn't it just to let him contribute at this time? It doesn't matter whether he dies or not. It just so happens that he is still a member of the Phoenix Knights. If he dies in Baidu, Deer Keep, maybe we can take the opportunity to allow the Phoenix Knights to leave Pender. Antonius pointed to the Phoenix flag on the side of the Chinese army camp. But then, his eyes suddenly widened, and those terrifying vertical pupils seemed to become narrower. Where are the Titus people? Why is there no one in his camp? No one. He became a deserter? The sky was dark, so Rimus probably couldn't see clearly. Is this bastard desperate for his life? I didn't become a deserter. A voice sounded from behind Rimus. Of course I cherish my life. At the same time as the voice was speaking, there was a friction sound of a sharp blade piercing the body, the sizzling sound of blood spurting out of the artery, and a few short screams. Titus! You. Rimus turned around, looked around, and found that there were no longer any of his guards on the mountain, and they all fell to the ground. All around were Titus men, all carrying bloody swords. Antonius was quite calm. Titus, what are you going to do? Are you planning to rebel? Antonius, the people of the snake cult listen to you. Right. I just want to ask you, why was my home robbed by the snake cult? Why? Titus advanced on Antonius with his bloody sword. What do you mean? Robbery? Your home? Antonius frowned. Don't say you don't know. The snake cult took everything away from my house and burned my manor to ashes, Titus said fiercely. I know you want to force me in this way, so that I can only rely on you from now on. But you think that you can threaten me just because you have the evidence to kill the Imperial Knight? I won't accept it. This said, I really don't know. Titus, this may be a misunderstanding. Antonius shook his head and tried to explain. What a misunderstanding! My servants, guards, and the entire village of Imel all saw that a snake-worshipping priestess with a forked tongue led a team of believers to plunder my manor. Now, apart from your men, where else can there be a priestess with such a forked tongue? Titus gritted his teeth and raised his sword to Antonius's throat. I understand. I am an outsider. I am not from the Shadow Army. You will not trust me. I understand. But I will not sit still and wait for death. I will never let anyone dictate me. Maybe it's the priestess who came from the continent of Bacchus. Titus, don't be so excited. I'm not stupid enough to deal with you at this time. Antonius spread his hands and stepped back. Really? Heh. I thought so before. But you still remember what you just said, right? It doesn't matter whether I die or not. If I die in White Deer Castle, you can still take the opportunity to take down the Phoenix Knights. Entering the political struggle. Ha! I heard it all. Titus' expression became more sinister. Titus. So are you planning to become a traitor? Antonius sighed, his pupils shrinking into slits. Traitor? You are the traitors. If I kill you and take your head to see you in city, I will remain a loyal minister of Emperor Marius. After Titus said this, he raised his sword and struck. Titus is not a rookie with no strength. His swordsmanship is quite strong. Otherwise, he would not have been sent by the Ashbourne Empire as the captain of the mission guard. But the blade he stabbed was caught by Antonius with his bare hands. Antonius used only one hand to clamp the blade of Titus' sword. He was not an invulnerable monster. The blade of the sword cut his palm, and blood flowed down the blade. But he seemed to be in no pain. Kill me? Just you? Titus, you really think of yourself as a person. Antonius slowly used force and broke Titus' broad sword with one hand. Then he stepped forward like a ghost and pinched Titus' neck with his bloody palm. The speed was astonishingly fast, and it felt like a poisonous snake suddenly attacking. Titus held Antonius' arm with both hands and kept struggling. But he couldn't get it free. During the tearing, Titus tore Antonius' sleeves, and there were scars like snake scales on his exposed arms. All around, Titus' men rushed forward and surrounded the two. But no one made any move, because Antonius had already pinched Titus and pulled him into his arms, his long nails digging into Titus' neck. Titus's eyes turned white from being pinched. His face turned purple, and the broken sword in his hand fell to the ground. Antonius, don't kill him. Remus looked at the soldiers around him and shouted in a low voice. He still wanted to live. There were hundreds of Titus's men surrounding this hillock. If Titus were really killed, no one would be able to survive. Remus, what are you afraid of? Are you afraid that his troops will attack us? Antonius looked back and smiled. Antonius, it's obvious. These are all his people. Remus looked left and right at Titus's soldiers approaching step by step. His people. Tie him up. Antonius burst out laughing and pushed Titus towards the soldiers. Hey! What are you doing? Remus never expected that Antonius would release Titus to those soldiers at this time. Yes, sir. But what Remus didn't expect was that after the soldiers took Titus, they saluted to Antonius and then tied Titus up. Titus's men are all your people? Remus cried out in surprise. No, they are the people of dinars. Whoever is willing to give them more dinars. They are the people of whom Titus, a fool, is reluctant to part with the little money in his hands. How can he have loyal troops? Antonius smiled contemptuously. He said that his home was robbed by people from the snake cult. Is that the person you sent? Remus looked at Titus, who was tied to the ground, and asked uneasily. Of course not. This bastard Titus is scrapping the land all day long. He has many enemies. Who knows who did it? Antonius didn't seem to care about the appearance of snake cultists in Eimer village. However, since Titus wants to fall out with me, let him become a hero. There should be news from my father tomorrow. Now, when the time comes, let Titus destroy Maxented Collar, and then kill Justus. Has Lord Kairos arrived at Maxiangling? Remus asked blankly. Antonius nodded. If Maxiangling is destroyed, Leon will definitely not give up. He will definitely send out his entire army to attack Bacchus. And Justus died at White Deer Castle, whether Emperor Marius wanted it or not. We all must avenge Justus. When they are both defeated, we will be able to sweep the continent. Antonius, you really plan to use the snake cult to conquer Pander? But didn't you and your son hate the snake cult the most before? Moreover, you were harmed by the snake cult 2 years ago. Remus frowned and looked at Antonius' vertical pupils. Yes, I still hate the snake cult. I was made like this by the snake cult. I am neither human nor ghost. I want to destroy the snake cult more than anyone else. But, Remus, I want to live. So, I must have greater power to have any hope of living. Antonius put on his visor again, and the dark yellow eyes under the helmet looked extremely scary. Remus, I know you may not trust me. You probably want to neither offend Marius nor me. But I can tell you clearly, if you don't want to die in your sleep, you'd better obey my arrangements. After saying that, Antonius left with Titus' men. Remus remained silent, looking at Antonius's back with obvious confusion in his eyes. At night, after returning to his camp, Remus received news from Wallen, and it was the young patrol leader who came to report the news. You mean, all my family members were arrested? Remus's whole body trembled. Then where is she? She was also taken away by those Imperial Knights. Everyone identified her as the priestess of the snake cult. The young man lowered his head and did not dare to look at Rymisk, because he was the first to identify Rymisk's mistress as a snake worshipper. Priestess of the snake cult? Rymisk slumped to the ground. This is a frame-up. Antonius is a snake. Are those Imperial Knights still in Volwyn? They have left. But they asked me to bring you a letter. The young patrol leader took out a small scroll sealed with fire paint. The seal on the paint is Imperial Intelligence Service. This is Alina's seal. Intelligence Department? Those Imperial Knights are not Antonius's people? Rymisk suddenly became energetic and quickly opened the letter. Send the order. Let all the family's troops assemble. He began to quickly gather his cronies. The next morning. Where is Titus? You idiots. You can't even look down on him. Antonius was roaring in a small camp with a phoenix flag. Antonius. Not only Titus. Justus and Rymisk are also missing. A tall knight ran over panting. What? Antonius's vertical pupils narrowed into slits again. Gallus. Go and send the order. The whole army retreats. Set fire to the forest before retreating. Set fire? It's almost summer now. If the whole forest catches fire. Gallus hesitated. If we don't set fire, we will be chased by the Noldor elves. Will you go to the rear then? Antonius looked at Gall fiercely. I understand. I'll go right away. Gallus frowned and walked away. But, Antonius, this will bring about a great disaster. So what? Didn't you also set fire to Amara Castle? If the Noldor elves were not pushed to the edge, how could they go into full-scale war with the Empire? Antonius looked at the blue scales on his arms. A few hours later, all the Bacchus army outside White Deer Castle evacuated. At the same time, a fire burst into the sky in the forest outside White Deer Fort, and gray smoke covered the entire sky. Outside the Mysian Collar, beside the Eye River, the gray-haired Marshal Kairos raised his head and lifted his helmet visor. He saw the smoke and dust coming from the east that blocked the sky. Sorry, Your Majesty. I have to live. Antonius also has to live. Kairos murmured. Then, he pulled out his sword and shouted, Attack! Burn the weak collar. There are also some green scars on his face, like fine snake scales. Chapter 380. No choice. Shieldwind Fortress. Justus and Titus were, of course, taken away by Rymisk. In fact, Rymisk originally did not intend to take care of Titus, but he knew that if he planned to draw a clear line with Kairos and his son and become a loyal minister to Emperor Marius and Justus, he would need a witness. So, he had Titus rescued as well. My family is in the hands of Miss Alina, and I have to exchange you for my family. Lord Justus. That's the whole thing. I don't intend to hide the fact that I have deceived you. But I also know that it's just that our positions are different. But now, Kairos and Antonius and his son have gone crazy. They just want to turn the Empire against the entire continent. Rymisk drove away all the guards and explained to Justus what he believed to be the case on the top floor of the inner castle. Rymisk, you actually still think that Kairos and his son are doing it for the status of the Shadow Army? No. Titus next to him interrupted bitterly. They are doing it for the Noldor elves. Antonius now relies on blood for a living. It takes a lot of Noldor elves' blood to save his life. They are doing it to make the Noldor elves surrender to the Empire. All-out war. Rymisk was stunned. How do you know? Antonius tortured me all night long. And he said so himself. And as you know, he is no longer human. He has become a complete monster now. Titus pointed at the bloody whip wounds on his body and said through gritted teeth. That's true. Justus sighed. In the final analysis, it is still the fault of the snake cult. Sigh. No matter what they are for. I don't want to get involved anymore anyway. Lord Justus, Miss Alina will come to pick you up soon. I swear that I will take my family to see you in city to ask Marius your majesty surrenders. But I hope you can testify for me that I really have nothing to do with the snake cult. Titus can also prove that we were all coerced by Antonius. Rymisk really wanted to get out of this vortex. Just as he said this, a guard came to report. Lord Rymisk, there are several knights outside who claim to be from the Imperial Intelligence Service requesting to enter Shieldwind Fortress. It looks like Miss Alina is here. Rymisk followed the guards downstairs and greeted them at the city gate. Justus and Titus were the only ones left in the attic room. Titus looked at Justus, then at Rymisk's back, and suddenly asked, Lord Justus, if I want to marry Miss Alina, will you agree? Justus was stunned. Then, he shook his head with a wry smile and sighed. Titus, don't do anything stupid. You can try to marry another noble lady, and I can help you intercede. Titus also smiled bitterly inside. Lord Justice, I don't want to do this either, but I have no other way out. No one will treat me as one of their own. He took out a small knife from his waist. Those who entered the Shieldwind Fortress as the Imperial Intelligence Service, or of course Leon, Alina and others. They came to exchange hostages. But after entering the room on the top floor of Shieldwind Fortress, Rymusk was dumbfounded. Where are people? Are you kidding us? Looking at the empty hall, Leon drew his sword and pointed it at Rymusk's neck. No, I was here just now. Just a few minutes ago. Titus, you bastard. Rymusk looked around a few times, then rushed to the window and yelled. The view from the top floor of the castle is very good. From the window, you can just see the back of Titus carrying a truck away. And Justice is also in the cargo box. This guy ran away from the back door of Shieldwind Fortress. Come on. Go and chase that bastard Titus back. Life or death. Rymusk jumped on his feet and roared. Can you catch up? He has run so far. And he is still holding hostages. Rymusk, since something went wrong with you, then this deal will not count. Leon and Alina also saw Titus driving away outside. But they were not too anxious, and instead pushed towards Rymusk together. Miss Alina, I swear I'm not playing tricks. That's really... Ugh. Rymusk sat down on the ground against the wall, holding his head in frustration. Get up. How many troops did you bring back? Leon stepped forward and kicked Rymusk. Nearly 1,000 people. Except for the shadow infantry soldiers originally under Levius. The others are all new recruits. Rymusk stood up with his head shrinking. He thought that Leon was going to beat him. So he answered quickly. It appears that the shadow troopers were redeemed by their respective families and returned to following Rymusk. Let your troops control the Shieldwind Fortress. Since you failed to protect Lord Justice, then you should protect the Shieldwind Fortress. Stop all the Bacchus troops retreating here from White Deer Castle. 2. Otherwise, you will never see your family again. Alina, let's go! Leon stared into Rymusk's eyes and said his request. Then looked out the window and took Alina downstairs. Titus was no longer visible outside the window. Titus ran very fast. Looking at the direction, he should be running to the west. But Leon and Alina were really not in a hurry, because many Scorpion assassins were staring at the back door of Fort Walwing a few days ago. A knight ran away. The Scorpion assassins did not catch up, although there was no need to chase him at the time. Ramon felt that this kind of thing could not happen again. So this time, Ramon himself was watching from the back door. And Wendy was there too. Titus drove the carriage to the west, and had just gone a few miles when he was surrounded by Ramon and his men. Taking hostages is very difficult for ordinary people. But for Ramon, unprofessional kidnappers like Titus are really easy to deal with. The scorpion throwing knife is not just for killing people. Ramon showed how to take down kidnappers who took hostages at the auction. When Leon rushed to Ramon's side, Titus had already been controlled. Like a crumb. One of his eyes was shot out by Ramon with a flying knife, and an older arrow was nailed to his right hand. The palm of his hand was nailed to the carriage. Lord Justice, you have been kidnapped too many times. Leon looked at Justice, who was safe and sound, and was completely relieved. It seems that I should find a few masters for personal protection. But I can't command an older elves like you. Justice shook his head and laughed at himself. Father. What is all this going on? Is Kairos the mastermind? Why did he start the war? Is it just to prevent the reform and let the Shadow Army regain its power? Alina helped Justice and asked about the cause and effect. This matter. Well, Leon, and that older girl, you must be mentally prepared. What Kairos is going to trigger is not a war between White Deer Castle and the Empire, but a war between the Nolder elves and humans. As for blocking reform, that is just incidental. Justice told Leon and Wendy the cause and effect. A few years ago, when immunity from the Red Death had just been discovered, Anson had to return to Cullendeer Castle to oversee the spread of Horspox. At that time, Antonius had recovered his vital signs, but he was still unconscious and basically in a vegetative state. Anson couldn't take Antonius away. He couldn't bear the torment at that time, and the bumpy road would be fatal. The poison he was poisoned was too complex, and he was extremely weak and needed long-term convalescence. So Anson asked the Knights of the Radiant Cross in the City of Knowledge to take over this special patient. Later, when Anson served as the consul of Cullendeer Castle, he often communicated with the Knights of the Shining Cross and had been trying to treat Antonius. He had already found some way, and Antonius also showed signs of recovery. But unexpectedly, Leon was struck by lightning and disappeared. The Bacchus Empire quickly took back the Carandir castle, and Anson could only take the people back to Changha town. Since then, the Lion realm has been engulfed in a long war, and Antonius' treatment has been delayed again. Kairos also disappeared for a long time after chasing Aziz Dahaka to Desha. Until half a year ago, Kairos returned to Siyuan City. He came back by boat. Not long after Kairos returned to Siyuan City, Justice received news that Emperor Marius was seriously ill. So Justice was about to return to Siyuan City to visit His Majesty the Emperor. But he was kidnapped by Antonius as soon as he left Bashi City. Antonius forced Justice to replace most of the lower-level commanders of the Empire's First Legion with his people. But the new ones were not random people. Most of them were qualified Imperial soldiers, or former Shadow Legion soldiers. Centurion. These people were transferred out of power in the past 2 years. And now it looks like they have been transferred back to serve in the First Army of the Empire. So they are not eye-catching at all. Later, Kairos summoned the Shadow Army at Dillon Port, and led the army all the way north as the Imperial Marshal, taking under his banner all the lords who once belonged to the Shadow Army. When he arrived at the City of Knowledge, Kairos also met Justice. At that time, Justice knew that Kairos was different now. Both Kairos and his son Antonius have been cursed out or have been poisoned by some kind of poison. They now look like snakes. Especially Antonius, who no longer looks human at all. Justice gestured to the location of the famous eye. Kylos went to the Amara continent during the time when he disappeared. He found a prescription from the snake cult's temple, and then prepared a magic potion in Siyuan City. That medicine did save his son, but it also turned Antonius into a snake-like monster. Moreover, since Antonius was rescued, he began to make a living by drinking blood. Kairos said that only elves' blood can keep his son alive. What kind of medicine is so scary? Can it turn people into vampires? Leon frowned, and he had a vague feeling that this might be the sequelae of Kabbalah's creation of Az Dahaka. I don't know. Let's call it the Siyuan City Magic Potion for the time being. His Majesty Marius also became seriously ill because of that potion. Kairos said that he took a little of the Emperor's blood to prepare the potion. Justice replied, Blood of the Emperor? Just based on this naming method, you can imagine that this must be a conspiracy deliberately created by the snake cult to kill Bacchus or the Emperor of the Ashborn. How could Kairos be fooled like this? Leon sighed. There should be elf's blood in the prescription. Right. So he wants to kidnap the entire empire to be my enemy, and force the Noldor elves to become enemies of humans. That's right. He said that the composition of that prescription is all blood and tears. The blood of emperors, the blood of elves, the blood of braves, the blood of wise men, and the tears of dragons. Justice folded his fingers and counted them. Alas! This is the trick of the cult. In the name of the curse, the victim is asked to kill those who pose a threat to the cult in order to lift the curse. Whose blood did he use? The blood of the brave and the blood of the wise? Leon asked, shaking his head. He took a bowl of blood from me before. He also said that Agathon's blood is the blood of the brave. Justice looked at Leon. But I think he must have made a mistake. Agathon is indeed a brave man. But I am probably not a wise man. You are called a wise man. There is no problem in saying you are a wise man. But Kairos is a fool. I have to kill him. His whole family is a fool. This kind of fool should not live in the world. Leon sighed with some depression. Fortunately, nothing happened to you. If you were killed by them in White Deer Castle, then the Bacchus Empire would really have to fight to the death with the Noldor elves. Oops. Leon. Look. Look at the sky. Wendy suddenly screamed. That's what? The sky in the northeast darkened, and the billowing smoke reflected the flashing red light, obscuring the entire sky. That's fire. It was an unprecedented fire. They set fire to the Noldor forest. Bastards. Liang's eyes widened, and he murmured, I have no choice now. I must destroy the Bacchus Empire with the Noldor elves. Lord Governor, you can't return home. I'm sorry. It was early June in the year 358 of Pandeli. In early summer, the weather is dry. The fire in the Noldor forest has spread for dozens of miles. In this era, without excavators and rapid felling equipment, manpower is unable to stop this forest fire. Wendadir did not pursue the retreating Bacchus. She was busy putting out the fire and organizing the tribe to move to White Deer Castle. Those who stayed in the forest would be burned to death or smoked to death. A large number of Noldor elves were forced to migrate to White Deer Keep. Perhaps the only good news was that there were no accidents during the migration. while Leon was at Shield Wind Fortress. He tried to use enemy troops to block the enemy's retreat from White Deer Castle. The Bacchus army returned to Shield Wind Fortress. What happens in this world is always like this. And people are not allowed to make their own choices. The ultimate goal of the war started by Kairos and his son was to conquer and raise some Noldor elves like livestock. They needed the blood of the Noldor to survive. In their opinion, they had no choice. Titus had tried to kidnap Justus before, also to survive. He offended both Marius and Antonius, and no one would help him as an outsider. He wanted to kidnap Justus and go to Field's Way or Desha. Otherwise the only thing waiting for him would be jail, or enter the arena. He felt he had no choice. An unquenchable forest fire ignited in the habitat of the Noldor elves. The elves who lost their home must take revenge and carve out a place to live in the human world. They had no choice. Leon is an ally of the Noldor, and the Noldor elves have been helping him. Without the Noldor elves, Leon will lose his greatest capital. He must stand with the Noldor. Moreover, Kairos and his son also planned to ask for his blood. Although both Leon and Justus knew that this was caused by Kairos and his son. For more people, this is a war between countries and tribes. When this kind of war occurs, no one will care the names of the 1 or 2 people who started it. Leon could only declare war on Bacchus, and he had no choice. Chapter 381 Gambler. Leon is arranging for Rymusk's men to set up a defensive line. He planned to use Rymusk's men to stop the Bacchus army at Shield Wind Fortress. After the Bacchus captured Shield Wind Fortress, they left a lot of military rations here. This is a normal approach. White Deer Fort is located in a forested mountainous area, where transportation and horses are inconvenient. The Bacchus generally do not bring much food and grass when attacking White Deer Fort. Leave food in Shield Wind Fortress to ensure supplies whether you continue to attack or retreat. Since the food is here, the enemy will naturally return to Bacchus from here after withdrawing from White Deer Castle. After all, they have to eat on the way back. Since the Bacchus set fire in the Noldor forest, the person who set the fire must not be allowed to return alive. This is Wendy's request. Of course, Leon himself thought so too. Leon really didn't expect Kairos and his son to do this. In fact, over the past few hundred years, many people have thought about setting fire to the forest, especially those who were deceived by rumors and regarded the Noldor elves as monsters, including 360 years ago, before the establishment of the Kingdom of Pendor. Those old forces, who had an all-out war with the Noldor elves, also thought so. But no one has ever actually started a fire in the forest. The Knights of the Ebony Gauntlets, who have been dealing with the Noldor elves, have never done this. Nor have the kings of all generations done this. Nor did the Conqueror General Osa at that time. Not even the Jada people have done this. It's not that the forest will be there, and will not move if it is not set ablaze. If one sets fire safely, the forest can be ignited at any time, and the Noldor's numbers cannot prevent it at all. The reasons for not setting fires are twofold. On the one hand, it is the profit-seeking dignitaries who need the Noldor elves. The capture of the Noldor elves formed a huge industrial chain hundreds of years ago. The former Lunga town, the Ebony Gauntlet Knights, and Cliff Bay were all part of this industry. Links in the industrial chain. The upper reaches of this industrial chain are naturally the powerful people in various countries. They cannot let the Noldor elves get out of control. But now, Pandor is in chaos. And with Liang's intervention, this industrial chain has basically been cut off. On the other hand, no one can afford to set a fire, because the Noldor elves who have lost their home will inevitably attack humans crazily. In order to survive, they must carve out a habitat in the human world. If a man is cornered, he can do anything. And the Noldor elves are certainly no different. Most of the Noldor elves are indeed peace-loving. But if their homes are gone, those Noldor artists who were originally unwilling to wield swords will of course have no choice but to fight with bows and arrows. Therefore, the original Kingdom of Lions and the Empire of Bacchus had to maintain the Noldor forest. Once a serious fire broke out that could not be restored by human power, the two countries next to the Noldor forest would probably be beaten to pieces by the crazy Noldor elves. The sparse Noldor could not destroy these two countries, but they could at least cripple them. If it is crippled by the Noldor, other countries will definitely take advantage of it. And it is not impossible for the country to be destroyed and the species to be destroyed. Of course, the people in power in various countries are aware of this consequence. If someone is not aware of it, it must be an intellectual defect, and it is impossible to become a person in power. But this is only the obvious consequence that will happen immediately. In addition, there is a heavy price that will be paid in the future. The Noldor forest is not a small forest. It is a vast primeval forest. The total area of the forest is roughly equivalent to half of the Lion Kingdom. When it comes to the density of the forest, that is, the number of animals and plants in an older forest, it may account for half of the entire continent. If such a large forest is burned down, the entire continent will be affected, regardless of other sequelae caused by the fire. Just take species as an example. When the forest was burned, it was not only the Nolder elves who lost their habitat, but also the animals, birds and insects in the forest. Birds and insects are not killed by fire, they fly to other places to feed, such as wheat fields or plantations. Insects will be forced to live and breed in the fields. Birds will be forced to go to human estates to forage. And various snakes, insects, rats, and ants will also be forced to enter human habitats. It's all about survival. This will lead to overwhelming bird disasters and insect pests. Crops will fail. Trees will be gnawed bare. And even bridges and dams will gradually collapse due to the migration of insects and ants. In just 1 or 2 years, the entire continent will completely lose the balance of species. Humanity will not only have to face the revenge of the Nolder elves, but also face endless pests and inevitable famine. This is what actually happened in the world where Leon originally lived. However, not many people are aware of the cost that will only be revealed in a year or 2. But Leon can realize that Lisa Dillon and Wendy can also realize that the Nolder will be taught the importance of species balance from an early age. For Leon, the consequences are extremely heavy. His territory is closest to the Nolder forest and will inevitably suffer disaster immediately. All crops this year are likely to be completely wiped out. In this era, it is basically impossible to prevent bird and insect disasters manually. In other words, even in order to have enough food to sustain people's lives, Leon must kill these Bacchus, then attack Bacchus and seize their territory and food reserves. Otherwise, hundreds of thousands of people across the east will be without food in winter. The war in the western part of the Lion Realm in the past 2 years has enriched the Bacchus people, and now only the Bacchus people have so much food in reserve. Which idiot set fire to the Nolder forest? How dare he accept such an order? After arranging the defense line, Leon asked Rymusk. It should be Gallus, Lord of Amalek Castle. He was the one who set the fire at Amalek Castle. Rymusk is very honest now. He really cares about his mistress and illegitimate child. Gallus. That is indeed a fool. He is a bad gambler, Alina said to Leon. Yes, that's a bad gambler who can even bet his wife. He loses everything every time. He doesn't think about anything else except gambling. He is the only one who dares to set fire to the Nolder forest. Rymusk nodded and said, He also has another name. Oliver. This is his original name. The name Gaul was changed after he lost his wife. Oliver? It's him. Ramon was stunned. You know him? Leon looked at Ramon, whose expression was dull. We know each other. We know each other so well. His wife now lives in single and has remarried to one of my brothers. Ramon spread his hands. I am the banker who made him lose his wife. Moreover, I was actually doing something good at the time. Her wife voluntarily used herself in exchange for chips. She has long been unable to stand this bad gambler. No, she would rather work as a bartender in my casino. What a coincidence. But Ramon immediately frowned again. However, that guy Oliver is difficult to deal with. Although his gambling skills are poor, his martial arts skills are indeed powerful. What? Have you fought with him? Leon asked. I went to collect the debt. I once lent him a sum of gambling money. As you know, this is the regular business of the casino. But after he lost all his money, the dozen brothers I sent to collect the debt were brought down by him alone. Already, Ramon pointed at the Scorpio assassins behind him. All the ones I sent are good ones. In other words, this Oliver, or should we say Gallus, is a good gambler, good at martial arts, but a brave general with no brains? Such a person probably only cares about the excitement between winning and losing. Right? Leon asked while thinking. No. Although this guy is a bad gambler and doesn't care about his family, he is very loyal to his friends. Many people in the Shadow Army have a good relationship with him. Otherwise, he would not be from Amalek Castle long ago. Lord. Rymusk shook his head. Leon nodded. He has a gambling addiction. Is loyal, but doesn't care about his family. Is bold, and has strong martial arts. It seems that this is the scapegoat Kairos specially found to set fire to. Since he likes to gamble, let's give him a gamble. Well, Rymusk, go and let him take a gamble. Okay. Hey. Who? Me? Rimus thought that Leon wanted to bet with Gull, so he quickly asked, "How can we let him bet at this time?" "Of course, let him see a chance to win." Leon patted Rimus on the shoulder. "You just need to let him enter the Shieldwind Fortress. You should be able to do such a simple thing. If you let him go, I will kill your whole family, including your beautiful mistress and lovely illegitimate son." North of Shieldwind Keep, two armies are confronting each other. The larger ones were the troops of the Bacchus Empire. Standing in front of them were the men of their former colleague Rimus. Moreover, most of them are Shadow Infantry soldiers who originally belonged to the Shadow Legion. "We must get the food from Shieldwind Fortress. Gallus, lead your troops to defeat them." Antonius thought for a moment and then gave the order. "Antonius, many of our lord's troops here have unstable military morale. It is said that assassin-throwing knives were found in their homes. Moreover, the opposite side is Rimus' troops. We can't kill each other. Rimus is not brave enough. Big, talk to him. He doesn't dare to fight us." Gallus, riding a tall warhorse, whispered to Antonius, who was wrapped tightly beside him. "Shut up. Rimus has rebelled. Now that he has stopped us here, it is no longer a matter of courage. We can't waste time. Don't you want to live? It won't be long before the Nolder elves we will go out in force." Antonius glanced at Gallus. "Or are you feeling sorry for your enemy?" "Enemies? They were our colleagues yesterday. Moreover, the brothers are worried about the situation at home. How can they fight with peace of mind?" Gallus was not happy. "Antonius, although I help you and your son, I am not your servant. You are not the marshal of the Empire, so you have no right to order me. Okay, I respect your wishes. I don't want to show up in public, so I will withdraw first. I will leave this army to you and do whatever you want. Maybe you can get the food from Shieldwind Fortress and put the whole army together. All the troops will be brought back to your Amla fort, and by then, they will be completely yours." Antonius was not angry. After saying a few words, he looked to the west, patted his horse, and prepared to run away alone. "Give me all these people?" Gallus asked in surprise. "Of course. This is the command flag of the Shadow Army. Take it. According to our previous agreement, my father has appointed you as the general of the Shadow Army, and the Centurions will obey your command." Antonius threw an exquisite pennant stuck next to the saddle to Gaul, then drove his horse and rode westward alone. Gallus took over the small eagle flag, with some disbelief on his face that this triangular command flag could indeed command the Centurions of the Shadow Legion. And in the current First Legion, the grassroots captains are all Shadow Centurions. Husband, as the general of the Shadow Legion and holding the command flag, he can indeed command the Legion's actions. At the same time, this was supposed to be a condition for Gallus to support Kairos and Antonius to make him the general of the Shadow Army. Yes, becoming a general of the Shadow Army does not require the approval of Emperor Marius. Kairos has the final say. The Legion commander decides everything. This is the tradition of the Shadow Legion. Although this kind of private appointment is illegal, the Shadow Legion has never recognized the new laws after Marius reforms. "Lord Gallus, there is a secret letter sent from Shieldwind Fortress. It is for you." Gallus was in a daze, and a soldier stepped forward and handed a letter into his hand. "Want to talk to me?" "Huh?" After reading the letter, Gallus grinned. That coward Rimus really doesn't have the guts to fight. In fact, if Gallus immediately led his troops into the battle, he would probably be able to defeat Rimus' troops with one blow. The troops also had no fighting spirit. Who would want to fight with his former colleagues? Moreover, most people realize that after the fire in the Nolder forest, the Nolder elves will soon retaliate, and no one wants to stay in Shieldwind Keep. But Gallus did not listen to Antonius's orders, and he really did not want to charge at his former colleagues. And Antonius did not insist on this order to let Gallus attract attention here. But Antonius himself was able to escape easily. The next day, Gallus brought a cavalry to the outside of Shieldwind Fortress. Then, the gate of Shieldwind Fortress opened, and Rimus led his troops to stand outside the gate. "Limus, you don't seem to want to fight with me?" "That's right. No matter who you join now, you should lead here." Gallus felt a little strange when he looked at Rimus, who opened the city gate directly, and went out to talk. "Oliver, I can't help it. If I don't stop you, I will lose everything." Rimus shook his head helplessly and whispered, "My name is Gallus now. Rimus, if I can't bring my brothers back to Ameliberg, I will lose everything. Since you don't plan to fight, then move out the food and let us leave. You even these people can't stop us. I don't want to kill you." And I don't want the brothers to kill each other. After all, we have been comrades for many years. Gallus realized that Rymusk seemed to be involuntarily, and softened his tone. Oliver, when I opened the city gate, I actually wanted you to lead the troops into the city. They asked me to invite you here, and then take the opportunity to attack you. But I think we can take a gamble. Rymusk's voice became even softer. Leon is in the city. There are not many people around him. I can't deal with him. But you can definitely. I think we can take a gamble together. If we can catch him, my family will be safe, and I will no longer be coerced. Do you mean that there aren't many troops in the city? Gallus also lowered his volume as much as possible. There aren't many people, but my family is in his hands, and I don't dare to go against him openly. Leon is now in the military station on the North City Wall. With your skills, you can probably catch him if you rush into the city, Rymusk urged in a low voice. Then, take a gamble. Gallus looked at the open city gate, suddenly raised his spear, and drove his horse to speed up. The cavalry behind him also rushed towards the city gate with him. There were not many in number. About 200, but they were all elite. In gambling, there are always winners and losers. This time Gallus won the bet, and he took the lead and rushed into the Shield Wind Fortress easily. But in the gamble of life, Gallus lost everything again. As soon as he led his troops into the city, the gate of the castle fell down. Subsequently, various parts of the city were suddenly ignited, and the fire quickly engulfed the castle, which had only been rebuilt 2 years ago. At the same time, Rymusk's troops surrounded the burning Shield Wind Fortress from all directions outside the city. All of his troops were actually outside the city, but they were all on the other side of the city wall. Chapter 382 Marius' Judgment. The Gallic troops were engulfed in flames at Shield Wind Fortress. Occasionally, those who tried to climb out of the city wall would be shot back into the city by Wendy's bow and arrows or the Scorpion assassins' flying knives, until Shield Wind Fortress once again turned into a charred ruin. The fire in Shield Wind Fortress was set by Wendy herself. Gaul set fire to the Noldor forest, and Wendy wanted him to die in the fire. Although this kind of revenge cannot solve any substantive problems, it can at least make Wendy feel happy. Sometimes it is important to feel happy, especially for a group whose sanity has been destroyed by rage and hatred. After seeing the fire in Shield Wind Fortress, the First Legion of the Empire dispersed in a hurry. The castle was burned down, so there was no need to count on military rations. All the centurions were thinking about the assassin flying knives that appeared at home and had no intention of delaying here. They divided into small groups, abandoned all their baggage and some of their heavy armor, and planned to go home. People are really interesting. If it is an army of more than 4,000 people, it will need at least 100,000 pounds of food to march more than 600 miles. But if this large army no longer maintains its organizational structure and no longer carries heavy armor and various war equipment, if more than 4,000 people are dispersed and turned into hundreds of small teams, each moving separately and lightly armed, they will no longer be needed food. But the food in Shield Wind Fortress was not burned. Ramon's people had already moved the food away. Now Leon cherishes food very much, and he knows what he will face. Lord Leon, I have followed your instructions. Can you let my family go? Rymusk asked Leon tremblingly. Yes. But, Rymusk, you can no longer return to the Bacchus Empire. The First Legion has fled, and they will regard you as a traitor. You can take your people back to Fort Wallen now. But if you don't want to die, let Wallen Castle use my banner. Otherwise, Wallen Castle will be killed by Eilendil. Eilendil is in the area of Amara Castle. The fire in Noldor Forest cannot be saved now. You should be able to imagine what Eilendil will do. Leon patted Rymusk on the shoulder and gave him a way to survive. I understand. You can take my son to White Deer Castle as a hostage. Rymusk was silent for a while, then nodded helplessly. He was not a fool. He offered to let his son be a hostage in exchange for Liang's trust. This was his only way out now. I don't need your son. You have no other choice now. Just send Wallen's grain reserves to White Deer Castle. I'll give you 10 days to send 200,000 pounds of grain to White Deer Castle. Deer Castle. Leon shook his head and refused. He didn't need hostages now. Only food. Rymusk has betrayed Kairos and his son, and offended justice. Emperor Marius will definitely not tolerate him. He cannot return to the Bacchus Empire. And now he can only rely on Leon. Only Leon's banner can protect him from being attacked by Eilendil or other Noldor elves. Although Rymusk is a greedy, lustful, and courageous person, at least he has a clear mind, and at least he did not follow the path of Kairos and his son. Half a month later. See you in city. Your Majesty is awake? Miss Elena. Go and call the doctor quickly. The sound of hurried footsteps left. Emperor Marius slowly opened his eyes. Your Majesty. Are you awake? General Sulla supported Emperor Marius in surprise, and brought a bowl of medicine from the table beside him. This is medicine prescribed by the doctor who came from the Knights of the Shining Cross in the City of Knowledge. They are the only ones who are trustworthy now. What's wrong with me? Am I poisoned? Emperor Marius covered his head, closed his eyes in pain, and then opened them again. I'm a little dazzled. The doctor said you were weak and lost too much blood. Kairos bribed your doctor some time ago, took a lot of your blood in the name of bloodletting, and then used snake heart stone on you. I'm sorry, Your Majesty. I violated the law, and instead of going through legal procedures to investigate and collect evidence, I directly tortured the Imperial doctor to confess. General Sulla apologized, but there was no uneasy look on his face. Apparently he didn't think it was a mistake for him to break the law in order to save people. Emperor Marius sat up on the edge of the bed and drank the medicine in one gulp, with a painful expression on his face. It's too bitter. I need a glass of sweet wine. Forget about drinking. If you drink again, I'm afraid you'll never wake up again. General Sulla shook his head resolutely. It's a fluke that you woke up this time. If it weren't for the doctor from Bashi City who used coconut water to save your life, I'm afraid. Coconut water? What do you mean? Emperor Marius grinned and turned around to see how difficult it was for him to do the simple action. Then, he saw several coconuts hanging from the top of the bed and several intestinal tubes inserted into the coconuts. It is said that I learned the method from Anson, who was under Liang. It is said that fresh coconut water can be directly injected into the blood to kill unconscious people. I don't know the details, but it does work. You are unconscious. For many days, I thought. General Sulla sighed and shook his head. I won't say thank you. Sura. By the way, where is Kairos? What does he want my blood for? Is he planning to rebel? Marius asked, leaning back on the pillows. He was trying to save his son, but what he did was probably more serious than rebellion. The news I got is that Kairos went to the Chungha town area, and he is attacking Liang's territory. And Sulla looked at Marius carefully, probably because he was worried about irritating the patient, and did not dare to continue. And what? Marius frowned. Moreover, they set fire to the Noldor forest. White Deer Castle and Amala Castle set fire to both inns. It is said that the fire in the Noldor forest has been completely out of control. Sulla hesitated for a moment, but decided to tell Marius everything. After all, the Emperor needed to make a decision on where the Bacchus Empire would go. Ahem. Cough. Cough. Emperor Marius was stunned for a moment, and then coughed violently. Take a deep breath. Your Majesty. Take a deep breath. Sulla hurriedly stepped forward and stroked Marius' back, but the coughing was still violent, and he seemed to have lost his breath. Puff. Marius took a deep breath, and then spit out a mouthful of bright red bloody phlegm. I shouldn't have told you this. You should take good care of yourself now. Stop talking. Your Majesty. Sura's face showed a look of self-blame. It's okay, I'm fine. Marius waved his hand. After coughing up the phlegm, he became more energetic. The Noldor forest was burned? Where is justice? Didn't he stop Kairos? His Majesty. General Sulla shook his head and tried to tell Marius to stop talking, but Marius kept looking at him with firm eyes. Tell me everything. Justice was kidnapped by Antonius, and the First Legion of the Empire was taken to White Deer Castle by him. Kairos led the cavalry of the Shadow Legion to destroy Liang's Maishang collar, and then tried to attack Changha town. Sulla sighed. When I got the news, the First Legion had already met Liang and the Noldor elves to join forces to block the attack. The legion was dispersed. Rimus surrendered to Liang, and Gallus died in Shieldwind Fortress. Liang detained Lord Justice and declared full war on Bacchus. Emperor Marius closed his eyes and was silent for a while. He did not get angry, but calmly accepted the reality. After opening his eyes again, he asked about Liang's movements. Did Liang launch an attack on the Empire? No. On the contrary, he prevented the Noldor elves from attacking the Empire. According to the news said back last night, Liang is leading a large number of Noldor elves to intercept Kairos in Long River Town. General Sulla shook his head. Liang may want to ensure the safety of Changha Town first. Alas, he is not for the safety of Changha Town. He is to prevent the Nolder elves from fighting independently. He wants all the Nolder elves to obey his arrangements. Sulla, go and send an order to recruit all reserve soldiers in the country. All the troops were concentrated in the area of Calendir Castle, and Agathon was appointed Marshal of the Empire. Emperor Marius frowned and said, if we concentrate our troops on Calendir Fort, most places in the east, including Amara Fort and Baplam, will be lost. General Sulla reminded, the Nolder elves will come out in force, and the eastern part of the empire cannot be saved. The only thing that can be done now is to defend the City of Knowledge until Leon withdraws. Don't think that the empire is very powerful. Sulla, without the Nolder forest, all the Nolder elves they will all become desperados. In this situation, we are the weaker side. Emperor Marius shook his head weakly. If Kairos is still near Changha town now, then he will definitely not be able to escape Leon's pursuit. Maybe we should try to rescue Kairos. Why? Your Majesty, he has already committed treason. He even tried to kill you. Marius put the empire on the defensive, which Sulla could understand. After all, no one wanted to fight against thousands of crazy Nolder elves. But Marius said he wanted to rescue Kairos, and Sulla really didn't understand. I don't want to save Kairos himself. I just want to save the Shadow Army. Although they don't like me, they are all the elites of the empire. Emperor Marius sighed. Sulla, where is Antonius? Can you catch him? He should be at Dylanport. I can't guarantee it, but I will do my best. Do you want to capture Antonius and hand him over to Leon in exchange for the cavalry of the Shadow Legion? Sulla knew Marius very well. This is the only way to save the Shadow Army. Go and pass the order quickly, before Leon marches to the City of Knowledge. Emperor Marius nodded and gently touched his hand to signal Sulla to do it quickly. Why are you so sure that Leon will march to Bashi City? Sulla turned around and walked to the desk and began to write some orders. Justice and Alina are in his hands. Of course, he will attack Bashi City. As long as he can reach the foot of Bashi City, the entire city may surrender without a fight. So he must deploy his troops to Calendir Castle. But he shouldn't attack immediately. We still have some time. Marius briefly explained a few words, and then asked, what's going on over there in Lion City? Is the Knights of the Shining Cross still there? Lion City was attacked by Filzwai. The Knights of the Radiant Cross and General Creon are on their way back to Siyuan City. General Sulla turned back. It is said that there are no residents in Lion City anymore, and I don't know why Filzway launched this attack. It's just taking advantage of others' danger. Filzway has always been like this. They probably think that in this case, Leon will summon all the troops to attack the Empire with all his strength and will not entangle with him. Emperor Marius said softly. But Leon will definitely not do this. The people of Filzwai will probably be struck by thunder. Leon will probably proclaim himself king in the Lion City first, and then attack the Empire. Perhaps Emperor Marius was indeed the person who knew Leon best, and his judgments were all correct. Leon did not immediately attack the Bacchus Empire. He also did not recall the troops from Lion City. After burning Shieldwind Fortress, Leon returned to White Deer Castle as quickly as possible, and together with Windy and Windadir, led the Nolder warriors to pursue and intercept Kairos. Kairos originally tried to harass Changha town after destroying Meixiangling, but he led all cavalry and could not cause substantial damage to Changha town. After discovering that a large number of Nolder elves came from the White Deer Castle area, Kairos began evacuate to the south. But when he retreated to the Triburn area, he was entangled by two small troops. These two small troops, one is the Owl Knights, and the other is a troop composed of the farmers in Meixiangling. The farmers in Meixiangling were actually all the first troops under Leon. That is the original non-commissioned officer unit. These people are all small shareholders of Meixiang International, and they are also responsible for each farm. They have always maintained an internal competition mechanism, which not only ensures food production, but also maintains public security and stability in Meixiangling and Changha town. When Kairos arrived with his army, they did not receive orders, nor did they stupidly resist on their own. Instead, they gathered their dealers separately to avoid Kairos' army. They were either from the original Elidig, or were moved from Serenmes by Sir Roland. They had all experienced the destruction of their homes, and had personally witnessed the establishment of Meixiangling. So they know that when faced with an army deliberately destroying a village, the best choice is not to resist directly or cry helplessly, but to try to retain vitality and hope for future reconstruction. So they split up and took all the grain and supplies from various farms in Meixiangling to Bailu Fort. The road between Meixiangling and Bailu Fort was well maintained, and it could be run as long as there was a carriage. This is the right choice. The farm stores important materials such as grain and saltpeter, seeds of various high-yielding crops, and human lives. These are the hopes for the future. It doesn't matter if the houses and defense facilities are destroyed. It doesn't matter if the Maxiangling wholesale market is destroyed. As long as the people are still there, and the seeds are still there, everything will be fine. After transferring the supplies, they gathered again at Trubran, this time to concentrate their forces for resistance. Because they have nothing to worry about, they once again put on the black and white griffin heraldic robes, and picked up their spears and swords again. Although their old robes did not have golden coat of arms, the loyalty and honor of the first generation of non-commissioned officers were pure gold. They used the chariot formation taught to them by Leslie, and the riding skills trained by Sarah. With the assistance of the Owl Knights, with a scale of more than 300 people, they were able to hold off Kairos more than 2,000 people. The cavalry, until Liang took Nua Dagon and the health system. Chapter 383 Blocking. This once abandoned village has been rebuilt, and is now the territory of Ors, the leader of the Owl Knights. When Liang was granted the title of Grand Duke of Changha Town, Trubran was granted to him. However, this place was not built into a settlement, but was built into a sentinel fortress by Ors. Ors is a very self-aware person. He believes that he does not have the ability or financial resources to build this place into a prosperous town like Maxiangling. So he chose to build it into an outpost defense station between Changha Town and Maxiangling. This is also in line with the specialty of the Owl Knights. As long as there are enemies around, the Night Owls can always discover them first and quickly notify Maxiangling and Changha Town. Kairos led the cavalry to attack Maxiangling. Thanks to Ors's advance warning, the sergeants had ample time to evacuate the villagers and transfer supplies. But Ors did not evacuate Trubran. This time, he made a completely different decision from before to fight a blocking battle in Trubran. It wasn't that Ors suddenly became a hero. In fact, he was shaking with worry. He was worried that the Order of Owls would be destroyed here. But some people only know how to dominate after becoming lords, while some people will always think of responsibilities and obligations. Ors is now a noble lord, and no longer the leader of the outlawed knights. In Ors's view, as a lord, he has the responsibility to defend the land. The villagers should evacuate, but he must not escape. Therefore, after discovering Kairos's troops, he asked some of his owl knights to take the villagers to evacuate to Changha Town, while he himself and some knights who volunteered to face a fatal battle stayed here. But he didn't expect that Kairos didn't stop at all when he passed Trubran, but went straight to Maxiangling. The entire cavalry unit really didn't need to pay attention to this kind of outpost, and Kairos didn't intend to capture any castle. His purpose is just to force Leon and Bacchus to go to war. Kairos's action this time was actually more like that of a plunderer, especially like the Gado plunderers, who did not attack fortified cities, but only destroyed villages and towns. After destroying the wheat collar, Kairos passed by Trubran again on his way to Changha Town, but still ignored the outpost. Seeing the enemy pass by his territory twice without stopping at all, Ors could certainly tell that this was the path of the marauders. There were only about 100 people in Trubran's sentinel fortress, which was not a big deal. Being willing to attack means that the enemy is neither willing to waste time nor to fight a tough battle. In the past 20 years, when Ors was wandering as an illegal knight, in the process of helping the village, he most often faced looters. Since this is the case, Ors is not so afraid. Then the non-commissioned officers from Maxiangling arrived, determined to stop the enemy here. Ors is one of the few people who knows that these farmers are elite warriors. His first meeting with Leon was because he met Leon's original non-commissioned officer unit in Trubran. Therefore, Ors, who was waiting for the enemy to attack with death determination, recalled all the Owl Knights and began to take the initiative, launching a guerrilla night attack on Kairos' troops. Ors's purpose was to delay the looters who were unwilling to fight a tough battle. The most uncomfortable thing was to be delayed. If it were a head-on confrontation, the Owl Knights would definitely not be able to withstand a single charge from the Shadow Legion. But when it came to night scout warfare, the Night Owls were definitely the best in the entire continent. Ever since Kairos' team decided to retreat south outside Changha Town, accidents have continued to occur. First, when setting up camp at night, there were constant warnings of enemy attacks in all directions. The army gathered urgently 3 times during the night, and did not sleep all night. However, after each gathering, no trace of the enemy could be found. The sleep-deprived force then spent the entire day retreating only as far as Trubran. No matter what kind of army you are, if you don't get a good night's sleep, you won't be able to get up quickly. On the second night, Kairos ordered to rest in batches. and 1/3 of the people were always on standby in turns. But it was of no use. There were not that many enemy attacks this night. But as long as the outer sentry at night was left alone, he would inevitably disappear mysteriously. A dozen scouts disappeared overnight. But not even a shadow of the enemy was seen. Now Kairos naturally understood that the sentinel fortress of Trubran was not an ordinary militia sentry. If he didn't kill them, he probably wouldn't be able to sleep. But unexpectedly, after Kairos led his army to attack Trubran, he was faced with a huge array of horse-drawn carriages. There were indeed many horse-drawn carriages in Maixiangling, including wholesale markets, bus fleets, and passenger cars. There are many trucks. If the cavalry formed a chariot formation, they would inevitably suffer heavy losses. So Kairos turned around and retreated. However, he did not retreat for a few miles when he discovered that the Lion Realm cavalry was pursuing them. The cavalry were not many in number, but they pursued them resolutely. It felt like they were trying to catch up and engage in a battle of annihilation. Normally, this situation of a small number of people chasing the majority usually means that there are more large forces behind them. This is also consistent with the current situation. The Noldor elves are likely to be coming soon. Kairos had no choice but to let the large army turn back and kill the chasing group of cavalry. But as soon as the large army turned back, the cavalry quickly dispersed into several small groups, and then disappeared in a flash. They were all too familiar with the geographical environment of this area. There was no other way. So Kairos had no choice but to continue to retreat. But as soon as he turned around, another cavalry force of about 100 people came after him. This time it was the Knights of Owls, as it was already dusk again. As a result, for several days in a row, I couldn't sleep at night and couldn't march normally during the day. It was definitely not an option to continue like this. Moreover, if they continue to retreat to the southwest, they will have to pass through a foggy area of several hundred miles. Since the opponent is very strong at night, there may be great losses in the foggy area. In fact, Kairos' judgment was a bit wrong. The Owl Knights are indeed very powerful at night, but that is because they are used to moving at night. The daily routine of the entire Knights is to stay in the day and go out at night. But in the foggy area under the Goddess Mountain, the Owl Knights are no different from ordinary people. But Kairos didn't know this. In order to prevent these people from following them into the foggy area, Kairos could only make up his mind to kill these annoying tails. But in the early morning, when Kairos saw these tails again, what he saw was a large number of carriages not far from where he camped. Taking advantage of the night scouts of the Owl Knights, the sergeants of the Maixiang collar arranged the carriages in a formation, moved near Kairos' camp. It is obvious that Ors and the sergeants want Kairos to withdraw into the foggy area. Kairos had no choice now. He had to fight. Even if the losses were bigger, if he didn't kill these people, the price would probably be even heavier. In fact, the non-commissioned officers did not use any particularly clever tactics. They were just conventional guerrilla warfare, coupled with the flexible use of horse-drawn carriages, and the Owl Knights' night advantage to keep pressing. However, this is just right for the current situation. All in all, Kairos was dragged around here for almost 10 days. Although there were 6 times as many people as the opponent, the cavalry was really unable to fight in a car formation. Kairos used the dismounted centurions of the Shadow Army as infantrymen. The troops of the Bacchus Empire were quite powerful when fighting in formation. But even so, after 6 or 7 days of chewing, they still could not completely destroy the formation. Come down. But the non-commissioned officers did suffer heavy losses. Kairos' troops were quite powerful in combat. When Leon arrived, 1/3 of the non-commissioned officers had been killed, and almost all of them were injured and on the verge of collapse. The biggest reason that kept the sergeants from collapse was a reason that even Liang himself had not thought of. They all knew that Liang was about to be crowned king. After all, it was Eric who reported this. And Eric and these sergeants are all comrades in arms. As the first troop under Liang, a partner of the Maixiang group, the first group of manor owners under Liang, and the Yuan Song troop who once ate and made money with Liang. What will they become after Liang becomes king? After Liang got Chang'e town, he immediately made some non-commissioned officers become tax officers. And if Liang becomes king, what will their roles be? Loyalty and determination, or firm belief, often come from hope for the future. Moreover, Liang has always been generous to his own people. And Eric is already a big shot now. Kairos really didn't expect that this mere 400 people would be so resilient. When the Noldor elves could be seen with the naked eye appearing from the southeast, he knew that he had to evacuate immediately regardless of losses. In other words, it is not called evacuation, But escape. Leon brought all Nolder elves, nearly 2,000 in number, including more than 800 cavalry. In fact, most Nolder can ride horses, but the Nolder elves do not raise many horses. In addition to Dir's troops, he brought all the Nolder elves who were willing to obey Leon's command. Anyone who sees a Nolder elf of this size must run away. After all, even the militia among the Nolder elves, that is, ordinary Nolder hunters, are basically equivalent to the top elites of humans. If the Nolder forest had not been burned, Leon would not have been able to bring out so many Nolder elves who were willing to obey his orders. Kairos no longer cared about the losses. He abandoned the hundreds of people in the attacking car formation, asked them to stay behind, and then led the others to quickly escape in the direction of Serenmes. Escape towards Serenmeth, with the intention, of course, of retreating directly south to Kullandir Keep. But of course Leon didn't want Kairos to escape just like that. He led the horse-riding Nolder elves in pursuit and caught up with Kairos' troops south of Serenmes. The Nolder elves are lightly equipped, and the Nolder horses are faster, so they can naturally catch up. However, when Kairos no longer cared about the losses, the Shadow Army became terrifying. As the commander of the Shadow Legion, Kairos' martial arts are indeed top-notch, and all the members of the Shadow Legion are also good at martial arts. This legion inherited from General Osa has not decayed in the past 160 years. They just compete with the policies of Emperor Marius were just inconsistent. Leon, who was carrying 800 Nordos, just caught up with Kairos' troops and discovered that Kairos' troops had collectively dismounted. Kairos made the troops abandon their horses and drove at least half of the horses back to attack, disrupting the formation of the Nolder elves. Afterwards, the Shadow Army formed a square formation, formed a rigorous array with large shields and spears, and turned back to fight with Leon. This is a very practical and simple tactic to show the enemy's weakness. Then wait for an opportunity to disrupt the enemy, and then use military formations to fight against the disorderly cavalry. Kairos puts himself on the weak side, even though he has more numbers. The military formation used was also very old. A square formation composed of swords, shields and spears. But this simple tactic appeared at this time, and Leon couldn't break it, because what the Nolder elves are least good at is fighting in formation. Most of them were not originally warriors, and many came with hatred. In addition, the Nolder are always accustomed to rescuing their companions. This is of course a good habit, but in battle, this will disrupt their lineup. What does it take to fight in formation? Good discipline, a stable mentality, and most importantly, no fear of sacrifice. But the Nolder don't have any of these things. The long contradiction formation is a slow hedgehog. If the two armies are still some distance away, the Nolder elves can easily deal with such a formation. If there is a slope or trench, the Nolder elves can shoot everything with bows and arrows. But now the two armies were basically facing each other, and the Nolder elves' lineup was scattered by thousands of horses. Kairos' sudden attack really caught the Nolder elves off guard. Leon hurriedly ordered to disperse and retreat. But the hatred-filled Nolder elves were now very close to their enemies, except for the ranger guards, who were more familiar with Leon. The other Nolder rushed forward crazily. The Nolder elves, who did not have lances, rode high-speed horses and charged into the spear array with swords and shields. The Nolder elves, who originally had the upper hand in terms of overall strength, suffered dozens of losses in one encounter, and in subsequent battles they could only exchange for one with the enemy. Because they fought as skirmishers, they basically fought independently. It seems sad, but that's the price of being blinded by hatred. Back off, back off. Don't rush. What the hell? Leon screamed at the top of his lungs. But when he saw the Nordos still charging into the formation as skirmishers, he took out all the grenades on his body, lit them all, and threw them at Kairos' troops. If grenades are used in a planned manner, they can achieve good results in the face of a dense shield array. But now, in order to reduce the losses of the Nolder elves, Leon had to use this big killer as a simple reminder. He was still some distance away from Kairos' troops, and the grenades basically only landed on the shields of the surrounding soldiers. Boom! Boom! After being hit by a shield bomb, the grenade exploded, causing only 5 Bacchus shield hands to be injured as a direct result. But the loud noise of the grenade alerted the Nolder. Here, there is a magician. Most of the Nolder elves who were finally awakened from their hatred began to retreat. But Kairos turned a deaf ear to the explosion, and he also started to retreat quickly with his men. When Leon finally regrouped the scattered Nolder elves, Kairos' team had retreated to a mountain top. This area was more mountainous, At this time, it was impossible to quickly deal with Kairos. Even the Noldor elves would have difficulty shooting against the Bacchus crossbowmen occupying the top of the mountain. Chapter 384 Huge Liar. Cliff Bay. The flag of King Vites hangs in Cliff Bay now. Dozens of warships appeared outside the port of Cliff Bay, with falcon flags flying on the warships. Miss Amy? Actually, you don't need to take the risk yourself, Beodaisy said while turning the steering wheel. Adventure? Fieldsway's large army has already gone to Lion City. Cliff Bay is not dangerous. Besides, I just went there to talk. No matter how barbaric the pirates like Fieldsway are, they will not kill one of them. The Queen of Alliance. Amy took out a helmet and put it on, then turned to Bodize and asked, Do I look like Ursula now? You are much younger and more beautiful than Ursula. Miss Amy, let me handle this matter. Beodaisy shook her head and said it didn't seem like it. Bodize, you are an excellent battlefield commander and a good captain, but you are not an excellent, actor. Amy shook her head and embellished the word, liar, a little. Ahem. Didn't Chunga Port also successfully deceive it? Beodaisy said sarcastically. That's because the people in Chansong Port are not that familiar with the fleet. And Ursula actually saw it. Amy sighed. Ursula saw through us at a glance in Chunga Port. So I took the initiative to give in and let her occupy Chunga Port. Otherwise, Chunga Port is now our territory. So this time, I have to do it myself. Amy stole the Raven Realm's fleet before, after a short period of rectification. That is, changing the coat of arms on the ship's hull and the flag on the mast. She directly appeared in Chansong Port with a freshly launched large-scale fraud gang. Outside, later, Bodize and Jocelyn entered Longsong Port as messengers of Fieldsway, claiming that the Raven Kingdom's fleet attacking Cliff Bay had been destroyed at sea, and they were ordered by King Vites to conquer Longsong Port. Bodize came forward to threaten the Chunga Port defenders, intending to intimidate the Chunga Port defenders to surrender or evacuate. At that time, Jocelyn called himself Chahu, and he indeed looked like a Van Carey pirate, and Bodize seems to be the leader of the Valkyrie sisters. In fact, there were only 400 people in the entire fleet at that time, and the dozens of warships were just fake, just good enough to drive away, and had no combat effectiveness at all. But the fleet was parked far away. Judging by its size, it was indeed a large fleet with more than 4,000 people. Moreover, the flag of the fleet and the coat of arms of Beodaisy were both unicorns. People in Chunga Port had also heard of the Valkyrie sisters, so the entire Chunga Port fell into panic, because the Raven Kingdom's fleet did intend to go to Craggy Bay at first. But after Craggy Bay defected to Vites, Gregory IV turned around and went to Eagle Claw Castle. The people in Chansong Port don't know this news yet. Amy and Beodaisy stole a ship and headed straight to Chansong Port before the news of Gregory IV's change of combat objectives was transmitted back. The people in Chansong Harbor thought that the Crow fleet was in conflict with Fieldsway and Cliff Bay. The two countries were taking advantage of the emptiness of Cliff Bay to grab bargains and grab territory. This situation was indeed normal for a fight. And the Crow people also know that if they fight at sea with the Van Carey pirates of the same size, it is a matter of course that the entire Raven fleet will be destroyed. As a result, the people in Chunga Port thought that Gregory IV's army was gone. There were only 800 defenders in Chunga Port, and a fleet of more than 4,000 people appeared outside Chunga Port. There is little point in holding on in this case. The king is gone. So what if the defenders die to hold on? Who should I show it to? Queen Bodize is still very stylish, with a strong aura and a strong sense of oppression in her words. The negotiation was successful. The defenders of Chunga Port had already decided to evacuate. But just when Amy was about to take over Longsong Harbor, something unexpected happened and Ursula appeared with the Falcon Knights. Ursula and Sir Dean claimed that the Falcon Knights wanted to coexist with Longsong Harbor, and she planned to fight Fieldsway's fleet to the end. In fact, Ursula didn't know that this was a large-scale fraud gang at first. She just heard that Gregory IV was defeated by the Van Carey pirates. She came to win over the people, and she had the right to inherit the throne. Moreover, when the defenders decided to evacuate, when she stepped forward to defend Chunga Port, people in the city would definitely recognize her. Moreover, the Falcon Knights were established in Chansong Port, and this place is indeed of great significance to them. If Ursula can successfully keep Longsong Harbor, she can officially become the queen here, and she can also gain the true support of the Crow people. Ursula didn't have many troops, only 300 to 400 people in total. She was originally prepared to fight hard and even hold on until the last moment. But after Ursula saw Bodiah's coat of arms, Amy's fraud gang was exposed. As the legitimate heir to the throne, Ursula knew most of the coats of arms in the world, and heraldry was top-notch. A compulsory course for nobles from childhood. Ursula recognized the situation related to Ficadia, the unicorn emblem of Baudice, which is unfamiliar to ordinary residents of Pendor. But it is very strange to the king or the heir to the throne. A must-learn course with memorable points. Besides, Ursula was still a woman, so she naturally had a deeper memory of Ficadia. But even though it was spotted, the fraud did not go unnoticed. Ursula was very smart not to expose Bodiah and Jocelyn, but took advantage of the opportunity to conduct further negotiations. She followed Bodiah alone on board Amy's flagship, and single-handedly persuaded Bodiah like a hero. Fieldsway's fleet withdrew. Since it was revealed that Baudice was from Ficadia, Ursula naturally knew that Gregory IV's army was still there, and that Gregory IV was definitely still alive. This scam was just to force the surrender of Chang'e port. This was just to force Gregory IV to retreat. Ursula was of course disappointed that Gregory IV was not dead. But Amy's scam is still a good opportunity for Ursula. Amy knew that with Ursula here, it was no longer possible for her to trick Cheongsong Harbor. The hundreds of new recruits under Baudice can be bluffed, but it is impossible to actually recruit them to fight. So, she and Ursula discussed a new cooperation plan. Ursula can use this fleet's lie to intimidate, claiming that Gregory IV has died in the sea outside Cliff Bay, and then quickly become the real queen of Ravenland before Gregory IV comes back. Ursula originally had orthodox legal principles and was the heir to the throne. If Gregory IV died, no one in Ravenland would object to her ascending to the throne. If she can gather the power of the Crow realm as quickly as possible before Gregory IV returns home, then even if Gregory IV returns home with an army, he may not be able to do anything to her. So Ursula and Amy made a deal. Amy took the initiative to evacuate the fleet, and Ursula became a hero who protected Cheongsong Port by herself, and was naturally crowned queen by the residents of Cheongsong Port. Ursula also gave Amy a promise that she would find a way to deal with Gregory IV's army, which was also for the mutual benefit of both parties. In order to make this friendly cooperation somewhat commemorative, Amy also exchanged military flags and armor with Ursula in a ceremonial manner. The helmet she is wearing now belongs to Ursula herself. Afterwards, Amy left Cheongsong Port, and the fleet crossed the sea again to Lion Lake City. Amy landed from Lion Lake City in the name of Ursula, and then went to fool Gregory IV. The deception this time was very simple. She only needed to display Ursula's flag, and then let the warship with the flag appear in the eyes of Gregory IV. The exchange of flags and armor was not for any sense of ceremony, but mainly to deceive people. Amy has never cared about rituals. When she became queen, she didn't pay attention to any pomp. She just wants Gregory IV to get out of here quickly, lest the Crow army, which has lost its warships and food, harm the Biba Gulf. Sure enough, after seeing Ursula's falcon flag appearing on the warship, Gregory IV immediately evacuated the Biba Gulf and took the risk of withdrawing his troops from the Jata grassland to Ravenland. Of course he had to retreat. He thought it was Ursula who stole his fleet. Gregory IV did not expect that Ursula had declared him dead, but he could at least think that if the fleet was stolen by Ursula, then his Raven City and his throne would be so a bit dangerous. After solving the crisis in the Biba Gulf, Amy originally planned to go to Lion City. At that time, various knights were cleaning up the undead in Lion City. Amy planned to see the army of the undead. But halfway through, I heard that there was a fire in the Noldor forest, that Leon declared war on the Bacchus Empire, and that the Fieldsway people left Cliff Bay and sent troops to the Lion City. So Amy turned back and got on the boat again. After confirming that all Fieldsway's troops in Cliff Bay had gone south, she took the fleet to Cliff Bay. She wants to commit fraud again and force Fieldsway to retreat. This girl who once came to Leon to learn how to cheat has now become a big liar. And every time she commits a crime, it is a national-level fraud case. As a result, the defenders of Qiaoyan Bay saw a large warship appearing outside the port, and a small boat sailed directly into the port. That looks like a woman. Let her go to the dock. The small boat quickly entered the range of the crossbows. But everyone could tell that the garrison leader at Qiaoyan Bay did not order an attack on the small boat. He was just here to talk. Your Excellency, I represent the Crow Kingdom to form an alliance with Fieldsway. Where is King Vides now? Facing the garrison leader, who walked to the dock, Amy asked directly. Who are you? Is there a woman as the lord of the Crow Kingdom? The garrison leader frowned. Most of the troops stationed at Cliff Bay are Vanscary pirates or descendants of pirates. The leader guarding here is named Hawken. This pirate leader was nicknamed Strong Shield and was originally the Lord of Iron Oak Castle. As the saying goes, there is a wrong name, but there is no wrong nickname. Just by looking at this nickname, you can tell that this leader is very good at defense. This is also the reason why Vides did not bring them with him when he attacked Lion City. Kiyaman had just defected to Vides and needed a leader who was good at defense to stabilize the situation here. Lord, you should be more respectful. In front of you is a queen. I am Ursula, the true king of the Crow Kingdom. Amy frowned and looked at Hawken. Go and report to King Vides and tell him that I brought him a big gift. Queen Ursula, I didn't expect you to look so young. Well, I'm sorry. I'm Hawken, but King Vides is not here. He just left Cliff Bay not long ago. Of course Hawken had heard of Ursula, but he certainly had never seen Ursula, who usually only appeared in the eastern part of Ravenland. Just left? That's really unfortunate. I was originally going to give him some battleships. Amy frowned. Sending a battleship? Her Majesty the Queen. Are you? Hawken's eyes widened in surprise. You mean those battleships outside the port? Are you going to give them to King Vides? Huh? Of course it's not a free gift. It's a trade. I want to use these battleships in exchange for some combat power that I can use. As I said, I'm here to form an alliance with Field's Way. Amy shook her head slightly. When will Vides come back? He went to attack the Lion City, and he may not come back for a while. Your Majesty, aren't these battleships powerful in themselves? What else do you need to change? Hawken looked at the fleet outside the port with great envy. For you, battleships certainly mean fighting power, but for me, knights on land are fighting power. I don't know how to fight on water. These battleships can't play their original role in my hands. It works, but in the hands of you Vanscary people, it's completely different. Amy sighed. I just want to use these battleships in exchange for Field's military support to help me regain the throne. This is true. If this is really Ursula, if Ursula really has so many battleships, it is quite reasonable to make such a decision. I will send someone to inform King Vides right away. Your Majesty Ursula. You can rest at Cliff Bay first. Since the warships were specially sent here, Hawken certainly wanted to facilitate such a deal. Dozens of medium-sized and above warships were a big deal. In these days, a country could only have so many warships despite all its efforts. I can't afford to wait, Lord Hawken. I must take advantage of the opportunity when Gregory IV leads the army to attack the northern Gulf of Lion Realm, and quickly send troops to Raven City. There is a lot of emptiness there now. Miss this opportunity. This deal, but it's not necessary. Amy said, shaking her head. This is true, and Hawken can understand it. If he cannot capture Crow City quickly while Gregory IV is not in the country, then after the Crow Kingdom army returns, even with the help of Field's Way, Ursula, it was impossible for RA to regain the throne. However, if troops are sent to help Ursula capture Crow City, and then help Ursula seize the throne, who will actually be in charge of Crowland in the end? That's not necessarily the case. Moreover, if dozens of large and medium-sized warships are obtained, it is difficult to say who will be the king of Field's Way in the future. At this moment, Hawken probably had many thoughts going through his mind. Amy shook her head with a sad face. I have to leave here. I thought this was an excellent opportunity. Wait, Your Majesty the Queen. I did hear that Gregory IV is attacking the Biba Gulf in the Lion Realm. Hawken stopped Amy. I want to talk to you. Chapter 385, A New Quagmire. In June of the 358th year of Pinder's calendar, the people of Field's Way launched a surprise attack on Raven City, the capital of the Raven Kingdom. The Lord of Iron Oak Castle, Hawken the Shield, led a large fleet to appear in the Bay of Raven City, and quickly landed at both ends of Raven City. The total number of pirates, smugglers, and mercenaries who landed was close to 3,000. Strong Shield. Hawken himself led hundreds of troops to land on the north side of Crow City, guarding the bridgehead to the north, preparing to block the reinforcements from the west of Crowland. The Lord of Field's Wyantson Castle, Iron Gale, Caravan, and the new Lord of Mystery Castle, Fat Man, Hrothgar, led an army of more than 2,000 people to land in Ullen Town, south of Raven City, and led the army went straight to Crow City. Raven City only has 600 lone troops, and they are all second-line troops. In addition, The king and important lords are all absent, facing the attack of the Filswhite people who are 4 times their own. They can only struggle to support themselves. Fortunately, Queen Ursula of Cheongsong Harbor ignored the past grudges and sent the Falcon Knights to contain the Filswhite people, which prevented Raven City from being quickly captured. It seemed that Fieldswearing was in good shape, but King Vides was furious when he got the news. Who on earth asked Håkon and Haravan to attack the Krolans? The Ravens are our allies now, and our ships can't enter the inner sea of Lion Lake at all. Where did Håkon get them? Warship? King Vides anxiously stroked his bald scalp and kept pacing back and forth in the camp. According to the news from Håkon, it was Ursula who provided you with 20 large and medium-sized warships. These warships were originally owned by the Crow people. This business is actually not bad. For us, with these 20 battleships, we can completely control the entire inner sea of Lion Lake. Not to mention Raven City. The entire northern part of the continent can only tremble under our fleet. Red Sword? Count Aiden analyzed calmly. Battleship. If those battleships were in my hands now, of course, I wouldn't mind falling out with the Ravens. But Eden, do you really think Håkon and Haravan will still obey my orders after getting those battleships? They attacked Crow City privately without my order. They obviously wanted to rely on those battleships to occupy Crow City and the entrance to the inner sea of Lion Lake and become warlords. Vides gritted his teeth and said, I am the king of Filswhite. The Ravens will only hate me, and their counterattacks will be directed at me. But what benefits have I gained? I have gained nothing, and I will still face challenges. Here comes the revenge of the Crow people. Ducadarian, who fell into the bay, will definitely send troops to Mist Cage City. The Valkyries are still in Mist Cage City. They should be able to stop Ducadarian. Don't worry so much, Earl Eden said with relief. Maybe, but they won't go out of the city to face the enemy unless they are paid enough. However, the economy of Mist Cloud City has collapsed. Vides looked at his best friend and gave a bitter smile. AI ding. My situation is much worse than you think. I came to attack Lion City this time. Actually just to use Lion City to pay off my debt. I am about to go bankrupt. If Mist Cloud City becomes a battlefield, I will be completely bankrupt. AI Ding was stunned for a moment, then sighed with understanding. I'm going bankrupt too. Most of the great lords of Fieldsway are indeed relatively poor now, especially those with a little conscience like Vides and Aiden. More than 2 years ago, the west coast was plundered by the fleet of the Bacchus Empire. This was Liang's idea. Since then, Fieldsway has been gathering an army to fight, and it has lasted for 2 years without stopping for a moment. The tug-of-war in the western part of the Lion Kingdom not only brought down the Kingdom of Lion, but also brought down the pirate lords on the west coast of Fields. They had never developed agriculture. They had always relied on commerce, smuggling, pirate business and fishing, obtained to maintain the economy. Continuous wars have cut off most of the trade routes established by Liang and Chungha Town. And the same is true for Fieldsway. Most of their trade routes have also been cut off, and specialties from the west coast cannot be sold inland at all, since most of the troops had to go into the war. Smuggling to Buckley Continent was difficult to carry out. It was also difficult for the pirates to do any big business in the past 2 years, and the plundering share they handed over to Vides was not much. This makes the economic environment of Fieldsway worse day by day, and it is naturally difficult to collect regular business taxes. Coupled with the continuous wars, the protracted tug-of-war in the western part of the Lion Realm swallowed up Vides' wealth like a bottomless pit. But he did not dare to withdraw his troops at the time. If he did, Agathan and Creon would definitely pursue him. This will lead the battlefield to the territory of Fieldsway, and the economy will collapse faster. At the same time, Fieldsway is an alliance country. The relationship between the lords and Vides is not a relationship of allegiance in the conventional sense, but alliance cooperation. In other words, they and Vides are actually rivals in terms of identity. Wait. After all, before Vides was elected as the leader of the alliance, he was just a big pirate leader. He was not much different from other pirate lords, except that he had the most popular friends. King Vides is essentially more like a marshal, because he cannot forcefully order any lord. He calls the lords to send troops, and has to bear most of the money and food, although he can share most of the spoils. The problem is that Fieldsway has not obtained any decent spoils in the past 2 years. It does take up a lot of land, but those sites are either empty or poor. Howling Castle had been massacred, and the lord was an R, who was not very obedient to command. Short Howl Village has been plagued by drunkards, and has never been very popular. Caneburg was once occupied by Brennus, and experienced several heretical crossings. It was so poor that it had no food to eat, and even needed military ration relief from Vides. Later they occupied Asgard, which was originally a prosperous place. But after several months of fighting, only refugees and ruins remained in Asgard. Until a few months ago, Cliff Bay and the mysterious swamp castle defected to Vides. Vides originally thought that things would finally turn around, and they would make a fortune. Cliff Bay is a first-class wealthy place in the Lion Realm, with a large population. There is also a lot of arable land, and it has always been a good place with abundant money and food. Unexpectedly, the main reason why Kiamwin defected to him was that the three prophets had been entrenched here before they ran out of food. In order to deal with Roland, they created many uncontrollable degenerates. Therefore, in the area around Xiaoyan Bay and mysterious Swamp Castle, and all the way to the remote villages, no one had dared to farm in this large area before. The fields were barren for 2 seasons. The grass grew taller than people, and Xiaoyan Bay had no food stored for a long time. Vides originally thought, if there is no food in stock, there should be dinars, right? But when he took over Xiaoyan Bay, he realized that the dinars in the hands of those nobles had been taken turns by Brennus and the three prophets. Moreover, even if you have money, it is difficult to get food in Fields Way. The entire west coast is short of food. Only the farmers around Kui Lake in the east of Guangqiu Bay are better at farming. And there is not enough food in the first place. The domestic economy collapsed. Food production was insufficient. And the war continued. Merchants were afraid to do business, which caused the prices of food and daily necessities throughout Fields Way to rapidly increase several times. Vides and Aiden both have consciences. They do not want to rob the civilians under their rule, nor do they want to treat their soldiers badly. They all know that if they rob civilians at this time, it will be more difficult for the economy to recover. So they became very poor in these 2 years, especially Vides, who is already borrowing money everywhere. In order to maintain the situation, he borrowed a lot of money and supplies from wealthy merchants in Wulong City, and also owed a lot of military pay to the pirate lords. Field Way is no different from other kingdoms. These debts must be repaid by Vides. Otherwise he, the great king, will be the end of the world. He borrowed the debts with Mist City as collateral. His attack on Lion City this time was actually to pay off his debt. Lion City is the center of the entire continent, and is surrounded by the best fields. These plans to move a large number of residents to the area around Lion City, use his own Mist Cage City to pay off debts, and then organize organizations around Lion City. Farming. In this way, in just one harvest season, he can solve the food problem and relieve the entire country from the economic crisis. Even if the Lion City cannot be conquered, at least the Lucian Lake area can be occupied. As long as the troops can stay near Barangli and support until next year, the problem can be solved. Unexpectedly, before the battle in Lion City began, something happened at Cliff Bay. Hawken attacked Raven City at this time, which was equivalent to forcing Vides to a dead end. The Crow Kingdom and Fields Way were originally allies. The Bacchus Empire and the Lion Kingdom had previously formed an alliance. Of course, Vides could only form an alliance against the Crow Kingdom. Now to tear up the alliance and attack someone else's capital. This is a deadly feud. Pirate leaders like Hawken may not be very sensitive to this kind of diplomatic situation. But Vides can think with his toes that the Crow people will definitely retaliate at any cost. No matter whether Crow City will be captured or not. At least it will be ironclad. Oakkeep and Mist Cage are sure to be counterattacked by the Ravens. That bastard Hacken got 20 big ships. He didn't care too much about Iron Oak Castle in the first place. He could hide on the sea and be at ease. But Vides' Mist Cage City would definitely turn into a battlefield. This is not a question of whether Fog Cage City can be defended, but rather that Fog Cage City cannot be allowed to become a battlefield. Otherwise Vides will directly go bankrupt. In other words, Vides must withdraw his troops to protect Mist Cage City. And he must not let the flames of war reach the scope of Mist Cage City. Do you want to withdraw the troops? Is there any other way? AI Ding sighed. Although we may not be able to conquer Lion City, we could definitely occupy the cultivated land around Lucian Lake. But if we withdraw now, Liang's troops may pursue us to the area of Chansha Fort, which we previously occupied. All the territory will be lost. Just throw it away. If I can't save Mist Cloud City, I'm afraid I will be thrown directly into the sea. Vides' face was full of depression. Now we have no allies. Ursula. Humph. That woman Ursula is nothing. If supporting her would be beneficial, I would have killed Gregory for her long ago. 4 lives. Haakon is such a fool. 20 ships blinded him. To be honest, this is no wonder Haakon. 20 medium-sized or above warships can blind the eyes of most people in this era. A country may not be able to build so many large and medium-sized warships even if it spends 3 to 5 years with all its efforts. Even if a large city is exchanged for dozens of warships. Many kings will find it a good deal. Haakon stopped Amy at that time. And the condition he negotiated with Amy was that he planned to seize Raven City and Ursula in exchange for these battleships. However, it was too late to wait for King Vides to agree. Haakon took over the business privately. For this reason, he asked for 20 battleships as a down payment to let Ursula stay in Qiaolian Bay, using Qiaolian Bay as a guarantee to ensure that he would not run away with the ship. At the same time, Ursula led 400 people in Cliff Bay to prevent Haakon from killing people and seizing the ship. In order to negotiate the deal, the two parties exchanged positions. Therefore, Cliff Bay is now controlled by Amy. Oh no! It was controlled by Ursula. Anyway, the Falcon flag was planted at the port. And the person who dealt with Haakon was also Queen Ursula. I think that Chief Haakon will probably not actually capture Crow City. He is probably just going to show off. The friends he found seem to be either smugglers or mercenaries. This ragtag group of people is not maybe capture Raven City? Theodasy said. I don't care if they can capture Raven City. It doesn't matter if they just pretend to attack. I just need him to attack Raven City. Even if he attacks with all his strength, it really won't work. If Crow City is captured, Ursula will definitely go to the rescue. I sent a message to Ursula and asked her to send people to support Crow City. And she will definitely go. At the port of Qiaolian Bay, Amy looked at the dozen warships left in the harbor. She turned to Baldaisi and said, Destroy the port and send the warships to Sherhu City. Our goal has been achieved. Take away all the supplies in Qiaolian Bay, leaving nothing behind. Don't we occupy Cliff Bay? We really gave them 20 ships. Are we leaving like this after paying such a heavy price? Theodasy was stunned. Now we can completely occupy Qiaolian Bay. They only have more than 100 people left here. We can deal with them. It's not necessary. You can't hold it if you take it. Haakon's attack on Crow City is equivalent to Fieldsway tearing up the agreement and declaring war on the Crow Kingdom. Even if Haakon is just doing it to complete the deal with us, Fieldsway's army can only withdraw from the Lion City. If we stay here, we will be surrounded by Fieldsway people. Amy shook her head. Don't get hung up on one city or one place. Our goal has been achieved. Don't be so greedy. Ship. Ha. The ship is not as important as food. If the whole country can't eat, no matter how much we get, what's the use of a boat? After saying that, she took off Ursula's helmet, stuck it on the railing of the dock, and walked towards the battleship. Amy spent a lot of effort to deceive people and paid for 20 battleships, but got nothing. It seems like she lost money, Theodasy thought. But Amy didn't think so. Her vision is different from before. What will Haakon, Haravan, or other Vans carry pirate leaders do after acquiring 20 warships? Especially after acquiring these warships in the inner sea of Lion Lake? What would they do if they not only had battleships, but also occupy Craggy Bay or Raven City? Will they still obey Vides' orders? Taking the initiative to send equipment to the enemy, or even sending a large amount of strategic level equipment to the enemy, sometimes does not make the enemy stronger. Just like Emperor Marius provided 2 reinforcements when the Lion Kingdom was in its most difficult time. The support of Agathon and Creon did not make the Lion Kingdom stronger. Instead, it made it impossible for the Lion Kingdom to get out of the quagmire of war. Trapped in it, unable to extricate herself. It was not until Amy abandoned Lion City that she was able to escape. But now, Ursula gave the battleship to the Fieldsway people and asked the Fieldsway people to attack Raven City. The war between Fieldsway and Ravens can only continue. At the same time, Fieldsway will lose all its allies, and the real Ursula will not regard them as her own. Ursula is in Longsong Harbor. If Raven City is in danger, Ursula only needs to become Ravenland. As a true queen, she would definitely support him and become an enemy of Fieldsway. In other words, Amy single-handedly caused forces such as Fieldsway, Raven Kingdom, Ursula, and Haakon to once again form a new war quagmire. Chapter 386: The Changing Situation. Lord Haakon, I am here to discuss peace with you. You can no longer capture Raven City. In the military camp of the Fieldsway people, Sir Ren said this. Sir Ren, Raven City is the territory of Gregory IV. As far as I know, He is also your enemy. Why do you need to stop us from attacking the enemy's territory? Looking at Sir Ren, who took the initiative to seek negotiations, Hawken was a little confused. Under the delay of the Falcon Knights, the people brought by Hawken spent most of the food outside Raven City, but they never achieved effective results. Hawken had no idea that Ursula's people would actually become an obstacle to conquering Crow City. But Ursula sent a warship saying that she was going to attack Crow City. That damn female liar. Raven City may indeed be unassailable. After Ren's visit, Hawken learned that those battleships were not sent by the real Ursula, but those warships at that time were real guys. Who would doubt a man who really gave him 20 warships? But no matter what, the battleship has indeed been obtained, and the war on Crow City has already begun. Hawken can only fight the mistakes he made. Otherwise, he will not be able to explain that he acted privately to undermine diplomatic relations. If he goes back like this, he will definitely be held accountable by King Vides. The battleships obtained will be confiscated, and he may even become a slave. Besides, since the fake Ursula, who sent the battleship, stayed in Xiaoyan Bay, it is estimated that Xiaoyan Bay has been occupied by her now, and she will probably have to attack the strong city when she returns to Xiaoyan Bay. And if we fight across the sea again, we may not have enough food. So Hawken is a little tangled at the moment. He really wants to capture Raven City, but not for any deal, but to occupy Raven City for himself. The entrance to the inner sea of Lion Lake is right next to Crow City, and is connected to the endless sea outside the mainland through the Glacier Canyon in the north. In the past, the Raven Kingdom controlled the entrance to the sea. The pirates' warships could not enter the inner sea of Lion Lake, and could only operate on the periphery of the mainland. But now that they have obtained so many warships, and they have obtained them directly in the inland sea of Lion Lake, the Vanscary pirates will not be afraid of any enemies in the inland sea. If Hawken can occupy Crow City and control the entrance to the Lion Lake Inland Sea, he will be able to move freely in the Lion Lake Inland Sea, and all the towns around the Inland Sea will be his prey, whether it's Vides, the Crow Kingdom, or other forces. As long as the battleship cannot enter the Inland Sea, no one can do anything to him. He could even establish his own power in Raven City, and he might even gradually create a new fieldway around the inner sea of Lion Lake, just like the Vanscary people once did on the west coast. But now, these plans have come to nothing. Now that Ren has come to negotiate, Hawken can only try to negotiate peace and see if there are any other opportunities. In the past, Crow City was indeed the territory of Gregory IV. But now, Queen Ursula is the King of Crowland. This is already Queen Ursula's territory. Sir Hawken, we are here to protect your territory, Red explained with a hint of a smile. For Ursula and Sir Ren, what has happened recently is the best opportunity they have ever encountered in a row. Miss Amy is a good person. Before Amy used the fleet to deceive Chansong Port, Ursula seized the opportunity and gained a lot of popularity as a defender. She stationed in Chansong Port and was crowned queen. Now Hawken attacks Crow City, but Ursula seizes the opportunity and enters Crow City as reinforcements. If Hawken's troops can be driven back, Ursula will surely sit on the throne of Raven City. Ren said that this is Ursula's territory, and there is indeed no problem. It's just a matter of time. Withdraw your troops? Lord Hawken, there is no point in staying here. You can only waste food. We don't want to be your enemy. In fact, we can sign an alliance agreement with you. Gregory IV is indeed our common enemy. Ren persuaded. Withdraw your troops? Sir Ren, let me tell you the truth. We can withdraw our troops, but you have to pay something. I may not be able to capture Raven City, but if I want to stay here, you don't have anything. Method. Hawken stared into Ren's eyes and said, I know you want to compete for the throne of Crow Kingdom. You need time in Crow City more than we do. Indeed, Ursula must get most of the lords to recognize her as queen before Gregory IV returns to Ravenland. The throne of Raven City is extremely important to her, and she can neither waste time nor win. Make sure you control Raven City. You are right. We need Crow City. So, have you ever thought about what you need? Your attack on Crow City must have not been approved by King Vides. Right? How will Vides deal with you? Ren looked at Hawken with a smile. This is easy to judge. If Vides wants to attack Raven City, then Fieldway's army will definitely attack Dagon Castle and Finbray Castle first. Otherwise, Vides' own home base of Miss Cage City will most likely be attacked. Ducadarian, who fell into the bay, counterattacked. Besides, Fieldway has an alliance with the Kingdom of Crows, and Vides will not break the alliance and start a war with the Kingdom of Crows when attacking the Lion Realm. Hawken looked at Ren expressionlessly. What do you want to say? I want to say. You also know that you can't break Crow City. Your food will be exhausted in 10 days at most. At that time, you will still have to retreat. And once you run out of food and withdraw, what will you face? Duke Darian of the Fallen Bay has a grudge against you. Do you think he will attack your Iron Oak Keep? If you send troops privately to stir up trouble, I'm afraid King Vides won't protect you. You will lose everything. Red opened his hands. You need an ally. Otherwise you will be dealt with by all forces together. This is indeed the case. Gregory IV, Vides, Adarian, and Ursula all have reasons to deal with Hawken. If Hawken fails to conquer Raven City for too long, he will lose troops and run out of food and fodder. And the consequences will be it would be dangerous indeed. In the inner sea of Lion Lake, no one can defeat my fleet, Hawken retorted with a frown. Yes, the Van Skiri are indeed powerful at sea. But you must have food. Without food, will your army, or your friends, will they still follow you? Iron Courage, Aravan, Fat Man, Hrothgar, why are they helping you attack Raven City? Isn't it just for food? You Filswai have been short of food for more than a day or two. King Vides bought it everywhere some time ago. Everyone knows about borrowing food from food. Red opened his hands. I said, you need an ally that can provide you with food. But if you are not willing, I will sell the food to King Vides and open up the Lion Lake. The entrance channel of the sea allows Vides or other fleets to come in. You are right. We want to compete for the throne of the Raven Kingdom. So we don't care about making this place more chaotic. Hawken stopped talking and frowned in consideration. The information Sir Ren had was correct. Haravan and Hrothgar were indeed helping Hawken for food and warships. Hawken used all the food in Cliff Bay for this operation and told Hawken Raven and Hrothgar each provided 4 battleships. This is not Hawken being stupid. First, he didn't have that many troops himself, so he naturally had to invite his friends to participate in the operation. At the same time, Hawken himself also knew the consequences of sending troops privately. However, if one person makes a mistake, it is a serious crime. But if many people make a mistake, it is likely that nothing will be done. If Crow City can be captured, then there will naturally be enough food in Crow City to make up for the consumption. After all, this is the capital of Crow Kingdom. If Raven City cannot be captured, at least 20 warships will be obtained. And if the food in Cliff Bay is used up, King Vides will be unable to deal with them due to lack of food. But if they run out of food but have no results, Haravan and Hrothgar will definitely evacuate. And once Vides has food and sails Fieldway's warship into the inner sea of Lion Lake, that will be really serious. Game over. How much food can you provide? After figuring it out, Hawken began to ask for a price. We will always provide. Hawken, this is not a deal, but a long-term cooperation. You have to publicly declare your support for Queen Ursula to become the King of Ravenland. You only need to declare it to the outside world. You do not need to be loyal to anyone. We will regard you as an offensive and defensive ally. Ren smiled and stretched out his hand. You need our support. And we also need your fleet's help. You can personally control the entrance to the inner sea of Lion Lake. This can ensure your safety. Is it a deal? I have to convince my friends first. Hawken thought for a while and nodded. As long as they agree. I agree. It was the end of June in the year 358 of Pandeli. The situation in the north of the mainland is changing. Leader Hawken of Steady Shield reoccupy Cliff Bay, and together with Iron Gut, Haravan of Anson Castle and Fat Man, Hrothgar of Bogbog, established a Van Skiri alliance, announcing that support Queen Ursula in ruling Ravenland. Ursula defended Chongsong Harbor by resisting the enemy alone, and rescued Raven City in time. She gained the support of many people, successfully ascended the throne of Raven City, and was officially crowned Queen of Raven. Gregory IV also returned to Crowland at this time, settled in Dawnforge City, and began to call on the lords of Crowland to destroy Ursula's rebels. Ursula also called on the lords in Raven City to kill the false King Gregory IV. The great lords of Raven Realm have now been divided into 3 factions. Duke Under Mar of Dawnforge City still supports Gregory IV. But the current situation in Dawnforge City is not very good. Most of the surrounding towns are supporters of Ursula. Duke Alexis of Longsong Harbor openly supports Ursula, and he and Earl Stephen of Oldenburg are attacking Dawnforge City from both sides. Earl Stephen also supports Ursula. Fortunately, Gregory IV's army is also in Sheila City. So for a while, it will be impossible to tell the winner. Duke Adarian of the Fallen Bay publicly announced that he would not participate in the throne dispute between Ursula and Gregory IV. And he believed that Ravenland must be protected from outside interference before the internal disputes in Ravenland subsided. Therefore, he summoned the lords from the western part of Crowland and led a large number of Highland warriors south, conquering Iron Oak Castle and directly threatening Mist Cage City. This seems quite patriotic. But in fact, Adarian's behavior is waiting for someone to bid to flex his muscles first. Summon the western lords to have a small battle, show his influence, and then watch Gregory IV and Ursula, who offered the higher price. When the two sides are in a stalemate, Adarian is naturally the weight to break the balance. Of course, he wants to sell himself at the best price. After Adarian defeated Iron Oak Castle, King Vides urgently withdrew his troops and returned home overnight to avoid any accidents in Mist Cage City. The Fieldsway army, which had already marched to the town of Baranley, also took the initiative to retreat westward under the leadership of Count Eden of Red Sword, and retreated to Asgard, no longer trying to get involved in the Lion City area. The Lion Realm is finally quiet. Amy also returned to Lyon at this time, and also brought back the Silver Hand and the Horn Summoning Rangers. At this time, Lyon was surprised to find that after Amy stirred up half of the continent, his own force had become the only party with the initiative in Pandar. Amy has not only been kissed by Lady Luck, she has become a real Lady Luck herself, Lyon thinks. At the same time, Lyon also met General Sulla, the envoy sent by Emperor Marius. Sulla is here to rescue the Shadow Army. For more than half a month, Kairos and the 1,600 elite members of the Shadow Army have been surrounded on a mountain in the south of Serennes. Lyon did not launch a strong attack on them, not because they could not defeat them, but mainly because he did not want to lose too much. Because the Noldor elves were not suitable for a strong attack. No matter how strong the personal abilities of the Noldor elves are, they still need to undergo basic military formation training. Otherwise, they will not be able to serve as qualified soldiers, especially when facing a battlefield battle. Most of the Noldor around Lyon are not warriors. There are less than 400 truly qualified Noldor warriors. That is, his guards and those few patrols. Most of the other Noldor elves have no sense of battle, and their understanding of military orders is also very problematic. Basically, they can be said to be a bunch of rabble. Although the individual combat capabilities of this ragtag group are very strong, they are essentially no different from the rebel army led by the gladiators from Siyuan City. The group of gladiator rebels had a strong personal fighting capacity, but they were still defeated by Lyon with hundreds of cavalry and carriages. It wasn't until some elites were reselected from the rebel army and received brief training from Jocelyn that they became a usable legion. Therefore, Lyon must first let the Noldor elves receive short-term unified training. Vindatil is the best teacher, and the Noldor are all willing to accept her training. And it shouldn't take too long to get familiar with military formations and develop the habit of collective combat. Their technical abilities are all fine. Therefore, Lyon directly trained his troops under the hilltop where Kairos was located, blocking Kairos's path along the way. From time to time, he could also practice actual combat. Kairos organized several breakouts, but was shot back every time. Kairos led a cavalry army, and he had given up most of the horses before. Now he was in a state of complete loss of logistics, with no food, grass, or ordnance to supplement them. They ate up all the remaining horses. It is estimated that they have almost eaten all the grass roots on the mountain. But instead of surrendering, they kept trying to break out. The Shadow Legion has indeed never surrendered to anyone. Not in hundreds of years. Your Majesty Lyon, I am here on behalf of His Majesty Marius. His Majesty wants to make a deal with you. General Sulla came to Lyon with a white flag. Chapter 387, Ways to Dilute Hatred. General Sulla brought no one with him on this visit. He came alone. This is also the first time that Lyon comes face to face with this general from the Ashbourne Empire. If one hadn't looked at Sulla's eyes, everyone would probably have thought that he was an ordinary clerical worker, like the kind of polite scholar or clerk that can be seen in all courts. Only his blood-filled pupils showed that he was a warrior who had been walking in the dark for a long time. General Sulla, nice to meet you. Are you here to discuss business? But I don't know what else to talk about now. Kairos and his son Antonius must die. I think His Majesty Marius should also know this very well. Lyon received Sulla very politely, and regardless of the fact that Sulla now represented Emperor Marius, Lyon would respect him just because this general came all the way from another continent to deal with the snake worship cult. But Liang really doesn't know what kind of deal he can negotiate under the current circumstances. Your Excellency Liang, His Majesty Marius and myself also feel that it is not a pity for Kairos and his son to die. But there is no need for the soldiers of the Shadow Army to die with him. Sulla took out a small roll of paper from his arms and handed it over. This is your Majesty's personal letter. You may wish to read it first. Liang unfolded the scroll. The writing was scrawled on it, with scattered ink marks, and many characters were bent and deformed. It seems that Marius was in poor condition when he wrote the letter, and his hands must have been shaking. There are only 2 sentences in the letter. The first sentence is, Friend, you know better than I do what will happen if the Nolder Elves become mortal enemies with all mankind. The second sentence is, Within a month, I will send Antonius's body to White Hart Castle. Liang sighed and crumpled the paper into a ball silently, but then spread it out and handed it to Windadier beside him. Your Excellency Liang, you can also see that I am not a good negotiator, so I am here just to convey His Majesty Marius's wishes. I will go there and wait for your reply. General Sulla pointed to the hilltop where Kairos and the Shadow Army were. After saying that, he went straight up the mountain. Grown-ups. Rissadalin looked at General Sulla, who was alone, and wondered whether he should stop him. Let him go up. Liang waved his hand to let him go and watched Sura's figure gradually disappear on the mountain. Then, he turned to Windadier and asked, If we can bring back the bodies of Kairos and his son, will your clan calm down? He was not asking about the 2,000 Nolder here, but the Nolder Elves who did not follow him and were fighting on their own. As long as the culprit is eliminated, probably everyone except Aldarian's tribe will calm down. But, at least let the elders of the clan see the culprit's body first. Windadier also knew what Liang meant. If most of the Nolder Elves remained trapped in hatred, it would be a real disaster for the entire ethnic group. Fortunately, Windy had already dealt with Gallus, who had started the fire with her own hands and had calmed down some of her emotions. Otherwise, it would have been difficult for both Windy and Rissadalin to stay rational. Liang has been dissuading the Nolder these days not to be impulsive. They must first ensure the sustainable development of the entire ethnic group, and then slowly consider revenge. If it hadn't been for Liang's efforts to dissuade him, apart from Liang's territory, the eastern part of the continent would probably have been filled with arrows of revenge from the Nolder. But after all, only a few people could listen to the advice. That is, the 2,000 people around Liang. Most of the other Nolder Elves are gathering separately, and some of the more impulsive ones have already poured into various parts of the Bacchus Empire. Even the always cautious Islandil led his troops to storm Amla Castle. This impulsive revenge may cause the Bacchus Empire to suffer huge losses, but the Nolder Elves themselves will also inevitably suffer heavy losses. If this matter cannot be settled as soon as possible, the hatred between the Nolder Elves and humans will become irreversible. Only a few Nolder Elves around Leon, and the elders of each tribe know better. It was Antonius who ordered the burning of the forest and made the plan. It was Kairos, and their father and son were the culprits. But most other Nolder Elves will certainly not distinguish that much when they are furious. They only know that this is a disaster brought to them by humans. Driven by hatred, they are likely to cause massacres in some human villages and towns. Once the massacre occurs, it will be difficult to quell the injustice, and the Nolder Elves may gradually become the public enemy of mankind. If the situation evolves into a war between 2 races, then it will definitely not be human beings who are eventually killed to extinction. We have to find a way to persuade other tribes to recall their tribesmen as much as possible and wait for a month with peace of mind. If Antonius's body is not sent to White Deer Castle in 1 month, I will do my best to work with you to pay tribute to Buck. The Sri Lankan Empire launches a full-scale attack, Liang said to Windadier. Windadier nodded, and then suddenly turned his head to look at the mountain. On the mountain, General Sulla's figure appeared again. There was a splatter of blood on Sura's face. His face was expressionless and his eyes were red, like an evil ghost. Behind him, a large group of Shadow Legion soldiers also followed him down the mountain, each of them staggering, and many of them had tears in their eyes. Sulla did not look back. He held a sharp blade in his right hand and a human head in his left hand. After walking down the mountain, Sura threw the head in his hand at Liang's feet. That's the head of Kairos. Your Excellency Liang, there are 1,512 remaining members of the Shadow Army. All of them surrender to you. General Sulla dropped the dagger in his hand and asked Liang, Do you accept their surrender? General Sulla, I know that the Shadow Army and His Majesty Marius have different ideas. Why did they obey your order and surrender to me? Liang looked at the mud-covered and dying warriors of the Shadow Legion and asked with some confusion. They listened to Kairos's orders. Not mine. Kairos committed suicide. It was he who asked the Shadow Army to surrender before he died. Otherwise, do you think I am so capable that I can get Kairos under the protection of thousands of warriors? Ross's head? Sura said softly. I lied to Kairos. I told him that his son had died in my hands. And then he drew his sword and committed suicide. Liang was silent for a while and nodded. I understand. I accept their surrender and promise that they will not be abused. Okay. 1 month later. I will bring 20,000 wheat buckets of grain and Antonius to redeem them. Is it a deal? Sura wiped the blood on his face and looked up at Liang. The wheat bucket was the unit of measurement in the old Bacchus. The Ashborn Empire continued this volume measurement method. 1 wheat bucket was equivalent to 50 liters. If calculated based on the wheat varieties of Pendor, a wheat bucket weighs close to 80 pounds. 20,000 buckets of wheat equals nearly 1.6 million pounds of grain. This price is actually very cheap. If it were a good year when there was no shortage of food, it would only be worth tens of thousands of dinars. But now, the value of food can no longer be measured by common sense. Emperor Marius used grain instead of dinars to redeem people, which was obviously a deliberate decision. He knew what Liang needed. Deal. Just 1 month. I'll wait for you in Changha town. Liang nodded in agreement. Okay. Farewell. Sura nodded and turned to leave. Sir. We. Rissa Dillon looked at Kairos' head on the ground and then at Liang, probably not knowing what to do. Take Kairos's body to White Deer Keep, and let His Majesty Fergusoner do his best to appease the Nolder clans. Tell them that they must practice military formations for at least a month first. There are not so many trees in the outside world for cover. Shame! A group of rabble blindly seeking revenge will only lead to death, Liang said to Lisa Dillon and Wendadir. Then, he turned his head and signaled to Wendy. Send the order to withdraw the troops and bring all the prisoners back to Changha town. Send the order to various places and assemble the army to prepare for war for a month. 3 days later, the Lord's Hall of Changha town. Rissadalin has returned from White Deer Castle, and he has brought Felgesener with him. Your Excellency Liang, we have received your kindness. But at this time, it is difficult for me to persuade the people to stay rational. They are not just impulsive because of hatred, but more importantly, they have no home. Fergusoner shook his head at Liang and said helplessly, I have no destination. My heart is always unsettled, and I cannot listen to advice. Lisa Dillon also sighed beside him. It is indeed difficult to communicate with a rootless duckweed. Just like Risa Dillon back then. During the years when he was exiled from the Nolder forest, he had been living in confusion as a killer, suspicious of everyone like a trapped animal. Is there no other way? If we can't recall them, the war is likely to turn into racial hatred again, and it will be more serious than before. Once defeated, there will be no forest big enough to protect the Nolder people. Liang asked with a frown. As Lisa Dillon said, if you don't have a destination, you won't have peace of mind. If the fire in the forest is extinguished, we can call on the Nolder to go back and rebuild their homes first. The matter of revenge can be done slowly. They have a long enough life and can afford to wait. As long as their homes are still there, everything else can be done slowly. However, the fire in the Nolder forest has been burning for more than 20 days and is still not extinguished. The elves cannot return to the forest, so they can only go to Bacchus to kill people. God doesn't show much respect either. It hasn't rained heavily in the past 20 days. When a large-scale wildfire occurs, sporadic light rain cannot fall to the ground at all, and will evaporate hundreds of meters in the air. Moreover, thin clouds will be directly dispersed by the rising heat, making it difficult to form cumulonimbus clouds. Only when the monsoon comes and the ocean monsoon forms strong convective weather can a large area of cumulonimbus clouds form over the Nolder forest, and a heavy rainstorm can stop the fire. But that will probably take more than half a month. It is only the end of June now, and the monsoon usually does not come to the central part of the continent until mid-July. The last time Liang used a giant tree to attract thunder was in mid-July. And now, how can we divert the attention of the Nolder? It's not impossible. Mr. Liang, do you remember what I told you before? Fergusoner looked at Wendy behind Liang. You and Wendy should get married. Marriage? Will this make the Nolder elves no longer pay attention to hatred? Liang sighed. They don't even listen to Wendy. Even if Wendy and I get married, they still won't listen to my advice. Of course, they don't listen to me either. But Liang, you said it yourself. I think it's time for you to build a country. Whether it's called the Kingdom of Pender or another name, most countries should do it. Recognize your status. And I will make Wendy the Elf King. No one will object to me at this time. As long as you, the king, marry the Elf King. It means that all the Nolder elves are your people. And all other countries, all human beings can understand this. Fergusoner said slowly. In this way, there will be no racial struggle between humans and elves, as long as most people recognize your kingdom and your throne. Then they will all think that the elves are marching towards the Bacchus Empire on your orders, not against all mankind. Leon now understood what Fergusoner meant. This is to use the name of marriage to transfer the hatred of the elves to Liang's will. If Leon becomes king, he must aim to unify the continent. The attacks caused by the hatred of the elves can be regarded as military operations, not to the point of being seen as racial hatred. Sir, I think His Majesty Fergusoner is right. Moreover, if you hold grand enthronement ceremonies and weddings in succession, it will attract the attention of most people and dilute the impact of the fire. Lisa Dillon knelt down on one knee and added, Wendy, what do you think? Leon thought for a while, turned around and asked Wendy, the person involved, awkwardly, me? I don't know. I think you should ask Amy for her opinion first. Wendy turned away and lowered her head. This is true. It hasn't been long since I got engaged to Amy. Leon sighed, frowned, and went to the inner fort of Chang'e town. Lord Leon, Miss Amy and Alina want to see you. As soon as he entered the inner castle, Leon met Luha, Alina's nominal maid. This was the daughter of Ba'aman, the former lord of Ashkeman. She had left Dexia in the name of Alina's maid, and was later brought by Leon lived in Chang'e town. Later, Alina stayed in the Lion Realm, and Luha kept her company. She said she was a maid, but she was actually a friend, although it is now a hostile country to Bacchus. Alina has not been banned. Only Governor Justice has been left at White Deer Castle with restricted access, and he does not dare to go out. The Nolder elves now encounter any Bacchus possible to kill. Where are they? Leon looked around and didn't see Amy or Alina. They've been waiting for you upstairs. Luha took Leon upstairs to the top floor of the inner castle, and pointed to a door that was ajar. This was once the room where the Duke of Alma was assassinated by Mirgan. But now, this is Amy's study. Amy has seen too many deaths and injuries, and she doesn't care about these things. Leon pushed the door open and walked in. The two girls in the room turned their heads. Leon, you should marry Wendy. Amy's first words shocked Leon, and he didn't know what to say for a moment. Leon looked at Alina and realized that it was probably Alina who said something to Amy. Alina smiled at Leon. I prepared your coronation ceremony, and you're at Amy's wedding a few months ago. At that time, I wanted to tell you that if the Nolder elves were to be fully integrated into the human world, the best way is to marry Wendy at the same time as Amy's wedding. Huh? Ah. This at the same time? Leon swallowed, thinking this was too ridiculous. Yes. Marry two at the same time. As the son of prophecy, you establish the kingdom of Pendor. Divide the Nolder forest and White Deer Keep into the Nolder realm. Establish the Nolder principality. And make Wendy the elf king of the Nolder principality. Divide the entire Lion realm into a principality. And let Amy be crowned the Grand Duke, queen of the principality of the Lion realm. You marry two queens from the Lion realm and the Nolder realm at the same time. Alina smiled unnaturally. Just because this kind of thing has never happened before. The marriage between the son of prophecy and the two queens will definitely attract the attention of the entire continent and even the entire world. Ramon and I can make the entire continent everyone talks about the story of you and the two queens, and people ignore the hatred of the Nolder elves against men. It seems absurd, but it satisfies everyone. Chapter 388 Founding Ceremony. Alina's plan can indeed solve the problem. But Leon is quite complicated. Of course, he doesn't mind marrying Amy or Wendy. Amy is the girl who has the most in common with him. Wendy saved Leon with her own blood, and both parties have sufficient emotional foundation. But there is certainly a difference between voluntary marriage and forced marriage. Leon now feels that he is somewhat forced to use marriage to solve other problems. But if you really want to say that you are unhappy about anything, you really don't have anything. These are two beauties who are as beautiful as flowers. So what could you be unhappy about? Say it again. Leon didn't dare to be unhappy. Everyone thought he had taken advantage. And in fact, he had taken advantage. If he still dares to say no. Even old brothers Eric and Close may feel that their boss is a little ignorant. In fact, most marriages are like this. and they are completed half-heartedly by the two parties involved. Well, okay. This time there are three parties involved. Alina's arrangement has fully considered the situations of the three parties, and Liang himself felt that he had nothing to say. But just like any man would consider before getting married, Liang immediately considered an important issue. The founding ceremony must be grand. The wedding must be grand enough. And the bride price shouldn't be too shabby. But, Amy, Alina, I have no money now. Liang dug into his pockets and turned out the two empty pockets. Alina turned back to Liang and raised her lips. You don't need to spend money for the ceremony. It has been prepared for a long time. Well, you mean you don't have money to give the bride price? Right. Yes. I currently owe Pandey Bank nearly 1 million dinars. If nothing else, I should be the poorest person in the continent. And my assets are all liabilities. Liang nodded. Amy smiled and nodded. If you want to say that, it is indeed. Lord Liang, haven't you realized that the dowry you have to pay is not dinar? You can afford the dowry. And you are marrying two queens. Alina walked to the wall of the study room and pointed to the map hanging on the wall. The Lion Realm and the Nolder Realm. The entire territory of these two principalities is the betrothal gift you have to pay. All your current territories will be included. As a betrothal gift, it becomes the territory of two queens. You must know that most of the lords in the Lion Realm have sworn allegiance to Queen Amy. You can't let them break their oaths. Moreover, you still owe Amy a Cliff Bay. That place is still in the hands of Hawken of Fields Way. Leon looked at the map blankly, then looked at Amy, who was covering her mouth and snickering, and finally faced Alina. It seems that I can indeed afford the betrothal gift, but I really want to become the poorest in the world of people. The poorest person in the entire country must be the king or emperor. So we must unify this continent. Otherwise it will be difficult to get rich. This is what my teacher, His Majesty Marius, said. Alina said seriously to Liang. Unify the continent. I know what I have to do. Thank you, Alina. Liang nodded. Let your father return to Bashi City and ask him to remind His Majesty Marius not to forget to send me a congratulatory gift. July 4th, 358 in the calendar year of Pandey. The streets of Changha town were deserted, and everyone poured into the huge square in the center of the city. In fact, this is the land reserved by Liang for the Phase 2 project of the central city of Changha City. And the demolition has just been completed. But this time, people aren't here for real estate. The official establishment ceremony of the new kingdom of Pender is being held here. Changha town also officially changed its name to Changha City at this time. Liang stood on a temporary high platform and raised the brand new flag to the high flagpole with his own hands. This new flag uses red as the background color, and the heraldic pattern in the center of the flag is a golden griffin holding a diamond-shaped gem. The silk thread used for this gemstone pattern is very special, constantly changing colors in the sunlight. This is a small piece of fabric cut from the luxurious silk robe that Winnie wore when worshipping her ancestors. The red background represents the fierce lion realm. Colorful rhombus-shaped gems represent the new Nolder realm. This is not the coat of arms of any Nolder family. It represents the entire elf principality. In the era when the Sindari elves ruled, the Sindari Empire used this diamond-shaped emblem. Together with the golden griffin, they formed the flag of the new kingdom of Pender. The band brought by Sarah played the ceremonial march. This was not the national anthem. There was no national anthem in the new kingdom of Pendor. And there was no time to arrange it so comprehensively in just a few days. Besides, there are not many bands these days, and music activities rely on bards, like Sarah, to carry them around. It is difficult for the national anthem to be popularized by the public. So various countries have not yet begun to formulate this musical symbol. Under the high platform stood all the lords who supported Liang, and the elven kings of the Nolder tribes also appeared here. They were all a little restless. The elves were not used to such crowded occasions. Behind the lords, there was a bustling crowd. Tens of thousands of people from the entire river city are here. Most of the Nolder elves from White Deer Castle are also here. And there are also many people from Brave Shield Castle. But even though there were many people, it seemed quite quiet and orderly. Of course, this quiet and orderly state is not formed spontaneously by people. Not everyone realizes that they are witnessing history. Most people don't have that much thought. They just instinctively join in the fun. People were able to maintain silence and order mainly because Alina arranged for a large number of soldiers to disperse among the crowd and lead the rhythm. My friends, please remember this day. After raising the flag, Leon began to issue his declaration of founding. I declare that our new kingdom of Pendor has been officially established. Long live! Sparse and rhythmic applause and cheers rang out from the audience, and then gradually turned into a massive cheer of thousands of people. The essence of human beings is repeaters, and Alina obviously understands the control principle of repeaters. We will inherit the legal system of the kingdom of Pendor and protect all those who have been suffering from war. No matter what nationality you are originally, no matter what status you have had, whether you are a human or an elf, you will be the same in the new kingdom of Pendor. Be treated equally. The cheers in the audience gradually decreased, and people gradually turned from repeaters to silent listeners. They heard something different. Alina was also stunned in the audience. She didn't expect Leon to say that this was not the founding declaration in the manuscript. She had read the speech. I have led troops to fight in the north and south of this continent. I have seen all kinds of lawless people, the armies and knights of various countries, and the people who are suffering all over the continent. Leon glanced at the residents in the audience. You are also from all over the mainland, and you are also people who have suffered in various hardships. His eyes swept over the new residents who had moved in. You were displaced because of the war, sweeping the aboriginal people in the eastern region. You are in trouble day and night under the attack of various plunderers and demons. Scanning the Nolder elves. You lost your home due to disaster. The audience became silent. You all know why you left your homes and came to this Changha city? Because of famine. Because of disaster. Because of poverty. Because of war. I know that you have been talking about the children of prophecy and have been looking forward to someone who can unify the continent and end this never-ending war and suffering. So now, as the founder of the new kingdom of Pendor, I swear on my life, property, and our common reputation that I swear to end the war on this continent. I swear to build our kingdom into a prosperous new world. I swear let the citizens of the kingdom live and work in peace and contentment. But it's hard. You all know it's hard. We have to go through hard battles, face countless sacrifices, shed blood and sweat, and maybe even starve. So, I need your support. I need the support of each of you. I need every citizen to work hard. And I need every soldier to obey orders. I need everyone to be pointing in the same direction and listening to the same voice. My voice! In the ceremony with tens of thousands of people, Leon was the only voice left at this moment. Everyone held their breath and looked at the new king on the stage waving his arms and speaking word by word. The common people had never seen a king swear an oath in such a way. In the past, weren't kings and lords swearing allegiance to each other or accepting allegiance? The commoners thought that they came here just to see the excitement, to see the lords who were not often seen, to see the allegiance ceremony between them and the new king, and to see which lord they would be named as. Then, make it a conversation piece for a long time to come. But now, this king, this new king who has fought head-on with demons, been struck by lightning, and is considered by most people to be the son of prophecy, actually talks to the common people in such a grand ceremony? Liang's speech continues, and people no longer need to be led to the rhythm. Liang is the rhythm. Even Alina has been led by Liang. She stared blankly at Liang on the stage, having forgotten that she was supposed to send a signal when Liang finished each sentence, asking the soldiers to encourage people to cheer and applaud. I will not wear the crown, because I am just a leader who leads the brothers to fulfill their oaths. Now, brothers who are willing to fulfill their oaths with me, please shout out our kingdom. New Pandor. Liang raised his arms and shouted, New Pandor. All the lords present drew their swords at the same time, knelt down on one knee facing the high platform, put the swords on the ground with both hands, lowered their heads so that their foreheads touched the backs of their hands. New Pandor, long live! Long live! No one was setting the pace, but the people in Changha City were still shouting, including the Nolder elves. Everyone was shouting for their new Pendor. Liang bowed to everyone, and Amy came on stage and put the crown in her hand on Liang's head. It was a wreath woven with irises, not a golden crown, but a leader's wreath, a symbol of the guide, like the garlands that were hung on statues of the goddesses Eunomia or Demaya. At night, there is a huge dining table placed in the Lord's Hall of Changha Town. There are many dishes on the table, and a group of people are cooking around the table. Good brother. Well, can I still call you that? Your Majesty? When will your wedding be held? Ramon asked vaguely while using a knife to cut the barbecue on the table, and the chewing in his mouth continued. Good brother. The wedding has to be held in a few days. It will be very expensive to hold the ceremony. I am very poor now. Leon said with a sad face. In fact, it's not because of poverty that we don't do it now. It's mainly because we want to wait for the lords from other places, and the tribes of Islandel and Eldarian to all come to Changha Town for the founding ceremony to have their own people present. However, the wedding is invite more people. No money? If you don't have any money, I can lend it to you. Ramon rubbed his greasy hands on his chest, as if he was planning to touch something from his pocket, looking very bold. No, 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 no. I don't dare to borrow your money. Leon quickly stopped Ramon's kind intention. Well, I have heard that in the past 2 years, your biggest business is loan sharking. Or is it the kind where interest is calculated on a daily basis? Right. But I can't afford it. Ahem. This is called a small loan. There is no profit in this kind of small business. Ramon laughed dryly, then focused his attention on the roasted whole lamb on the table again, and muttered, I don't accept pledges. So of course, the interest will be slightly higher. In fact, apart from the brothers' charges. Ramon laughed dryly. Accounting expenses, plus business commissions and unrecoverable bad debts. You really don't make any money. It's all losses. Everyone at the table looked at him with contempt. Okay. I'm just making loan sharks. There was no other business to do before. There were wars everywhere. Ramon felt uncomfortable being stared at, so he explained nonchalantly that the mutton would not be cut. Ramon? Good brother. You really know how to do business. You really don't want to sell slaves. But now, all those temptresses in Sinjar are under your control. Right. You're also in charge of the opium dealers. Right. Your still hotels have been converted into casinos. Now loan sharks are also opening up. You haven't left out any of this illegal business. Leon sipped his teeth and counted with his fingers, then looked at Ramon with a stern smile. And your debt collectors are still Scorpio assassins. Who dares to leave you any bad debts? It seems that the entire continent the richest person is you. Ahem. Good brother. Don't look at me like that. Just say what you want to do. Ramon's hair stood on end. He felt that Leon was smiling a little scary now. Didn't I tell you that I am short of money, but I don't want to borrow loan sharks. Leon sat upright, took off his napkin, wiped his mouth, and showed a sincere smile to Ramon. So, let's do some legal small business together, and stop doing these illegal businesses. Huh? Doing business? That's no problem. I thought you were going to punish me. Ramon suddenly became energetic. Which country's throne are you selling this time? How can there be so many thrones for sale? Good brother. A business that can last for a long time is a good business. For example, being a grain merchant. Leon pointed to the bread on the table. Want to sell food? Ramon was stunned. I don't have much food storage. And I guess you don't have much either. It's because we don't have food. So we should be food merchants. Leon said seriously to Ramon. From now on, we will purchase a large amount of grain. We will accept any grain, no matter how high the price is. Ramon, spend all the dinars. As long as we go to full-scale war with the Bacchus Empire, gold coins will soon become worthless. Chapter 389 The King Without Territory. Why did Leon ask Ramon to buy food? Because he knew that soon the entire continent would be short of food. Large-scale flocks of birds have appeared in the fields around Changha town. The birds are constantly flying in for food, and no matter how hard they are driven away, they cannot be completely eliminated. The fields around Maxiangling have long been burned by Kairos, so don't expect this year's harvest. Large-scale pest infestations have also been reported in White Deer Castle in the past 2 days. And Liang and Amy's cornfields are basically destroyed. There are no residents in Qian village, and all the fields are deserted. This year, Liang's territory will definitely not be able to produce enough food. Therefore, we must purchase food in advance before other countries react. We must not only store food for the winter, but also store seeds for next year. Next year, it will be difficult to farm normally in Changha town or Bailubo area. Birds and insect pests will not be easy to deal with. Birds will live nearby and insect eggs will remain in the ground, which will have to be abandoned for a year or two. Therefore, some farmers must be moved back to the vicinity of Lion City to cultivate the land in Lucian Lake. This is also an important task that Amy is about to face. At the same time, Leon was preparing to invade the Bacchus Empire and reached Bashi City. Bashi City had a large amount of food in stock. The war with Bacchus is bound to go on, regardless of whether Emperor Marius captures Antonius or not. The war cannot avoid the Bacchus destroying the wheat collar and the earliest followers of Leon losing their homes, burning the Noldor forest. The hatred of the Noldor is also difficult to suppress. No matter what aspect he considers, Leon must attack Bacchus. And it is impossible to negotiate peace. Emperor Marius also knew this. So he just wanted to exchange Antonius for a month. As for using food in exchange for the Shadow Legion, that is incidental. No matter what. They are soldiers of the Empire. And the Empire has the obligation to redeem them. But 1 month later, after completing this transaction, Leon will still send troops to Bacchus, and will use all its strength to send troops. On the one hand, he wants to fight a battle to found a country, let people see the combat effectiveness of the new Pindar kingdom, and give his soldiers and civilians enough confidence in the future. On the other hand, he wanted to use the grain reserves in the Bacchus Empire to solve the upcoming famine. In the first 2 years, all countries were dragged down by war, and only the Bacchus Empire received a large amount of money and food. Leon had to make them spit it out. Of course, fighting also requires a lot of food and grass. Therefore, in the month before the war begins, Leon will use Ramon's assets to make large purchases. Good brother. It may be difficult to buy large quantities of food now. Ramon had some doubts. The Bacchus may not sell food to us. And Philswy and Desha don't have much food either. Of course. That's why I treat you to roast lamb. Leon pointed to the roasted whole lamb on the table. The Rinya people raise a lot of sheep. We can purchase sheep in large quantities. And it's best to be goats. Huh? Why? It's more cost-effective to buy sheep. They can produce wool, milk, and eat meat. Well, the Crow people also use sheep for many other things. Ramon's eyes became serious as he spoke. But goat is more delicious. Do you think this roasted lamb tastes like Wei Jun? Leon was very serious. He helped Ramon cut a piece of meat. This roasted lamb does taste good. But if it's just to be full, why bother with it? Ramon asked, not quite understanding. Because I want the Raven people to raise more goats. It would be best to let the Jatta people raise more goats. I heard that the Jatta people have changed a lot under the leadership of Zakar. They are even fighting with the Ravens. The people openly traded that they were transforming from a marauding gang into prairie country. Leon pointed to the roasted sheep on the table again. I plan to make them, and the Linya people become professional goat farmers. Why do I always feel like you have some conspiracy? Ramon scratched his scalp and murmured. Anyway, wheat is also food. And mutton is also food. Just go and buy it. Remember, if you meet someone selling sheep, you will only pay half the price. If you meet someone selling goats, you will pay more than twice the price. Don't worry about dinars. No matter how much money you spend, I guarantee you will get a 5-fold return in 2 years. Leon looked at Ramon sincerely. Okay. In fact, money is not important. I hope you can give me a promise. Guarantee the independence of Single in the future, and let the people of Single rule Single. Of course, I guarantee that Single will always obey your decrees. Ramon nodded towards Leon. That's no problem. It is beneficial to leave a free trade city on the mainland. In fact, if you are willing, I can make Single an independent principality. Do you want to accept it, Duke Ramon? Leon asked. He did not forget Ramon's true identity, and Ramon himself was qualified to be called a Grand Duke. Forget it. Don't. I'm just a businessman. I don't want to be a loner. I just want my brothers to live more comfortably in the future. Ramon seems to still have some doubts in his heart, and does not want to become a lord. But he is willing to do his best to support his friends as a big businessman. He is not loyal to Leon. So far, he has only been Liang's partner. A few days later, the flag of the new kingdom of Pindar was planted in all the castles in the Lion realm. Noldor lords such as Eilendil and Eldarion also came to Loma town. But they came not to meet the new king, but to quarrel. The elf king of the Finwë family, Felgoth Anar, convened a meeting of the 4 Noldor families. At the meeting, he asked all the Noldor elves to pay allegiance to Vindelf. But the proposal was rejected. We must unite and obey the unified command. This is related to the life and death of the entire clan. Aldarion, you should be able to understand this. Felgazner tapped the table with a cane in his hand. He did not expect that the Noldor would reject his proposal. I understand. Of course I understand. But, Father, many people are not willing to be loyal to a minor child. You can make Wendy the queen of the Finwë family, and I will respect her. But I am afraid that my subordinates cannot accept me to fight under the command of a child. They hope to choose another adult queen to marry His Majesty Leon. Aldarion actually respects Fergazner. After all, he is his adoptive father. Humph! An underage child? This underage child has fought against demons. This child has wiped out the tribe of Destroyer, Judah. This child has saved countless tribesmen. Her contribution to the tribe is 10 times that of yours. Aldarian, you are an ineffective child. Ferguson tried to hit Aldarian on the head with his crutch. Choose another queen? Do they want to choose Windadier? But you love Windadier. Everyone can see it. Do you want to choose another queen? Let her marry someone else. You idiot Dodd, is all your brains full of muscles? Don't do it. Don't do anything. His Majesty Fergus Aner. Aldarian is just expressing the opinions of his subordinates. He doesn't mean it himself. Islandil quickly stopped the cane. Islandil. What about you? Why don't you agree? Thalgasianer's cane struck Athrandal's shoulder. I don't disagree. I am willing to support Windy. His Majesty Leon's help to us is obvious to all. Windy is also the only candidate who can be recognized by both humans and Noldor. Islandil spread his hands and shook his head. But you also know that any decision made by the Ano family requires a vote at the family meeting. And the result of our family meeting was 4 votes to 4. And no result was reached. Don't you have 9 family elders? How can it be 4 against 4? Ferguson's face was distorted with anger. Because there is another elder who has disappeared and abstained. After the fire, he took his clan members to seek revenge and never came back. But I think you can guess what his opinion is. Islandil sighed. I personally support Windy, but I can't convince others. Keller von Il. What about you? Tell me about your decision. Ferguson frowned and looked at another old Noldor who was about the same age as him in the venue. That was the elf king of the Finarfin family. I abstain. You 3 decide. Keller von Il shook his head. Obviously, the attitude of the Finarfin family towards this was probably half and half. Oh! Of the 4 family leaders, 2 opposed and 1 abstained. Fergus Aner sat on the chair depressedly. At this time, you are still arguing within your family. Leon will only accept Windy. And only Windy can be recognized by both humans and Noldor. Those elders in your family are idiots. But you are the leader of the family. You should make a stronger ruling. The Council of Elders system is simply not suitable for times like this. Fergus Aner looked at the 3 of them with contempt. Strong ruling. We did it 300 years ago. But the result was that Aldarian became an independent tribe. And your Finwë family lost most of its warriors. Aldarian, I don't mean you back then. There was something wrong. We just had different ideas at the time. Keller von Il said slowly. Aldarian lowered his head and said nothing, while several others sighed in unison. Dong dong dong. After several knocks on the door, Leon opened the door and poked his head in. Ahem. Everyone. I think it is necessary to add an observer to your meeting. The 4 Noldor leaders turned their heads and looked at him in confusion. Leon reached out and pushed the door completely open, making a please gesture toward the door. An elf came in and frowned as he looked at the 4 Noldor leaders present. I'm Maltese. In the room, the 4 family leaders fell into a daze at the same time. Of course they had heard of Maltese, but they didn't know that Maltese was working here in Leon. This was also the first time they saw Maltese. The moment they saw Maltese, they all realized that this was a real Sindarin elf. I heard that some of you are dissatisfied with Windy becoming the Elf King. I have never seen a Noldor who refuses to be loyal to the Sindari. Isn't it natural for a Sindari like Windy to become the queen of all the Noldor elves? Maltese glanced around, his purple eyes flashing coldly. Who is dissatisfied? Let me hear it. Behind Maltese, Leon winked at Aldarian. Aldarian glared at Leon, but Maltese was right in front of him, and he didn't dare to say anything. Huh? Didn't you say someone was dissatisfied? Maltese curled his lips. Ahemai. Thalgasianer. Propose on behalf of the Finwë family to recognize Windulf as the queen of the entire elf race. And suggest that from now on, all tribes will be loyal to the only elf king. Windulf, if you have any objections to my proposal, please speak up. Ferguson immediately put forward his suggestion again. This time, he did not ask if you agree or disagree, but let those who disagreed speak. No one spoke. After a few seconds of silence, Ferguson directly made the decision. Since no one has any objections, it's decided. Tomorrow we will crown Windy. If there are still dissatisfied members of your clan, then let them die. July 12th, 358 in the Pandey calendar. His Majesty King Leon of the New Kingdom of Pendor ennobled Amy Sonat as the Duke of the Lion in Long River City, and granted Amy the entire Lion Kingdom as an autonomous territory. and the Principality of the Lion was established. At the same time, the new elf king Wendell Finwë accepted the canonization of His Majesty Leon, and became the first Duke of Noldor. The Noldor Forest, White Deer Castle, and Shieldwind Fortress were all included in the Noldor realm, and the Noldor Principality was established. These are two autonomous principalities. That is, two independent countries. The two duchesses will also be called the Queen, and the supreme head of state of the independent principality will be called Your Majesty. The New Pen Kingdom, the superior mother country of the two principalities, currently does not have an inch of territory. Leon has become a king without direct jurisdiction, although everyone obeys the leadership of Leon. Nominally, Godric is the prime minister of the Principality of the Lion, and lords such as Hereward and Fawcett are still loyal to Amy. Even Leofric is considered Amy's. The subordinate earl territory is within the territory of Lysure, and is directly under the jurisdiction of the Principality of Lysure. The four families of the Noldor elves also swore allegiance to Wendy. Since this loyalty ceremony had nothing to do with Leon, he did not participate. However, he assigned a special employee to witness the elves' allegiance to Wendy. That special employee was, of course, Malthus. So these things ended smoothly, and no one expressed any dissatisfaction. I have no choice but to refuse to accept it. Wendy has a relatively strong backing. Leon, Wendadir and Maldus are all Wendy's teachers. Of course, Malthus is still not loyal to anyone, and she has no interest in power. She is more concerned about whether the Sindari elves can be passed down. She only cares about Wendy. So Maldus left after the ceremony, trying to find a way to restore sanity to her men. Of course, Malthus's subordinates are the Horned Viper Pioneers, but they have been changed back to their original name by Malthus, the 2nd Royal Guards Regiment of the Sindari Empire. The name Horned Viper Pioneer was given by the snake worshippers, but Maldus did not admit it. At present, all the members of the guards are the living dead, but their bodies are still active, and they still retain the subconscious mind of being elite soldiers. Maldus believes that when she froze herself and her troops, the spirit gathering technique she used may have had a certain impact on these soldiers. Their souls may still be there, but they have become incomplete and difficult to wake up over a long period of time. So it looks no different from the undead. But no one knows how to wake them up. So Leon gave her a suggestion, asking her to go back to the ice fields of the Wingadarian continent and see if the underground base, where they were originally located, might still contain those incomplete souls. He suggested that Maldus could try using the spirit gathering technique there to see if he could retrieve some people's souls. Maldus thought this idea was reasonable, so she led her troops south to Dillinport. She was going to find the ironclad ship that Close had hidden in Dillinport, and then use the ironclad ship as the main body to form a fleet to go to the Wingadarian continent. In the hands of ordinary people, ironclad ships are indeed not suitable for ocean voyages, and can easily cause problems. But if it is in the hands of Malthus, or in the hands of the undead, there will be no problem at all. Even if the mast is broken in a storm, Malthus's tireless men can row the boat away. Chapter 390. Car, House, Food. A few days later, Leon received letters of credence from various countries. There are letters of congratulations, armistice agreements, and declarations of war. This is to be expected. This letter is from Queen Ursula, on behalf of the Kingdom of Raven, congratulating the new Kingdom of Pender and the establishment of the Principality of Lion and Noldor, and requesting an alliance with the new Kingdom of Pender. This letter is from Gregory IV. It is said to be a strong condemnation of a certain minor nobleman from Buckley for assuming the title of king and declaring war on the new Kingdom of Pender. This letter is from King Vides, on behalf of Fieldsway. He agrees with the two queens' rule over the Lion Realm and the Noldor Realm. He also hopes to sign an armistice agreement with the Lion Dukedom and allow the two principalities to cooperate with Fieldsway trades. But he says nothing about the new Kingdom of Pendor, nor about you. The last letter came from Emperor Marius. Emperor Marius expressed his approval of His Majesty Leon and the two queens' rule over the Lion Realm and the Noldor Realm. However, at the same time, he declared war on the new Kingdom of Pender and declared that the two principalities should be merged. The Bacchus Empire. Sarah reported to Leon the diplomatic correspondence of various countries. His Majesty Marius is really interesting. He recognizes your right to rule and declares war on you at the same time. Of course, His Majesty Marius has to do this. He recognizes my right to rule based on the actual situation, and declares war on me to show his attitude. He wants to appease the emotions of the Bacchus, and also appease our emotions, lest we indulge the Noldor elves. They beat Bacchus to pieces, and were taken advantage of by other countries. Leon understood Marius better. Actually, I think that only the Bacchus Empire truly recognizes the new kingdom of Pindar. Ursula is currently in a tug-of-war with Gregory IV. She just wants your support. And King Vides is obviously its perfunctory. He probably just doesn't want to fight you. Sarah muttered. Your Majesty, do you want to reply to Ursula? Her request for alliance. Let Amy write her a reply. As the Queen of the Principality of Lion, she invites Queen Crow to attend the wedding. Don't mention anything else. Leon replied. The same goes for Vides. Just invite him to the wedding as a private person. As for Emperor Marius, there is no need to reply. His Majesty Leon cannot return letters of credence to Crow and Field's Way. Only the Bacchus Empire is the equal country to the kingdom of Pindar. The other kingdoms are just warlords in the final analysis. Alina reminded Sarah a little tiredly. Alina has been organizing various ceremonies these days. And she is also preparing for the upcoming wedding. She is indeed very tired. Understood. Sarah nodded. Is there a letter from Dexia? Leon asked Sarah. Desha didn't send anyone over. According to the news from Single, Cadon was blocked by the Bacchus and Narda. And Emil Xerxes was also struggling to support himself in Tobas City. Most of Desha, all the land already belongs to the Bacchus Empire. Sarah replied quickly. The Empire withdrew its troops from Dexia territory half a month ago. His Majesty Marius forced them to sign a treaty recognizing the defeated nation. Alina shook her head at Sarah. But Ashkeman sent me news that after the Empire retreated, Cardan and Emil Xerxes no longer attacked each other. And they formed an alliance. They can actually form an alliance. Leon raised his eyebrows. Is there someone trying to match them up? There was indeed someone who brought it together. Sharafan Sheikh of Jihad. He built a fortress between Toba and Narda, which prompted Cadon and Emir Xerxes to reconcile and form an alliance. Then he spent all his troops to help the two Bahad Khans resist the Empire's army, and at the same time signed an armistice with the Empire on behalf of the two Bahad Khans. Alina nodded, but then sighed regretfully. However, after signing the truce, Sharafan Sheikh committed suicide. Sarah froze. After a moment of silence, Sarah asked softly, Miss Alina, what's the name of that fortress? Is it the Jihad Fortress? Alina probably realized something. She shook her head and answered word for word. No, it's called Fortress of the Martyrs. Leon sighed. Sarah, do you want to go to Dexia? As the foreign minister of the new kingdom of Pindar. Sarah nodded silently, then burst into tears. It was the end of July in the year 358 of Pandeli. Changa Port. In the Adventurer's Tavern. The drinkers were talking about all kinds of new things. Have you heard? It is said that His Majesty Leon held a banquet in Changha town for 10 days in a row. Anyone, whether a commoner or a beggar, could eat and drink at will. Such a wedding is really, you guys who don't know, Changha town is already Changha city. And it's called the Flowing Water Banquet. The food never stops. And there are countless delicacies served all night long. I was lucky. I went to Changha city to deliver a letter. As a result, we spent a whole day eating in Changha city. No money? What's the cost? You could also get the food expenses after eating. His Majesty Leong is so generous. It's a good thing you didn't meet any bandits on the way. Bandit? Which bandit is so blind that he dares to cause trouble at this time? His Majesty Leon can command the older elves. 10 days of flowing water. Such a wedding must cost a lot of dinars. Humph. If you can marry those two brides, what does it matter no matter how many dinars you spend? He married two beautiful queens at the same time. This is really enviable. I saw two of them with my own eyes. A queen. She is truly indescribably beautiful. It's really jealous. But if you marry two people at the same time, won't the two queens start fighting? Do you think those two queens are your stupid wives? Ahem. Keep your voice down. My wife is now Queen Ursula's bodyguard. Speaking of which, His Majesty Leon marries two wives. So who will be the queen? Hey, can't there be two queens? That's two queens. And I may not be willing to be a queen. But it seems against the rules. I've never seen any country have two queens. You idiots. I am a king. And I set the rules. His Majesty Leon said that his new Pindar kingdom allows a man to marry 3 wives. But when marrying the second or third wife, he needs to get the previous wife. The partner agrees. Otherwise he will be convicted. Of course, if a woman has the ability, she can find 3 men. As long as her partner is willing. It's ridiculous. What man would be happy with that? Where's the absurdity? If men are allowed to marry 3 women, then of course women must be allowed to marry 3 men. Besides, in this world, There are too many men supported by women. I see. There are many men who are willing. If Queen Ursula asks you to be her man, are you willing? Ahem. It's better not to talk about this. I have a fiancé. Well, in the final analysis, you still have to have money. By the way, when it comes to making money, I have a way. When I was eating at the flowing banquet in Changha City, roasted lambs were being roasted all the time. His Majesty Leon said that roasted whole lambs are a must-have delicacy for banquets. What? Who hasn't eaten roasted lamb? No. 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 You really haven't eaten it before. The roasted lamb in Changha City is completely different from what we have here. It's much more delicious. They use spices from the south, which we don't have here. What? You plan to start a spice business? There are wars everywhere now. Who dares to go to the south of Bacchus to buy goods? No. I want to sell sheep. We have a lot of sheep here. Changha City is buying unlimited goats. 3 times the price. You can take as many as you want. It's quite far away. Aren't you afraid of being robbed by bandits? I plan to buy a carriage back. I asked in River City. After buying that new type of carriage, you can be escorted by armed forces. If you are robbed in the jurisdiction of the new kingdom of Pendor, you can also get double compensation. Single. Similar conversations are taking place in pubs large and small. However, the second half of the conversation generally switches to another topic. I heard that Mr. Ramon is in the mutton business recently. Looking for fat sheep. Right? Everyone in Single is doing this kind of business. No. 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 It's real sheep. Goats. Sir Ramon said he would buy them in large quantities at twice the price. And Sir Ramon has opened a new roast lamb restaurant in the center of the city, which was the former residence of the Twilight Knights. Is roasting sheep very profitable? Sir Ramon actually runs such a small business? What a small business. When did you see Mr. Ramon doing small business? Haven't you heard that there are 3 things that are necessary for marriage now? Luxury cars, villas, and roasted whole lamb. I only heard that barbecue is indispensable for a banquet. What? You can't get married without a car or a house. It's not that you can't. The key is that you lose face. His Majesty Liang is the one who just married 2 queens a few days ago. Have you heard of it? He has publicly said that if a man doesn't have a car or a house, what can he give to his wife? Where is the child shelter from the wind and rain? Did he really say that? Not only him. Lord Ramon also said so. Well, you can build your own house. But not everyone can afford to keep a horse. It's not easy to own a carriage. Hey, don't talk nonsense. What His Majesty Liang means is that having a carriage is equivalent to having a share of your own industry. The carriage can be used to make money. You have to be able to support your family before you ask for a wife. This is what I mean. That makes sense. That's true. I heard that Shanghai Express has started recruiting horse-drawn carriages again. There is also a branch here in Single that is planning to open. This is indeed a good livelihood. You don't want me to be a coachman, do you? I'd rather sell roasted sheep. Sir Ramon bought the goat for 3 times the price. Mr. Ramon can afford to lose money, but you will definitely lose your life. What I want to say is that Shanghai Express has opened a new industry wedding car business. It's a small business that Lord Ramon looks down upon. Oh. I heard that when His Majesty Liang held his wedding, he traveled throughout Changha City in a carriage that looked like a work of art. Is it that kind of wedding carriage? What kind of ceremony is that? It is said that it was for everyone to witness his marriage, just like a public oath of allegiance. Not only that, but the streets of the entire city were sprinkled with flower petals. That scene, TSK, is really unimaginable. I think most people will do this in the future. Are you interested? Let's become wedding car owners together. How to do it? Wouldn't it be okay to buy 2 luxury carriages? Anyway, Shanghai Express helps us take business. As long as someone gets married, we will go around twice, and we can transport people when there is no business. This money is not that much, it's hard to earn. But the key is to be fast enough. When you encounter an opportunity, you have to seize it. Fog City. I've been having a hard time lately. Prices have risen too fast. Yeah. I can barely eat. 1 dinar can only buy 3 pounds of flour. I can't live this life. I heard that King Vides has occupied a lot of territory, and Philswise's territory has increased a lot. But why are the days getting worse and worse? No matter whether it is the king or the lord, who cares about the life and death of us little people? If they lose, we have no food to eat. If they win, we still have no food to eat. So what if we can't eat? The war tax will still be paid. It's not about getting higher and higher. Don't talk about us. Even those big businessmen can't stand it anymore. You know that boss Andrew in the arena? He has already laid off his employees. The arena can no longer operate? Doesn't his arena have a gambling game? If it weren't for the gambling, he would have closed down a long time ago. He raised so many ferocious beasts and young men. With the current price of food, just eating a day would cost him hundreds of dinars. Oh, how about we move somewhere else? Have you heard about what happened in Chenghe City? I heard that His Majesty Liang's wedding banquet was held for more than 10 days. From morning to night. And anyone could eat as much as he wanted. That's so rich. Are you stupid? Is this a matter of money? I mean, there is food there. And the price of food must not be high. Otherwise, how dare he be so wasteful? Yeah. Now, how about we go to Chenghe City? The question is, how will we live there? What will we live on? There are a lot of jobs in Chenghe City. They are building a new city. It is said that just building the city wall will require tens of thousands of people. They are always recruiting people. There are a lot of jobs. But where will my wife and children live? You can't let your family live on the construction site. Right? Besides, we are from Fields Way after all. Will His Majesty Leon drive us away? You can buy a house. Many residences have been built in Chenghe City. They are built in the city. As long as you buy a house, you can settle in Chenghe City. Is it expensive to buy a house? As long as you have a job, you can get a loan to buy a house. No matter what. I plan to go. There is no way to survive if I stay here. 1 dinar and 3 pounds of flour. I can buy 30 pounds in Chenghe City. Everywhere. The topics discussed are different. But everywhere. There is indeed talk about Liang's wedding to the 2 queens. The wedding was held on July 22nd. It was not a special day. It just happened to be a good weather day. That day, it rained heavily in the Noldor forest and the ocean monsoon came. The fire in the forest was extinguished. But that day in Chenghe town, the sun was shining brightly and the wind was beautiful. Liang rode Alice through the petals in the sky. And the exquisite carriage behind him carried Amy and Wendy into a new chapter. In fact, that day was not as romantic as people imagined because everyone was very busy. Sarah is on foreign affairs. Alina is spreading all kinds of news. Ramon is shopping for all kinds of food. Liang's lords are either working separately or preparing for war. As for Liang, the groom, even on his wedding night, he was discussing various businesses with his 2 queens. Car, house, food. Chapter 391 The War Begins. On the night of Liang's wedding, Clothes and a group of old brothers were ready to listen to Qiangan. This is a traditional program that has always existed in every place. Even the king's wedding cannot avoid it. After all, Lisa Dillon, who is in charge of security and defense work, is also listening to the wall. However, Lisa Dillon was still very responsible. He did not mix with Clothes and the others. He was on duty at the back door. Of course, it is normal to lie under the wall and observe while on duty. But what they heard was not some charming noise, but a very serious family meeting. There are great lords from all over the world coming to watch the ceremony. Trade with Fields Way and Ravenland has also been restored. Alina is spreading the news everywhere. If nothing else happens, the carriages made by the Noldor will soon be popular throughout the continent. The real estate in Chenghe City should also attract many people to come to work and settle down. Liang sat on the carpet and fanned himself. What he used to fan himself were several peace and trade contracts signed between the Armistice Agreement and the territories of Fields Way and Ursula. I don't quite understand why we are running a carriage now. Shouldn't we focus on storing food? Wendy asked as she leaned against Amy and rubbed her forehead against Amy's chest. Because the transportation problem must be solved first. If many people have carriages, then ordinary people can also transport food or other materials to us. And they will no longer be restricted by noble lords. The Changhe Express has reopened, too. In order to solve this problem, Amy put her arms around Wendy to prevent her from moving, and explained while playing with Wendy's slightly curly long hair. Then what should I do now? I still don't know how to do business. Wendy looked up at Amy. News has come from White Deer Castle that the fire in the forest has been extinguished. Wendy! In 2 days you have to take the people back to the forest. Cut down trees along the path burned by the fire. Open up roads. And build timber processing plant and carriage workshop. At the same time, cut out several isolation zones in the forest to avoid encountering fires again. Then, you have to organize the tribesmen to plant trees. I will ask everyone in the eastern region to cooperate with you to restore the forest ecology as soon as possible. Only in this way can agricultural disasters in the eastern region be reduced. Liang turned to look at Wendy and replied. In fact, Liang felt a little weird that Wendy, an underage girl in her 50s, was acting coquettishly in the arms of Amy, a girl in her 20s. But I have to deal with the Bacchus Empire with you. Wendy had some reluctance on her face. Can't we let Islander lead the tribe back to build the carriage? No. You are the queen of the Noldor Elves, and you must personally lead the reconstruction of the new Principality of Noldor. Compared with war, construction is the basis for ruling a country. Moreover, the carriage will become a skill that allows you to. It is a long-term profitable business for the tribesmen, and this business must be controlled by you personally. Besides, Islander will stay here to fight against the Bacchus Empire. Amy touched Wendy's face with her hands and pulled Wendy into her arms. Didn't you say that after getting married, you have to go on a honeymoon or something? Wendy muttered. We don't have time. We are no longer ordinary people. We are all burdened with the future of tens of thousands of people, and we have no right to be as willful as before. Amy said and sighed. I have to leave here in 2 days. I want to go to Lysure City and move people from other places in Lysure Realm to reclaim wasteland around Lucian Lake. I must complete more than 100,000 people before the end of September. The relocation requires cultivating enough farmland to support the entire Fierce Lion Realm. Are you going to move the population from Changhe City? There are already too many people in Changhe City, Wendy asked. The people in Changhe City cannot move. They either bought real estate in the city or work here. Moving them will cause problems. The population of the entire Lion Realm has been greatly reduced in the past 2 years. The population of Changhe City construction is used to attract people, but most of the people who come here are urban residents. And there are not many farmers. I can only move people from other places to reclaim the wasteland, such as Harlingsburg or Asgard. Amy explained. Wendy, you have a lot to do. The business of elf carriage will continue to expand. Car loans and home loans will become the profit pillars of Ponde Bank. And Ponde Bank is the basis for the operation of the entire new Ponde. I have never been able to. The purpose of moving the headquarters of Pinder Bank from White Deer Castle is to let the elves protect it. Moreover, in addition to rebuilding your home and protecting Pinder Bank, you also have to lead your tribe to stop the Jata people. Leon also sighed. This winter, the Jata people will definitely go south to plunder. Their pastures will be most directly affected by forest fires. Many snakes, insects, rats and ants will run to the grasslands and bring poison to their livestock. There will be a lot of losses. Aldarian also said this. So he has been on guard in the north. Wendy stood up from Amy's arms. Leon, it will be difficult to end the war with the Bacchus Empire for a while. Right. Each of us has so much to do. Are we never able to have a honeymoon? She was still thinking about the honeymoon. Perhaps it won't take long. I will fight a decisive battle with the Bacchus Empire as soon as possible. Emperor Marius will not prolong the war for too long. He has already assembled his army at Kalendir Castle. It is obvious that he also wants to fight with. I will make a quick decision. He is a good emperor who considers people's lives. Leon shook his head, but then frowned. But I can only fight a head-on battle with Bacchus. This time I can only fight head-on, and I can't use any tricks. Why? This will cause great losses. The battle formations of the Bacchus Empire are indeed quite powerful. Wendy asked. Bacchus' army is indeed the best in the continent in terms of discipline and coordination. Frontal positional warfare is Bacchus' strength. And Wendy also knows this. Because I want everyone to see the power of the new Pinder Kingdom. After all, Amy has been the head of state for a period of time. She understands what Leon wants to do. The new kingdom of Pander has just been established, and it needs a big battle to show its strength. It is best not to use conspiracy and tricks in this battle, but to use upright methods. Win with strength. In this way, things will be much simpler in the future. Although you can't use conspiracy. But Wendy, you can prepare a reserve team at Shieldwind Fortress, which may be useful. Leon added. I will also prepare a reserve team at Chicha Fortress. Amy also said at the same time. Wendy looked at Leon, then looked back at Amy, and nodded. She actually felt a little dissatisfied in her heart. Now she knew that Amy was the only one who understood Liang's thoughts best. So she stepped forward and sat next to Liang, and then awkwardly threw Leon onto the carpet. Amy stared blankly for a while, her face and neck quickly turning red. Leon struggled twice, but his current fighting ability was really not as good as Wendy's, and he couldn't get away. He only had time to shout, Close? You bastards. I know you are here. Get out of here. Then, Wendy blocked her mouth with even more clumsy movements. It was early August in the 358th year of the Pandey calendar. Amy has settled in Lion City and is gathering farmers to clear the wasteland. The benefits of this reclamation are astonishing. As long as 100 pounds of grain per acre of land can be paid during next year's harvest season. Any farmer can reclaim the land at will, and all the reclaimed land belongs to the farmer himself. Moreover, Amy provided seeds and farm tools, and provided 2 meals a day during the reclamation period. However, just like the original reclamation in Bailubo and Meixiangling, after receiving the seeds, you must plant enough land, otherwise you will directly considered a fraud, sir. There are no nobles around Lushi Lake anymore. Even if there are surviving nobles, they will be defined as bankrupt civilians by Amy. All the land here is currently regarded as the land of Amy, the Lion Queen, and she can give it to anyone as long as she is willing. This condition quickly attracted many farmers to come. Eric also went to Leisure City to assist, and Shanghai Express's fleet also began to continuously deliver supplies to Leisure City. The Lion City, which had been completely destroyed, once again regained its vitality. Wendy has also gone to White Deer Castle and started organizing some elves to start transforming the forest. Wood processing plants appeared rapidly in the forest, and a huge factory area began to be built between Meixiangling and Bailubo. This is a huge carriage production factory, with huge diamond-shaped emblems hanging on the top of each factory building. The market of Meixiangling was also rebuilt, and the sergeants returned to Meixiangling and became supporting personnel and agent dealers of Elf Carriage Factory. There are too many insects near Meixiangling, so it is not suitable for farming at the moment. Painting and selling cars are very suitable. At this time, Leon also welcomed General Sulla again. The gate of Changha City. Your Majesty Leon, I have brought the head of Antonius. Can you release the people of the Shadow Army? Sura still came to see Leon alone, holding a box in his hand. The box was opened, and inside was a human head in lime, which was indeed Antonius. You are 7 days late, General Sulla. You promised to be 1 month, Leon said expressionlessly. Sorry, it's not easy to kill him. I hope our deal is still valid. I also brought the food, which is in the convoy outside the city. Sura pointed behind him. About 300 meters outside Changha City, hundreds of carriages were parked. The carriage was surrounded by various troops, including the Silver Hand and the Nolder elves. Sura, you came 7 days late, so I should at least charge some interest. I can put back the people of the Shadow Legion, but each of them will have to lose 1 finger. This is also their punishment for breaking diplomatic relations, and it shouldn't be enough. Shall we divide it? Leon asked. Of course, not as long as they can go back alive. General Sulla also felt that this punishment was acceptable. Okay, bring the food in, and you can take the people away in the afternoon. Leon nodded and entered the city. In the afternoon, General Sulla's carriage carrying food was once again used to transport the people of the Shadow Army. Every soldier of the Shadow Legion had his right thumb cut off. Your Majesty Leon, I'm afraid they won't be able to do any heavy work after they go back. You did this on purpose. Right. When General Sulla saw the scene, he didn't say anything too harsh. After all, he was the one who broke his promise first, so he couldn't blame Leon. I am helping His Majesty Marius. General Sulla, after you meet His Majesty Marius, he will tell you why I did this. By the way, tell His Majesty Marius that the war has begun. Leon sent Sura out of the door. Then, he found Noel, the Twilight Knight under Islandel. Hang Antonius's head and Kairos's head to shield Wind Fortress, and build a stone monument there. Tell people the consequences of destroying forests. The next day, using the food brought by General Sulla as military rations, Leon began to send troops to Karen Deer Fort, Cullen Deer Castle. General Agathan met the Shadow Legion soldiers brought back by Sulla. Their hands. Did Leon do it? Unlike Sulla, Agathan seemed quite dissatisfied. Has he become so cruel after becoming a king? After all, he is from the Army of Shadows. Cruel? He can be considered very kind by letting these people live. Agathan. General Sulla shook his head slowly. If someone completely destroyed your family, burned all your manors, killed your family members, and burned everything your wife's entire family relied on for survival, will you let these people live? Agathan was stunned for a moment, but then retorted sharply. That's different. These are all soldiers of the Empire. They are the descendants of the founder of the Empire. They are the descendants of the heroes. What's the difference? Soldiers are also human beings. Heroes are also human beings. Noldor are also human beings. And Leon's men are also human beings. Kairos and his son are also human beings. Sura shook his head and left as he spoke. You'd better deal with Liang's troops quickly. His Majesty requires you to guard Carandir Fort. Show? Warn the whole army. If you fall into the hands of Liang, this is the only fate. If you don't win this battle, your life will be worse than death. Send the order, with the gladiator soldiers as the vanguard. Everyone, attack immediately. Agathan shouted to the messengers. Sura paused and turned around, with a hint of surprise in his eyes. Agazan, you want to take the initiative? Offense is the best defense. General Sulla, please tell your Majesty that I must seize the opportunity given to us by Liang. Only in this way can we maintain the morale of the army. Agathan looked at the thumbless Shadow Legion soldier on the carriage and said word by word. Sura frowned, then jumped on his horse and rushed towards Bashi city. Emperor Marius was in Buji city at this time. His body was still weak, and just coming here from Siyuan city had already cost him most of his life. At this moment, he could only lie on the bed and listen to Sura reporting the situation to him. Liang said that he cut off those people's thumbs to help you. I don't quite understand what he meant. Sula asked about what Liang said. He knows that I redeemed the Shadow Army just for the morale of the army. He also knows that I don't want the conservative forces to still maintain an organized army. From this aspect, he is really helping me. There's nothing wrong with Agatha's use of this to maintain military morale. But the problem is, Liang is using this method to induce him to take the initiative. You were 7 days late, but Liang didn't make any movement during these 7 days. There is no Liang, and he doesn't want to take the initiative to attack. He deliberately found an excuse to cut off the thumb of the Shadow Legion soldier. Even if you catch Antonius in time, Liang will still use other excuses to do so, Emperor Marius said weakly. Then, General Agathan sighed. Sura was also a little helpless. Liang used a conspiracy. Agasan is a descendant of a member of the Shadow Legion and a general who came out of the Shadow Legion. He will definitely fall for this trick. I have to go to Calandir Keep. Give me some armor. I will conquer it myself. Emperor Marius pushed himself up with difficulty. Chapter 392 Battle of Salem. August 8th. 358 in the calendar year of Pandey. Salem Wasteland. This day is Leon's birthday, which is also the birthday of Leon Griffin. But this special day could only be spent on the battlefield, because Agathan's troops had already appeared in Liang's sight. Of course, Liang deliberately provoked Agathan to take the initiative. Just like what Emperor Marius said, Liang didn't want to take the initiative to attack Carandir Castle. He had more cavalry, and was more suitable for field battles. Moreover, it is Liang's consistent idea to choose the battlefield by yourself, and to choose a battlefield with an environment that you are more familiar with or more comfortable with. The factors of favorable weather, favorable location and favorable conditions, and people must always remain the same as having an advantage over the enemy. This is the teaching of our ancestors. However, Liang wants Agasan to leave Carandir Castle, but he cannot let him enter the Fierce Lion realm. Agasan is a dangerous person. It can be seen that he was able to conquer the Chicha fortress with a lone army that was patched together before. If he is allowed to enter the hinterland of the Fierce Lion realm, it will be really troublesome. Therefore, the wilderness in the south of Serenmes and the north of Seren village is the battlefield chosen by Liang. This place is known as the Salem Wasteland. It is the no-man's land between the Lion realm and the Bacchus Empire. The overall terrain is desert and hilly. Most of the area is relatively flat grassland, suitable for cavalry operations. There are also some hills and woods, suitable for Noldor elves to ambush. This was also the place where Bacchus General Asa finally decided to withdraw his troops. Liang's central army is the regular troops of the Lion realm led by Leofric, which are the troops of various lords. The teams of Hereward, Fawcett, Charles and others are also among them, with a total of about 3,000 people. Scale. The Chinese army is flying Liang's new King Pandey flag. But Liang himself is not here to be false and true. This is also the teaching of our ancestors. As expected, Agathan took the initiative. Lisa Dillon sent an order to Sigismund and asked him to act according to the plan. Liang rode Alice and gave the order on the top of an inconspicuous hill. Risa Dillon did not leave Liang's side, but directly lit a red feather arrow and shot it towards the sky due south. After the arrow shot into the sky, it brought up a stream of orange-red smoke. This is Lingjian, a product of Noldor factory. But this kind of command arrow is not a new invention. It has been used for decades. It only needs to soak the hemp rope in saltpeter water for 2 days. Dry it, and then rub in a large amount of salt. And finally mix it with some leather and sawdust to wrap it up. Just put it on the arrow shaft. Sigismund led a group of infantry at the forefront of all Leon's troops. This force is the former Freedom Legion, and now the new 2nd Legion of Pender. In front of them, there was a simple low wall. This was a temporary fortification to protect against crossbows. After seeing the command arrow in the sky, Sigismund sighed regretfully. Every time I am asked to lure the enemy, I must have been nicknamed the Lord of Defeat by now. But complaints were complaints, and he still began to greet his men to prepare for battle. Crossbowmen, prepare. No need to attack. Let the enemy rush over. We will retreat when they rush through this low wall. Do you understand? Looking at the Bacchus who were gradually approaching a few hundred meters away, Sigismund confirmed the order to his men again. Ha! His men answered neatly. This was not the first time they had fought a similar battle. This unit had seduced the Fallen and seduced Sir Boris the Crow during the days when Leon was missing. They also fought against Haarlem Castle in order to counterattack. The troops that lured Brennus always collapsed at the first touch, but they never suffered any major losses. Since Sigismund led the army alone, it can be said that he has never won a battle. But every time he was ranked first in the battle, he was ordered to retreat. The Empire lives on! The forward army of the Bacchus Empire had already let out a war cry, and a light regiment at the front quickened its pace and spread out its array slightly. It was a gladiator regiment, and Sigismund was familiar with him, and his men having been gladiators in Bacchus. Crossbowmen fire freely! Spears come out! Sigismund also took off his sword and began to give formal orders. The long sound of the Bacchus French horn signaled that the war had officially begun. After the gladiator soldiers approached 200 meters in front of Sigismund's array, they began to speed up and run in a skirmish line. These agile and extraordinary gladiators were often used by the Bacchus Empire as the first stormtroopers in field battles. Most of them were criminals. After playing a certain number of games in the gladiatorial arena, they were promoted to regular legions. They were redeemed. Guilty. But in the Bacchus army, the status of the gladiator soldiers is relatively low, even though their personal combat effectiveness far exceeds that of ordinary soldiers. In the Bacchus army, which pays attention to formation and coordination, personal force does not allow them to receive any special treatment. On the contrary, their former criminal status will attract a lot of discrimination and prejudice. To put it simply, these gladiators are actually cannon fodder. In field battles, they will be sent as stormtroopers. During siege, they will serve as the attacking force to seize the key points of the city. This is the most difficult task. At a charging distance of 200 meters, Sigismund's 2nd Legion fired 3 rounds of crossbow arrows. The gladiator soldier regiment, which totaled about 700 people, was shot down by nearly 100 people on the way to the charge. The quality of their armor is not very good. This is also the practice in the Bacchus army. The equipment of the gladiator soldiers is the worst. Many gladiators can't even get armor, so they can only make some leather armor to protect their vital parts. And it's the hottest time of summer, and there are even people going shirtless. When they reached the low wall, dozens more were stabbed over with spears. Brothers, retreat! As the gladiators began to scale the low wall, Sigismund began to retreat. Leon was on the top of the mountain, watching Bacchus's gladiator soldiers pour into Sigismund's array. Sigismund's team collapsed again, and then began to retreat section by section in a seemingly chaotic, but actually quite orderly manner. At this time, something strange happened. The gladiator soldiers were still charging forward, but the other Bacchus troops stopped 300 meters behind them. That's not right. Your Majesty, the enemy's central army has stopped. They did not follow those gladiators, Lisa Dillon reminded. I saw it. It doesn't matter if you can eat the gladiator soldiers. Accumulating a small victory into a big victory is the normal behavior of the battlefield. Let close attack and leave the other troops alone. Leon nodded and continued to convey the instructions. Risadolin once again shot an arrow into the sky. The gladiator soldiers were still advancing. Close rushed out from behind a mound on the side with a silver hand, and threw a large number of spears at the gladiators. Subsequently, Sigismund's troops turned back and fought again, and the 2 troops surrounded the gladiator soldiers with 3 times the strength. But the strange thing is that even though the gladiator soldiers were facing destruction, the central army of the Bacchus Empire still did not move. The Bacchus Empire's central army seemed to number at least 6,000 people. But they were still arrayed a few hundred meters away, and did not provide any support to the gladiator soldiers.
What is Agathan doing? He seems to be giving up on those gladiators? No matter whether he is advancing or retreating. There must be some movement. Right. Have you seen those iron ring centurions under Agathan?
Liang frowned and thought for a while, then turned around and asked.
I didn't see it. The cavalry in their center are all light cavalry. Also, I didn't see Agathan there, but his flags were everywhere.
Lisa Dillon replied.
It seems like he is hiding on an inconspicuous hilltop like me. Rasadalin, give me the command arrow, and you go check the right wing and try to find Agathan.
Liang was also a little uneasy. He had a feeling that Agathon deliberately threw the gladiator soldiers to their death. But why? Although the status of gladiators is relatively low, their combat effectiveness is really not low. Doesn't Agathon feel distressed by such a loss? And what is he planning? Is it to lure out his ambush? But this doesn't lead to it. He only needs 2 troops to deal with the gladiator soldiers.
That's it.
The other troops who should be ambushing are still ambushing. Liang began to consider various other possibilities. And Lisa Dillon quickly drove his horse to the west.
Ho ho ho.
A night owl's voice sounded.
Your Majesty, there is something strange happening in the Bacchus army. There are more enemies than we thought.
All night oars ran to Liang.
There is another unit behind their central army. A cavalry of more than 3,000 people. It is estimated that they set off from Buji City and did not act with the troops of Carandir Castle. At present, the cavalry is advancing rapidly towards our left wing. And it looks like it is going to circle behind us. There are 3,000 more cavalry. Where did Agathan get so many cavalry?
Liang was shocked. According to the information previously obtained, Emperor Marius transferred 2 legions of troops to Carandir Castle, namely the 2nd Legion of Bacchus under Agathon, and the Immortals Legion of Marius' own guards. The 2nd Legion has a total of 5,000 people, which is the people Liang can see currently. The Gladiator Soldiers Regiment also belongs to the 2nd Legion. The 2nd Army of Bacchus originally had only more than 3,000 people, but after returning from Desha, Agathon brought back more than 2,000 horses, and the 2nd Army also expanded by 2,000 cavalry. Currently, it is 3,000 infantry plus the combination of 2,000 cavalry is the largest legion in the entire Bacchus Empire. Part of the Immortal Legion can also be seen, arrayed behind the 2nd Legion. These 2 legions add up to nearly 8,000 people, which is already a very strong force. Liang's side includes about 3,000 regular soldiers, nearly 2,000 people from the Silver Hand Knights and the Free Legion, and more than 1,500 knights from the Griffin Knights, Horncall Rangers, Silver Mist Rangers, etc., together with Leon's Nolder Guards and Islandil's Nolder troops. The total strength is 7,500. The forces on both sides were evenly matched. The Bacchus were stronger in battle, while Leon had more cavalry, and several units were capable of mounted shooting. Leon also made targeted arrangements for this. He planned to lure the enemy deep into the enemy's territory first, elongate the battlefield, and then implement a side attack, which was to implement the woodpecker tactic in stages. Sigismund's front army is a decoy, and the central army led by Leofric is also a decoy. In the first stage, Sigismund is allowed to lure the enemy. If the enemy's central army follows up, Leofric also lure the enemy, lengthen or disrupt the enemy's array, and then carry out a side attack. After all, the proportion of cavalry on his side is larger, and if Leon doesn't want to fight the Bacchus in a regular positional battle, he may not be able to defeat them. But now 3,000 cavalry suddenly appeared. These cavalry were not expected, and Leon did not make any advance arrangements. Moreover, the sudden appearance of the cavalry will inevitably lead to the complete failure of the previously designed plan.
Aren't those cavalry members of the Phoenix Knights? Who is leading the army? Is there a flag?
Leon asked uneasily.
No, the Phoenix Knights did not participate in the war. They are still at Carandir Castle. And there are not so many of them.
Or shook his head.
Those cavalry are all light armed troops, and the weapons they use are all the standard equipment of the Bacchus Empire. They look like newly reorganized troops. The flag used is the Bacchus flag. We don't know who is there.
Lead the army. But it can't be Emperor Marius himself. Isn't he seriously ill in bed?
Leon looked at the battlefield and muttered a few words, then pointed to the east.
Owers, go to the left wing and take a look. If the cavalry just intends to go around behind us, then there is no need to be nervous. But I am worried about them. He will attack Changha City. Agathon sent the gladiator soldiers to their death. Maybe he was dragging my large army with him on purpose.
On the battlefield, Bacchus's central army was still moving forward slowly. Very slowly. And the array was maintained extremely well. As for the gladiator soldiers, they were almost wiped out. But no one surrendered. There were relatively few people who surrendered, which was expected. Liang had recently ordered to cut off the right thumbs of members of the Shadow Legion. A general like Agathon would definitely make a fuss about this. But compared with the difficulty of the enemy surrendering, it is definitely more beneficial to prevent the 1,600 elite warriors of the Shadow Legion from going to the battlefield. It is not certain whether the Bacchus Empire can be defeated or not. Before winning or losing, there is no need to consider your opponent's opinion on surrender.
Teacher, I think you should withdraw your troops immediately.
Alina's voice sounded behind Liang.
Actually, I feel the same way. But if I withdraw my troops first, I will have to move the battle line back at least 20 miles. I will lose my original battlefield advantage. And I may be surprised by Agatha.
Liang answered as he stared at the battlefield.
That cavalry is not Agathon's army. It should be His Majesty Marius himself. It is His Majesty Marius who is using the gladiator soldiers as bait. He wants to attract your large army to the place. If it is Agathon, he doesn't dare to completely abandon the gladiator soldiers. Otherwise it will affect the morale of the 2nd Legion.
Alina said to Liang seriously.
You're right. Blow the withdrawal horn.
Liang was so excited. Indeed, Agathon is just the leading general. He will not completely ignore the gladiator soldiers, who have already fought against the Silver Hand. This should indeed be Marius's handiwork. Put a regiment into your ambush circle, and then use Agathon's troops to suppress the formation, so that your large troops cannot move, and the cavalry on the periphery, wondering what his cavalry was going to do. But no matter what Emperor Marius planned to do, he could not follow his opponent's intentions. Liang quickly shot an arrow with white smoke into the sky, and then immediately retreated to the rear with Alina.
Woo 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 woo.
The horn sounded for withdrawal. On this day, Liang's troops killed more than 500 gladiators of Bacchus, but lost their original battlefield advantage. It's hard to say whether this counts as a victory or a defeat. Probably in the eyes of others, Liang had a small victory, but in Liang's eyes, he was actually defeated for a while. Liang's army retreated 20 miles toward Serennes, and all the ambush troops withdrew and recamped in a flat field. But Bacchus's army still moved forward slowly and set up camp at Liang's original Chinese army camp.
The 3,000-man cavalry also returned to Bacchus camp after making a half circle around the flanks. The man who came with those cavalry was indeed the Emperor Marius himself. Chapter 393 The Emperor's Challenge.
Agathon. You are too reckless. If I had not arrived today, if I had not stopped you from continuing to attack, if we were unwilling to abandon the gladiator soldiers, what would have been the consequences? You wouldn't. Such a simple mistake should have been made.
In the camp of Bacchus, Emperor Marius taught his generals a lesson.
Your Majesty, I just want to use offense instead of defense. Carandir Castle was once occupied by Liang. I can't guarantee that he didn't do anything. I'm worried that I won't be able to defend it.
Agathon bowed his head and explained honestly.
No matter what, it's better than fighting in the field. Agathon, you always don't want to consider factors other than war. Carandir Castle is the headquarters of the Phoenix Knights. If Liang attacks Carandir Fort, the Phoenix Knights, he will help us.
Emperor Marius said that he hated iron for not becoming steel.
I know that the field battle is not good for us. But I hit all the Iron Ring Centurions and originally planned to bypass the battlefield and attack his Central Army King's banner.
Agathon lowered his head and said softly,
You still don't understand Liang. Agathon, I can guarantee that Liang is not in his camp at all. You are too adventurous. Agathon. Cough, cough, cough. Cough. Cough.
As Emperor Marius spoke, he coughed violently.
Your Majesty, please lie down and rest quickly and stop talking.
Agathon was a little panicked. He knew about Marius' condition. But at this time, His Majesty still led his troops and drove horses wildly.
I'm fine. It's fine.
Marius pushed away the hand that Agathon was trying to hold, took out a small piece of black stuff from his arms, broke off a small piece and threw it into the wine glass on the table, and then drank it together with the wine in the glass. And done. As usual, Marius was still heating the wine on a small stove. But now, he was no longer using lead vessels.
Your Majesty, this is...
Agathon's eyes widened, and he lowered his voice in panic.
Is this opium? This is indeed opium.
After drinking the glass of wine with opium paste, Emperor Marius stopped coughing and his face looked much rosier. Agasun didn't know what to say. His hands were trembling. And he finally covered his face and slowly sat on the chair. He realized that Emperor Marius' body might not be able to support him for much longer. And the flushed face now seemed like he was having a flashback.
These opium are medicines prescribed by doctors. I can only rely on this. My disease can no longer be cured.
Marius looked at Agathon calmly.
You are now the marshal of the empire. You can no longer regard yourself as a general who charges into battle. Agathon, your majesty, our enemy is Liang. I have no confidence in defeating him in terms of strategy. If I keep guarding Carandir Castle, I will probably be trapped. Just like I did at Chicha Fortress.
Agathon looked at Marius at a loss and explained his inner demons in a low voice.
In this case, let's fight him quickly. After all, we have already attacked here. Your majesty, do you want to personally command the battle? Your body,
Agathon cried with tears.
I don't want to die on the bed.
Marius smiled, his eyes still shining.
Listen, Agathon, if Liang charges at me tomorrow, you can't control me. No rescue. No chaos. You have to take all the cavalry and do it. What you are good at.
At this time, a military affairs meeting was being held in Liang's military camp. Everyone is discussing the next battle.
When did Bacchus have so many cavalry?
Leofric was a little anxious and paced back and forth in the military tent.
They got a lot of horses from Dexia. And it is also appropriate to form a few new cavalry units. But the decision to abandon the gladiator regiment can only be made by Emperor Marius himself. In other words, Marius the Emperor himself is opposite.
Liang sat on the table very unceremoniously, tapping the scabbard with his fingers.
Isn't Emperor Marius seriously ill? Can he still lead his cavalry to attack?
Close asked in confusion.
Maybe the Knights of the Shining Cross' superb medical skills cured his illness. Let's think about how to deal with it tomorrow. The enemy's cavalry is no less than ours. Fortunately, we retreated in time today and were not bypassed by those cavalry. Leofric paused, turned around, and started pacing again.
But it may be too late to rearrange our tactics now. Moreover, the area where we are stationed is almost entirely an unprotected plain. My people are not good at fighting large-scale cavalry in the plain.
Eilendil shook his head and sighed. This is where the problem caused by retreating 20 miles is currently camped. There are neither forests nor hills nearby. This is not the battlefield Liang originally envisioned. However, in large-scale battles, it is best for the side that retreats first to retreat to an unobstructed plain environment to camp. This is for safety and to avoid unpredictable accidents. When the troops withdraw, it will be difficult to support each other. The plain environment with an unobstructed view will at least not be ambushed by the enemy.
This area is very suitable for us to carry out cavalry assault and mounted shooting. As long as the Chinese army can withstand the enemy's large force, we can overwhelm their array.
Ralph looked at Leofric, then at Eilendil, and expressed his opinion.
If the Chinese army can withstand it, I won't find it troublesome.
Leofric sighed.
It's not that I'm not confident. If it's 100 people versus 100 people, our soldiers can beat the Bacchus to tears. But if it's a few thousand versus a few thousand, the result will be on the other hand. Our troops are assembled by various lords and have not undergone unified large-scale collaborative training. However, Bacchus's troops are all uniformly trained legions. The larger the scale of the battle, the stronger they are.
Indeed. This is why the positional warfare of the Bacchus Empire has always been stronger than that of other countries. And it is also why the Bacchus people have always been able to use infantry to fight against the heavy cavalry of the Lion Kingdom. Especially after the Marius reform. All Bacchus legions were unified professional soldiers and received unified training. Even members of different legions could work closely with each other, which was something that armies from other countries could not do. The armies of other countries are made up of various lords. In terms of individual soldier ability, the members of any of Liang's troops are top-notch. It can be said that they are all elite troops. But the problem is that each army only has a few hundred people, and their tactics, equipment, and combat ideas are all inconsistent with each other. I am afraid that they may not be able to withstand the advancement of the Bacchus battle formation.
We have to find a way to fight a melee. Just like when the three prophets dealt with us. But we must first disrupt the Bacchus array.
Leon nodded towards Leofric. It is true that you cannot fight the enemy in the way that the enemy is good at. If you can break into the Bacchus formation and force them to disperse and fight in a melee, you can rely on your stronger individual combat capabilities to achieve great results. When?
But how to break up the Bacchus army?
Eilendil asked. Everyone was lost in thought. At this time, a knight came in and reported.
Report? Your Majesty. Bacchus has sent an envoy to visit. General Sulla wants to see you.
It seems that the leader of the army on the opposite side is indeed Emperor Marius himself. General Sulla, please come in.
Leon waved his hand, then got down from the table and sat on the main chair. Not long after, General Sulla was taken into the military tent. Sura still came alone, carrying another box in his hand.
General Sulla, are you coming to do business with me again? Is it possible that Emperor Marius is planning to surrender to me this time?
Leon looked at Sura in surprise and asked with a teasing tone.
Your Majesty Leon, I was entrusted by His Majesty Marius to bring you a gift. This is a wedding gift for you. His Majesty Marius asked me to apologize to you. When he learned about your wedding, he sent someone to I to see you in city to pick up this gift. But the journey is far away, so the gift arrived a few days late. I hope you don't mind.
Sura shook his head expressionlessly and handed over the box in his hand. Risa Dillon reached out to take it and asked Leon with his eyes. Leon nodded.
Open it and take a look.
There are a lot of things in the box. There was a clay wine jug and a lot of fruits in wooden boxes filled with ice cubes. Orange, lemon, pomegranate, coconut. Many of these fruits are not in season, and most of them are melted together with ice cubes. They are obviously taken from the ice cellar. And there is only one of each kind of fruit. Most of the fruits are specialties of the West Coast, which are the things that Leon once asked Emperor Marius to buy for 0 yuan. These fruits can alleviate the symptoms of lead poisoning. Of course, Liang's main purpose at that time was to let the Bacchus Empire stab Field's way, because Amy had just become the queen of the Lion Kingdom at that time. These fruits represent the friendship between Marius and Leon. Even if the two sides are currently in hostile camps, personal friendships can still exist. At the same time, these fruits are also pure blessings, wishing Leon to have his own fruits as soon as possible.
Please thank His Majesty Marius for me. I have received his message.
Leon expressed his gratitude sincerely. But then, he realized that Emperor Marius might not be able to survive much longer. Marius himself came here, but he asked people to go to Siyuan City to get these fruits. In other words, he did not bring these things with him. This means that he is extremely ill and no longer needs these fruits.
I will. His Majesty Leon. In addition to bringing gifts, His Majesty Marius also asked me to invite you to a battle tomorrow morning. He hopes that you will fight him head-on.
Sura nodded and continued. Before he finished speaking, there was a loud discussion in the military tent.
Inviting to fight? Is this still possible these days?
Leofric's face was filled with disbelief. Indeed, this practice of two armies confronting each other, openly inviting battle, and then hedging fairly had disappeared hundreds of years ago.
Okay. Please tell His Majesty Marius that I will be waiting for him here tomorrow morning.
Leon waved his hand to stop Leofric, and agreed seriously.
Risa Dillon, send General Sura off for me. Your Majesty, this is no joke.
As soon as Sulla walked out of the military tent, Leofric asked anxiously,
Are you really planning to fight head-on like this? We haven't made any arrangements yet. I must agree. This is a challenge issued by Emperor Bacchus to the new king of Pender. How can I refuse?
Leon smiled.
A big battle should be handled with dignity. But we are at a disadvantage in a frontal battle. Moreover, they have a large number of people now, and Emperor Marius is supervising the formation. Their morale must be high, and we don't have time to deploy too many tactics now.
Eilendil also felt that Leon seemed a bit hasty.
It's because Marius is in charge. If Emperor Marius hadn't come, I would definitely not have lined up to fight with the Bacchus. But precisely because their current coach is Emperor Marius, I would rather face them head-on.
Fighting. Sometimes having more people is not necessarily a good thing. And the Emperor's own expedition is not necessarily a good thing.
Leon shook his head.
The strongest link is often the weakest point. So, tomorrow we only have a simple tactic. Everyone, follow me and charge towards the location of Emperor Marius. But how do we know where Emperor Marius is?
Close asked.
Marius's body is already very weak. He can't lead the cavalry. And since he openly invites me to fight, he will not hide in the dark. With his character, he will definitely side with the Bacchus, in front of the Chinese army formation.
Leon spread his hands.
Of course, everyone. This is just my judgment, probably plus a little feeling. But I am sure that my feeling is correct. A weak patient is standing at the front of the array. I think he may also deliberately attract me to charge towards his position. If nothing else, this is the intention of Emperor Marius to invite me to fight. He wants to using himself as bait. But this also happens to be our opportunity. Emperor Marius himself was a hero who was determined and unfailing in times of trouble. He would definitely make some targeted arrangements. But other Bacchus might not have such a stable mentality. As long as they think Emperor Marius is in danger, they will definitely try to rescue him. And then the lineup of Bacchus's other troops will probably be in chaos. As long as their military formation is a little more chaotic, we can break in. Of course, this is a gamble. If Bacchus is in chaos, we can have a great victory. But if we don't have the determination to break through, or if all the Bacchus don't care about Marius' life or death, then we will facing a rout. Everyone, do you want to bet or not?
After Leon finished speaking, he looked around at everyone present. Bet. No one present was a coward. And there was no need to explain such a simple and easy to understand tactic. They still believed in Liang's judgment.
Okay. Then it's decided. But there is one thing you must remember. Even if I am in danger, you should leave me alone. Remember, only charge towards Emperor Marius.
Chapter 394 Spear and Shield. August 9th. 358th year of Pandey calendar. Was cloudy. Salem wasteland. His Majesty King Leon of the new kingdom of Pindor and Emperor Marius Gaius of the Bacchus Empire made a huge bet on this day. At first, we all thought this was a bet that had no technical content and relied entirely on luck. Just like a fair duel in ancient times. It wasn't until halfway through the game that I realized that good gamblers never let anyone know all their chips. Moreover, it is never skill that determines the outcome of a gambling game, but mentality. Ramon told me this once, but I didn't understand what it meant until now. Excerpted from Diary of the New Pindor Fields by Risaddle and Ano. The next morning, the sky was a little gloomy. Clouds covered the sky, but there was no breeze on the moor, and the hot summer day became more and more dreary. Horns sounded from time to time in both lineups. The French horn of the Bacchus Empire is low and long, while the trumpet of the Lion Realm is crisp and exciting. The two armies faced each other hundreds of meters apart in the wilderness, but neither side stood motionless in the formation. There were many cavalrymen on both sides moving back and forth. Some are messengers, some are specially arranged roving rangers, and some are disguises that constantly change their positions to confuse the enemy. Although this kind of fair and open battle seems like some kind of gentleman's battle, no matter how gentleman's battle is, it will not be a mindless hedging, and the two sides will not stand motionless in military postures. In fact, both sides will be at odds. They kept testing each other. They are all looking for flaws on the other side. The military formation of the Bacchus Empire looked extremely solid. Spears and giant shields combined to form two hedgehog-like phalanxes, and crossbowmen were surrounded in the phalanxes. There is a large cavalry unit behind each of the two square formations, and some cavalry are dispatching to both sides. In the middle of the two square formations is the Immortal Legion, which is the best equipped and most highly trained in the entire Bacchus Empire. They already have broad-bladed throwing spears in their hands. In front of the Immortal Legion, the iconic battle flag of Emperor Marius was displayed. The flag was not a golden eagle, but two bean-shaped symbols surrounded by cassia branches. This symbol symbolizes the equal treatment of the Pen natives and the Bacchus after Marius reforms. Both peoples are the backbone of the empire, but there are only battle flags, no military caps, and no ceremonial guards that an emperor should have. Is that really Emperor Marius? So simple? Risaddle had the best eyesight. He could see a commander standing in front of the Immortal Legion array. That person was also wearing an immortal officer's armor. But the champion helmet on his head was made of dark gold tassels. The helmets of the Bacchus Empire all have broom-like tassels. The tassels have different colors and arrangements. This is also the military rank of the Bacchus Empire, mainly to quickly distinguish between positions and responsibilities. The dark golden solid color helmet usually means the supreme commander. But Risaddle wasn't sure if it was Emperor Marius. The man's ceremonial guard looked too plain, and he didn't feel like an emperor. Simple is the right thing. Leon looked back at his battle flag. He himself also had no armor, and was dressed similarly to the Nolder Rangers around him. Alice, who was riding under him, also wore the same horse uniform as the Nolder guards, only under the helmet. The gold-trimmed hood lining identifies him. If he wasn't worried that some soldiers might not recognize him, Leon wouldn't even wear that black on gold lining. The gold lining was really woven with gold threads, which cut into the flesh and made it uncomfortable to wear. Your Majesty, They have begun to march,
Lisa Dillon reminded. Leon looked back and saw that the military formation of the Bacchus Empire was already moving forward slowly.
Boom! Ta! Ta! Ta boom!
Bacchus's array moved forward slowly but steadily. Every 10 steps forward, it would drop its shield and stop its spear, and then move forward again. The military formation of tens of thousands of people almost followed the same steps, and their movements were uniform and orderly. The large-scale military formation full of discipline brought the pressure of the Rouen people. The troops behind Leon also became silent at this time, and only the pacing of the war horses could be heard. Leon slowly drew out his sword and looked back at the troops behind him. Morale doesn't seem to be very high. Leon stood at the forefront of the Central Army, with the Noldor guards beside him. Islandil's Noldor troops on the left. Behind them the Griffin Knights, and the Lion Lake City heavy cavalry led by Father. And behind them were the Horned Summon, the Rangers of the Ranger Regiment, and the Lion Realm cavalry brought by each lord. The Chinese army deployed by Leon today is all cavalry, with a total of nearly 4,000 cavalry. Close and Sigismund led the Silver Hand and Free Corps on the left wing, several hundred meters away from the cavalry. The Silver Mist Rangers were also there, with nearly 2,000 people. On the right wing were levies led by Leofric and other lords. There were almost 2,000 people, standing under the flags of 7 or 8 different lords. This is Liang's lineup. The cavalry is in the center, and the infantry is on the 2 wings. This is completely deviant. Under normal circumstances, the infantry will be placed in the center, and the cavalry will be on the wings, because the cavalry needs more space. And it is also necessary to try to avoid letting the war horses directly face crossbows and spears. But things are different today, because there are no other tactics planned today.
Your Majesty. How should we act?
Lisa Dillon looked at the Bacchus army formation that was slowly approaching 500 or 600 meters away, and seemed a little nervous.
Don't panic. Let Leofric move forward and close back.
Leon glared at Lisa Dillon, turned around and ordered. The messengers on the left and right waved the command flags. This is a plain area with a good view. Just use the command flags to send messages. The infantry on the right began to slowly move forward in formation, while the left wing paused for a few seconds before gradually retreating.
Why did your Majesty ask us to retreat? We haven't engaged in battle yet. Could it be that the messenger made a mistake?
In the Silver Hand array, Sigismund said to Close in confusion.
Even if we are wrong, we still have to obey orders.
Close held up his big sword and stepped back step by step. This is Close's greatest advantage. No matter how many doubts he has in his heart, he will resolutely obey the instructions. Sigismund had no choice but to retreat step by step with Close. If you look at the battlefield from the air, Liang's lineup has been adjusted to a diagonal distribution. The infantry on the right wing hung in front, while the left wing retreated 200 meters behind. This adjustment seemed like child's play, but strangely, the Bacchus Empire's military formation suddenly stopped moving. They no longer continued to move forward, but stopped and began to gather sideways. The 2 hedgehog-like phalanxes moved closer. The Immortal Legion in the middle also made the queue denser, and the cavalry behind them also began to spread out to both sides. This is a defensive stance.
They stopped? Why?
Lisa Dillon's face was confused. He neither understood why Leon asked Close to retreat, nor why the Bacchus stopped.
Ha ha ha. Because they have no confidence. They have no confidence at all to win.
Leon laughed and answered Saturn's question, then raised his sword and turned around and shouted.
Brothers, did you see it? They stopped. They were scared. Those cowards are no match for us. We only have to face one enemy. It's Emperor Marius under the opposite flag. Just an enemy. Everyone, charge with me. Ha!
Each team let out a war cry in unison, and the charging horn also sounded behind Liang at the same time.
You. The charge horn of the Lion Realm was urgent and loud. Leon stopped talking nonsense and took the lead directly towards the Emperor Marius, who was directly opposite. The distance between the 2 sides was about 400 meters, which was the most suitable distance for a cavalry charge. Alice accelerated to a running state after 30 meters, her golden ponytail flying at high speed. Leon glanced back. The soldiers behind him had bright eyes, either looking at himself or at the battle flag of Emperor Marius opposite. Very good. Morale is up. The infantry on both wings also began to move forward quickly. They were far away and should not be able to hear Liang's morale-boosting words, but they definitely knew what to do when the charge horn sounded to block the 2 wings and prevent the Bacchus from interrupting the cavalry charge. Leon did not look back and raised the lance in his hand. Of course, the Bacchus people stopped not because of fear. Liang just said this deliberately to boost morale. The reason why the Bacchus stopped was actually because of Liang's blind operation, which made Emperor Marius a little confused. He faced a neat military formation and approached him. As a result, the two wings reacted completely differently. Everyone felt that confused. With the cavalry as the central army, this is understandable. Marius also knew that Liang would definitely not want to fight with him. He had expected that Liang might gather a large number of cavalry to forcefully charge into the formation. So he asked Bacchus's army to move forward in order. This was both a test and a force. He wanted to force Liang to move the troops and use Liang's response to determine the specific tactics Liang would implement. In the end, Liang did respond. But Emperor Marius really didn't understand that Liang's troops on both wings were infantry. And it was not the cavalry that needed to increase the charging distance. What does it mean for the right wing to advance and the left wing to retreat? Is it possible that there are still ambushes somewhere? But this is a plain. However, after all, it was Liang on the other side. And Marius didn't believe that Liang was messing around. So he stopped and planned to observe again. But in fact, Liang was really messing around. Liang was not good at commanding large-scale battle formations. He had no experience in commanding nearly 10,000 people before. A battle of several hundred people was completely different from a large-scale battle involving 10,000 people. When facing Agathan yesterday, he had enough time and space, so he could set up an ambush and try to use the woodpecker tactic to double-team his opponent. But today was different. He had neither time nor confidence, so he had no intention of deploying any complicated tactics last night. It is very important to see yourself clearly. Most people lack sufficient understanding of themselves, but Liang knows himself very well. He knew his weaknesses. A modern man, a man who had never led a large army of 10,000 people before, could not possibly be better than the Marius Emperor, who had decades of experience in commanding large-scale battle formations. People are everywhere talking about war on paper. But when faced with a war involving tens of thousands of people, most people will just feel at a loss. Liang also knows what he is good at. Every smart game player is good at testing psychology and exploiting psychology. Liang asked Close to back off, which actually had no special meaning. He was just testing the Bacchus mentality in this way. If the Bacchus Empire continues to move forward unswervingly, it means that Emperor Marius has absolute confidence in defeating himself. But if Bacchus' army stops, the right time, right place, and right people, now that the right time and right place are fair to both parties, Liang will naturally seek to make peace. On the battlefield, the morale and belief of the troops are the greatest unity among people. Since Emperor Marius did not have the confidence to win, the other Bacchus people naturally did not have it either. In this way, Liang gained confidence, and he knew how to bring confidence to his subordinates. In the eyes of outsiders, the Bacchus were just marching and stopping in a normal manner. But on the battlefield, every action would bring a different mentality to the soldiers. The two states of marching forward and stopping were different. For soldiers, it is the difference between offense and defense. The difference between spear and shield. Under different conditions, soldiers' courage and morale are different. Following the coach to charge, the mentality and fighting spirit are also different compared to forming a defense. The former means that the coach is sure of victory, while the latter means that everything is uncertain. Of course, in fact, Liang was not sure of victory. But the soldiers didn't know that they only saw their own king rushing to the front, as if he was afraid that the enemy would run away. This is the tactic Liang wants to pursue. If this kind of psychological application can also be considered a tactic. In front of the formation of the Immortal Legion, Marius saw the oncoming cavalry. He couldn't see that far, but he could guess that the person rushing at the front must be Liang. Emperor Marius was stunned for a moment, then shook his head and smiled bitterly. I knew you would charge, but I really didn't expect you to charge now. Then, he raised his sword. Let Agathan attack. Spear array. Everyone, please be determined to fight to the death. Our cavalry will not reinforce us. I can only ask you to fight to the end. I will always stand among you. Honor is immortal. The empire is immortal. Emperor Marius was certainly aware of the ebb and flow of morale. He made the final mobilization in the short period of time before Liang's cavalry rushed over, and then stood under his own battle flag, holding a sword and shield. Immortality! The Immortal Legion also responded to their emperor with a uniform war cry. Subsequently, the two armies formally joined forces. Of course, Liang would not use cavalry to charge the spear formation. He also ignored the Bacchus infantry phalanx on both sides. but charged directly towards the Immortal Legion in the middle. But this is actually a very dangerous move. Marius would arrange this to induce Liang to attack his central army. The spear phalanx on both sides will limit Liang's battle line, and the crossbowmen can also deal damage on the sides, while the Bacchus cavalry in the back will protect the two wings and move towards both sides of Liang's cavalry. In other words, the cavalry led by Liang could not bypass the two phalanxes and break in from the side, and could only break through the Immortal Legion's array head-on. The width of the frontal array is only 200 meters, and the two infantry phalanxes will continue to fire crossbows. If it cannot quickly break through the Immortal Legion or force other Bacchus troops to make changes, then Liang's cavalry is likely to be forced to stop, and then be blocked by the Bacchus cavalry on both wings. This is also a woodpecker tactic. Of course, the Bacchus cavalry also had to defeat Liang's infantry following from both sides first. This is a contest of spears and shields between each other, and it is also a contest of determination and confidence. Chapter 395 The Price of Loyalty. Liang, who was leading the charge with a lance, was already about 100 meters away from the Immortal Legion array. This has already entered the range of the crossbowmen of the Bacchus Empire. The two infantry phalanxes constructed by the 2nd Legion of the Bacchus Empire fired crossbow bolts from the left and right sides of the Immortal Legion towards the center of the battlefield. The distance between these two battle formations is very important. They are 200 meters apart, allowing the crossbowmen to form crossfire. This is the traditional battle formation of the Bacchus Empire. The large shields and spears of the Bacchus Empire are never used to protect the center of the army, but are used to cover the crossbowmen. Just like the ear forts, protruding from both sides of the bastion, the phalanxes on both sides fired at oblique angles, and the Immortal Legion in the middle acted as a city wall to intercept. Charge towards the Legion of Immortals in the center, and you'll face all the firepower. But if you attack the two long contradictory formations on both sides, this requires heavy infantry like the Silver Hand to forcibly demolish it. Using cavalry to eat such hedgehogs will not end well. It is difficult to guard against crossbow arrows fired from an angle, especially in large-scale battles. Facing a locust-like rain of arrows, you must either rely on your equipment to carry it or pray that you will be favored by the goddess of luck. Fortunately, Liang brought a shield in this battle. This was not to deal with the fallen, facing the heavy crossbows of the Bacchus Empire. If he did not bring a shield, he would really be looking for death. The Noldor cavalry and the Horncall Rangers followed Liang. After rushing half the distance, they spread out to the left and right to make way for the middle position, and then drew their bows and fired at the Bacchus on the opposite side. This is not a conventional shooting. It is not cost-effective for the cavalry to shoot against the crossbowmen in the shield formation. This is just to suppress the opponent's long-range output as much as possible, so that more heavy cavalry can rush into the Bacchus formation. What rushed out from the space given by the mounted archers were the Griffin Knights, the Lion Lake City Heavy Cavalry, and the Lion Realm Cavalry. They accelerated behind the Noldor and formed a row of 60 people. And then passing the Noldor elves, he followed closely behind Liang. These heavily armed lancers are the main force in the battle. There was a gap of nearly 2 meters between each cavalryman. The cavalrymen in the back row were not following their comrades in the front row, but facing this gap. There is also a distance of about 20 meters between each row. This kind of lineup is actually a fish scale formation. All the space is left for the reaction distance of the war horses. If the cavalry in the front row is forced to stop or is shot over, the back row can continue to charge forward directly from the gap without being blocked by comrades. Heavy armor, lances, and fish scale charge are also the traditions of the fierce lion realm. In other words, this is the tradition of the kingdom of Pindar. The sound of horse hooves became the main theme of the entire battlefield, and Liang could no longer hear other sounds in his ears. In his eyes, there was no other picture, only the battle flag of the Bacchus Empire getting closer and closer on the opposite side. He leaned down, hid his head behind Alice's neck, and shrank his body as much as possible under the protection of the shield. The crossbow arrows kept flying past him, and from time to time, they struck his shield and armor, causing slight shocks. When he rushed in front of the Immortal Legion, more than a dozen crossbow bolts were already inserted into Liang's shield and Alice's horse armor, and 2 were also inserted into the armor on the shoulders and crotch. There was some blood on the side of Alice's neck, and Liang also had some skin injuries on his shoulders and thighs. But fortunately, they were all minor injuries. As a king, of course his men and horses wore the best quality Noldor enchanted armor. Most of the crossbow arrows failed to penetrate this equipment. After all, they were shot from a distance of 100 or 200 meters. But the cavalry behind Liang did not have such good equipment. just by rushing through the more than 100 meters of range in front of the immortal array. Dozens of cavalry, including men and horses, were shot down, especially among the first line of cavalry. Only half of them could still follow Leon closely. Leon knew that if he charged head-on like this, the losses would be huge. But Leon also knew that as long as he could successfully rush to Maria's side, charging into the Chinese army would be the way to minimize losses in the end. Now Leon had seen Emperor Marius right in front of him, holding a flag and looking at him. The two looked at each other on the dangerous battlefield. There seems to be no one else in each other's eyes. The soldiers of the Immortal Legion had already poured forward dozens of meters. They did not wait stupidly for the cavalry to charge. Instead, they lined up forward and threw their broad-bladed spears in the face of Liang's lance. This is the correct way to respond. The shield wall alone cannot actually stop the heavy cavalry. Only by causing more damage to the cavalry in the front row and causing it to form an obstacle to the cavalry in the rear row can the impact of the large-scale cavalry be truly slowed down. Liang did not dodge the incoming spear. This kind of dodge on the battlefield is actually useless. He just put the shield in his left hand in front of him, leveled the lance, and continued to move forward at high speed. Boom! Crack! The lance shattered, and the brittle wooden pole in front of the gun handle almost exploded into slag. An immortal was pierced by the tip of the gun and flew back several meters. Then, the sound of lances breaking was heard, and blood splashed everywhere like big waves hitting rocks. Liang's shield was also pierced by the spear, and the tip of the spear pierced Liang's arm. Hiss dada hiss! Alice underneath her neighed rapidly, and another spear pierced its chest, swaying as it ran. But Alice still didn't slow down. It was still charging forward. Leon threw away the handle of the lance, leaned over and pulled out the throwing spear from Alice's chest. He used the throwing spear as a short spear and stabbed it into the throat of an immortal who was raising his sword in front of him. Then, violent vibrations came. Alice has crashed into the shield wall of the Immortal Legion. A sword blade created dazzling sparks on Alice's horse armor, and there was also an uncomfortable feeling on the side of Leon's leg as the metal rubbed against the leggings. But Leon ignored it. Now, he ignores any jab that doesn't come from the front. Naturally, other comrades will deal with the enemies on the side and behind. He just needs to move forward. Draw your sword. Forward. After breaking through 3 layers of shield walls and knocking away more than a dozen people, Alice's speed slowed down. But she was still not forced to stop, because Alice has always taken the initiative to ram into the shield. In fact, this is the least vulnerable way for a war horse to be harmed, and the easiest way to break through the shield wall. However, ordinary war horses can easily avoid or instinctively avoid or break through a huge shield after seeing it. Deflection direction. Alice was not blindfolded, but it ignored all interference. Liang asked it to move forward, and it kept moving forward. Probably horses, like people, often rely not on strength, but on wisdom and determination. In the eyes of ordinary people, Alice's golden-maned horse is not the best charging horse, because it is not the strongest in all aspects. It is not as explosive as a thoroughbred horse. Its endurance is not as good as the Jata horse. Its impact is not as good as the Chungha Town gelding. And its agility, the extent, and speed are not as good as those of Nodoma. But Leon always felt that Alice was the best, because Alice's horse is much smarter and tougher than ordinary horses. It can detect what Leon wants to do, has complete trust in Leon, can avoid the greatest danger on its own, and can endure the pain to complete what Leon wants to do. It doesn't even deviate a little bit after being hit by a spear. For a war horse, what could be better than this? Leon has broken through the shield wall of the Immortal Legion. The cavalry behind them have also rushed into the Bacchus array. The sound of lances cracking resounded throughout the world. And then the sound of swords and shields being handed over drowned out the roar of horse hooves. As we got closer, the flag of Emperor Marius was just 30 meters away, and Marius himself still stood under the flag without taking a step back. But at this time, Alice did not continue to rush, but suddenly jumped up high. Leon also saw it, and 2 rows of extremely long spears appeared in front of him. This is the type of horse fighting gun that is 5 meters long. These anti-horse guns should have been arranged urgently after Leon launched the charge. There were only 2 rows, dozens of them in total, all in front of the battle flag of Emperor Marius. These 2 rows of anti-horse guns were mounted on large shields and pointed diagonally at a very small angle. The height of the gun tips was about 1.2 meters, which was the height of the chest and abdomen of the war horses. If the war horse rushes over, The spear tip will be tilted upward due to the impact after piercing the horse's chest. And the people on the horse will also be strung together. Standing under the banner, beside Marius, stood a large number of two-handed swordsmen who were waiting to attack. They were also immortals. But they did not hold shields. Instead, they all held two-handed swords and stood ready. Of course, the array of the Bacchus Empire is not that easy to break through. Just this ability to quickly arrange multi-level interceptions has shown their super discipline. The spear formations and crossbows on both sides came from the tacit cooperation of Bacchus's Second Legion. The spear-throwing team rushing forward to meet the attack. The three-layer shield wall. The two rows of carbine rifles protected by the shield wall. And the two-handed swordsmen under the battle flag were preparing to attack. All this was the minute after Leon launched the charge. Finished layout inside. The battlefield efficiency of the Immortal Legion is higher than Leon imagined. Moreover, those two rows of rifles were very insidious because they were blocked by shield walls. The Bacchus deliberately moved the three shield walls 20 meters forward in order to prevent Leon's cavalry from seeing the position of these rifles. I'm afraid most of the cavalry will be hit if they rush here. But Alice didn't get hit. She cleverly jumped over the first row of rifles, then landed heavily, and came to a sudden stop. The clever little mare was finally forced to stop. And this leap would probably twist the horse's hoof as she stepped on the gun shaft. But at least, she avoided herself and her master from being pierced by the spear. And Leon did not waste Alice's spiritual leap. Before Alice landed, Leon leaped out from the horse, and used the final inertia that Alice brought to him to fly towards his final goal. Emperor Marius was behind the two rows of horse guns. Alice jumped over the first row, and Leon used the momentum to fly over the second row. They are indeed like-minded partners. Leon! Emperor Marius raised his head in surprise, looked at Leon flying out from the horse, and clenched the sword in his hand. Everyone, attack! The position where Leon landed was less than 10 meters away from Marius. Marius did not panic. He still stood calmly and let the two-handed swordsmen around him attack. But then, his expression changed drastically, because the two-handed swordsman did not obey orders. Your Majesty! Retreat quickly! Protect your Majesty! The immortals around Marius swarmed in. But instead of attacking forward, they blocked the Emperor Marius. Don't mess around! Maintain the military formation! Cough, cough. Cough! Light up the swords! Push forward! Marius shouted loudly. But the immortals did not do as he asked. Most of them didn't hear Marius's voice. They were just focused on protecting His Majesty the Emperor. The immortals crowded in front of Emperor Marius, even completely blocking Marius' sight. In fact, Leon can't hurt Emperor Marius now. The enchanted armor on his body is very light, and he was not thrown when he flew out. However, as soon as he hit the ground, he was surrounded by several immortals and imperial mortal guards. He could only roll and crawl around and swing around. Cut. Basically, he relied on his Kaijian sword to resist, and it was not easy to stand firm. The cavalry behind him were intercepted by horse rifles. Many soldiers and horses were penetrated, and the cavalry behind him were also blocked. No one could support him for the time being. But Leon was so close to Marius. Marius himself was not afraid. He did not move at all because he knew that he would not be in danger. If the Immortal Legion can maintain its military formation at this time, take advantage of the opportunity when Liang's first few rows of cavalry are stopped to form a sword array and push forward, and continue to deploy horse-repelling guns, it is very likely to intercept Liang's side step by step. Most of the cavalry charge. When faced with a cavalry charge, the infantry cannot actually retreat, let alone cause chaos, as long as you intercept the first few columns of the opponent's cavalry, and then continue to press forward steadily, cutting down the horses of the cavalry in front, so that the injured horses pile up and cannot be dispersed. Then the opponent's subsequent cavalry rushing over can only turn and avoid. Even if the cavalry keeps moving forward with determination, the horse will turn on its own unless the horse's eyes are blindfolded. Once the cavalry turns to avoid it, it will cause a chain reaction and the lineup will be disrupted. Even the fish scale formation will not work well in this situation. But now, the Immortals' military formation is in chaos. Just because Liang rushed to a place less than 10 meters away from Marius alone. Emperor Marius overlooked one small thing after all. He ignored that he personally gave Leon the reputation of a devil a few years ago. At that time, Leon was still a young baron. But Emperor Marius and Justice described Leon as an extremely terrifying monster. A hero who was invincible. A sword master with 3 heads and 6 arms. And a monster that could eat 5 children in one meal. If it were someone else flying over like this, The immortals might not take it too seriously, and just send a few people to swarm them. But Emperor Marius looked at the man flying over and shouted, "Leon." Moreover, looking at the bravery and fearless determination of this guy, when he took the lead in charging into the battle, every immortal felt that this guy was indeed an unbeatable sword master. Otherwise, who has ever seen a king rushing to the front? What the hell is different? A sword master who can kill anyone he wants to kill is less than 10 meters away from Emperor Marius? Of course the immortals are panicking. Ah ha ha ha! Your Majesty Marius! I'm coming! Why don't you retreat? Leon shouted with the loudest voice. And the volume of one person almost drowned out the hundreds of people. There were already hundreds of immortals piled in front of Emperor Marius. They all had two-handed swords. So they used their bodies as shields in front of Marius. This is the result that Leon wants to cause by forcing the battle. Marius was a well-liked man who was admired and admired. It's a good idea to make a fool of yourself. It is true that Marius himself could do everything without panic. But his immortals could not. These loyal defenders would be driven by their subconscious. It is the instinct of all animals, including humans, to protect the weak, and it is the duty of the Immortal Legion to protect the Emperor. They messed up when they shouldn't have. In fact, Leon is currently resisting with difficulty, and a large group of immortals and Imperial Mortal Guards have already surrounded him. The fact that he did not swarm directly is actually relying on his reputation as a sword master. Leon just relied on his good equipment to carry it, and he already had several wounds on his body. But this does not stop him from continuing to scare the immortals. You can't stop me! There was another wound on Liang's body, and the Noldor's enchanted armor could not block the immortal's blade. But he still kept slashing, and he seemed to be getting more energetic as he fought. Several immortals have died under his sword. Stay in military formation. Leave me alone. He can't hurt me. Cough, 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 cough. Emperor Marius shouted at the top of his lungs, and then coughed hard. There's no way to stop a cough on the battlefield. The immortals protecting Emperor Marius began to retreat slowly, and Emperor Marius's flag also began to retreat. The immortals held Emperor Marius back a little, hoping to keep Marius, who currently had no fighting power, away from Leon. Retreating to protect the seriously ill Emperor was an instinctive reaction, and certainly not a mistake. But as soon as they retreated, the situation became serious. Ha! He! Charge! Liang's troops suddenly let out an astonishing roar. The continuously charging team brought unimaginable pressure to the Bacchus at this moment, and the soaring morale was almost visible to the naked eye. Following Liang's order, they all kept looking at the battle flag of Emperor Marius. But now, the battle flag retreated. What does this mean? It means victory is at hand. No wonder His Majesty Leon wanted to lead the charge himself. It turned out that the enemy was vulnerable. With such thoughts, anyone's morale will skyrocket. Most people probably feel that they can fight at least 10. They actually didn't know that Leon was the one in danger. They can't see Leon who has fallen. But most Bacchus don't know either. They only saw Emperor Marius' battle flag retreating. Leon finally got the ebb and flow of morale he wanted. This is the price of loyalty. The immortals who were loyal to Emperor Marius personally turned the balance of this battle in favor of Leon. The immortals in the front row were quickly forced back, and a few cavalrymen finally rushed to Leon. They were lucky enough not to be poked by the horse rifle. Seeing that there was a new force around Leon, the immortals took Emperor Marius and his flag and began to retreat faster. Keep rushing! Leave me alone! There were scarlet wounds on Liang's chest and abdomen, but he still waved his sword and shield and shouted loudly. Do you still remember my order? Charge forward! Chapter 396, Who is the Real Enemy? The Immortal Legion was defeated. Sometimes, soldiers are defeated on the battlefield not because they cannot fight, nor because they are not brave enough, but because of concerns. There are no cowards in the Immortal Legion. While they protected Emperor Marius from retreating, they also left groups of soldiers behind with their lives. These warriors waved their swords in the face of the charging cavalry, trying to trade their lives for time and space so that other comrades could take their emperor away from the battlefield. The rear troops were almost certain to die in this situation, but they did not mind dying on the battlefield. They only feared that His Majesty Marius would be harmed. These are loyal and brave warriors. However, Leon knew that Emperor Marius did not actually want to leave the battlefield. Leon was even sure that Emperor Marius would have preferred to die here. Like these immortals, this emperor originally tried to use his own life to buy time and space for the Bacchus Empire. The emperor was worried about the future of the empire and wanted to preserve the vitality of the empire as much as possible. He dragged his sick body to personally command and used his body as bait to lure the enemy into battle. The soldiers, worried about the emperor's safety, abandoned the array and evacuated as shield masters. The reality is often like this. They are all noble decisions, and they are all correct decisions, but they cannot get the desired results. At this moment, the side of the battlefield, General Agathon was running wildly along the perimeter of the battlefield with 3,000 light cavalry. Emperor Marius ordered Agathon to attack when Liang just launched his charge. Agathon's original mission was to lead the light cavalry that were not suitable for head-on confrontation to attack Liang at the fastest speed while Liang launched the charge. Rear. As for where to attack specifically, Emperor Marius could let Agathon freely attack the river city, go to Serennes to cut off Liang's food route, or go around behind Liang's army to cooperate with the main army in a pincer attack. Good choice. Agathon was best at raiding and fighting, and Emperor Marius knew the strengths of his favorite generals very well. But after all, Emperor Marius misjudged the mentality of his soldiers. If the central army of the Immortal Legion withstood the impact, and if Marius' battle flag did not retreat even a step, Agathon would definitely go around the flanks of the battlefield to the rear of Liang and do what he should do. But the problem is, the Immortal Legion has retreated, retreating with the banner of Emperor Marius. Agathon was on the side of the battlefield. He could not see the overall situation, but he could see the battle flag of Emperor Marius. Based on Agathon's understanding of Emperor Marius, Marius's central army's battle flag would never retreat unless it was really unable to stop the enemy. But the Chinese army was led by His Majesty Marius himself. Why could it not be stopped so quickly? His Majesty Marius has experienced hundreds of battles and fought all his life. He has been defeated before, but it was because the difference in strength was too great. He has never lost in a peer-to-peer contest. Moreover, even with a weak force against an enemy several times his own, His Majesty Marius had no precedent of retreating so quickly. Has something happened to your Majesty? At this time, Agatha's face was full of confusion. Are you continuing to carry out the tasks assigned by His Majesty Marius? Or to rescue His Majesty Marius? If they continue to attack the periphery, no one can stop these 3,000 light cavalry. They can completely bypass the battlefield and directly cut off the supply line behind Liang, eventually forcing Liang to retreat. But even if Liang retreats, it will be after the end of today's battle. The Immortal Legion, which is currently retreating, and Emperor Marius are likely to be overwhelmed by Liang's cavalry. If we go to rescue His Majesty Marius now, then these 3,000 cavalry will still have a chance to hold back Liang's subsequent heavy cavalry, which can help Emperor Marius alleviate the current crisis, and maybe allow the Immortal Legion to regain its footing. But these 3,000 light cavalry were the military police and security guards recruited urgently by Emperor Marius. That is, mounted police. They were not suitable for carrying on the frontal battlefield. And these are all light cavalry. If you use light cavalry to fight against the heavy cavalry that has already increased its speed, the losses will be staggering. But His Majesty Marius. More important. Agathon hesitated for a while, and finally made a difficult decision. Brothers, charge with me! The 3,000 Qingqi turned around and moved towards the center of the battlefield. Since they had already rushed forward for a while, their current position was already some distance away from the central army of immortals, and they could not directly rescue them. Therefore, Agathon led his light cavalry to cut into the battlefield from the side, and then tried to pursue Liang's heavy cavalry team. It's almost suicidal, because there are still 2 cavalry and archery troops holding down the formation in the center of the battlefield. Nolder elves and horn summon rangers. The lancers had already charged into the Bacchus formation, and the 2 cavalry and archery units had been projecting cover and fell to the rear. Seeing Agathon's light cavalry change direction, both Eilendil and Ralph realized what this force wanted to do, and they also made the same reaction to intercept them head-on. The individual combat capabilities of the Nolder elves and rangers can defeat these Bacchus light cavalry, and their equipment level far exceeds that of these temporary mounted police. As soon as the 2 sides came into contact, a large number of people fell on their backs, and most of them fell. It's Bacchus. But Agathon was still firmly pursuing the battle flag of Emperor Marius. He led more than 100 Iron Ring centurions to fight hard, trying to penetrate the obstacles of the rangers and intercept some of the heavy cavalry behind them. The battlefield has completely turned into a melee as Liang imagined. Now there are no enemies around Liang. The heavy cavalry continued to move forward in pursuit of Emperor Marius' battle flag. The charging horses knocked away most of the enemies around Liang. The other immortals also gave up besieging Liang, and instead tried to intercept and chase Emperor Marius' battle flag. Go cavalry. But they lost their orderly formation and their stable mentality. This small-scale interception could only make them all fall under the hooves of the horses. Of course, they still played a big role. They, and the two-handed swordsman, who stayed behind, successfully slowed down the charge of the heavy cavalry and prevented the entire legion from collapsing. Agathon's light cavalry charge also prevented Liang's troops from pursuing the victory, and the heavy cavalry could not continue to charge too far. The subsequent pursuit could only be left to the Horncall Rangers and the Nolder Rangers for mounted shooting and oppression. But this was only possible with the sacrifice of thousands of people. Agathon relied on the sacrifice of the light cavalry and the fierce fighting of the Iron Ring Centurions to rush back to the central army array, and presided over the Immortal Legion to maintain the retreat order. Since the cavalry and archery troops failed to pursue, the army of the Bacchus Empire regained discipline after Emperor Marius was out of danger, and blocked layers of obstacles under the command of Agathon to slow down the heavy cavalry. Therefore, the heavy cavalry that rushed into the battle failed to completely overwhelm the Bacchus. Nor did they completely throw the opponent into chaos. The hardy reverse-rolling B-curtain state did not appear, and the heavy cavalry ultimately failed to rush to the front of Emperor Marius under the flag. But in any case, this battle has been won and the stable array has been lost. The Bacchus cannot counterattack and can only continue to retreat until they retreat to the hilly areas before they get a chance to regain their position. Liang struggled to get up from the ground. His chest, abdomen, legs and hips were all injured. He was actually just gritting his teeth and persisting. If the Immortals besieged him for a few more minutes, he would definitely not be able to withstand it. There were constant cavalry rushing past him. In order to avoid being accidentally injured by his own people, Liang did not move, but just raised his sword and pointed forward. The banner of Emperor Marius had retreated further and further away. The long contradiction formations on both sides were also retreating, and the crossbow arrows that were flying everywhere gradually disappeared. Alice jumped over on 3 legs. One of her front hooves was twisted after the previous jump, and she did not dare to step firmly on the ground. But the little mare still nudged Liang with her head, trying to get Liang to ride on the horse. Liang put down the sword in his hand and stroked Alice's head. The battle is over. There is no need to direct now. One man and one horse stood like this, watching other troops rush past them, or chase the battle flag from the side that was getting farther and farther away. It was getting late, and the battlefield in Salem Wasteland calmed down. Bacchus' army retreated 30 miles and recamped in the hilly area north of Salem village. Liang's light cavalry was hindered by Agathon. The heavy cavalry and heavy infantry could not continue to pursue for too long. They could only withdraw their troops to prepare and clean the battlefield, and then set up camp in the Bacchus camp yesterday. The place where they camped was the battlefield that Liang originally planned. In this battle, more than 400 of Liang's men were killed and more than 400 were injured. Most of the casualties came from the first wave of heavy cavalry charges. As for the Bacchus Empire, more than 2,000 people died in the battle alone. This is the number of corpses on the battlefield. As for the injured, everyone who survived was evacuated. But I don't know how many were injured. Nearly half of the light cavalry led by Agathon died in the battle, and thousands of horses were left behind. The Immortal Legion also left more than 800 corpses for the newly established kingdom of Pendor. This was certainly a brilliant victory. It was a great victory achieved against the strongest country in the continent with equal combat power. In terms of the strength of both sides, it was 7,005 against 10,000, and the new Pendor kingdom was still slightly at a disadvantage. Moreover, the significance of this battle is far greater than the casualties currently reflected. This victory means that no country can hinder the new Pendor kingdom from conquering the continent, if it is willing. In Liang's military tent, everyone was rejoicing. Even the lord who was injured on the battlefield was smiling. Your Majesty, we can take advantage of the victory and pursue it all the way to Siyuan City. Ralph was slightly injured. When he intercepted Agatha, he was hit by a spear thrown by an Iron Ring Centurion. This was also the main reason why they failed to keep Agatha. If it weren't for the Iron Ring Centurion, the captains used spears to clear the way and protected Agathon as they rushed back to the Bacchus Empire's central army. The Bacchus Empire may not be able to organize an orderly retreat. Liang smiled and said nothing. He was not so optimistic. The war with the Bacchus Empire has just begun. The Bacchus Empire is the most populous country in the Pendor continent. After occupying half of Dexia, its territory is currently the largest in the continent. The outcome of a battle cannot make such a country lose its will to fight, but will defeat it. Awake. From now on, the Bacchus will completely regard them as weaklings, and they will begin to truly defend their strongholds and resist. The hard battle is still to come. But Liang didn't say anything to dampen the mood.
The brothers now have the confidence to win, which is a good thing. As long as he, the leader, doesn't get carried away by victory. So when it's time to celebrate, just celebrate. Just don't have any banquets.
That's fine.
I didn't bring any wine with me on this expedition.
Report. Your Majesty. There is a messenger from the Bacchus Empire asking to see someone who owes you a debt.
At nightfall, a Nolda ranger entered the military tent and reported.
Are there any envoys again? Why does Emperor Marius always like to send people at night? Doesn't he still want to make a battle?
The military tent fell silent, and Leoffric complained.
It's definitely not a fight this time. It's probably for peace talks. Let him in. It should be Agathon.
Leon shook his head and stood up again to sit on the main seat. The person who came was indeed Agathon. There was a slap mark on the general's face. It looked like he had just been taught a lesson. Leon could guess who taught him a lesson, and why he was taught a lesson. If Agathon resolutely cuts off Liang's food route when Leon launches a charge, then even if the Immortal Legion is completely wiped out, Leon will be forced to withdraw. Moreover, Agathon used light cavalry that were not highly armed and well-trained to fight in a melee with the Noldor troops, thus causing greater losses. Emperor Marius would probably be very distressed.
Liangi. Your Majesty Leon. I'm here to negotiate peace.
Agathon was obviously not used to calling Leon his Majesty, and he changed his mind after saying,
Your Majesty, I thought you were here to pay off a debt. Don't forget the 8 dragon tears.
Looking at Agathon's serious face, Leon tried to speak more relaxedly.
I've looked for dragon tears, but I can't find them. I can only keep this debt.
A smile appeared on Agathon's face, probably because he remembered the sword that stabbed Liang at Chicha Fortress and the unpalatable meal Liang treated him to.
Okay, you owe me what you owe. Just don't default on the debt. You said you want to negotiate for peace? But I just won a big victory, so it doesn't seem like a good time for you to come to negotiate for peace.
Leon said half seriously and half jokingly.
I don't want to come either. But this is His Majesty Marius' order.
Agathon subconsciously touched the finger marks on his face.
I have to tell you that a few days ago, after you asked General Sulla to bring back the Shadow Army's people, General Creon had already left Sava River Fort, marching towards the Lion City territory.
Leon watched Agathon remain silent for a few seconds, and then smiled.
This is inevitable. I will send troops to attack the Bacchus Empire. As an empire general, Creon must of course also send troops to my kingdom.
He said it very easily, but Leon actually felt very uncomfortable. He had solved the Red Death together with Creon, and Creon had also led the Knights of the Shining Cross to help clean up the undead troops in the Lion City. They should not have been enemies in the first place.
Are you going to return to the army for defense? Creon is not easy to deal with. And he knows that His Majesty Amy is resettling the refugees in Lucian Lake.
Agathon asked.
If Creon would attack farmers and refugees, then he would not be Creon. Why should I worry? On the contrary, you should worry about the current situation. You have suffered too many casualties, and can no longer hold Cullendear Castle.
Leon shook his head and said,
His Majesty Marius probably didn't ask you to tell me about Creon. Right. You'd better tell me the exact words of Emperor Marius.
Leon knew very well what kind of person Marius was. The Emperor would never threaten anyone with the safety of farmers or refugees. This must be Agathon's own initiative. Sure enough, Agathon sighed, glanced at Rasadalin next to Leon, and then turned around and said,
The original words Your Majesty asked me to convey are, the Bacchus Empire has suffered heavy losses, and the Noldor Forest the fire has been extinguished. Can the elves think rationally now? Our real enemies are laughing at our stupidity and fighting each other.
The military tent became silent, and Rasadalin and Eilendil stood up at the same time. Leon also stood up.
Snake-worshipping cult? It's not just the snake cult. Your Majesty Leon, you may know that Kairos' whole family is in the hands of the snake cult, and both father and son need the blood of the Noldor elves to maintain their lives. So they will trigger a war between us.
Agathon nodded and said,
What caused them to become like this was a strange man wearing a mask. This strange man caused a disaster in Dillenport. The reason why General Sulla was a few days late in catching Antony this is because of the terrible disaster that occurred in Dillenport. Many buried dead people were resurrected,
and thousands of living people all died in an instant. Az to Haka. Kabbalah.
Liang's expression changed.
Where is His Majesty Marius?
I want to see him. Chapter 397 Immortal Mortal. It was light rain in the early morning on August 10th. 358 years of the Pandey calendar. I went with His Majesty Leon to meet Emperor Marius of the Bacchus Empire. His Majesty Leon went down in a hurry, and he didn't even bring many guards. I originally thought that your Majesty went to the enemy's military camp to meet the enemy's emperor in such a hurry, so that both parties could quickly reach an understanding to deal with a more powerful enemy. I thought that this negotiation would be full of cunning games and exchanges, just like your Majesty has done many times. But unexpectedly, this was not a negotiation at all. Just a farewell between friends. His Majesty Leon left in such a hurry. Actually just to rush to see the friend who might die at any time for the last time. He was a haggard, thin, dying old man. Perhaps an addict. I smelled a strong smell of opium from him. But His Majesty Leon said that this drug addict, the word was crossed out, emperor was both his opponent and his friend, and the most powerful enemy in the entire continent. I don't quite understand His Majesty Liang's definition of powerful. I have been following His Majesty, and I know how terrifying Aziz Dahaka, also known as Kavala, is. I always thought that gods and demons like Kavala were the most powerful enemies in the entire continent. But His Majesty Leon did not think so. His Majesty told me that Emperor Marius had always been a person who created life for Bacchus, and a destroyer like Kavala could not compare with him. His Majesty said that Emperor Marius was the most powerful emperor in the entire continent for hundreds of years. But he was born at the wrong time. I don't quite understand why a person who can't even save his own life would be a person who creates life. I don't quite understand why the most powerful emperor, who controls the most powerful country, failed to unify the continent. What exactly does His Majesty Leon mean by powerful? Excerpted from Diary of the New Pindar Fields by Rasadalin Ano. In the early morning, Leon took Alina and Risa Dillon to Salem village. Emperor Marius is currently in the village of Salem, which is currently the territory of the Bacchus Empire. Bacchus's military camp is not far to the north of Salem village. In other words, Leon passed through Bacchus's military camp and was behind the enemy army. This is of course a very dangerous move, and Leon only brought his own Nolder guards. But Leon knew that he would not be in danger, because he knew that since Emperor Marius sent Agathaeon to sue for peace, he did not want to deepen the hatred between him and the Nolder elves, nor did he want this war to continue. On the contrary, Augustin was more nervous. He led a team of people to follow Leon closely, not because he was afraid that Leon would suddenly do something wrong, but to protect Liang's safety. The Bacchus army is currently full of wounded soldiers. It is estimated that many people do not like Leon. If something happens to Leon at this time, it will ultimately bring real disaster to both countries. There are currently few residents in Salem village. When the Bacchus Empire took back Carandir Castle, Anson took away most of the residents in this area. Most of the houses in the village are empty and look a little dilapidated. But Leon was taken into a military tent by Agathaeon. Emperor Marius did not occupy any private houses, even though most of the houses here were empty. This was obviously due to years of habit. His large army did not enter the village, but camped in the north of the village. This is probably to prevent large-scale troops from entering places where civilians live. Even though there are not many residents in the village, the military tent of Emperor Marius was large, but without any decoration. It is basically as simple as Liang's commonly used military tent. Inconspicuous, but very spacious. Leon did not take off his sword, and no one asked Leon to take off his sword. He just entered the military tent of Emperor Marius. After entering the military tent, what Leon saw was a skinny old man leaning on a camp bed, wearing an immortal officer's armor and holding his championship helmet in his arms. His small stove was still placed on the table in front of him, and a delicate copper kettle was steaming on the stove. After seeing Leon, Emperor Marius smiled slightly and waved to Leon gently like an ordinary old man meeting a familiar junior. It's like yesterday's war never happened. Leon, as you may have guessed, I originally planned to die on the battlefield. That is the best destination for me. Today's Emperor Marius looks extremely weak. It seems that yesterday's battle has exhausted his little energy. Your Majesty, this is also a battlefield, and you are still wearing the immortal armor. Leon stepped forward and sat in front of Marius like a junior. Likewise, it was as if he had not charged towards Emperor Marius at all yesterday. As if yesterday's battle had nothing to do with the two of them. Rasadalin and Augustin stood on both sides of the entrance to the military tent with clear distinctions on the left and right. Several immortals, who were originally serving as guards in the military tent, also consciously hid in the corner. Alina looked around, shook her head, walked to the table, picked up the kettle,
and prepared to pour water for the two kings.
Actually, the name Immortal was given by Justice. I originally planned to name this legion the Legion of Mortals. Mortals are mortal. But Justice said that the name had no deterrent effect at all. So he played a trick word play. In fact, the mortal guards of the Empire are the true meaning of immortality.
Note: Emperor Marius stroked the tassel of the champion's helmet in his arms, and smiled like a retired uncle next door.
I never thought that I was an immortal. I was just a mortal guard of the Empire. A mortal who would eventually die.
Leon shook his head gently.
You shouldn't say such unlucky words. I'm dying. Leon,
Emperor Marius said calmly.
Only weak people will paralyze themselves with auspicious words. I am not a person who is afraid of death. I will happily accept my fate.
As he said that, he glanced at Alina.
Luciana, don't pour the water. The wine is warm on the table. How can you not drink when your friends are here?
He called Alina by her original name. Alina was about to bring 2 water glasses. She was stunned when she heard this, and turned to look at Leon. Leon also turned his head and glanced. And then he caught a glimpse of a box of black paste on the table. He could realize what it was. Opium is indeed a commonly used drug by doctors in this era. And Anson usually prepares a lot of it. It is mainly used for cough and analgesia or to relieve those incurable diseases. To put it simply, it is used to treat serious illnesses that cannot be treated, die a relatively easy death, and avoid torture. So Leon nodded.
Indeed. We should pour wine.
Alina was silent for a while, then poured out the water in the cup and replaced it with warm red wine in the copper kettle on the stove. Then she stood behind Emperor Marius, just as she had done in Siyuan City.
Leon, there are too many people in this world who long for immortality. If you conquer the entire continent in the future, will you try to make yourself immortal?
Marius held the wine glass, added opium to his glass in front of Leon, and then continued the previous topic.
I'm not sure I haven't conquered the continent yet. Who knows what will happen in the future?
Leon smiled honestly.
But like you, no matter what happens in the future, I will happily accept my fate. Ha ha ha. Shouldn't a young man like you pursue controlling one's own destiny or changing one's own destiny? You actually accept the arrangement of fate like an old man like me?
Emperor Marius laughed.
Because I'm not that kind of weak person.
Leon also smiled and said,
What is fate? What we can change and what we cannot change. What has changed and what remains unchanged. What I can choose and what I cannot choose. What I have mastered and what I cannot control. This all results are fate. Of course I have to accept it. Because that is the final result after I have tried my best. Ha ha ha. That's right. Only weak people will clamor all day long to change their unfair fate.
Emperor Marius raised his head and smiled even more happily.
I want power because I am humble. And I want immortality because I am short-lived. People in the world always think that the so-called resistance to fate is a sign of strength. But in fact it is just dissatisfaction with desire. It seems that you already know about Kavala? That King Pandey has been fighting against fate. What he wants is eternal power and immortality.
Leon realized that Emperor Marius probably knew something about Kavala. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been feeling emotional.
I do know something. I know that you have something to do with him. I guess you had something to do with him during the year or so when you disappeared. Right. Can you first tell me the story of what you experienced during that year or so?
Marius nodded and looked at Leon, like an elder who was going to listen to his children's travel experiences.
This matter begins with the civil war between the gods of Pender and the Sindarin elves.
Leon began to tell his experience and things about Kavala and the snake worship cult as concisely as possible.
It seems that even though he is sealed in a distant temple, Kavala can still drive the snake cult to provoke a war between us. Unless the snake cult is completely wiped out, the world will never have peace.
Emperor Marius sighed with emotion after listening to the story for half the morning.
He pursues power and immortality to the extreme, and wants to be the only god. He is the bravest coward. Your Majesty Marius, I don't quite understand. If Kairos and his son provoked a dispute between elves and humans because they were afraid of death, and called them cowards, I can understand it. But why is it that Kavala is such a terrible character? Coward?
Lisa Dillon suddenly asked.
Risatolin, is your name like this? I know you. Your name was written by Creon on the list of
those who made outstanding contributions to controlling the Red Death.
And I personally ordered you to eliminate the murder of nobles. The crime?
Emperor Marius looked at Risatolin.
You are a brave and fearless assassin. And you are an elf with a long life. So you may not realize it. Because he is afraid that life will be short. He is afraid of losing power. He is afraid of being abandoned by the gods. And he is afraid of being forgotten after completing his mission. He is afraid of everything. So he will pursue to become the only god even if the whole world is plunged into turmoil. Even if he framed his comrades who supported him as the supreme king. Even if he destroyed everything. Such people are not mortals. But they are indeed cowards.
Liang explained.
Even now that he is sealed. He still has not given up his pursuit. So he is a brave coward. The fire in the Noldor forest was set by Kairos and his son. Although they were forced to do nothing. They were indeed cowards. So I gave their heads to you.
Emperor Marius continued.
But I know that the blood of their father and son is far from enough to extinguish the anger of the elves. The soldiers of the Empire burned the forest. This is a fact. I can't explain it. So I can only fight this with you.
A battle. I originally planned to either die on the battlefield or repulse your attack. Because I know that both results will prevent you from continuing to attack the territory of Bacchus.
Liang nodded. That was indeed the case. The forest was burned before. And Liang tried his best to get the Noldor elves not to be impulsive for the time being. If Liang didn't fight this battle with Bacchus, all the elves would take revenge on their own. So this battle must be fought. But if Marius died in battle, and died in Liang's charge, then the Bacchus would definitely resist Liang's troops with the same hatred. Liang would have to retreat even if he won a big victory. Marius obviously understood Liang. With Liang's character. Of course, he won't fight against the mourning soldiers. Of course. If Marius repelled Liang's attack yesterday, then there is nothing more to say.
However, now that you have won a great victory, and the Empire has paid a heavy price, you should be able to listen to my explanation calmly. We should not continue to fight. Otherwise we will only let the real enemy take advantage. I know you want food. So I can give you the food from Bashi City.
After Emperor Marius finished speaking, he looked at Liang and then at Rasadalin.
Do you accept it?
Liang looked at Emperor Marius and smiled.
If you had won the battle yesterday, then you would definitely continue to march to Changha City and then negotiate peace with us. Right? Of course. If you were me, you would do the same thing.
Emperor Marius took it for granted.
No matter what, I have to consider the interests of Bacchus. That's true. So, what exactly happened to Dilingang?
Liang also knew that Emperor Marius was telling the truth. And if he could get food, there was really no need to continue the attack. The Lion Realm was beaten to a pulp before. And what it needs most now is to regain its strength. If it hadn't been for the burning of the Noldor forest, Liang would have been engaged in real estate in Changha City and would not have sent troops at all. Who wants to fight an uncertain battle?
The news I got is that the fleet of the snake cult appeared near the imperial port. And the families of Kairos and Antonius, that is, Kairos' wife and other tribesmen, also returned to the imperial palace with the snake cult fleet. Liang.
Emperor Marius sighed after saying this.
Shortly afterwards, a terrible disaster occurred in Dilinport. A strange man wearing a mask caused the entire Dilinport garrison to be wiped out in an instant. It is said that General Ivelo is treason, having surrendered to the enemy. Dilingang is basically occupied by the snake worshippers. Moreover, they should start marching north. Ivelo, that serf general with a background as a pig farmer. Will he betray the country and surrender to the enemy? I'm afraid he did it as a last resort in the face of a desperate situation. General Sulla is not here. He has already gone to Dilingang?
Liang turned around and looked, but didn't see Sura.
Yes. Sura is not my subordinate. He just helped me a little more as a friend. His mission is to deal with the snake cult. The Shadow Wolves have already set out for Dilinport first. The Phoenix Knights, the group, is also setting off.
Emperor Marius nodded.
If you no longer attack the Empire, I will take all the troops to Dilinport. I said that I will die on the battlefield. That is my rightful destination. I am a mortal. I don't need immortality. But I want to use this body that is about to die to do something truly useful.
If Marius died in the imperial port, then the entire Bacchus people would resolutely resist against the same enemy of the snake cult. Liang made up for Marius' unstated intentions in his mind. This is the immortality of mortals. The immortal mortals.
Then, let's all retreat. Your Majesty, take care.
Liang picked up the wine glass and drank the last glass of wine with his friend. Chapter 398 History as a Little Girl.
Your Majesty, I have something to say.
When Liang and Emperor Marius were about to toast to decide on the retreat, Alina suddenly spoke.
Your Majesty, Liang, you cannot retreat.
Both of them turned to look at Alina. Their expressions were a little surprised.
Alina, what are you talking about? Don't you consider yourself a Bacchus?
Agathan looked surprised. Liang thought for a while and suddenly laughed. Indeed, I can't retreat. Emperor Marius seemed to realize something. He waved his hand gently. Everyone else, go outside. Keep an eye on the military tent and don't let anyone get close. He drove out all the guards in the military tent. Only Emperor Marius, Leon, Alina, Agatha and Lisa Dillon were left in the military tent. Luciana, do you have a good plan? After confirming that there was no one else in the military tent, Emperor Marius asked. I do have a plan. Alina began to explain. His Majesty Leon cannot retreat because it is unreasonable. We have just won a great victory, and it is a good time to pursue the victory. Retreating at this time? All the lords of the entire New Pindar kingdom will not be happy. They were there last night. We are excitedly discussing how to attack the city of Bashi. Furthermore, retreating when it shouldn't be done and trucing when it shouldn't be will make the real enemy aware of it. And the enemy will judge and be prepared in advance. We shouldn't let the real enemy see what we are doing. Intention. Therefore, the new kingdom of Pindar and the Bacchus Empire must still be hostile countries, and the war between the two countries must continue to fight. It is even better to fight more and more fiercely. Only in this way will all the real enemies jump out. Since the snake cult specifically prompted Kairos and his son to set fire to the Noldor forest and trigger an all-out war between the two countries, and at the same time also cause trouble in Imperial Port. Their intention is obvious. They want to take advantage of the war between the two countries. Go to Lake Arakel and find the Gate of the Abyss. Try to lift the seal of Kabbalah, and jump out to take advantage after the war between the two countries has consumed each other's resources and troops. Then, if nothing else happens, the snake cult must have started marching towards the Noldor forest by now. His Majesty Marius said before that the enemies of Emperor Lin Gang have sent troops to the north, probably intending to go to Lake Arakel. Being able to judge the enemy's movements makes it easier to destroy them. Therefore, His Majesty Leon should continue to lead his troops to pursue the victory and attack all the way into the hinterland of the empire, while His Majesty Marius will retreat step by step, all the way to the south of the empire. Of course, I am not good at the specific implementation of these tactics as to how the two majesties secretly deploy their troops. Anyway, we need to make this war more and more serious, or at least it seems to be more and more serious, and make the snake cult think that the war between the two countries will continue until all the enemies jump out, including the hidden enemies within the empire. Jump out together too. Let the enemy appear in the light, and then the two countries will join forces to destroy them in one fell swoop. Alina finished talking about her plan, then looked at the two kings holding cups, waiting for the two bosses to make a decision. Just follow the plan. Emperor Marius put down his wine glass and nodded in praise. What a good plan. It really should be like this. Then, let's synchronize our strategies. Leon also put down his wine glass, dipped some wine in his finger, and drew a map on the table. In other words, His Majesty Marius, you have to make it appear that you are retreating for hundreds of miles. But in fact you are organizing an army all the way south and moving most of the army transferred to Port Dillon. And I will pursue the victory and continue to attack into the territory of Bacchus. But in fact, I will transfer the troops to Walwyn and Fort Amara respectively to intercept those who are trying to go to Lake Arakel. The enemy will continue to march southward to surround the enemies in Dilingang. In the end, we can completely eliminate all enemies north of Dilingang, roughly where Bailan village is. Okay, let's do it. Marius nodded. I will drive all the enemies out of Dillonport, drive them north, and ensure that they cannot leave by sea. The responsibility of intercepting and completely destroying them will be left to you. The food stored in Bashi City will be used as your military rations, means that you have to take advantage of the victory and attack all the way into Bwiji City. Leon also nodded to express his understanding, and the old man and the young man held hands together. The two hostile countries, which had just tried their best to fight each other to the death, decided on this cooperation plan in a way that seemed quite hasty. But what should we tell the soldiers about our meeting, or the outcome of our peace talks? This plan must not be told to anyone. If nothing else happens, there are probably snake worshippers among the soldiers on both sides of us. Taught spies. Leon stood up and asked Emperor Marius hesitantly. Let's just say that I plan to sue for peace after the defeat. But we broke down and you just won a big victory. Why did you want to negotiate with me? Pursuing the victory is your best choice. Marius calmly said some humiliating words. This, Your Majesty, you can't say that. Can you? Agathan looked at Emperor Marius with some hesitation. Your Majesty, I understand this plan, and I will definitely not disclose it to any soldiers. But if you are defeated and ask for peace,
And if you fail to make peace, you will retreat for hundreds of miles.
Moreover, His Majesty Liang
Attack Bashi City and rob the stored grain.
Then it will be difficult for us to explain to the soldiers and civilians at home. The morale of the military will be very low, and people will think that you have been completely defeated. Defeated? I was defeated in the first place. What's not good about admitting it? This time I was defeated and sued for peace. In the end, I used the food stored in Bashi City in exchange for the withdrawal of the new Pender Kingdom. This is a fact. If we continue to fight if it goes on, the result will be the same. The only difference is that many more people on both sides will die.
And then the snake cult will take advantage of it.
Emperor Marius glanced at Agathon and sighed.
Agathon, what are you worried about? Your Majesty, your body. And this plan will cause a huge stain on your reputation.
Agathon was obviously very troubled by this result. This would indeed have an impact on Marius' reputation, or at least on people's perception of his military capabilities. Outsiders did not know about this cooperative plan, and it was impossible to tell others about it. People will only know that
Emperor Marius personally led the army with a larger number of troops. But he continued to lose troops and generals. He retreated steadily under Liang's attacks, and retreated for hundreds of miles, unable to organize any decent resistance. I'm almost dead. So what do I care about my reputation? I only care about whether I can preserve the vitality of the empire. I only care about whether I can kill the snake cult. Agathon. Only the emperor who can make the people live and work in peace and contentment has a reputation. I'm just a tinker. I just hope that I can tinker with this pot again before I die. This is my destiny.
Emperor Marius handed the helmet in his arms to Alina behind him, stood up and started to chase people away.
Okay. That's it. I plan to be dictatorial this time. Agathon. Send Leon back. Luciana and I still have something to say.
Marius is Alina's adoptive father. These days, an adopted father is equal to a biological father. If father and daughter want to talk, outsiders cannot interfere. Leon, Agatha and others all withdrew from the military tent. On the way to send Leon back, Agathon was always worried and his face was full of anxiety.
Your Majesty Leon.
After sending Leon outside the camp of the Bacchus army, Agathon stopped and asked Leon a strange question.
If His Majesty Marius passed away, how would you deal with the Bacchus Empire?
After all, Agathon was a general who had been with Emperor Marius for 20 years. He knew Emperor Marius, and he also knew that Emperor Marius wanted to use his own life in exchange for the firm resistance of all Bacchus people to the snake worship cult. He had been worried about more than just the life and reputation of Emperor Marius. He was also worried about what would happen to the Bacchus Empire after the death of Emperor Marius. He believed that Marius and Leon would definitely be able to work together to destroy the snake cult. But what about after solving the snake cult? After that, who else in the Bacchus Empire can face an opponent like Leon? Leon was silent for a while, and then asked Agathon,
Is the empire without His Majesty Marius still the empire in your heart? I have no idea.
Agathon thought for a long time and finally shook his head.
Agathon. An empire that allows people to live and work in peace and contentment is the empire that His Majesty Marius wants. If you cannot do this after His Majesty Marius passes away, then I will help His Majesty Marius achieve this wish.
Leon patted Agathon on the shoulder.
This is my answer.
Agathon stood speechless, looking up at the sky. The drizzle falling from the sky soaked his eyes. On August 8th, 358 AD, the Battle of Salem broke out. His Majesty Marius Gaius, Emperor of the Bacchus Empire, invited His Majesty Leon Griffin, King of the New Pender Kingdom, to a decisive battle in the manner of ancient gentlemen's engagement. On August 9th of the following day, His Majesty King Leon of the New Pen Kingdom personally led the cavalry into the Bacchus army formation. The morale of the New Pen Kingdom was greatly boosted, and the Bacchus Empire was defeated with inferior troops. On the 10th, His Majesty Marius, Emperor of the Bacchus Empire, sued for peace from the New Pender Kingdom after his defeat. His Majesty King Leon of the New Ponde Kingdom attended the peace talks as a courtesy and expressed condolences to the seriously ill Emperor Marius, but rejected the proposal for peace. It is said that Emperor Marius tried to exchange a large amount of grain for His Majesty Leon to withdraw his troops, but His Majesty Leon said,
I can get the grain myself,
and then got up and left. But what was special about this peace negotiation was that the two kings negotiated in the military camp of Emperor Marius. At that time, Emperor Marius was seriously ill and had difficulty moving. His Majesty Leon of the New Kingdom of Pen only brought a few followers with him, and went deep into the enemy camp to meet with the enemy emperor. He was extremely courageous and a brave man.
However, Emperor Marius did not detain His Majesty Liang despite the unfavorable situation after the defeat. He has great credibility and can be called a model of a gentleman. Both emperors were admirable heroes of the day. The Battle of Salem and the unsuccessful peace talks between the two emperors were true noble examples, and will surely be remembered by all countries. This is a topic that is spreading among the taverns and nobles in Pindar. If nothing else, historians from various countries will also record the matter according to this version. History is a little girl who can be dressed up by anyone, especially the history involving two emperors. The original Ulrich was recorded in historical records as
died bravely in the face of a powerful enemy alone.
This is also what is engraved on his epitaph. Historical data will probably also record that after Liang won a great victory in the Battle of Salem, he led his army to continue southward. He was invincible and faced no opponents along the way, and invaded the cultural center of the Bacchus Empire, the Bashi city, with overwhelming force. Historical data will also record that Governor Justice, who had just been released by Liang, was unable to prevent Liang from taking away the food stored in Bashi city. It was only because of the existence of the Radiant Knights that Liang did not capture Bashi city. However, Emperor Marius failed to organize an effective counterattack and could only continue to retreat southward. The entire eastern part of Bacchus was exposed to the iron heel of the new Pin kingdom. As for the Lord of Walwyn Castle, Rimusk rebelled against his country and defected to New Pindar. The Lord of Amala Castle, Gallus, was defeated and died, and the castle was occupied by the Noldor elves. These are all normal and small things, not worth mentioning. 10 days later, August 20th, 358 in the Pandey calendar, Leon has led his troops to Amala Fort. Alina was no longer with Leon at this time. She stayed with Emperor Marius. It was inevitable that she would spend her last days with her adoptive father. The troops that Leon brought to Amara Fort numbered about 2,000 people, including the new Pindar 2nd Legion composed of the Silver Hand and the Free Legion and his Noldor guards. All other troops were divided and sent to various places. The reason why the Silver Hand is classified as the 2nd Legion is because the 1st Legion of New Pindar is actually the original non-commissioned officer corps and the escorts in the Long River Express. This is the earliest team. Liang's Legion designation is only based on the unit. The establishment time came. The establishment of the 1st Legion has also expanded to 2,000 people, mainly because the manpower of Changhai Express has been growing. No other troops have such numbers because they are not directly under Liang. The Horncall Rangers have returned to River City, and Ralph was once again appointed by Liang as the military officer of River City, responsible for the defense of the eastern region. Lord Leofric became Lord of Cullendeer, and his troops remained at Cullendeer as a garrison. Fawcett returned to Lion Lake City with his heavy cavalry. His mission was to defend the north and pay close attention to the outcome of the battle between brother and sister in Crowland. Rimusk, the Lord of Fort Walwyn, was transferred to Eimer and granted the title of Baron. If he surrendered under Leofric's control, he would definitely be transferred. And Rimusk knew this. But Liang is quite kind. Eimel is very close to Walwyn, and Eimel is a big town, so Rimusk doesn't suffer at all. As for Walwyn Castle, Leon made Eilendil the Lord. In other words, he assigned Walwyn to the Principality of Noldor. Eilendil is not Liang's direct subordinate. He is loyal to Wendy. Although Liang is the object of allegiance to Wendy, it is not in line with the process for him to directly appoint Eilendil instead of Wendy. However, no one expressed any opinions on this. Everyone acquiesced. Wendy's is Liang's. Also placed under the Principality of the Noldor was Amala Castle, which was granted to Rasadrin. Of course, Rasadlin himself will not be stationed in Amala Castle. His position is still Liang's guard captain. Currently, the Principality of Noldor already has 4 outlying castles: White Deer Keep, Shieldwind Fortress, Walwyn Castle, and Amala Keep. These castles are located on the outskirts of the Noldor forest, enclosing the borders of the Noldor Principality.
Your Majesty, Wendy has sent word that she has taken Aldarian's and Vendidil's troops through the entire forest to patrol, and will arrive at Amara Castle tomorrow. So far, they are not in the forest. Found traces of the enemy.
Lisa Dillon is reporting the military situation to Liang.
In other words, the enemy probably hasn't been able to enter the Noldor forest yet. It's probably because the road over Faden is not that easy.
Liang nodded.
Send an order to Eilendil to gather at Bavlin and prepare to go south to fight.
In this battle, Liang planned to use the Noldor elves as the main force because the enemy was the snake cult. On the one hand,
There are certainly no snake cult spies among the Noldor. On the other hand, Alina received news from Dylanport 3 days ago. There seemed to be some devoured ones among the enemies. They were probably full of poison, and the regular troops would suffer heavy losses. Chapter 399 Troubled. Leon stayed at Amla Fort to wait, mainly to wait for Windy to bring explosives and grenades. At the same time, it was also to wait for Windy, Aldarion and others to sort out the interior of the Noldor Principality to ensure that the enemies did not escape into the forest. Thermal weapons such as grenades were not used in the Battle of Salem, mainly because the direct lethality of these weapons was indeed low. It would be difficult to kill a person wearing armor, but it would frighten a warhorse. Liang's army has many cavalry, but only some of the Gatuma and Nodoma in White Deer Castle have been specially trained. The heavy-armed lancers who rushed into the battle had never been exposed to explosives, and they were shocked on the battlefield. It would be a big trouble to pretend to be a horse. This simple black powder weapon cannot completely dominate the battlefield in this era, and is more suitable for defense. The history of Liang's original world has proven this. Only in an era when mobility and long-range combat are more pursued, and the army no longer wears heavy armor, will grenades really become popular. Of course, the fact that no one made grenades after Liang disappeared is also an important reason. This thing is not moisture-proof. In this era, saltpeter is hard to come by and cannot be wasted. Therefore, Liang has always assembled it temporarily before the war. There has not been much reserve, and the raw materials have been stored in White Deer Castle. During this period of forest fires, White Deer Fort has been facing the threat of fire. Of course, those flammable materials were moved immediately, and there was no time to manufacture them in large quantities. So it wasn't until the rainy season came and the forest fires were extinguished that Liang asked Windy to hurry up and make a batch. Windy likes to use firearms very much, and she is currently the only person besides Liang who has mastered the optimal ratio of black powder. Liang's students all have different personalities and interests. Amy actually doesn't like fighting, although she has always wanted to be a female knight and has incredible shooting talent. She is actually better at economic construction and has a lot of experience in deceiving people. After all, she started to learn deception. Alina is usually a very silent person, a quiet scholar who likes to read books and study history, and is good at analyzing intelligence and deriving strategies from details. Liang actually didn't have time to teach her anything, but she gave Amy and Leon a lot of suggestions. But Alina's suggestions are usually quite ruthless. They are often based on the sacrifice of one's own side first. To deceive the enemy and finally annihilate the enemy is cruel to both herself and the enemy, which is different from her usually quiet and harmless nature. The appearance is completely different. Windy prefers adventure, different from the indifferent temperament of most elves. Windy is a passionate and lively girl who likes the excitement of fighting and also likes more exciting weapons such as what Windadir considers magic, grenades, and explosives. However, perhaps due to her cheerful and lively personality, Windy has not yet learned the most important ability for a queen to control people's hearts. On the way to Amla Castle, Windy felt a little worried. The difficulty she encountered came from Aldarion, which was another reason why Leon was waiting for her in Amara Castle. The Noldor elves are in a special situation. Islander will obey Leon's instructions, mainly because they have a good relationship and are familiar with each other. But Aldarion would not obey Leon's orders, and he was somewhat perfunctory about Windy's orders. Although he was also a Noldor lord who swore allegiance to Windy in name, his allegiance to Windy was more forced by the situation. Maltese was present at the time, and the 4 Noldor family leaders really did not dare to reject the Sindari Archmage. But after Maltese left, Aldarion was in a state of listening to the tune, but not the announcement. He recognized Windy as the common queen of the 4 Noldor families, and was willing to stand in the same camp as Leon and accept the new rule, the rule of the Kingdom of Pendor. But he still maintained a certain degree of freedom. To put it simply, he can obey Windy's dispatch, but he will not accept any condescending and mandatory orders, let alone Liang's direct arrangements. The logic these days is like this. You are only responsible for your allegiance. Although the new Kingdom of Pendor is the mother country of the Noldor Principality, unless they are directly loyal to Leon like Rasadalin, other Noldor elves can indeed disobey Liang's instructions. Perhaps because he has been enemies of humans for 200 years and has developed a certain inertia of thinking. Aldarion has always maintained a deep vigilance against humans. He didn't even want to enter any human castle, including White Deer Castle. The last time Aldalion was able to go to River City to attend the meeting of the 4 major families, it was because of Windatir's summons. Only Windatir can truly command Aldalion.
This is of course out of love. In other words, it is out of one-sided love. And it is said that this unrequited love has lasted for 200 years. Elves are usually relatively indifferent towards each other. But the more indifferent they are, the harder it is to extricate themselves once they fall in love with someone. Although both Leon and Wendy think that Aldarion will probably not be able to win Wendadier's heart in the end, they both encourage this unrequited love. At least in this way, Wendadier can deal with Alda. Leon is a thorny head, but Wendadier was quite troubled by this. She really only thinks of Aldarion as an ordinary tribesman, not even a friend, because they have different ideas. Moreover, Wendadier has no intention of falling in love at all, and she doesn't have any man she likes. In fact, she prefers women. Well, it's not that she likes her, but she really isn't interested in relationships between men and women. But this does not belong to any special group. Many elves are like Vendidil. This is a common situation among immortal races with long lifespans. They are naturally cold and have little interest in reproduction. At this time, Wendadier was worrying with Wendy.
Wendy! It can't always be like this. This kind of thing is too troublesome. I really don't want to face Aldarion's stupid face every day.
Wendadier was complaining to Wendy.
There is nothing we can do. Mr. Vendidil. Neither Aldarion nor his subordinates are willing to listen to the arrangements of this junior like me.
Wendy was also helpless. Aldarion was considered her elder. Faced with this situation, every leader who is a junior would find it difficult.
But His Majesty Leon arranges for you. You arrange for me. I arrange for Aldalion. And Aldalion arranges his troops. Isn't this too troublesome? And we are going to fight, which can easily delay things.
Wendadier said anxiously. Indeed, this layer-by-layer assignment process is too long. It can be done this way for ordinary dispatches, but it is easy to cause problems when various emergency orders are involved during the war.
Then what other solution is there? Leon made it clear in his letter a few days ago that this time it is to deal with our real enemy, the real culprit that caused the forest disaster.
Wendy looked at Wendadier pitifully.
But my own troops now only have a total of more than 300 people, and half of them have to be left in Shieldwind Fortress as reserves. We really need Aldarion's troops.
Wendy's time as queen was too short, and she hadn't had time to organize many direct troops from the tribe. Influenced by the Lord system of Pendor, the allegiance relationship between the Noldor elves is actually somewhat similar to that of humans. At present, the Noldor have established a principality, and the allegiance relationship is fully close to the tradition of Pendor. The leaders of each family no longer call themselves elf kings or princes. They are now all lords of the Principality of Noldor. Wendy is the ruler of the Fenway family, and the queen, who is loyal to the 4 major families. However, the only people she can directly manage are the people of the Fenway family, and the leaders of other families, because the elves of the other 3 families are loyal to her, are their respective lords. The Fenway family has the smallest population, with a total population of less than 1,000. And only about 200 current warriors. It is the weakest military strength among the 4 families. By the way, all Noldor elves, both male and female, are excellent warriors, and cannot be viewed in terms of the human soldier-farmer ratio. The students that Wendadier brought out before to fight against the Jatta people have now become Liang's bodyguards, and are no longer under Wendy's command. Therefore, Queen Wendy only had about 200 warriors available at the beginning. These days, she selected some personnel suitable for combat from other students in Wendadier. But it only took a short month, and she only recruited more than 100 people. The newly recruited personnel need to undergo armed preparation and basic coordination training. And at the same time, a reserve team must be left in Shieldwind Fortress in case of emergencies. Therefore, there are less than 200 people around Wendy at this time. And the other troops are all Aldalion's men. Aldarion's military strength is quite strong. His tribe has 4,000 people, which is equivalent to the Aenir family. The number of troops he brought out this time was more than 800, which was about the same number as Eilendil's troops. But there are nearly 40 Twilight Knights in Aldarion's team, and the number of high-end combat capabilities is twice that of Eilendil. The Twilight Knight is the top fighting force among the Noldor elf troops, and the goal of all Noldor nobles. Just like the human noble knights. Like most human countries, the elven tribe has always retained a simple aristocratic culture. That is, the nobles are responsible for fighting and protecting the safety of the tribe, while the civilians are responsible for working to ensure the basic life of the tribe. Therefore, there are 2 classes among the Noldor people. Noldor nobles are born members of the noble class, and are raised in the ways of fighting men. Before Vendidil became the chief instructor of the young Noldor elves,
Most of the young Noldor nobles would become apprentices of the Twilight Knights, just like knights and retinues in human society. However, whether a Noldor noble can eventually become a Twilight Knight depends on his or her ability. First, he must win the annual Noldor Athletic Conference in Oracle City, and then he must establish meritorious deeds in accordance with the requirements of his respective family. That is to say, one must not only have top-notch military force, but also make sufficient contributions to the ethnic group. Each Noldor family's contribution requirements are different. For example, the Aino family of Eilendil. Just like what he said to Rhys Dillon, the members of the Aino family need to establish meritorious deeds, and need to save the clan or bring back new or lost knowledge to the clan, and not by killing enemies. Because the Aino family tradition is to protect knowledge. The Finwë family also asked to save their people, or bring back new technology. Ardarian was once a member of the Finwë family. He himself was once a Twilight Knight, and he was the strongest among the Twilight Knights. It was during the 100 Years' War between elves and humans. He led the army to annihilate the human coalition that invaded the forest and saved the tribe, which met the standard of saving the tribe. The Finarfin family is relatively special. They inherit the art and culture of the elves, which covers a wide range of things, including architecture, crafts, art, music, rituals, and so on. Therefore, their requirement is to master a top art form, which is very difficult. Even though the elves have long lives, there are not many who have top martial arts and artistic levels at the same time. In fact, the merit requirements of the three families are very difficult to achieve. In the past few hundred years, there have been many competitive champions in Oracle City, but there are only about 80 nobles in total who can successfully become Twilight Knights. Of these 80 or so Twilight Knights, Aldarian's tribe accounts for half, because only Aldarian has no requirements for other contributions. After he took his followers away to form his own tribe, his contribution requirements for tribe design became relatively simple. He only needed to kill enemies on the battlefield and accumulate military merit. This tribe that hates humans completely uses human promotion logic, precisely because each ethnic group has different goals to drive its people. People from each family have completely different concepts of struggle. Therefore, Aldarian's tribe is more warlike and prefers to hone their martial arts in order to gain knowledge. Eilendil's tribe is more willing to contact the outside world and is willing to cooperate with humans. The Finwë family is more willing to build equipment and hone their skills, or research enchantments or horse breeding. Everyone in the Finarfin family is an artist, obsessed with designing various exquisite craftsmanship, and has never been active in fighting. This also gave Aldarian's tribe a stronger force. Of course, force does not equal actual combat effectiveness. Aldarian has a relatively straightforward personality, and is not very good at formulating tactics during battles. He often fights with little technical content, and the combat effectiveness of his tribe may not be fully unleashed. If his troops are willing to obey Liang's direct command, it is estimated that the actual combat effectiveness of his troops will be twice that of Eilendil's men. But although Aldarian's tribe is powerful in force, it is not really a Noldor family, because they do not have a clear inheritance. Even in terms of combat prowess and martial arts, he did not establish a legacy. Instead, Vindidil invented her unique combat skills. This is probably the main reason why Aldarian fell in love with Vindidil. If we strictly follow the standards of Twilight Knights, Windadir can definitely be regarded as one of the strongest among them. She has won the championship of Ella Clay Athletic Conference several times in a row, and she has created a new martial art. She is Finwë. For members of the family, martial arts is of course also a type of technology, and her teaching and training will definitely save countless people. In fact, no matter from the three levels of knowledge, technology or art, her new martial arts meet the criteria of contribution. Therefore, if according to the standards, she is not only qualified to become a Twilight Knight, but can even be said to be one of the people who has made the greatest contribution to the ethnic group. It stands to reason that she is even qualified to become a member of the Council of Elders of various ethnic groups. But the problem is that Windadir is a civilian. Although many Noldor civilians will go to the battlefield as warriors, Noldor civilians will never be qualified to become Twilight Knights, no matter how high their martial skills are or how great their contribution is. The class solidification of the Noldor elves is much more serious than that of humans. This is the blood culture inherited from the Sindarin elves, coupled with the long lifespan of the elves. It is difficult to change this solidified mentality. However, due to the small population, every Noldor is valuable, and there is little oppression and slavery within the ethnic group. The living conditions of nobles and commoners are not much different, so class antagonisms will not form. Chapter 400. Fighting for love with a sword. Although she is a commoner, Vindatil is highly respected among the Noldor elves. After all, she has been the teacher of almost all young Noldor in the past 100 years. Whether they are children of nobles or commoners, they will basically learn martial arts from her. When a person becomes the teacher of most of the children of the entire ethnic group, he will naturally have a transcendent status, and is not restricted by anyone. Windadir is not someone who is easily restrained. She already has a status, has no pursuit of power, and has no other desires or hobbies. It is difficult to restrain such a person. She only listened to Wendy's arrangements because she loved Wendy so much. Wendy lost her parents when she was born, and it was Windadir who took care of her until now. The relationship between her and Wendy was more of a family relationship. In other words, although Wendy can arrange work for Windadir, she cannot completely assign Windadir to do things she is not happy with. Basically, she can only rely on coquettishness. Fortunately, Windadir is a responsible person. Otherwise, if she was always asked to deal with Eldarion, she would have given up her choice long ago. She is actually a very bad-tempered person, and even Eilendil dare not provoke her. This situation of not being assigned by superiors and subordinates, but only being able to arrange affairs in a relay manner cannot continue forever. So Wendy decided to seek help from Leon to solve this problem. But before the troops marched to Amala Fort, and before they had time to see Leon, problems arose first. Wendy! Eldarion doesn't plan to go to Amara Castle. He said he would go to Volwyn to meet up with Eilendil first, and then attack the city of Erudition. I guess he wants to prove to His Majesty Leon how powerful he is. His Majesty failed to capture the City of Knowledge. Ardalion thinks he can do it. Windadir found Wendy helplessly. I can make him send troops to cooperate, but I can't interfere with his specific tactics. Oh, this idiot. It's not that Leon can't capture the city of Bashi. It's just that he doesn't plan to capture the city. After all, he has to deal with the snake cult with the people of the Bacchus Empire. He can't really defeat the Bacchus Empire. Gone. Wendy shook her head and looked at Windadir. Besides, I don't think Eldarion is trying to prove anything to Leon. He is probably trying to show you how powerful he is. Teacher Windadir. Just like stags fighting each other when courting. Windadir rolled her eyes at Wendy. But she knew that what Wendy said was also one of the factors in Eldarion's plan to attack the City of Knowledge. Just like a stag barking and shaking its antlers. But the main reason is certainly not this. Let's get to the point. Wendy! Eldarion knows about this plan. He just doesn't want to cooperate with the Bacchus. And he also doesn't want to cooperate with His Majesty Leon's troops. He still doesn't trust humans. I think he intends to destroy Leon. His Majesty's cooperation with the Bacchus Empire. He may want the Bacchus Empire and His Majesty Leon to continue fighting. Windadir actually knew Eldarion. Sometimes many seemingly stupid behaviors are just a little thought from a few people. Eldarion did have a motive for this. Leon did not hide this plan from the Noldor elves, because there would be no spies of the snake cult among the Noldor elves, and to prevent the Noldor elves from becoming hostile to the people of the Bacchus Empire. Alina's plan must be dealt with, make it clear to all Noldor leadership. Of course, Eldarion also knew that the new kingdom of Pendor was going to stage a war drama with the Bacchus Empire, attracting a large force of the snake cult, and then carry out an encirclement and suppression. But for Ardalion, this plan did not fit in with the philosophy he had always adhered to. Ardarion had higher goals than the other Noldor elves. He has been sitting back and watching the battles between humans. He hopes that humans will continue to fight against each other. Preferably all of them will be maimed and the ground will be scorched. In this way, the Noldor elves may have a chance to control the entire continent. But now that the Principality of the Noldor has been established, and the Noldor people have succumbed to the new kingdom of Pendor and been ruled by the human kingdom, Eldarion is actually a little unwilling to do so. Eldarion is not a fool. He knows that Wendy's marriage to Leon is to save the entire clan. He will not hate Leon, nor will he be dissatisfied with Wendy becoming the queen of the Noldor. Wendy is his kinsman and his friend. Daughter. Eldarion himself also felt that Wendy was the best choice to become the queen of the Noldor. He also did not intend to make himself the king of the Noldor. In the 300 years since he established his own tribe, he did not call himself the Elf King, nor did he do anything detrimental to the disadvantaged Finley family. What Eldarion pursues is not his own power, but the status of the entire Noldor clan in Pendor. He hoped that the elves would become the direct ruling class of the entire continent, rather than being vassals of the new kingdom of Pendor, at the mercy of a human king. Eldarion would think this mainly because of the human lifespan. In his opinion, Leon may be a good king
and a king who can treat humans and elves fairly. In addition, Liang has the blood of the Nolder elves, so there is really no problem in becoming the co-master of humans and elves. But Liang will die sooner or later. Mixed blood of elves and humans cannot have the lifespan of pure blood elves. This can be seen from the growth cycle. Kavala, the former king of Pandey, is a mixed blood of the two races, but he only lived for more than 80 years, which is a long life for humans. But for elves, they have just reached adulthood at the age of 70 or 80. When Liang passes away decades later, what will happen to the new Pinder kingdom? The system of the new kingdom of Pinder is an independent principality and fiefment system. In other words, the sphere of influence of the Nolder principality has basically been limited. Liang has placed all the castles on the outskirts of the Nolder forest under the Nolder principality. The sphere of influence of the Nolder principality is clearly marked. That is to say, it is a territory based on the Nolder forest, which is roughly the same area as the entire eastern region of the original Kingdom of Lions. The territory alone is 1/10 of the entire continent of Pinder. This is indeed the territory of a powerful archduke. To most of the Nolder elves, this was a satisfactory outcome. But for Eldarion, this means that it is difficult for the Nolder elves to become the rulers of the continent. Humans have an overwhelming advantage in numbers. The total population of the Nolder elves is only more than 10,000, and they have always been a minority group. Their territory is limited to the Nolder forest. If the new kingdom of Pinder can unify the continent, the Nolder elves will only be able to unite the continent, can live in a corner. In addition, Wendy is not the only wife of Leon, and Eldarion knows that Leon and Amy have been together for a longer time, which means that those who will rule the new kingdom of Pinder in the future will probably not be descendants of the Nolder elves. Greed is the normal state of people's hearts, and Eldarion is no exception. He wants to give the Nolder elves a more advantageous situation. What if the direct power of the new kingdom of Pinder becomes weaker? In other words, what if Leon can only rely more on the Nolder elves in the process of unifying the continent, and cannot gain widespread trust from humans? Eldarion actually recognized Leon's abilities more than most Nolder elves. He believed that even if he temporarily lost the support of some humans and relied more on the Nolder elves, it would still be possible for Leon to unify the continent. So in the future, will the ruling class of the new Pinder kingdom be dominated by Nolder elves? Since Leon is going to act in partnership with the Bacchus Empire, if the fake act comes true and captures the City of Knowledge, it will definitely cause Leon to lose the trust of the Bacchus people and trigger a real all-out war between the Bacchus Empire and the new Pind kingdom. Especially now, most people in the Bacchus Empire still don't know about this fake war and real cooperation plan. If they attack Bashi City at this time, the Bacchus people will definitely think that this is Liang's plan to kill everyone. As for whether the real enemy will take advantage of the situation, Eldarion doesn't care that his troops have sorted out the interior of the forest a few days ago. There are indeed no enemies in the forest, since the snake cult or other enemies have not entered the forest. They are still within the Bacchus Empire. In Eldarion's view, as long as the enemy can be prevented from entering the forest and the Bacchus Empire is reduced to a scorched earth, the people of the snake worshippers will naturally be involved in the war. Anyway, both the Bacchus and Leon will deal with the snake worshippers. The enemy can still be dealt with. This is indeed the case. But many people will die this way. But only Leon and Marius would consider killing as few people as possible. And Eldarion wished that humans would die more. In the past, Eldarion would not have thought this way, because the safety of the ethnic group must be prioritized. But now, the Nolder elves have obtained all the castles outside the Nolder forest, and the army of the Bacchus Empire has been defeated. The safety of the Nolder elves is actually guaranteed. However, this will inevitably put Leon into a dangerous situation. But Eldarion didn't care. Even if Leon cannot complete the great cause of unifying the continent, or even be defeated and die, it doesn't matter. If Liang's forces and the Bacchus Empire continue to fight, then the Nolder elves can sit on the mountain and watch the fight between tigers, and look for help after the two human countries are both defeated. Opportunities for greater benefits. The motivations for many things come from such thoughts. They are not purely evil thoughts and selfish desires. In a sense, they are indeed for the benefit of the entire ethnic group. When you get to Long and look at Shu, the lack of people's hearts is not only reflected in personal selfish desires. If Eldarion does this, it will definitely bring disastrous consequences. Teacher Vendidal, we must stop this idiot, Wendy said anxiously. But how do we stop him now? Vendidal didn't know what to do. As far as the Nolder people were concerned, Eldarion had not made any mistakes, and he had not yet started marching towards the city of erudition.
It would be great if Leon were here. He must have a way.
Wendy sighed, thought for a while, then turned to look at Wendadier.
Now I can only rely on you. Teacher, you may have to make some sacrifices. What do you mean? You don't want me to kill him secretly, do you? His troops will riot.
Wendadier blurted out that it seemed that she had thought about killing Aldarion secretly.
No. I plan to ask you to find Eilendil. Eilendil has just been named Lord of Alwyn. You might as well try to tell Aldarion that you will not go south to fight. You decided to help Eilendil take care of Alwyn.
Wendy tilted her head and said, looking at Wendadier as she said,
I plan to give you the brocade robe I wore at the wedding. What do you mean? Me? In charge of Walwyn. I'm the tribune of Whiteheart Keep.
Wendadier didn't understand Wendy's intention.
In other words, you have to show that you have that kind of interest in Eilendil. I will let Eilendil cooperate with you.
Wendy had to speak more clearly.
No. This can't be done. And Eilendil has a wife.
Wendadier shook his head like a rattle.
Leon just issued a decree. The new kingdom of Pindar allows everyone to have 3 spouses. As long as the previous spouse allows it.
Wendy laughed.
For such an outstanding person as His Highness Eilendil, it is normal for him to have more than one wife. Moreover, among the entire Noldor clan, he is the only one worthy of you. No.
Wendadier's face was full of panic.
No. If Eilendil can't do it, then only Rhysadarin can.
Wendy spread her hands.
But, are you willing to marry your own student? I'm not saying Eilendil can't do it. I'm saying I don't plan to get married.
Wendadier was going crazy.
Wendy, what are your intentions? Oh, I plan to ask Aldarion to put his mind on you. Such as going to Walwyn Castle to attend a
family banquet.
Or something. Anyway, he also plans to go to Walwyn to meet up with Eilendil. Is not it?
There was a hint of cunning in Wendy's big eyes.
I'm afraid he will duel with Eilendil.
Wendadier sighed. Now she knew what Wendy meant. She also knew Aldarion. That guy also had a bad temper, and would probably bring up a duel. In fact, Rhys Dillon had a private duel with Eilendil's nephew for the girl he loved. But the ending was a tragedy. Rhys Dillon won. But the Noduo girl did not intend to fight with a girl who killed her tribe of criminal contacts.
I just want to force him to start a duel. Don't worry. His Highness Eilendil always abides by the law. He will definitely not fight in private. Besides, you can stop them.
Wendy took Wendadier's arm and muttered with a smile.
My teacher is such a beautiful lady and a master swordsman. It is only right that she is pursued by 2 great lords in a duel.
Wendadier sighed again.
I told you not to read night novels. I really don't know what His Majesty Leon taught you.
2 days later, Wolfenburg. An impromptu family banquet is being held. There was only one table set up for this informal banquet. After all, it was not a public banquet. So there were only 5 people participating. The male lead Eilendil. The female lead Wendatier. The second male lead Aldarion. The director Wendilfo. And the supporting actor Rhys Dillon, who came to deliver the order just in time to catch a meal. At the dinner, Eilendil expressed his intention to formally pursue Wendadier. And Wendadier also showed an attitude of refusing to welcome him. Then, Eilendil said that thanks to His Majesty Leon's new decree, he could reveal his feelings at this time. But he had not yet obtained the consent of his wife at home, and hoped that everyone here would give him some help. Aldarion exploded on the spot. Everyone in the entire Noldor tribe knew that he liked Vindidel. But they didn't expect that this bastard Eilendil actually planned to sneak across? Take love with a knife. How can that work? Duel? This must be a duel.